although Syl hadn't got a direct answer to the question he had, wondering what type of power this Pultra had. The fact that one had such an effect, that just being alive could affect the things around them, showed to a degree the amount of power that was inside this being's body. Having battled against celestials and god-slayers, he had a good idea what great strength was, and he knew it was in front of him. Pultra smiled as she heard the question. I had a good guess in mind from seeing him here that you would be asking, Pultra replied. But, even if all the champions gathered, we do not stand a chance against Immortality and his demon kings. I know there are many that believed we only lost because we fought by ourselves. But that is not the case, and if you faced Immortality as well, you should know that. Calva did know that, the dream of them three teaming up, it was a pipe dream that was created by the inhabitants, one to give them some type of hope that the way the things currently were wouldn't be like that forever. I know, Calva said. Did you really think I would ask for your help if I didn't? It's not the same as before. You see, these guys, these people from another world, are here with us. Their goal is to take down Immortality as well. Pultra was about to laugh the whole thing off, as she began to walk back to the large tree. I am surprised, because I heard that you also rejected Immortality's offer, and you had done so till the very end, Pultra said. What made you so delusional? A demon king was defeated, Calva said, and Pultra stopped in her tracks. Not only that, but the person who had defeated the demon king had done so with ease, and I'm not just saying that either. I saw it with my own two eyes. I saw someone who could take down Immortality, but they need our help. This had piqued Pultra's interest as she turned back around. The reason Pultra was trapped down here was because of the eye of a demon king. She had gauged their strength well, and not once had the demon kings struggled with the up-and-coming strength of the inhabitants. It was why she hadn't acted, nor had Shinto or Calva against them. It was a lost cause. How can I even trust your words? How sure can I be that you aren't just saying something out of desperation? Pultra asked. You might not believe him, but you can believe me. Syl lifted his hand and snapped his finger. Suddenly the scenery all around them had completely changed. The surface was barren, with nothing but land. Not a single thing was left alive on it. When Pultra looked around, she was unable to see the walls, and failed to see the familiar scenery around her. What happened? Where are we? Pultra asked, and she appeared to be startled. I teleported us out of where you were, Syl answered. Don't worry, I can put us back. And I will do before anyone notices that you are gone. Why have you brought us here? She asked. Even Calva was confused. What was the use of bringing her to this planet? At least he should have brought them back to where Quinn and the others were. Then she could comment on whether or not the condition Quinn was in was something she had experienced before. That was one of the main reasons for going after Pultra. Shouldn't we have at least done that before doing this? Even if she won't help us in the fight, and doesn't believe us, she can help us with Quinn, Calva wanted to shout out. However, Syl seemed confident, and although Calva didn't know him well, for some reason his calmness in the entire situation, even when in a world surrounded by enemies he didn't know about, was frightening in itself. This right here is a moon of one of the many planets in the universe. It is one that is far away from any life that I can sense or know of, Syl said, as he brought out his ability book with his powers, and changed them once again. You don't trust Calva, fine, but then trust me, my strength and my will to defeat Immortality. Let's fight, and then you can see for yourself, Syl stated. It was an interesting proposal, one that Pultra would have outright refused, but the fact that they were now on the moon, she could only imagine what power the person had in front of her. Maybe it all wasn't just lies by Calva. A person like Immortality was sure to make enemies along the way that would hate him to their very bones. Fine, it's a deal, Pultra agreed, and without giving any time at all, she lifted her leg and a sharp line of power came shooting straight out. It was incredibly fast, one of the fastest attacks Syl had ever seen. If Calva was in Syl's situation, he would have been hit straight away and would have had to continue the fight with a large injury. Yet for Syl, the attack had just gone past him, creating a large deep cut on the surface of the moon. You avoided that. Well then let's see you avoid all of this. Pultra started to swing her legs rapidly, in all sorts of different directions. Several lines shaped like large crescent moonstrikes were going through the air. It was slicing the surface of the moon as if it was butter, and yet somehow Syl, seemingly using nothing at all, was avoiding them all. He then started to walk towards her as he continued to avoid the strikes. "Are you surprised?" Syl said. He then teleported right behind her, but Pultra could sense this. She threw a direct kick right behind her, but Syl had already ducked avoiding it and had a fist full of lighting. It struck her in the stomach, sparks going off in all directions. Then twisting his hand, a lighting strike went straight out, sending her flying in the distance and crashing against the floor. Pultra did her best as she got up off the ground, and when doing so the ground was shaking underneath. She jumped to the side to avoid a large piece of the moon rising from the ground, but when she jumped the piece of the ground had hit her right in the stomach, and at almost the same time another lighting strike had hit her. Syl was using his ability of foresight to be able to see her next set of moves and avoid them all. It worked well against someone like her who relied on just their physical power and had next to no wide-range attacks. "You're so strong," Pultra said, as she noticed Syl had stopped attacking. Calva, seeing Syl fight for the first time, thought the same thing. They didn't just have one golden goose, a shot at taking out Immortality, it was possible they had more. "Yes, and the person who's going to take down Immortality is much stronger," Syl said. Syl didn't think he needed to demonstrate more than this, and he was sure that Pultra herself was probably hiding some of her own powers as well. In the first place, he would hate for her or himself to get badly hurt, and Syl needed to be ready at any moment to fight Immortality if need be. Pultra was no longer fighting back. It looked like she had admitted her defeat. So Syl snapped his fingers again and all of them teleported right back to the tree where they were before. Pultra had to look around her, and even rubbed the grass underneath with her feet a few times. As she lifted her foot, it started to grow slightly longer. "This is real," she said. "The last place we were at was all real as well. It's not an illusion, and all of those other powers you had as well, they were all real? You are quite diverse, aren't you?" "I can do many things," Syl answered. "I'm confident in my own strength, but I've never gone against Immortality, but you have. We can talk about it later. Since I won that fight, will you come with us?" Looking at the waterfall and the golden temple that was placed at the top of it, she thought about it for a while. "I would like to come with you," Pultra answered. "I'm still not sure even with your strength if we can beat Immortality and the Demon Kings. You caught my interest claiming that this person is stronger than even you. This person has even managed to bring hope into Calva. But from the way you are acting, I assume you are hiding from Immortality at this moment?" Her guess was correct, and Syl's face said it all. "Then I can't leave. If I do leave, then they will know I am gone, and that will ruin your whole plan. They check up on me frequently," Pultra explained. "A team of yaks come to harvest the area regularly while planting new crops or new items, and at that time they also check up on me. I think I might be able to solve that problem." Syl brought out the book, changing his abilities again. He created a clone of himself, and after that, the clone's body started to change. It swirled and grew in height, creating different shapes and sizes until right in front of their eyes there was another version of Pultra right in front of her. Amazed by it, Pultra walked towards it and even placed her hand on it, stroking the clone's cheek. She could feel it. It was real and wasn't an illusion. "You have quite the godly powers," Pultra complimented. "The clone will be in your place. It also is able to transmit messages to me through telepathy. If they come and question you, as long as you are next to me, I can ask you the questions instead and answer the way you would answer. They won't be able to tell the difference." It was a solid plan that had even gotten Calva excited. They could use this to resolve the next issue as well with the next champion. However, the look on Pultra's face still said that something was wrong. "No, this will only fool them for so long," Pultra said. "When the greenery, the things they have placed in here aren't changing due to my absence, they will know I have left, but I think that will give us enough time." There was a large smile on her face, and so it was decided. The clone of Pultra went ahead, sitting under the tree, and once everything was ready, all three of them would start to teleport. Using his powers and having traveled quite a bit on the planet, it didn't take long for them to arrive back at the cave. It was a bit small and was getting more cramped as more people were now inside. "Whoa," Chris said, Nearly jumping back, he was ready to transform until he saw Syl and the others. "It's all right," Syl said. "Ah, yeah, don't worry, we know," Edvard said. "It's a champion, right? The others have caught us up with everything that's going on. So, I guess these two are the champions as well." There was an awkward silence. The group didn't really know each other, and none of them were particularly the type to just get along with each other from the get-go. However, Syl did do something. With more people staying in one place, they needed to change the environment a bit more. Placing his hand on the ground, the area started to shift. The cave grew wider while also getting deeper. The entrance still stayed small, that way they wouldn't be found out by others, and now where they had been staying had somewhat become a tunnel that would lead to the large area they could reside in. Syl had even created a rectangular platform that was raised up above the ground that Quinn could be placed on. "Why didn't you do this before? We've been cramped up for no reason," Russ complained. "I thought, with your power, you could have done this as well?" Syl replied. "So, why didn't you think of this?" Russ had to admit, Syl had got him there, and with nothing smart to say back, he decided to just stay silent and complain to himself under his breath elsewhere. Pultra was the first to introduce herself to all the others. She didn't say much other than her name. After that, Calva introduced himself as well to the other two that had yet to meet him. "So, you two both fought against Immortality, right? But you haven't gone against any of the demons?" Hickel asked. "That is correct," Calva responded. "The demons were created after Immortality took over the place, and with them he ruled over the inhabitants and planets just like this one. Although we know of the demon kings and have an idea of their strength, we can't help much with their powers. But you can learn from our mistakes," Pultra said. "I have heard that you are all strong, and for even thinking about doing something like this, I assume you are all a little crazy. But the two of us will share our knowledge with you, in order to help you against Immortality." "Hey, wait," Peter said, standing up and walking forward. "That's not what's important. The one that needs to know about all of this stuff is Quinn. Quinn is the one that's going to kick Immortality's arse. We need the Demon King's blood." "Demon King's blood?" Pultra was confused. Calva went ahead and explained what Quinn's last request was, and also went into detail about how the demon power activating had affected Quinn as well. She had a feeling since seeing Hickel and Edvard that they had some presence of demons in them as well. "And where is Quinn then?" Pultra asked. Moving to the side, Peter and the others allowed a clear view for her to look at Quinn, lying there in place. "Do you know what is happening to him right now?" Peter asked. "Can we wake him up?" I have experienced this before myself," Pultra answered. Pultra walked over to where Quinn was. Just from a glance, she wasn't so sure about what he was going through. The only details she knew was that he had also fought against Immortality and had ended up like this. When walking over, though, Peter wouldn't allow her to walk on her own and stayed pretty close to her side. She smiled at this act, as she felt it was quite cute. It was at least good to know that this person had a group of loyal people around him. When in front of Quinn, she slowly reached out and looked to Peter for confirmation that she was able to. Then she lifted his eyelids and could see beaming red energy. Letting out a sigh, she let go of his eyelids, allowing them to close. "I'm pretty sure my guess is right, but I can't be for certain," Pultra said, looking back at the others. "When I fought against Immortality and refused to join him, he had smothered me with the red mist energy that is around our world. It did something to me. I passed out, and in that moment it felt like I was in a different world. Everything that was happening there felt so real, and to this day I'm still not sure if it was or not." "Just tell us what is going on with Quinn," Peter complained. "For me, I had experienced my past grudges. The thoughts at the back of my mind had come to life. Those that I couldn't save, those that I cared about, those that could never be removed from my mind, including my enemies appearing in front of me. It felt like each one of them was cursing me, telling me to stay with them, forcing me to be there. It was a painful experience, a horrible one. I wanted to get rid of them, get rid of all of those that were in front of me. But with each one I touched, even if it was to just hit them away, I experienced what they had felt. I experienced the overwhelming emotions, the mental and physical pain that they had all gone through in their final moments. It was torture, but the only way out was to go through everything that they had been through, until there was no longer anyone there. All of them could see that Pultra was shaken up just from explaining it. A distant memory for her. Thousands of years had already passed, yet she could still remember what it felt like. I never wanted to experience that again. I never wanted to be put through that again. Which is why I decided to join Immortality. The others could only imagine what she had been through, and it was hard to do so. How could one replicate the feelings of another in their final moments? All the desperate thoughts they had in their head. Wait, is that why Immortality was unable to do such a thing against me? Calva said, as if he had just come to a realization through her story. What do you mean? Anan asked. Well, you said it right. Everyone you cared about, the enemies that you killed, you had to experience all of it. At that point in time, when Immortality attacked, I had never killed anyone, and even my family, I have no memory of them either or of losing them. They were dead for as long as I can remember. And honestly, I don't think I've ever cared about anyone. That can't be true, Toonie interjected. You're the cruel champion who would beat up any Scully that looked at you the wrong way. Toonie quickly covered his mouth as he thought he was now going to be on the receiving end of that punishment. Those were all just rumors, Calva explained. I actually consider myself a nice guy. It was just that people kept coming to challenge me all the time, trying to prove they were the best. I would beat them and leave them be. At times I would beat them until they were unable to move. Maybe another creature took their life, but it wasn't me. And as I said before, I've lost no one I care about because I care about no one. The last part the Scullys had heard about. It made sense that the hunting games involving the Scullys had no effect convincing him to join Immortality, because he truly didn't care about their lives. If what you say is true, then what about Quinn? Pultra asked. Has he killed or lost a lot of people who he cared about? The room was dead silent to the point even the breathing of everyone could be heard. All of them were now imagining the horror Quinn had to be going through. How many people had he killed directly from the beginning, how many enemies did he have, and just how many people had he lost on his long journey coming here? Quinn had to be going through torture now, that was all they could think of. Peter tensed his fist and was ready to punch it against the cave wall until Edvard grabbed him and stopped him. Put that much power into a punch and you'll take down the whole mountain. They will spot us in a second, Edvard said. Right now, Quinn is going through torture. You haven't known him for as long as I have. You're telling me right now that he is going through everything since he had turned into a vampire and experiencing the pain of those he killed and lost. And I can't do anything about it to help him. If I stay next to him, Pultra said. My passive powers may help him get through what he is doing quicker, but it also means he will have to experience more pain quicker. It's up to you guys. What do you think is best? Making Quinn go through more pain so they could see him awake quicker? What type of torture question was this that they had to answer? Everyone was silent because they knew that only two people in the room could make the decision. The two that knew him best. Syl went over to Peter. Peter, remember, Quinn came here to defeat Immortality. You said it yourself, he's going to kick his arse, right? Syl said. Then we need him. He was prepared to give up everything to leave us behind, as well as the rest of his family to help all of us. If he had the choice, I know what he would pick in a heartbeat, and you know what he would choose as well. Both of Peter's hands were shaking with anger, until he had finally made a choice. I just can't believe. We came here to help him, and he's the one that needs to suffer more, because we still need him. Please, we need Quinn, Peter answered. With that, Pultra stepped by Quinn's side, and placed her hands above his head. Finally, the sun had set and the night sky was now shining out. It had been a long day, but a tense one at that for the group. There was the lingering thought in the back of their heads that they could be found out at any moment and Immortality would be out to get them. Edvard was even more worried than usual after the incident that had occurred with Chris, but he had kept silent about it to the others. There was no need to worry them further over the matter when it was done with. They would deal with it when the time came. No one could get any sleep anyway as they stayed held up in the cave. It's something they were used to, with most of them being beings of the night in the first place. They were waiting as Pultra stayed standing over Quinn. From the outside it looked as if she did nothing, She just had her hands placed on top of his head. They weren't glowing with a mystic type of power, but just gently laid there. It was one of those situations where they felt like they had to just trust the process with this one. So, is there a reason why you guys aren't going to get the next champion? Ikik asked, looking at Edvard. Out of all of the people that were present, he looked the most approachable. Everyone else was secluded deep in their own thoughts. I guess because you're, what did they call you again, a Scully you don't know? Edvard replied. The situation is difficult in other places. Just like how your type were put into those hunting games. Well, where the last champion is based, they have their own problems, right? Edvard looked over to Hickel. Since he was there firsthand, he felt like he might be better at explaining. To which, Hickel came over and sat down on one of the rock chairs that had been created by Syl. If there was one thing they were thankful for, it was that the cave seemed more like a place they could stay in for a while now. He's right. The last champion is protected by a demon king called Unzoku, Hickel said. The local inhabitants, they were sent into this large giant pit, a hole in the ground, and every night when the moon shone, they would send werewolves down to eat them. They would have to fight for their lives each night. And the werewolves would eat their bodies, making them stronger. Chris added, looking outside the small gap in the cave, with his body facing away from them. I thought we had it bad. Tuni said. We do have it bad. Anan interrupted. But we should have expected the situation to be bad everywhere else. If the night sky and moon is out now, it means that they are probably going through that right now. As for our own Scullies, we have no clue what is happening. Quinn had killed most of the demons on their planet, so perhaps they were safe for now, unless Immortality tried to do something. We're not here to help you guys or the people that live in this universe, Hickel said. He thought he had to make this clear distinction to them all. The safest thing to do is to wait until the sun rises so we don't get involved in that, and meet up with Shinto, the champion, in secret. In the end, we are saving Quinn and getting rid of Immortality. When that's done, it's up to you guys to sort out the rest of your problems. Speaking of, are we going to be sending out Russ with Syl? Edvard asked. Me? Russ pointed to himself. You actually want me to do something? That's a surprise. Well, you were the one that made that fake brother of his. Maybe you can explain yourself to him? Hickel said, raising an eyebrow, wondering if it was the best thing for them to do. Hey, Syl has the same power as me. I think we already established that. Russ complained. Yes, but he might have to go off and fight Immortality at any point in time. He can't be wasting strength. Hickel replied back. Calva and Pultra, who were overhearing the conversation going on so far, could hear everything, and it made them wonder, did Syl hold back in the fight against Pultra as well because of this fact? If that was the case, then this person was certainly capable of holding off Immortality. I suppose it would be best if we told you our experience we had when fighting with Immortality, Pultra added. We can inform you best about all the powers he had used and that you can prepare for, but keep in mind that I don't believe we were able to push him to his very limit. There will be powers that we don't know about. Syl walked over and created a seat for himself in front of Quinn as he looked at Pultra. It would be best to learn what we can from you. Pultra and Calva went on to describe what they could about their fight with Immortality. They even discussed ideas about how his powers worked since they weren't sure, but felt like it might be a way to counter him. Most were hanging on to every word that was spoken by Pultra, since mainly she had lasted a lot longer in her fight compared to Calva, it turned out. But there were those that weren't interested at all, and Chris was one of them. He started to break off from the listeners and walked back toward the exit. Edvard, who had been keeping an eye on everything so far, noticed, and started to walk towards the entrance. What are you thinking about? Edvard asked. That we don't have a lot of time. Chris answered. Tomorrow morning, Syl will get the last champion. After that, it's our job to defeat the Demon Kings and give their blood to Quinn. Correction, Edvard said. We only need to get their blood, not defeat them. There's a large difference, especially with all of us. Still, if we don't defeat them, then they'll all come at us at once, right? Chris replied. Besides, how can we get their blood without defeating them? If that's something we really need to do, then it means that tonight is the only night where I can get stronger before the big fight. There it was. He knew that Chris had to have been thinking about it this entire time. He couldn't stop looking at the outside. This was what Edvard was worried about, but the thing was, Chris was right. Edvard let out a big sigh at that moment. "I can't stop you," Edvard said. Chris turned and looked at Edvard, surprised by his words. "What, do you think I always know what's best just because I lived longer than you? Only fools think like that. What if we fight one of the demon kings and none of us are strong enough? We lose out just by an inch of our strength, and if you, having gained power, would have been able to beat them. There are multiple situations and multiple different outcomes. It makes us think all the time, should we do that if I had done this? And trust me, I have thought a lot of times, if I should have done something or not. Maybe right now it will be one of those times again. I'll think, what would have happened if I stopped him? But then again, I might think, what would have happened if I let him go? So that's why it's easier for me to just say, you make the decision, you decide. If you think it's the right thing to do, then go for it, but let me tell you this. If you're going to do it, then go all out, and you better come back fucking strong." Edvard smiled. Chris smiled back, and there was no answer, as he leapt off the cave, down below heading straight for the yak demons. While running through the forest, towards the area that Chris was in earlier in the day, he stared at the bright moon that glimmered slightly red due to the mist. The moon is a lot brighter here than next to Earth, or any of the other planets I have been on. The moon in the first place just reflects the light from the sun. Is it actually the power of the sun that's causing this effect, because I feel slightly energized? It wasn't the first time that Chris had felt this way, even before when he had entered the pit. When the night sky fell and the moon was seen, he felt great energy surrounding him, but he was also noticing something else as well. He was getting this urge, an urge to consume, and it had only grown since he had eaten the yaks. "I've been through a lot tougher things. I'm confident if it comes to it, I can control myself. I won't let this thing control my body." Slowing down his pace, Chris leapt up, and with a single jump he had reached the branch of a large tree. He grabbed onto the branch and swung himself until he was in a crouching position overlooking the working area from before. There was still the sound of banging, clashing and work going on, but it was quieter than before. Sniffing the air, Chris had made an evaluation. "It smells like there's less people here than there were during the day, but I need to try to find ones that are on their own. I doubt I will get lucky like before." At quick speed, when the opportunity struck, Chris leapt to the ground and ran on all fours, transforming his body not to his werewolf form, but to his wolf form instead. He was now behind one of the giant ship structures that were being worked on. In his wolf form, he was a lot faster than in his werewolf one. It mainly focused on speed, and he felt if he was seen, people would just think of him as another creature. While right next to the large object, Chris lifted up his paws and tried to scratch the outside. When he let go, there wasn't a single mark on the outside. "I even coated my claws in chi. Just what are these things made of?" Chris thought. If they're building something all day and night, it must be quite important. Hearing the sound of footsteps, it appeared as if someone was coming from the side. Hearing this, he quickly sprinted along the side of the ship and then hid around the other end taking a peek. There he could see it, a yak carrying over a rough-edged rock on his shoulder. It got toward the middle of the ship and bent its legs as if it was getting ready to jump. "Now!" Chris ran in his full wolf form, and the yak turned to look at him. The rock was still in his hands and the surprise attack was too fast for him. By the time the demon realized what was going on, Chris had already bit at his throat with his powerful jaws. Blood soaked around and into his mouth as he gripped down further, and the yak body fell to the floor. Along with it, the large rock fell on top of him, crushing part of his body. The demon was killed, but now Chris had a bit of a problem to deal with. "Damn it," Chris said, as he started to transform into his werewolf form. He then lifted the large rock off and placed it on the ground. "Hey, what's going on?" a voice shouted from behind. Around the corner there was another yak, with a rock over his shoulder as well. Crap, this was just meant to be an in and out operation. Was I not thinking clearly or something? I should have waited to see if there was anyone else. It was too late now as Chris continued to run across. The yak preparing to fight back had dropped the large boulder. Thinking fast, before the large boulder had fallen onto the floor, Chris threw a punch in the air. The third stage of chi was unleashed from his fist and hit the rock, pushing it right into the yak's body. The sharp edges pierced into the yak's body. It hurt as the yak was kneeling over, and by that time Chris was already there with a forceful punch on the rock from his side. He pushed it right through the demon's body. Alright, that's 2 down. I was gonna feast on quite a few of them anyway. As Edvard said, if I'm going to do this, then I need to get as strong as possible. A thud was heard from Chris's right side this time. It was the pathway that led to the multiple ships that were being built on the side, and he could see it, a frightened demon who had dropped the large rock he was transporting. This just isn't my lucky day, Chris thought as he was running after the yak who was running as fast as he could. The demon didn't scream, he didn't want to waste his breath as there was something right behind him. But of course Chris would catch up, and when he leapt up, he grabbed right onto his neck, ripping right through it with his claws, killing it on the spot. Alright, now it's time for cleanup. Not wasting time, Chris dragged the bodies away from the building site and placed them into the forest. He didn't feast on their bodies yet because he needed to get them out of the way before anyone else would find them. When all 3 bodies had been cleared up, he started to eat away at them. Having done the same thing earlier in the day, it was less of a problem this time. As he feasted on them, quite a few thoughts were running through his head. Their blood, it's all over that place. In the morning, when they notice that they're gone, will it cause a large problem, or will they think something like a beast has done it? After consuming the demons, the energy boost was felt in Chris once again. His muscles felt more alive, his body more responsive than before, which was a crazy feeling for him who already thought he was in tune with his body. It was an amazing feeling because it almost felt like there was no limit. Just like his stomach, as long as he kept eating, he would continue to grow stronger, but there was one large issue he realized he had. Every time I finished eating one demon, the strength I gained from the next was less than before. Does this mean that I have to eat even more to continue to grow? Although Chris thought this, he remembered back to the pit. The whole purpose of the pit was to create stronger beings, and in turn the werewolves would feast on them and grow in strength. Eventually eating demons would no longer allow him to grow, not unless they were stronger than they were before. Jumping back up to the tree that was located between the edge of the building site, Chris realized that a commotion had already arisen. The blood that had split across the path had been discovered, and a few of the other demons had been called up. There was a group of 6 of them talking and discussing about the blood. 6? Can I take on 6 of them, without them alerting everyone? Chris thought. At this rate, he might end up taking out all of the workers. If it would delay the Demon King and Immortality finding out about it though, he would. The sound of loud footsteps and vibration entered his ears though. The yak demons being large in size and literal giants made a lot of noise when they moved anyway, but this was different and this was heavier than the others. Out from the side, appearing in front of the others, was a giant that was around 1/3 larger compared to the others. It had a large belly in front of it, and a golden necklace around its neck that shined brightly. That is that one of the demon generals that they talked about. Didn't they say Quinn asked for their blood as well? Chris thought, but another thought had entered his mind as drool was slipping from his mouth and onto the floor. I have to eat that. I wonder how much that will make me grow. There was a part of Chris that thought perhaps he should turn back. He had eaten a few demons, and with them now on high alert, it could already cause the group serious problems. Right now, there was a chance because it was only a few of them, that they wouldn't think much of it. However, the moment he had seen the larger yak demon, Chris couldn't get it out of his mind just how much stronger he could get if he was to feast on that. They said that Quinn needed the general demon's blood to get stronger as well. Not just the Demon King's blood, right? Chris thought. Then this is something that I have to do. The group of around 7 yak demons along with the larger demon general were still standing around the place looking at the blood. But after he said some words, it looked like they had been asked to split up and look around. The demons were now walking around in pairs, but they weren't straying from the outside the facility. They weren't heading into the forest, not yet anyway. It didn't take them long to soon find the other areas that had blood spilt on the floor. They had called over the large yak to have a look. Follow the blood traces, but don't venture too far out, the general shouted. Drops of blood could be found spread out in certain places, because it had been spilt when Chris was moving the bodies. Two of the yaks had spotted it first and were inching closer and closer to the edge of the forest on their own. I've already committed to this much, so I just need to push it further. Dropping down from the branch above, and then creating a platform of chi in the air, Chris pushed himself off with a bang. He used the platform of chi instead of the branch so he wouldn't break anything or make any noise. With his claws stretched out and laced in chi, his hands hammered right through both of their heads, killing them on the spot. When he landed on the ground, he had created a chi platform just inches from the floor and used all the strength in his muscles to stop the two yak bodies from slamming into the ground. They were still stuck onto both of his arms, which had gone through their heads. All right, that went better this time. Chris hid the bodies behind the trees for now. There wasn't enough time to eat them, and he wanted to move to the next lot. Now that he had taken out the first pair, he had to take out the rest before another meeting would be called. Transforming into his wolf form, Chris ran across to the area where the large ships were. He had seen a couple head straight to the top and were on the deck of the ship. Running up the side of the ship, Chris managed to etch his claws just slightly into the hard material. It was hard to do as the surface was slippery like a marble, and even though he was climbing up the side, no marks were still left on the thing. When he eventually reached the top, he wasted no time as he continued to run, and leapt up, biting one of the two in the neck again, killing the first one he could see. Wait a moment. Where's the other one? Weren't they in pairs? Chris thought. He had attacked one on sight, trying to deal with things quickly. Thinking that the other one would be nearby, when he turned to the scent his nose followed, he could see the other demon looking straight at him, standing on the other side, right by the edge. Damn it! Chris ran across the flooring as fast as he could, and he hadn't even realized what he was going past. On the very top of the ship, it was filled with devices that looked like cannons, manned stations for fighting, and boxes of crystals were on the top of crystals that they hadn't seen before. For Chris, though, it was all a blur, as he saw the yak opening its mouth ready to yell. In a desperate attempt to stop him, his body started to transform from wolf back to werewolf. With a claw-like hand he swiped the air, and his attack had left his claws. It flew through the air, hitting the yak right in the neck. The life in his eyes started to disappear, and as his legs gave in, his whole body had tipped over the edge. Chris, finally having transformed back into his werewolf form, had reached the edge, and peeking down, he could see the yak's body splattered on the ground. On top of that, down the side there was the general yak along with the others. Having just seen the dead body, they looked up and had made eye contact with Chris. Well, now I have no choice. Chris grinned, baring his sharp teeth. He ran across the edge in his werewolf form, and when he was close enough, he leapt in the air, heading straight for the general demon. Chris' claw was reaching for the same spot on the neck, the one-hit kill placement, although this neck was fairly large. However, for the first time, the demon had thrown out a fist, hitting Chris mid-air. The two collided, and Chris stayed in the air for a bit. Haha, I don't know who you are, but you look like one of Anzoka's people, the general said. Has he finally gone mad, sending one of you to come take me on? He should know that it wouldn't be so easy. With a push of the fist, Chris was sent back in the air, and he flipped backwards before landing on the ground. This is what I needed, Chris said. I needed someone strong to face. You are going to be what allows me to get strong enough. The fourth stage of chi started to activate, the power flowing within him. His fur started to turn a shade of dark red, while it moved as if it was being blown in the wind. Chris ran forward at a fast speed, yet the general yak, even with its large size, could still keep up with him. He went to punch him at the right spot. That was until Chris had pounced off the air, having created a chi platform. He had moved from one side to the other across the general while swinging his claw across the yak's body, leaving a big red bloody mark across its chest. Not slowing down, Chris had made another platform in the air and pounced off that, creating a slash in another direction. Moving his eyes, the yak was trying to keep up with Chris, but he was moving too fast, and somehow he was able to move midway in the air. Large cuts were being made, parts of the general's flesh were being cut off again and again. None of the other demons could even approach because they had no clue what to do, and eventually the general yak was unrecognizable. There was almost no skin left on its body, and it was standing there in a pool of its own blood. It fell to its knees, slamming on the ground, before continuing to fall flat on its face. The General Yak had been defeated, and Chris was standing there on top of its body. The red fur was dying down. It was time to preserve his energy. But now around him nearly all of the yaks looked to have awaked, and were in the area. I guess I still have more work to do. Chris had been gone for a few hours now, and the sun was set to rise in only a couple more. Edvard was starting to get a little worried. That was until Chris had appeared in the entrance. He slowly walked in. His bare chest was covered in blood. It was dripping around his mouth and jaw. What happened? Hickel asked. Chris didn't say anything as he continued to walk over to Quinn. He then with his hands opened Quinn's mouth, and proceeded to open his. Blood dropped down and fell right into Quinn's. The sight was a gruesome one, even for the Scullies, who needed to look away for a brief moment. Sorry, I had nowhere to carry it, Chris answered. I had a bit of a run-in and met with one of the demon generals, but don't worry. We are safe for a little while longer. I left no witnesses. After entering the cave and performing those strange actions, Chris had simply walked to one side of the cave wall and sat there, while everyone else stared at him. Hey, what the heck did you do? Why did you give Quinn blood? Peter was the first to speak up. And why are you acting so, I don't know, freakier than usual? Chris didn't reply right away. He was staring at the ground as if deep in thought, but he eventually processed what Peter had asked. Before he could answer, Hickel wanted answers too. You're going to have to explain in a lot more detail than you just did, Hickel said. I know you and Edvard are working together, but right now your actions affect us all, so we need to know what's going on. Calm down, everyone, Edvard said. You're not even giving him a chance to speak. Besides, if they had found out already, don't you think the Demon King or Immortality would be on our tail? If that happened, Syl would be the first to notice, right? Syl nodded, and so far there had been no signs of anything. Not even a single one of his clones that had escaped had been dealt with yet, and he couldn't imagine Immortality just letting things be, especially facing a significant unknown threat. I'll explain myself, Chris said. First, Peter, you don't have to worry. That blood is from one of the demon generals. Quinn was the one who requested it. Remember, he's a vampire. Drinking blood is like drinking water for him, and that blood is probably supercharged. I didn't expect to run into the demon general. That wasn't my original plan. But when I did, I had no choice but to take him out so he couldn't inform anyone, and I still thought of Quinn. This was an important point to note, and Edvard was happy to hear it. Although Chris seemed somewhat obsessed with gaining strength at the moment, he had a reason to be. Everyone would be lying if they said they weren't a bit frightened by the situation they were in. Still, thinking about Quinn in this tense situation meant he wasn't completely obsessed. I already told you all, I get stronger the more I eat. I don't want to consume anyone from our world. The demons will help us grow and give us a chance to fight back. I was just caught, but like I said, I got rid of all witnesses. What do you mean by all? Russ asked. All of those that were at the building area, Chris answered. That wasn't really an answer the others could comprehend because they had no clue, other than Edvard who was with him at the time. But there was one who knew, and that was Pultra. Her eyes widened hearing the news, her heart beating a little faster. He managed to kill a general and all of the yak at the building site, all on his own? He doesn't even look injured, Pultra thought. The person below me is strong, the blonde one from before is incredibly strong as well, but it seems like the others in this group aren't lacking either. It might be the same for the rest of them. At first, I thought it might be better just to try. A life staying in one place or a chance to take it all back. An incredibly low chance, but at least I could have said I tried. The memories of what happened to me that day still linger. Even with Calva's words, I found it hard to be convinced. Yet I came on a small hope, and now I think this might be possible, that we might have a chance. Pultra looked down at Quinn below. He was the biggest variable because she only had the others' words to go on. But if all these strong people were supporting him and believed he was their hope, there might be some truth to it after all. So everyone thought I was going to be the one that sabotaged this trip. Yet it was the freaking mutt. Russ laughed. And look now, Not a single one of you is saying anything to him. Yes, because for now we are okay, Hickel replied. Yeah. But you know that if it was me who went out there and did the same thing, you would have said I was selfish, and you would have given me crap for days on end until my ears bled. The group resumed their usual bickering, and the Scullys, along with Clava, just watched. It was amazing how these people worked together without clashing. Sure, they clashed with words, but they never got physical. It's fine, Pultra said. The building group works separately from the main establishment, though they are meant to deliver a report once in a while. So eventually we will get found out, but we just have to do what we need to do before then. A calming voice came from Pultra that, for some reason, somewhat stopped the arguing. Now the group was just resting. Churs had left the cave once more, which nearly stirred up another argument. But he said that it was to wash the blood off from him. He would find a lake or stream of water nearby. In the end, Edvard went with him and they came back fairly quickly. After a couple of hours, the sun began to rise. Quinn's still not up, Sil said as he walked over to Calva and Russ. Everyone, you know what we have to do. There's a good chance we'll have to do this without him. We need to get the blood. Sil was standing next to Russ and Calva, who agreed to come and attempt to convince Shinto, the last of the champions. A word for you before you go, Pultra said. Shinto will be the most difficult to convince. Even though Calva and I have teamed up, I don't know the full story of what happened to him because I was the first. Calva was the second, but remember, Shinto was the third champion to fall, and he accepted Immortality's deal rather than refusing it. There has to be a reason for that. I believe he is genuinely fearful, and from my experience, that is hard to break. Hey, if he doesn't want to join us, then it's simple, right? Russ shrugged. Those who don't join us but know about us are too high risk, so we have no choice but to kill him. Those were the final words the three said before disappearing. They were no longer in the cave. The three Scullys looked at each other nervously. They had somewhat been thrown into the situation, and a lot was going on for them. Is that guy always like that? Anon asked. Yeah, pretty much, Edvard answered. But there's a reason we keep him with us. Because he's strong. I'm sure they'll bring back the last champion. The group had teleported out, and it didn't take long for Sil to reach the location they were aiming for. To their surprise, they had ended right back where they were the last time, in the dark cellar. The familiar smell had hit them straight away. It was a pungent damp smell, mixed in with a slight hint of iron. That was the blood from the wounds of the Chrono, the local inhabitants last time. Where are we? Calva asked. He turned his head but he could see no one, no sign of anyone. Ah, now I know what happened. Russ snapped his fingers. Don't you remember? We caved in this place last time. Over there was where that pit was. As they focused with their eyes, allowing them to adjust to the light, or using their abilities to help them see in the dark, they could see what Russ was talking about. He was the only one that had visited this place and had the full story of what happened last time. So, where would this champion be? Sil asked. I don't really know, Calva said. I only knew Shinto before I was tied up, and it has been a very long time since then. I didn't even know fully about the pit that had been made, which meant they would have to trust Russ. It's a bit strange, there was the Chrono that were here with us last time. Some of them should have survived, and even if they died, I'm guessing they would have replaced them all with new participants. Can't you check and see if they're around here somewhere? Aren't you able to go into my mind and see how that ability works and use it yourself? Sil wanted to say, but he wasn't the type to talk back like that, like Peter, and besides, if Russ didn't want to do something, he wouldn't. Searching for signs of life, it didn't take long for Sil to find multiple that he was looking for. The image he could see was similar to a 3D scan. He was able to see the layout of the entire area and he could see the pit they were in before. Another cellar had been built identical to this one, but was now located on the other side, and in there he could count that there were at least 100 lives on the other side. Wasting next to no time, Sil teleported the group there. Immediately they were in a large cellar space, and just like before, there were Chrono spread out all around, only there were a lot more than before. Some had jumped back and were startled by the sudden appearance of the group. They continued to take steps back, avoiding them as if they contained a deadly plague. How did they get in here? Are they here to take us away? Is it starting now? I've never seen demons like them before. Wait, isn't one of them a Scully? They look a bit bigger than usual, but they have the same features. Still, how did they get in here? There was nervous chatter among them all and news was spreading, but none of them took a step forward. Ignoring the words of the chrono since the layout was the same, Syl looked at the very back and he could see it. There it is. He pointed. That's where the champion will be. As soon as he finished his sentence though, just as the other two turned to look, they could see someone walking down the staircase. Similar to how all the chrono had stepped away from them when they arrived, they started to move away from the staircase, huddling up close to each other as their backs rubbed against the wall. It was a chrono just like the rest of them, only this one had a larger upper body frame like that of a V, and single-handed axes on their back. Shinto, Calva said, recognizing him instantly. When reaching the bottom floor, Shinto stopped and looked ahead. He couldn't believe his eyes as he blinked several times. Is this all a trick again? He said, grabbing the side of his head. Or have I just gone mad? Damn it. Shinto immediately pulled one of the axes from his back and started to walk forward. Everyone, get away! Shinto shouted. They had already moved up against the wall but were trying to do their best to huddle in closer. Wait, Calva said, standing in front of the others. It's really me. I managed to escape from Immortality and the demons. We have come here to ask you about joining us. Standing around 15 meters away from them, Shinto stopped again. Calva, you escaped. Was it these strangers? Were they the ones that broke you free? You know what will happen. They will kill you if they find you, no worse, they will torture the rest of the Scullys right in front of your eyes. How could you trust strangers like these? Don't you think I know that? Calva said back. It's because I believe we can do it. These strangers, each one of them is strong enough to go up against the Demon Kings, and there is one that has the power to take on Immortality. But there are few of them, they can't win this battle alone, we need to help them. Calva clenched his fist, showing his determination. Help them? Shinto laughed. You are going to be the death of us all by doing this. You're lucky that I don't kill you and report you now for appearing in front of me. Calva didn't know what to say. As Pultra had expected, it would be harder to just simply convince Shinto. How are you helping the chrono? Russ spoke up. Shinto raised an eyebrow and looked at the stranger. Who were they to speak to them? And about their own race, they were a stranger in all of this and had no right to say anything. Help the chrono. All I have been doing is helping the chrono. Because I joined Immortality, the chrono get to live. All of these guys get to live. Shinto shouted. You call this living? Russ said. Look at their faces. They are all afraid, wondering if they will even be able to survive the next sunrise. How can you take the high ground and say that you are the one saving them? When the truth is you're the one that is just watching them all die. Day after day, you watch them all die. Do you think this is living? If they are going to fight in the pit for their life anyway, then you might as well actually fight for them instead. Take their place and fight against Immortality, Russ said. The words from Russ seemed to be more effective than Calva, as Shinto had stopped talking, but he soon went back to his ways. No, a fight would just kill us all. At least the chrono, the others get to live on, the ones that aren't here, Shinto shouted. Frustrated by the whole situation, Russ had decided to try another method. As used his powers, he had summoned Shinto right in front of him. Will you continue to let people like him die? People like your brother? Calva was speechless as he had no clue what was going on. A chrono had appeared out of nowhere, and it wasn't just any chrono. It was one that was relatively infamous. It was Shinto, a chrono who had managed to achieve the power of the Black Flames. You! Shinto lifted up his axe and power was drawing from it. It was you. You were the one that tricked me. To Calva it seemed like the worst outcome had come out of this meeting, and now he had no clue how to handle the situation. His head had turned to Syl for him to do something. Russ, are you dealing with this one? Syl asked. Yeah. Don't worry. No need to get your hands dirty, Russ said with a smile. The axe was swung and the large formation of energy was unleashed. It sliced through the bottom flooring and the ceiling coming right at them. Seeing this, Russ soon activated another power of his, and Shadow had risen from the ground, stopping the attack right in its tracks. From the side, Hinto with his sword went straight for an attack using the black flames that Shinto had blocked by drawing his axe just in time. Calva was getting shock after shock. Weren't these two brothers? Or was this some type of illusion that had been summoned by the annoying man? There was one thing that was clear: his actions certainly backed up the way he acted, if this was just a glimpse of his strength. The sword clashes continued as Hinto and Shinto were in battle. From the way things were going, it looked like Hinto had the upper hand. Not for a moment had the champion taken a swing back and was just blocking the entire time. I know you're not my brother. My brother is dead. Because of people like you. Swinging his axe. When it hit Hinto's sword, it exploded with the black flames in one go, spreading out to either side like two giant wings. It had nearly reached the other chrono that had been watching by the side. The axe had broken through the sword and sliced right through Hinto. The body fell to the floor, split in half, and lingered there for a moment before it eventually disappeared. It was hard. Even though Shinto knew it wasn't his real brother, it was hard for him to strike it down like that. His eyes were closed for a moment, but soon realized that there was still a bigger threat. Looking up ahead, though, he was frozen in place at what he could see. What are you doing? They are not involved in this. This is your doing, isn't it? Looking at the sight, even Calva was angered. What are you doing? Calva asked. In the room, Russ had summoned a number of werewolves, and not just any werewolves but the glutton-type werewolf that they had seen in the pit. They were lined up by the side, drooling and within arm's reach of the chrono. What am I doing? Russ asked. I am trying to show you exactly what it is that you are doing. You say you are saving these people, but you are forcing them into that pit to fight against these creatures, you know it. So what's the difference if they die now or they die in a couple of days? You saying you are not willing to fight is putting all of these lives, and the next lot at risk. Your brother died and it's our fault. Are you going to blame the death of all of these on me as well? Because that's what you're saying. If that's the case, then I might as well be the reason they die. You're such an idiot that you don't even realize that your own reasoning makes no sense. We didn't kill your brother. The enemy is as clear as day. The werewolves, the Demon King, and Immortality that invaded this world. Your brother died in his own way because he was fighting back. He was at least doing something, but right now you are also an enemy. Right now, the only people that are stopping these people from leaving, from escaping, is you. I'm protecting them, Shinto shouted. Even now you still can't see it. Then why don't you step aside? Why don't you let them choose to head into the pit or have a chance at escaping? I think you know the truth. There's a reason you have to guard those stairs. Even with you, their people try to escape, yet you slaughter them down. Those people that had decided to fight against you are far braver than you. Sil was looking at Russ and was wondering why he was trying so hard to convince Shinto. Sure, it would be good for them to have him on their side, but Russ, who hardly cared about anything and made no effort at all, was making quite a bit of effort right now. The truth was, the whole situation was frustrating and angering Russ, because a lot of the feelings that Shinto was going through now was how he had felt. How those in the chained had felt toward their suppressor. There had always been this big, overwhelming fear with Hilston, and for them it was the same with Immortality. Shinto gripped onto the handle of his axe. The energy started to gather again. He then swung it, but it was half-hearted. The energy was nowhere near the size that it was before, nor was it at the same speed. Pulling out the black sword from its sheath, Russ made a slash against it, causing the entire strike to disappear in an instant, and with it, the werewolves that were around started to fade until they became nothing. He stopped the attack completely, and not in the same way as before. These beings that have come to us, they all too certainly have special powers, Calva thought, and he then looked to Shinto, who had fallen to his knees. And it seems like the one that I thought would cause us the most trouble has managed to get through. It was time for Calva to make his move, as he walked over and stood there next to Shinto. I would be lying if I said I wasn't afraid, Calva said. But the outsider is right. It appears they can see things far clearer than us. The people, they don't want a life like this. At the moment, everyone is just running away, living in fear for the next day. Me, I've been trapped for years, away from it all. But you have been directly in it. Seeing it this whole time, it must have been hard for you. Calva reached out his hand. Shinto then looked up, his eyes watering. If I fight back now, then what about all the people I killed with my own hands? Shinto said. The people that were just trying to escape, that were just trying to get away. Then fight for them now, Russ said. And when you do, fight with the intention of winning. The dead are dead, and that wasn't the right time. You were right, if you had acted back then you would have been dead. But with us, and especially me, we can get rid of them. So you do plan to actually fight? Sil said with a smile. Wiping away his few tears, Shinto took Calva's hand and stood up. He then looked at the rest of the chrono that were in the room. Everyone, you don't have to say anything. One of the chronos shouted out. Fight, please fight for us. Please get rid of Immortality and all of the demons. Yes, just go already and fight back. Do it before the next sunset. Not saying anything else, Sil went and huddled up next to the rest of the group. Our plan must stay a secret for it to work. Your and our lives depend on it. Sil said, teleporting all of them away. Now, all three of the champions had been gathered, and it was time for them to make their move. All three had teleported right into the center of the cave again, appearing in the air just a few centimeters above before landing on the ground, and almost immediately Sil went to sit down by the wall to rest. He was trying his best to rest as much as possible in between these sessions of gathering people, and he had an idea of what was to come, having been through it all once before. Shinto stood up looking around the cave, and the first one to catch his attention out of them all was Pultra, who was standing above a person with her hands laid on top of his head. Pultra is here as well, Shinto said. Calva, why didn't you say anything about getting her to agree? You didn't exactly give me the time to say anything. You were pretty obsessed with getting rid of us from the get-go, Calva answered. A little embarrassed by that, Shinto cleared his throat. The situation was already far better than he had imagined since she was here as well. I'm happy that they managed to convince you. With you by our side, our chances continue to increase, Pultra said. Shinto didn't reply straight away to that, because he felt there was still a little convincing to go. He needed to observe just who the rest of these helpers were. Looking around the room, they all gave a little friendly nod, but no one said anything to Shinto. I recognize some of you were in the pit, Shinto said, looking toward Hickel and Chris. Although he was focused on his own fight mainly with Hickel, that fact that the one called Chris was still alive after going against Unzoku was proof of his strength. Yes, Hickel said. We know your strength well, and I imagine you should know ours by now. Everyone here has equal or greater power than each other. The important thing is that none of us will slow each other down, and we can all help each other in achieving our goal. The three Scullys, hearing those words, looked at each other and decided to take a step back away from the group, because they knew that didn't include them. I see. But all of you aren't from here, are you? Shinto asked. Are you from a different space? How did you get in here? Was it the Celestials that sent you? Shinto remembered the conversation that he had with Unzoku about how the Celestials had taken his brother and eventually met his end. He had claimed these people were the same. The Celestials didn't send us, Hickel answered. We came following after him. Hickel pointed to Quinn on the table. He went through a portal from our world to reach yours, all with the goal of taking out Immortality, and we couldn't leave him alone. There were a lot of questions on Shinto's mind, a lot of them about his brother. Since one of them could summon him, had they met him before? Did they know about his brother? Was he really dead? Instead, though, he decided that at this point in time, it wasn't the time to be selfish. People were relying on him, and he needed to focus on what was ahead. Then let me ask you another question. Is there a way for you to get back? Shinto asked. The one question that never got brought up between the group, because right now they had no way back. The only thing they had was the bone claw, but he had used up energy from all the familiars in his world, all the energy he had been saving up for a long time. It was almost impossible to rely on him. There's a reason I'm asking, Shurinta said. At the moment you guys have a hit list out for you. It appears that Unzoku and the other demon kings know of your presence, but Unzoku was told something in particular. He told me because he thought there was no way I would betray him. Shinto might have been a bigger goldmine than they thought. He was a person that was on the inside information for them, since he had been working with the group. They're looking for you guys, for a way to get out. If you manage to get in somehow, they thought you would know the answer to getting out. As for the others, I don't know if they know about them yet. And there's more. Shinto went on to describe what the current situation with the pit was. Although he had been put on guard and they had created a new holding area for the participants. When night had come, none of the werewolves were sent down. Shinto didn't know much apart from that. It seemed like Unzoku was preparing for something, putting the two and two together along with everything they had heard, as well as what the yaks were doing. They were ready for a full-out war. If we had never closed that portal, and they had managed to get through, what would the state of our world have been like? Edvard said, thinking back. We stopped them already, so we can stop them again. Hickel added. What I'm more concerned about is the fact that they know about us, and not only is Immortality out there searching for us, but so are the other demon kings. How are we meant to get their blood? Is our only option really to just fight them, try to kill them as quickly as possible? The situation had become more serious, and suddenly now that everyone had gathered, they had to think about taking on the demon kings. The idea of defeating someone like Unzoku instantly felt like a dream. Quinn is still not awake. I was hoping if we had him he would be able to help, but it looks like we have no choice. Sil said. I have a plan. I didn't want to use up my MC cells just in case I needed to fight, but as long as you guys can create a big enough distraction for me, then I can touch them. Everyone fell silent for a moment. So what if he could touch them? What did Sil even mean by that? Sil, I think you need to explain a little more, Edvard nervously said. Oh sorry, if I can touch them, then I can change their memories. I'm not sure how effective it will be, considering most of them are just creatures who like to kill and hunt for fun. I have no doubt if they felt their boss or leader was weaker for them for a moment they would try to kill him, but that's all we need. If I can change their memories to forget about Immortality, to forget about the others, it will give us enough of a chance to take their blood and get out of there. It was a resort that Sil really didn't want to rely on. It was a God Slayer level ability, so it used up a bit of his MC points and getting close was dangerous. Then I guess that's it then, Chris said, turning around. We go to face the Demon King. Will it be the King of the Yaks first? If he clears his memory then we won't have to worry about them finding out about the ones I got rid of. Everyone nodded in agreement that it was the best choice. Sil wanted to wait a little to recover more of his MC cells before going to battle, when his eyes suddenly widened, and a sweat broke down the side of his face. What's wrong? Hickel asked. Your heartbeat. It started to beat faster. Sil turned to look at Pultra and Quinn. You might have to stay with Quinn, because we need him to be awake as soon as possible, Sil said. At that moment, everyone's heart sank deep into their stomach. A dreaded feeling came over them all. Immortality, he's onto us, he killed the first clone. After running around in a dense fog for who knew how long, nothing had changed for Quinn. Since he was unable to use his powers as well, he was almost sure he was in some type of dream or the afterlife. That was until he heard a voice. Who said that? Quinn shouted back. It was a voice that was familiar to him, but he couldn't quite pinpoint just who it was. I've been waiting for you for a long time. In fact, it's not just me. There are a lot of people waiting for you, but not all of them seem to be so kind. Trying to track where the voice was coming from was almost impossible, even with Quinn's super hearing. It was echoing all over the place, but what was bugging him more than anything was the fact that the voice felt familiar to him. The fog started to swirl around, gathering in a certain area, and a human figure was starting to appear. Finally, his full body was in view. That was a lot harder than I thought it would be. It's you? Quinn said with a twang in his voice, confused. But aren't you dead? Does that mean I'm really dead? If that's the case, then what about Layla? What about the others? What happened to them? Are they okay? There was no answer, infuriating Quinn and causing him to panic even more. Answer me, Paul, Quinn shouted. The figure that had appeared in front of Quinn was none other than Paul Sneelart. He was a person from Quinn's past but had played a large part in his life. in charge of one of the military bases where the students would go through, and one of those students being Quinn. He had been then placed in charge of an assault on the vampire settlement. It ended in failure as he was captured. Striking a deal, he had been turned into a vampire along with the soldiers he had brought with him. Looking back at it, the soldiers were what had eventually become the vampire core, but as for Paul himself, he had met his end, trying to protect Kaz from Laxmus. "I don't know the current situation, Quinn," Paul eventually answered. "For me, it has been the same since that day, the day I suffered from Laxmus's blood breath. It has felt as if only a few moments have passed since then. There is one thing that I can tell you for sure, you are not dead. I can feel it. Your body is not present here." The answer hadn't helped Quinn figure out where he was, but it did allow him to settle down a little. "Is this something that Immortality has done, making me meet with the dead?" Quinn thought, since he was a celestial that was closely linked with death. "I wanted to ask you, Quinn, did you figure out what it means to be a leader?" Paul asked. "In the past, you had criticized many of the decisions I had made. I had explained to you why I did what I did. I assume you've been through a lot since my passing. The world that Quinn grew up in wasn't a great one at all. Those that had naturally weaker abilities were treated like trash, while those that were strong were glorified. The military seemed to care about nothing else at the time. They would threaten with Jack Truedream's power and even held people captive that they deemed were too dangerous. I've lost a lot, in the position I'm in," Quinn answered. "I had to make difficult choices that resulted in the death of others. A lot of deaths I feel like could have been prevented, but maybe more would have taken place if I didn't do those things. I learned that when you're in that position, you do what you think is right at the time, and as long as you are sticking to that, can we really say it was a bad decision? I understand why you did what you did back then. I might not approve of it, but I can see you did it with good intentions." If Quinn's eyes weren't tricking him, he could have sworn he saw a smile on Paul's face. "I don't regret what I have done either," Paul said, "including sacrificing my life for that girl." If Paul's current memories were of right when he died, then he would have had no clue that Kaz had died shortly after. Quinn decided to keep this to himself. "You still have a promise to keep, young boy," Paul said. The promise Quinn had made with not just Paul but the vampire soldiers that no longer existed. He remembered it well. It was something that he never forgot. "I'm working on it, it might be the reason why I'm here," Quinn laughed. Paul started to walk over to Quinn, and the two of them stood facing each other. "I don't know why, Quinn, but I know what it is that I need to do next and what is going to happen to you. Maybe it's because I'm the first in this world. For me to leave this place, I'm going to touch you, and when I do, all of the pain that I experienced from my last moments will be passed on to you. Are you ready?" It was quite possible that Quinn was being tricked right now, but it felt like the real Paul was in front of him, and there was nothing else in the space. If this was the way to move forward, then he needed to make a decision. Giving a nod, Paul placed his hands on Quinn's shoulder. Almost immediately, Quinn felt a searing pain all over his skin. It felt like he was being microwaved from the outside and inside. "Arg!" Quinn screamed at the top of his lungs as his body was shaking violently. It wasn't just pain on the level where it would enter Quinn. This was exactly Paul's pain. It was the level of pain he felt when he was being incinerated by Immortality's power. However, for Quinn, that wasn't the worst part. Tears were falling down his face and evaporating. Flashes of anger were entering his mind, sorrow, and more. A mix and wave of different emotions were being bombarded into his head. This is everything that Paul felt at the end of his life. I wish I could have saved him. Eventually, the pain had come to an end, and when it did, he opened his eyes, and Paul's body was disappearing into mist to join the fog again. "Quinn, it looks like there are a lot of people waiting on you, but I give you a warning. I lived a life without regret. I've seen how much you have grown, but there seem to be many that have grudges against you. It won't be as easy as this." With Paul gone, the mist started to form into another figure once more, bringing on the question, who was he going to meet next? The mist was starting to form into another appearance, and Quinn was now a little worried about who he was going to see next. He still didn't understand how it all worked. Why was Paul the first person he saw out of everyone? Was it because he still bore somewhat of a grudge and was able to get the answers he was looking for? For Quinn it almost felt like he was talking to the ghosts of his past, and satisfying them was allowing them to move on. If this was the case, he didn't know everyone's true feelings that had passed. If they cursed him in their final moments. Worst of all, would he have to get rid of them the same way, going through what they had been through? Eventually the smoke formed a small figure. This time with short black hair, female in her body shape, she looked young as well, almost a teenager. "Quinn," the voice softly said as the mist was still figuring out some final facial features. "Quinn," the voice shouted again. The girl was grabbing both sides of her head as she started to sob. "What did you do to me? What did you do to me?" Opening her mouth, a loud scream escaped, vibrating through the air. It was a powerful wave that had hit Quinn and lifted him off his feet. His insides were shaking like a metal pole that had just been whacked, and when the scream ended, he could finally get up. "You? Because of you? I'm not like this. CIA," Quinn said in a soft voice. He had lost the words of what to say to this one, as he remembered who she was. When at the military academy, she was one of Layla's roommates. The two had somewhat become friends, but it was later found out that she was working for Pure as a spy. With Layla's wish of not getting rid of her, Quinn had done something considered a taboo, even among that of the vampires. He had erased her memories. With no memories, CIA felt like she was broken. She didn't remember her name, who her family was or anything. Yet she had been alive for so many years. It was a frightening thought that had eaten at her for so long. Eventually, Quinn had turned her using the blood ritual, and she had become known as what was a banshee. I'm surprised she still has some of her powers, and that attack on its own really hurt, Quinn thought. In the current space, Quinn felt like he was just a husk of himself. Fighting would almost be impossible. "You were the one who got rid of my memories," CIA shouted. "Do you know how scared I was? And I thought you were all my friends, yet you were the one who had done that to me. It was you." CIA opened her mouth again and screamed, letting out the large sonar attack. Quinn, still being able to at least move, rolled out of the way, avoiding it. He was starting to remember a bit more of what happened now as well. Cindy Cha, one of the vampire leaders and eventually the vampire queen, had used her powers to reverse the procedure that had been done on her, giving her back her memories. But Cindy Cha was not a good vampire, and she had been using her as a pawn. "You took everything from me," CIA shouted again. Quinn continued to run around practically in circles as he avoided the attack. "CIA, we had no choice," Quinn shouted. "You know what would have happened to Layla, and the rest of us. You should have seen that yourself. Didn't you learn to truly care about Layla?" CIA's eyebrows furrowed more as she started to open her mouth in short bursts instead of a single long one, shooting multiple shots at Quinn. He jumped from side to side, avoiding them all. "I might not have my full powers, but I still have all the experience I've had from each of my fights this whole time," Quinn thought as he got closer and closer. Eventually he had managed to reach CIA, and he knelt down, sweeping his leg, kicking her to the ground. Her body fell over, hitting the ground, but in the instant the two had made a physical connection. Quinn felt a searing pain in his head, and a deep cut on his chest. "RDH shit. So if I touch them and fight back, I'll feel their last moments." CIA, Quinn shouted, touching his head. His eyes were welling up in the last moments. You did a good job. You protected Layla. She's still alive. She's doing well, and we have a kid together." Laying there on the ground, her eyes started to well up and CIA started to sniffle away. I'm so happy for the two of you. It's just that I wish I could have been there. I wish I could have been by your side to experience it all." With her face covered in tears, CIA lifted her hand up, covering her eyes as she continued to cry away. Hearing her say those words was a great stake in Quinn's heart. Could he have done better? Was doing what they had done to CIA the only way at the time? She had lost everything. "Immortality, what you are making me go through is heartbreaking," Quinn said, as he walked over and looked at CIA again. "I'm sorry, CIA. I'm really sorry, but I need your help again. I need to get through this, so I can save not just Layla, but everybody as well. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to save you, Quinn said. As if she understood what was about to happen, CIA wiped her tears away, and then with her hand she held it out for Quinn to hold on to. Taking her hand, immediately the sensation, the strong emotions were going right through Quinn. He closed his eyes, then he opened them, all to try to lessen the feeling of death, the things going through his mind, but nothing worked. I'm guilty, Quinn thought as he went through her feelings. I'm the one that is guilty of all of this. Eventually it subsided, and just like with Paul, CIA's body started to disappear into the mist as well. That's only been 2 people, and it's already been that tough. How many more do I have to go through? And how much tougher can this get for me? Bringing up all of these things, it's what made me who I am today. But all the doubts that I had about my decisions, they are surfacing. The mist was forming, and no matter who came on the other side, whether it was an old friend or enemy, Quinn wasn't looking forward to it. The mist had finished forming, and a bald-headed, upstanding figure stood there. How did it come to this, where I am the one standing on this side, and you are the one standing on that side? Bryce said. Bryce Kane, leader of the first vampire family and the 6th vampire king. The past 2 people that had arrived, Quinn felt indifferent about seeing them. They were those that had helped him during his goal, and perhaps in the end they had even become friends of his. Although he didn't have as strong of a connection with them compared to others, he didn't have a distaste in his mouth when seeing them. However, right now there was one person he didn't want to see, Bryce Kane. Bryce had been a large pain and hindrance for Quinn during his time as a vampire, almost having it out for him every step of the way. In the end, the 2 had teamed up, but rather than as friends, it was just because the 2 were moving toward the same goal. But even then he was obsessed with hatred. It should be me that's still alive, Bryce said. I should be the one to protect the vampires and rid them of their troubles. The vampire settlement, no, the vampires, have always been at each other's throats because of thoughts like yours. Quinn replied, not in the mood to go softly on him. Only now, after countless numbers of years, is the settlement starting to look like a place where they don't have to worry about their role in society. Hearing these words, it looked like Bryce was almost shaking with anger. What have you done, Quinn? Bryce asked. Are the vampires now living amongst humans, side by side as equals? We are living next to our food. That's the same as humans living side by side with chickens. I knew everything would fall apart without me, and it looks like I was right. It was going to be impossible to get rid of so many years of bias that had been ingrained in Bryce's head. So Quinn decided to take another approach. He would just walk over, touch his body, and get it over with. What do you think you're doing? Bryce said, as a cane formed in his hand. He pulled out the bottom part of the cane, revealing a thin red-colored sword. Quinn, I hate you, not just you, but you and your entire 10th family. You were all just a puppet, working for that man behind the scenes. I told everyone that my grandfather was framed. I worked to get rid of the Punishers, to change our ways so something like what happened to my grandfather would never happen again. And then you came back? You changed the way the vampires were thinking after it had taken them so long to see my way. I left the world without accomplishing everything I wished to do. The fact that you are here in front of me is unacceptable. Bryce dashed forward and swung his sword. Quinn was able to track it with his eye, moving out of the way, but the tip of the blade made a small cut across his chest. Jumping back, he looked down to see if he was bleeding. There was no blood, but a large stinging pain that was throbbing. His sword, it still hurt me, and not in the same way as before. I didn't experience any memories or a burning sensation or anything like that. Does that mean it's only if I touch his real body? Not letting up, Bryce charged forward again and started to swing his sword. Seeing the small twitches in his shoulder muscles, the movements he would make, Quinn could predict where he was going to move and avoided the large bulk of the attacks. Still, the tip of the sword would cut through his skin from time to time, leaving no wounds but allowing him to feel pain. It looks like you must have gotten somewhat better, Bryce said, continuing to swing his sword at a great speed, not stopping for a moment. I can tell though, you can't use your powers for some reason and you can still feel pain. You won't die, Quinn, you don't have to worry. But I will make you experience as much pain as possible. As the attacks continued, Quinn eventually saw an opening. He took a slash across his arm, taking the pain, and delivered a punch right to Bryce's stomach. He slid across the room and the same thing had happened again. Searing pain over his body, and his head filled with the emotions he experienced in the last moments. This time it was different compared to the others. Bryce's emotions, they are so dark, they're heavy. Even in his last moments, he was obsessed with it till the very end. Although Bryce had been hit, he was far from being done. His shoulders started to shake up and down as his head looked to the ground. Lifting it up, Quinn could see he was laughing. Ha ha ha. You have no clue what is happening right now, do you? Bryce asked. Do you think it will end just with me? Because it won't. Because here you will have to meet and go through every single person who died that's still in your mind in some way. Not only that, but there will be more. Looking to his right, the mist was starting to form another figure. It was the first time it happened. Quinn thought that he could only go through one person at a time, so why was a second one approaching? When the mist finally ended, Quinn quickly got into a fighting stance. This isn't good news, especially with the way I am right now. Why is Cindy Cha here? Cindy Cha was a vampire that Bryce and Quinn had worked together to best. And now they were standing side by side looking at him, looking to face and hurt him. Yet, he didn't even have time to worry about Cindy, because the mist was moving all over the place. No matter where Quinn looked in a 360-degree view, the mist was forming other figures around him. Every single living creature that died directly by your hand will also be here, Quinn, Bryce stated. The humans, the Dalki, the vampires. Bryce was right, those that he had killed in the military bases were forming. Vampires that he had to get rid of on his journey. The spiked Dalki. Everyone was appearing in the room. How many lives had Quinn taken? It was far more than he could count. And the truth was, he couldn't even recognize a lot of them. Their lives were nothing when he had taken them. While there were others he did recognize, others that deserved their death, and seeing them again had reminded him of why he had done those things. While your skills are suppressed in this world, you will have to deal with the direct pain inflicted onto you, Cindy said, while also going through what we went through, experiencing death over and over. Quinn, you will be lucky if you are the same person after getting out of this place. Get ready to experience hell. There were more people than Quinn could even see now in the strange space. Even if he was able to use the full extent of his powers with past enemies, even Graham here, there was a good chance he couldn't beat them. What he was about to experience was the worst in all of his life. However, he was unaware of why this was happening. In this special space that Immortality placed people in, they were meant to deal with the situation one at a time. It was how it was meant to work. A process that would take Quinn days to get through. The reason for them all appearing was due to what was happening on the outside of his body. Pultra's natural effect was speeding up the process. In turn, it had put Quinn in a tough situation. One that not a single person had experienced before. What the results would be of such a thing were unknown. Outside of Quinn's body, Syl had just informed everyone that Immortality had taken out one of the clones he had spread out far and wide. Wait, does this mean he's found us? Calva asked. No, Syl answered. But I know a couple of things. Each of the clones have a teleportation ability. If they were to see him, they were to move away. I predicted that this might have been the reason he has been taking so long. However, the clone was taken out without having any time to even send me a message. So he had to have been killed instantly. Syl's clones were extremely powerful for a few reasons. At the time they were created by Syl, they had the same amount of MC cells. So the powers they could use were great and large. They also had the abilities of the Syl when he was created, but they were unable to change them due to not having a soul weapon. The other downside was if they were hit with a hard blow they would disappear. So this was the thing that was worrying Syl. They had strong powers and hadn't been able to even put up a fight? Is it because he's using his colorless power? Does it also stop my abilities? The champions told me about it. Then the best way to face him would be from a distance. What does this mean for the plan? Chris said. In this situation no one had an answer, and instead it looked like they were waiting for Syl to give an answer. That was until he had made a few more noises. No, 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 he mumbled as he looked up at the others. He just took out another one. Syl's words had more weight than they imagined. If the clones were spread far apart and he had taken them out in succession like so, he was clearly now actively searching for them and had a way to get from one to the next fairly quickly. There's a chance he might have found a way to track you, or he's just going planet to planet, Shinto said. If it continues like this, he'll be here soon. Quinn still isn't awake though, Hickle added. And we have yet to get the blood that he needs. Let's say he does wake up without that blood, will he be able to beat Immortality? It was a question that they didn't know the answer to. I have no choice, Syl said, his hand shaking. I said this before, if Immortality is on our tail then I will go face him. I will have to buy us some time. But you were part of our plan? Chris said. Weren't you going to alter their memories to make it easier for us? I know, Syl said. I would have created a clone and given you its power, but it seems for some reason the clones can't use that power. I don't know why, but maybe Russ can. Either way, right now Immortality is the more dangerous threat. In order for this to work, I need to go to him. I'm sorry guys. Syl didn't even give a chance for the others to say anything. Time was running out. There might be a way for him to use his clones to distract Immortality so he could fight him on the outside. He teleported out of the cave, ready to face the hardest fight of his life. So can you do it? Hickle asked. Will you be able to use Syl's power? I have an idea of how it works, but it might be difficult depending on the situation. I don't have as many MC cells as that guy. I can't just teleport around the place, and using powers like that, for me it takes up more MC cells than the original. Russ explained. Either way, things have stayed the same. We have to get rid of the Demon Kings. We can't waste any more time. We'll get the blood. Russ, you teleport us to the location of all the Demon Kings and we'll do this. The group moved to the edge of the cave ready to move out. But that's when they noticed that not everyone had come with them. Instead, still standing in the cave were the 3 champions that had just agreed to help them. All 3 were looking at each other. You guys can defeat the Demon King without us, Calva said. What is this crap? Are you flaking on us right now of all times? Russ shouted, wanting to blast them all away. They were just a big waste of time. It's not that, Shinto interrupted. It's the best use of our time and all of our skills. You guys are strong, and if anything we're trusting that you're enough to take on the Demon King. But for us we can help in other ways. Pultra at the back nodded. We know our role in all of this, Pultra said. For one, I need to stay by Quinn's side for my powers to help him. On top of that, there is always a chance that he will be discovered. Someone needs to protect him, and one is not enough. I know you wish that to be you, but all of you are needed more than us. And lastly, when Quinn wakes up, we wish to train him. We, who had all fought against Immortality, we wish to see his skills, his power, and see what he has to beat Immortality, meanwhile also teaching him everything we know about the one we need to face. I know it sounds selfish of us, but I feel like Quinn is our only chance of actually beating Immortality. So we need to do everything we can to make sure he can win. Hickle stared dead into Pultra's eyes for a few moments, until he had finally made a decision. Very well, Peter, you can put your fist down. Save it for the Demon King. Let's go get the Yak Demon King's blood. Hickle jumped down and the rest followed straight after. There was nowhere to run for Quinn. Everywhere he turned his head, there were those that were blocking his way. The entire room had been filled, in this almost infinite space for him. What was worse was the fact that not a single one of them had yet to make a move. It was putting an immense amount of pressure on him as he looked at all of their faces. What do I do? Should I just pick a direction and run, to get this over with? Quinn thought. But what will happen if I end up running into 2 people at once? Can that even happen? Maybe I should try and focus on those that are weaker than me. In the middle of his thoughts, someone had struck out, firing a blood aura attack. Quinn was able to avoid it, but when he did, there was a Dalki right in front of him with a fist. His face was pounded, causing his body to be lifted up from the ground. Arg! That freaking hurt. And now my head as well. The pain from the physical attack weighed on Quinn, just like when Bryce had used his blade. He wasn't bleeding in any way, but it felt like it was actually going through his body. Then, at the same time, the memories of the Dalki's death and its emotions were being portrayed. It's a good thing the Dalki are simple-minded. They quite enjoy a warrior's death, so that wasn't too bad. Opening his eyes, he could see another vampire with its hands bloody. It was one of the first vampire knights that Quinn had killed when he had entered the settlement. Someone's name that he couldn't even remember. "Feel my pain," the vampire shouted with a bloody claw. The two were midair and Quinn was dropping to the ground, but if he was going to get hit and go through this, then at least he was going to do it on his terms. Spinning his body, a kick landed right on the face of the vampire. It felt solid, unexpected, since he thought there was a chance his foot would go right through the other person. They were sent flying in the distance, and while mid-air, their bodies started to disappear. Once again, as Quinn had made contact, the emotions consumed him along with the pain. My chest, everything in my body hurts, and all of this anger. It was an extreme struggle, and it hadn't ended there. A large hit in the back, infused with the power of chi, from a member who used to be part of Pure, caused Quinn to open his mouth wide. Another Dalki was in front of Quinn delivering a punch. Each attack was painful, but the emotional damage was more draining. It was making it difficult for him to even move. Those in the mist had surrounded him and continued to attack Quinn while he could do nothing. They had smiles on their faces as they hit him, causing him pain. Some had hit him so much that their bodies were already disappearing, having already given all the pain they had felt in their final moments. "Stop!" Quinn managed to shout out. "Make it stop, my head." The physical pain Quinn could take. He had been through a lot, it was his mind. As multiple people touched and hit him, he was experiencing more than one person's regret at the same time. This was causing his own mind to be confused as to how it was to feel. In one's death, their emotions were on the extreme end of the spectrum. His brain felt like it was splitting apart, not just in one or two directions but in multiple ones. Tears were falling down his face, while he started to bite his lip and dig into his own hands with his nails. "It's too much. It hurts. It really hurts." Quinn wasn't so sure, but it almost felt like he could feel his body reacting, his heart beating rapidly, and then it slowing down, as he was going through everything. Eventually, he had no idea how much time had even passed. How many people had disappeared, because when he looked around it looked like he had the same amount that he needed to go through. The queue wasn't getting any shorter. He didn't realize that he wasn't imagining things at all. On the outside, Pultra could see his body reacting. It hadn't done so during this whole time, but now on the makeshift table, it was moving about, shaking. "What's happening to him?" Anan asked. "I have no idea. Maybe my interference is causing problems?" Pultra replied. "Then, do you think you should stop?" Shinto asked, as he walked closer. But there was a strange energy that was radiating off from Quinn. His skin was glowing slightly red. It was reminding Shinto of the demons, so he wanted to stay away. Pultra felt the same feeling, but she was fighting against her instincts as she continued to push down. "We can't," Pultra shouted back. "This happens just as the others go away. We know Immortality is on our back. We just have to get through this." The other two champions felt a little hopeless as they were unable to do anything other than just watch. Inside the mist, Quinn had gone into a curling position, his head tucked into his knees with his back arched. The others continued to hit him, some flinging him across to a different area with their power. Immediately after being hit, he would curl up into a ball again. It wasn't because Quinn was afraid or anything like that, but it was the most comfortable position for him, to just focus on getting through everything that was happening. Eventually, Graham, the Dalki, had kicked Quinn, hitting him so far away that he had gone over the rest of those in the mist. Looking up, for the first time, Quinn could see that there was no one crowded around him. Instead, he could see a group of people, a small army coming toward him. I have to get through this. I have to, and get out of here." The group drew closer and closer with the creepy smile on their faces. And then, in front of Quinn, the mist started to form into a figure again. It wasn't just one, but there were a few around him. There's more. Can I even take this anymore? Quinn thought as he stared at the ground. Look up, Quinn, and fight this thing straight ahead, a voice said. Quinn started to look in front of him. It was the most figures from before. They had formed into people, several people, but why were they standing away from him then? You don't have to do this alone. We are sorry we are late, and we will take the pain on your behalf. The long black hair that was flowing, the confident voice that was speaking. The man stood in front of Quinn, stretched out his hands, and shadow started to form around it. Arthur, Quinn shouted out. Arthur Pendragon, the first vampire punisher, had appeared, and he wasn't alone. Looking at Arthur's back, it only took a moment for all the memories to come flooding to Quinn. His confident voice, his long black hair, and the fact that he could use the shadow. It had been a long time, an incredibly long time, since he had seen him. That, of course, was when reality had somewhat hit Quinn. That had to be the case because these were all of the dead that were related to Quinn. Not just the ones he killed with his own hands, but those that he still had a deep thought in his mind about. In fact, it was only now that he was realizing it, even though the crowds of people that had surrounded him, not all of them were attacking him. They just were unable to do anything to help. Several attacks came flying their way, and lifting his hand up, a shadow wall was created, blocking them all. Moving it back down, the shadow wall had disappeared, and now Arthur was just smiling as he looked at the faces of all of those that still had a lot of resentment left in them. Look at all of you, the whole lot of you are already dead. You causing harm to him will do nothing for you, Arthur stated. So rather than just passing on your pain and be done, you want to torture him. All of you should be blaming yourselves for the situation you are in. Arthur's words weren't going to get through to them. One could tell by the unchanged look on their faces, and if anything, it looked like they were more annoyed by the situation. The original Punisher, the cause of many, many misfortunes, Bryce said. Of course you would be the one to stand on that side, but do you really think just one of you is enough? That boy can't fight himself, and in the end you will have to pass on your pain to him as well. Arthur couldn't help but laugh at the situation he was in. His shoulders were shaking. In some ways, when he passed on, he was happy that he didn't have to deal with this anymore, and now he was put in this situation. Quinn, Arthur called out. Look at all these people. It looks like you have been incredibly busy after me. Did you even have time to rest? Seeing Arthur in this way, acting like this, it was hard for Quinn, making his chest feel heavy. When he had originally met Arthur, he was a figure to follow, a person to admire who was strong and helped Quinn in many ways, teaching him, protecting him, and overall looking out for him. However, the last moments spent with Arthur weren't the best memories that he had of him. That was until the very end, when he made a switch at the last moment, giving himself up and passing on all of his powers to Quinn, trying to help him the best way he could. And now, even after death, Arthur was protecting him once again, and he was acting more like the better days of the Arthur he knew. All right, let's make this clear then, Arthur shouted. I will get rid of everyone who is not on this side. So you should choose if you want to pass on peacefully or not. It seemed foolish in this type of situation to suggest such a thing. Sure, Arthur was strong, perhaps stronger than Bryce, and maybe enough to take on Bryce and Cindy, but what about the rest, including the Dalkey that he was scared of at the time? Oh, and I'll let you in on one more thing. Did you think out of everyone that passed, that I would be the only one that wanted to protect this kid? So focused on Arthur in front of him, he had failed to notice the others that took a step forward and were now in front of him as well. Quinn tossed and turned his head, as he looked at all of the smiles they gave back to him. For him, how long had it been since he felt this way? He was trying his hardest to swallow the lumps that were coming up in his throat, but eventually he lifted his head up. I thought I would never see you guys again. One of the most notable ones that had appeared was the blind, bald-headed teacher of his that had guided him through ups and downs, Leo Suiyen. During his slumber, Leo had passed away, never giving the chance for Quinn to thank him or to say goodbye. However, there was one by his side, and it was nice to see that the two were now standing side by side, next to each other. That was Erin Helly. She was standing comfortably next to Leo, and her smile showed she was happy. having to defeat her with his own hands and only later finding out the real person behind everything. It was painful for Quinn and Layla, who would often tell stories of the time the two had been together. Then, there were the members of the Cursed faction, the group Quinn had created that had taken him through everything. Nate Snell, a man who had challenged him in the VR game, a talented student who was strong-headed and was loyal to the end. Dennis was also by his side. One that had originally come from another group, but helped Quinn out to the point he had even learned the shadow power as well. Lastly, there was Webnovel, who was by Linda's side as well. Webnovel was one of the starting members of the Cursed faction, sacrificing himself on Blade Island in order to help the rest. It was hard for Linda to recover from Webnovel's death, but at some point during his 1,000-year slumber she had to have passed away, and now the two were back together happily again. The deceased members of the Cursed faction going up against all the enemies you already beat, huh? Webnovel commented. Man, did you have to give us such a hard job on our first day back? Linda proceeded to punch Webnovel on the side of his shoulder. Don't worry about him, Quinn. We came because we saw you were in trouble, we saw you needed us. If anything, it's great that we can see you again. Don't worry, we have some more allies that came before us, that are among the others. Leo commented. I can sense their aura. We are your past, Quinn. Aaron said. You have a future, the whole world has a future, and knowing you, you're probably in this situation because you're trying to save the world or something. So go and save the world. Stretching out her hand, a large sword formed in its place. Save the world, while we go and save you. Sitting in his large throne, Bisha, the Yak Demon King, was tapping his finger away at the side. There was a recurring problem that Bisha had staying in the red space, and that was the fact that he was bored. The other Demon Kings, they all had their little projects they worked on, the hunting games and the pit, while Bisha himself had a more serious task to handle, something that could only be handled on this planet. The materials for building the large ships were rare and only found on this planet, but the largest issue was with the planet itself, as there were no inhabitants. There was only the yak and insects on the planet. So, Bisha was unable to set something up like the others did. Even if he had requested some to be sent his way, Immortality didn't want him to be distracted from the task, since his role was extremely important. On top of that, Luce, another Demon King, one of Immortality's right-hand men, had informed him that there might be trouble happening soon and they should prepare. All of this anticipation, it was making Bisha feel the effects of his boredom more than usual. You have been doing this for thousands of years, but you can't wait for a few days? Luce commented, knowing the impatient look on his face. Excitement is just something that I haven't felt in a long time, Bisha replied. I believe you feel the same way. We are close to entering a new world and finally I can leave this place. A large banging was heard on the golden doors. Come in, Bisha ordered. Pushing the door open, a yak had entered through the doors and immediately got down on his knees, bowing down with his hands together towards Bisha. I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, but you told us to report any unusual activities, which is why I am currently here, the yak said. We asked each team and group to give us a report to see if they have noticed anything, but we are unable to get in contact with the production team. We have tried several people, but there has been no reply. Do you wish to send one of ours there? Immediately Bisha stood up from his seat. Oh, a problem. At a time like this, that isn't good news. The words and the smile he had on his face didn't match each other. We don't know the number of intruders that have arrived, Luce said. I think it might be best if I go check on the champion. That could very well be their target. The entirety of Luce's body started to turn white, lighting up the whole room until it had almost blinded everyone. When the yak and Bisha could see again, Luce was nowhere to be seen. And he says that he isn't excited? He is even more impatient than me. Bisha smiled. No need to send anyone. I will head there myself. The group had descended from the cave a little nervous compared to before, having now strayed from the original plan they had in mind. They were going through the forest, same as before, and Chris and Edvard were taking the lead, having already scouted the area. They weren't using Russ' ability to enter another's mind and copy the teleportation power, because for the fight that was coming up, they would perhaps need all his MC cells. In a way, though, they were thankful that they still had Russ because he could do the same things as Syl did, just not as well. If we're going for the Yak King, then our target is the large golden palace, right? Edvard suggested. That would be our best guess. And the champions had mentioned when they got Pultra that's where they would be. Chris replied. We will go through the building workshop. There's a direct path that leads into the main city. We won't have to worry about anyone spotting us. From these words, they knew that Chris wasn't joking when he had mentioned that he had gotten rid of all witnesses. Either way, they had to take the quickest route. It was a race against time. They had to get the blood of the 4 demon kings, for as long as Syl could hold off Immortality. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky, and Syl will defeat Immortality for us. Edvard said. We've been unlucky in this whole thing so far. It's about time we had some luck come our way. Reaching the building site, they quickly descended from the trees and entered the large area. It went on for acres of land, as 3 giant objects were placed all over the area. Stationed behind were the wave-like rocks that looked like giant waves that were as big as mountains. When in a place like this, it was truly when they realized the place was called the Planet of the Giants. What they did notice, though, in the building area many of the tools had been destroyed and there was dry blood in several different places. Heck, you didn't even try to make it look less obvious you were here, Russ commented. If Immortality didn't find us, they certainly would have found out about us eventually. It was true that Chris had been a little too confident in the fact that he had gotten rid of everyone nearby, and with everything that had happened it was near impossible to clean up the entire place. Ignoring Russ' words, Chris ascended one of the giant ships that were being built. He climbed up it, and the rest followed using their own methods. The ship was so large they looked like little ants climbing up the side of a car. Eventually they had reached the top, where the giant cannons, weapons, and large crates were on the deck. They ran to the edge as Chris looked out trying to search for the path before. So that's the giant temple. Yep, I would definitely say the Demon King is there all right. Hickle commented. Up! Peter shouted. All of them tilted their heads up wondering why Peter would shout such a word. And that's when they could see something getting closer and larger by the second. Each of them jumped out of the way as they realized what it was. Out from the sky, the giant yak landed right on the edge of the ship deck. Immediately the whole bottom half had lifted up in the sky. It was so forceful that every single one of them was chucked up into the sky. It didn't take long to find the root of the problem at all, Bisha shouted. Now it's time to get rid of the problem. The Demon King of the Yak Demon race, a race of giants, had come to them. Behind the Golden Temple, there was a large structure behind it, where the back of a waterfall would flow into a giant hole in the ground. The hole itself, though, was almost a whole other world, filled with plants, minerals, rocks, caves, and more. Softly a figure, covered in white clothing from head to toe, had landed in the area. He was softly floating down and before his feet touched the grass. It looked as if the grass was being pushed out of the way to avoid itself being crushed. On the surface, everything seems to be the norm here, Luce said, looking around. Life was still flowing into the objects just like before, and there was no sign of a battle. Walking around, he tried to locate where the champion would be. He walked through, pushing large branches out of the way, and observed the strangest of features. Large giant-sized gems that looked like tablets. A field of snow that melted into pieces of rock rather than water. It was certainly a strange place, yet he was still unable to find what he was looking for. The energy in the area, it's different, but not because of any certain thing but the items themselves. Have they really escaped? Luce thought. Eventually, going through a thick, dense forest, there was an opening that could be seen. A part where the trees didn't grow so close together. When breaking through, there was a single giant tree, with its leaves spanning the area above. Vibrant green grass led up to the tree, and sitting right by it was the person he was looking for, Pultra. The two of them had made eye contact, and Luce appeared with a smile on his face. Or what one would guess was a smile since the bottom half of his face was covered up, only allowing for his eyes to be seen. Pultra stood up at that point and had a smile on her face. But behind that smile was a heap of emotions running through their mind. This is bad. Sil made me a clone just in case this type of situation would unfold, but now it looks like someone is checking in on her now of all times. The Sil clone did as instructed if this was to happen. With his telepathy ability he got in contact with Pultra, but before he did, a question had been asked. "It's nice to see you. How are you doing?" Luce asked. "Pultra, there's someone here right now," the Sil clone said. "I'm going to relay the question to you, and then you just need to say what you want me to say back." The Sil clone did just that as Pultra understood, but based on the first question, she thought it was a little strange. "How am I doing?" Pultra replied. "The guards have never asked me something like that. If they were worried about the escape, wouldn't they just ask if I had seen anything? Sil, can you describe what this person looks like? In the meantime, just say this. What do you expect?" Sil replied. "A life down here. Is it something you would enjoy?" After repeating the lines, Sil immediately went to describe the person in front of him, and the worrying look on Pultra's face inside the cave started to sink more. "Is something wrong?" Shinto asked, noticing a shift in the air. The champions, although unable to control the red mist energy in the air, their powers were strong enough that it would react to emotion as well. "The clone that Sil left behind in my place. It appears that Luce has arrived," Pultra said. Both of the champions gulped as they heard this. Although many of the demon kings had come into existence after Immortality had bested and beaten them all, there were 2 demon kings that were by Immortality's side at the time. They had not taken part in the fight, but the fact that they were treated even above the other regular demon kings, mostly going wherever Immortality went, the power that they imagined they held was frightening. "Wait, he's in front of the Pultra. Doesn't that mean Luce is on this planet as well?" "There are 2 demon kings," Calva stated. The group that had left, they certainly were strong. 1 demon king might be difficult, but 2, and one of the stronger ones at that. They were starting to wonder if they should have gone along with the others. "You now need to buy time as well, Pultra," Calva suggested. "Long enough for them to defeat Bisha before Luce gets involved. If we play this right, we might be able to get the blood of 2. Pultra nodded, as she closed her eyes to focus talking to the Sil clone. "There seems to be a lot of disturbance in our world," Luce went on. "And they have met with a few of the champions all over. Calva has been freed and is nowhere to be seen. Shinto, he was nearly convinced to join them. If we are following their patterns, it would also mean that they would have come to you, correct? So I'm here to ask, has anyone appeared in front of you?" Pultra smiled and went back toward the tree, sitting down as if there was no bother as she gave her answer. "What do you mean exactly? There have been many yaks and you have just appeared in front of me. Are you really asking silly questions right now?" Pultra asked. Although working under Immortality, the champions always had a distaste for working for them, which is why whenever they could, they would attempt to try and badmouth the others in such a way, which was Pultra was acting the way she was now. "You know what I mean," Luce said. As he lifted a single hand, white bright light started to gather. It wasn't glowing like that of celestial energy. Instead it looked blank and was swirling in his palm like paint. "Now is not the time to play dumb. Has anyone out of the ordinary come to visit you, recently?" Giving a slight pause while looking at the attack, Pultra answered. "No, otherwise why would I still be here?" "That's exactly what I thought," Luce replied and moved his hand out. The attack left his hand hitting Pultra's body. When it did, it expanded, covering the entirety of Pultra's body before absorbing it in, turning into nothing but a white mark that was now laid out on the floor. "That wasn't the real Pultra as I thought. We've been tricked," Luce thought. He could tell the flow of energy around the area was different from the last time he had been here. The reason why his search was difficult was because he couldn't feel the additional energy that was given off from Pultra when being used to grow things in the area. Although the one in front of him looked exactly like Pultra and sounded like her, there was no energy being given off from her body and being absorbed to the things around them. "This means there really could be trouble at the production facility," Luce said. "It looks like I chose the wrong place." The group were ready. They were ready to head to the Golden Temple and face one of the Demon Kings. The goal was to go all out from the beginning, and that way it would give the chance for Russ to do what Sil would have done. What they didn't expect was for the Demon King to suddenly appear where they were. for him to land right on the very ship that the group was on. The Demon King himself had no idea they were here, but it only took a single look to know that they were intruders. "Everyone, it's now or never, fight!" Hickle shouted. The marking on his body started to glow and blood aura swirled around his body, forming some type of ball. The blood aura was spinning, but then it came out like a barrage of large blood swipes and right toward Bisha. The attacks had landed clean on his body, and when they did they all exploded at once, creating a big dust of explosion. Russ, seeing this as an opportunity, decided to use Sill's teleportation power. He disappeared and reappeared right by Bisha's behind. "I don't really know how Sill's power works, so I hope it will be okay," Russ thought as he reached out, but his hand had been stopped. It was inches away from Bisha's skin, but he was unable to touch it. Russ had then transformed his arm into that of the powerful Dalki, changing its shape and size, and tried to push, but it wasn't working at all. "What is this that's on his body?" Russ thought. On a closer look, there was a mist of red that had surrounded Russ' palm. It had actually condensed nearly all around Bisha's body. It was the red mist in the air. The cloud of explosion had disappeared, and Bisha was there with a large smile on his face. "Haha, that kinda hurt a little. I guess there is a reason why Immortality was a little afraid of you," Bisha shouted. With his shout, the red energy in the air and near his body was pouring out. It hit everyone in the area like a wave and started to push them away. The one that was most affected by this was none other than Russ. He had been pushed further and further away until he was several meters away. Using his teleportation powers, he shifted in closer again, but the closer he got to this power, the more it was hurting him as well. It was affecting his mind, hurting it. With his other arm free, Russ started to cover himself with the well-known shadow power, the power that was known to block nearly anything. The shadow had managed to shield him from the headache that he had, but he was still being pushed away by the red energy. "I see one of you is trying something, right? Well, I won't be stupid enough to let you get your way." Bisha raised his hand in the air, and the mist had gathered. Red ball of mist had surrounded his hand, an orb of energy. Then Bisha swung it out, aiming straight for Russ. "A physical attack? Even if I use the black sword right here, it won't be able to block this," Russ thought. An opponent that was mostly physical in strength, it was one of the harder types for him to go against. He could change his body to be physically stronger, but stronger than a Demon King, his opponent, it was impossible, at least with the MC cells he had. So he had to try to use a mixture of changing his physical body and powers, but even that would use up much of his MC cells. Another attempt was made to teleport away, but when he did, Russ could feel his body being sucked into where the red energy of Bisha's fist was. Several white-colored claw marks went through the air and bashed into Bisha's fist. It had stopped the motion of the fist for a few seconds, and soon after an explosive sound was heard as a red-colored werewolf had kicked off a chi platform he had created in the air. Slowing down the fist, Chris had arrived, and with the strength in both of his arms, he knocked into the fist head-on. An explosive power of chi surged out of his claws, and the fist was knocked away, even breaking the red energy. "I am stronger. I am stronger than before. We can do this. With everyone here, we can do this. We don't need to rely on Russ' mind-changing power." Chris wasn't the only one that had thought this. Hickle had already landed on the other arm of the giant yak, and was running up the side of it. His entire arms were glowing, and he quickly ran right past the yak's neck. With his arm he made a giant slashing motion, and the red blood aura lingered in the air, cutting through his neck, and part of the blood having managed to get inside. It was time for the explosions. A huge explosion went right off in the yak's neck on the cut that had been made. It startled Bisha as blood and pain was felt in his body, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. His head was thrown to the side, but that wasn't the end of the punishment. An opportunity arose as he stumbled. He had lifted his leg slightly, and down below there was one more. A person who had great strength in his fists. Peter had transformed into his celestial mode and summoned the two head tails from the top of his head. Both of them had wrapped around his arms, drawing all the power from within, and right on the Demon King's ankle, he punched with all his might. The flesh vibrated as the attack hit with explosive energy, and it wasn't just one hit. Peter continued to punch again and again. "Arg! We need to hurry and save Quinn," Peter shouted as he continued to hit the yak. Now, as he was toppling over, each of them decided to participate. Chris was throwing his claws as much as possible. Hickle with his blood arrow, and Russ had even gathered lightning and fire to blast at the Bisha. "We are not weak," Chris shouted at the top of his lungs, as he continued to throw energy claw after claw at Bisha. They didn't stop, they could tell they were close. With all of them they could do it, before Immortality found out. "Oh, you're not weak," you said. A voice was heard from Chris' right side. As he turned his head, he could see a figure floating in the sky wearing white clothing. "I shall be the judge of that." Luce, Immortality's right-hand man, had arrived. The others were extremely focused on just defeating the Demon King in front of them as quickly as possible. But they hadn't noticed the floating object that had come from above. Luce had appeared not too long ago, but enough to witness the strength of many of them. He started to float down at that moment, heading in between the center of all of them. If they continue at this rate, they might really do something to Bisha, Luce thought. "You're not weak," Luce said. "I shall be the judge of that." Chris turned his head to see who was close to him and could see the figure in complete white. Not only that, but the red mist energy was condensed around him. "I didn't smell him near me. How did he get here?" Chris thought. A dreaded feeling was overcoming him. Who could suddenly appear and not be afraid in the middle of this situation? Not only that, but on this world so far, Chris had only seen yaks. The only other thing that was on the planet that wasn't a yak was a champion, and all of the champions were with them, so who was this? A white-colored liquid started to swirl around both of Luce's arms, and for a moment, Chris had stopped his attack. He needed to focus on the person who was by his side. When he turned his head to have a look, though, he noticed that another person had already acted. His two large gauntlet fists swung, hitting Luce and sending him straight to the ground beneath, cracking and breaking it. "Did he just not see me or something?" Edvard said. "That guy landed right by my side, but he was just focused on you. I guess my luck is working a bit after all." The hit that Edvard produced was extraordinarily powerful, as a pulsating energy was sent from the back of the armor, through his chest piece, and sent right down to his arms. It gave him a burst of unnatural energy that came out of his fists when slammed. This was one of the traits of the armor when someone other than Ray was wearing it. It gave the user great power. "What's going on?" Hickle shouted, stopping his attacks as well. He had heard the sudden loud explosion and looked to the ground where he could see a person still standing. "He's still okay?" Edvard was surprised because he was more than okay. He was standing as if he hadn't been hit at all. In fact, the glowing energy was still swirling out of his arms. "Connect," Luce said. Out from his hands, the energy swirled out and was now moving through the air. It wasn't just one but several of them. And as they went through the air, they were leaving a trail of white behind. Each ball of energy seemed to be going after different individuals. The first two that attempted to do something about the energy were Hickle and Chris. Hickle used his blood aura, attacking the white energy and exploding it with his blood, but the ball went right through the smoke, and as it did, the energy covered up whatever blood aura was left in the background. Instead of attacking it, Hickle then tried to move out of the way, but it was following him everywhere he went. Chris had done the same, swinging his swipes through the air, but when it hit the white ball that was going after him, it had done nothing as well. The two of them decided to avoid the attack by moving out of the way, but it was following them, and as it did, the trail was staying permanently in the air. "We can't get rid of this thing," Chris shouted. As he was jumping from chi platform to chi platform, Chris soon found that there was a white line of energy in the air that was permanently in front of him. If he didn't do something, he would crash right through it. Lifting his hand and gathering all of his power, he swiped through the white energy, but the second his claw touched it, Chris felt like he was frozen. Immediately, the white orb that had been chasing him, as well as the rest of the stream of white that had been made, went at the speed of light and attacked him from all sides, hitting his body constantly, pounding it several times again and again. The pain was great and internal. "Arg!" Chris screamed at the top of his lungs. The others were still avoiding the white energy, and now, seeing what had happened to him, they knew it wasn't going to be a good sign for them to touch it. That was all but one. After seeing what happened, one had made the swift decision. Pulling out the black sword, Russ swiped right through the energy. In the same way as when Chris had touched just a part of it, the whole attack had hit him. When Russ had touched just a part of it with his sword, the whole attack had disappeared, and it wasn't just the ones that were following him. It made all of the others disappear as well. Chris had been freed from his attack, and he quickly created chi platforms to kick off and escape from the area. The whole group had landed back on one of the other large ships that hadn't tilted. When they had regrouped, they could see that the yak was getting back up. He was full of cuts on his body and wounds, but none of them looked deep enough. Not only that, but the tusks on his mouth even looked to have grown larger in size compared to before. "All right, I think this guy is a bit annoyed about what we did," Edvard said. "And if I have to guess, that other guy in white, I think he might be a demon king as well. It's going to be hard for us to fight both of them at the same time," Hickel said. "Yeah, and that other guy, I don't think I'm a good matchup for him," Chris replied. "Well, what a surprise, because I don't think I'm a good matchup with that giant as well," Russ commented. "Let's split and deal with them both." The group nodded, and jumping off to the side were Russ, Peter, and Hickel. Hickel had decided to go for the man in white because he felt like he was more trouble. He had asked Peter to come along with them because there was a chance they needed one of the two powerhouses. The moment they jumped off, it was now just Chris and Edvard again, looking at the yak. With a smoke of anger coming out of its mouth, it had jumped toward the ship it had originally landed on from before. With its two large arms, it lifted it from the ground, breaking off the dirt from beneath, and now was carrying the giant object that was around 50 times the size of the giant itself, over its head with its arms. "Don't tell me. He's going to smash that thing on us?" Edvard asked. At that moment, the Yak Demon King swung down the giant ship, aiming right for the two of them. A giant battle had taken place inside the mist, and it was hard to fully see what was going on. When all of the figures were condensed in one area, the mist seemed to move away from them, but now fighting was going on all over the place. Just as Arthur said, they weren't the only ones that wished to help Quinn. There were plenty of those among them that now saw a chance to fight back against the others. Arthur, Leo, and Aaron were doing the most damage. As Arthur was blocking the majority of the attacks with his shadow, rather than focusing on the big enemies, he was going for mass destruction. Leo was doing a similar thing. With his power, he could sense those who were weaker. Seeing all of this, it did make Quinn wonder if, since the others were disappearing, it meant Arthur, Leo, Aaron, and the rest were taking the pain that he was meant to take. With each kill, each touch, were they going through their pain again? Watching closely, from the looks of things, it certainly seemed that way. For one, Aaron had slammed her large sword down, creating an ice tunnel that trapped a large group. She then swung her sword again, and a large line of yellow aura had come out, slashing a lot of enemies and killing them in one go. It was a testament to how much stronger Aaron had gotten compared to the past enemies they had gone against before. But in that moment, Quinn could see it. There was a twinge on her face. "These guys, these idiots," Quinn thought. "I thought as much. They are suffering. All of them are just holding in the pain. They don't want me to see what they're going through. I have to do my part as well." Quinn ran towards the mist and immediately pulled the shoulder of a human figure. The first thing he did was throw a punch, landing square on the man's face. A flash of memories and the pain he went through entered him. When he landed on the floor, Quinn quickly got on top of him and placed both hands by the side of his head. He took in all of the pain as much as he could, as quickly as he could. The body was starting to disappear and eventually was gone. Ignoring the aching pain in his head, just like all the others had, Quinn continued to run and dived straight into the others. The group was continuing to face off again and again, and surprisingly the one that was keeping the cursed faction together, the other members such as Linda, Wevel, and Dennis, it was Arthur. He was using his shadow to make them survive. In the middle of it all, Quinn had decided to help the group in a major way. He decided to face Graham once again. It was easy to spot his large Dalky body. "Come on, hit me all you like," Quinn shouted. Surprisingly though, Graham didn't hit him, and just walked over to where Quinn was. I was the one who already lost that fight, Graham said. Your friend, your mentor, he is right. Harming you would change nothing. It is pointless. With those words, Graham touched Quinn and allowed his final moments to pass through him. What was quite a surprise was the level of emotional pain. For Graham, it wasn't too grand. There was a slight regret of not reaching the top, but that was it. The Dalki, even the leader, were more simple than he thought. With Graham out of the way, it finally came down to the final two, Bryce and Cindy. How? Bryce shouted. How are the two of you so much stronger than us? Did you forget? Arthur said. I was always stronger than you. You just had that annoying blood control when you became king and queen. And besides, I have some incredibly strong allies by my side right now. Leo was also equally as impressive, having improved beyond that of the vampire leaders. He could have even taken Bryce on his own. Not wishing to bring any pain onto Quinn, Arthur was the one that delivered 2 fists to the two's heads, finishing them off. Finally, it seemed like there was no one around, only members of the cursed faction remained. Now it's our turn, Arthur said with a smile on his face. However, Quinn wasn't in a hurry to touch them. He glanced at the ground, studying their faces. Honestly, I wish I could stay in here a bit longer, Quinn said. I would love to talk to you all because this will be the last time I ever see you again. Nearly all of you, I never got to say proper goodbyes to. We understand, Quinn, Arthur said. I can see that you defeated the Dalki I was worried about, but for you and us to be here, I imagine the enemy you are facing now is beyond our imagination. Don't waste your time on us, who are your past. Focus on the present and the future. Before Quinn could respond, they all approached him and embraced him. Their memories flashed through their heads, and he felt it all, as well as their pain when they died. But almost all of them had something in common. Thank you, Quinn. Thank you for being our friend. Tears welled up in Quinn's eyes, and he couldn't stop them from falling down his cheeks as they disappeared one by one. You idiots, all of you. Why, in your final moments, did you think of me? How can I forget about my past? How can I forget about any of you when you guys are still thinking of me? He fell to his knees, overwhelmed by emotions, but this time, it was his own emotions, not theirs. He perhaps felt the strongest regret for never being able to help the cursed faction, the people who had supported him through everything. It's finally my turn, Quinn, Arthur said. You have grown into a strong, brave man. I can't even call you a kid now, based on your appearance. Quinn didn't reply and instead wiped away the tears from his face as he looked at Arthur. Quinn, you are the one who needs to do it. You are the one who needs to end the cycle, Arthur said. End the cycle? What do you mean? Quinn asked. The cycle of problems, the cycle of war, the battles that continue on and on. End the cycle of death that you carry with you. Otherwise, you will have to experience the same thing over and over. You are the one who is torturing yourself. It's time to rest, just like it was for me. Arthur touched the top of Quinn's head, not allowing Quinn to reply. With his emotions and pain being transferred, that was the last one. The mist started to swirl, and Quinn's own body started to disappear. Outside, in the real world, Quinn's eyes opened wide. He's awake, Paltra shouted. Opening his eyes, the first thing Quinn was able to see was a long-headed figure staring at him with large eyes. It was clear as day they weren't human, and the last thing he could remember when he was in the outside world was being captured by Immortality. Taking a quick look around, he seemed to be in a cave of sorts, and Immortality himself didn't appear to be there. A chance, Quinn stated. He lifted up from his seat and grabbed Paltra right by the neck. He then pushed off from the table-like structure that he had been lying on and grabbed straight around Paltra's neck. He pushed her until her back banged against the wall, and suddenly Quinn's back. There were several blood swords that hovered in a circle, all pointed toward her. Quinn, wait! Anon shouted. She's on our side. She's here to help. The voice was recognizable, but just in case, Quinn pushed all of the red blood swords forward, so they were pressing against her skin, and turned around. That's when he could see the familiar Scully. The one that he had helped and saved that was in his shadow. Pultra stayed absolutely still, worried that if she made any type of movement, it was quite possible that she could lose her life. What happened? How did he move so fast? I couldn't even attack back, Pultra thought. And these swords he created, it only took a moment, and each one of them is filled with strong energy. It feels similar to the demon energy, but one thing is clear. He is certainly strong. After the Scullies had pleaded with them, Calva had approached him as well. She is one of us, Calva said, pointing toward himself. A lot has happened during your slumber, but I decided to get help with the task you gave us. Seeing how there were only so few in the cave, and all three of the Scullies were fine, Quinn had concluded it was most likely that they were telling the truth. Why would a mortuary even keep them in a place like this to begin with? I'm sorry, Quinn said, as he retracted his blood aura. After what happened, I was a bit on edge. So what happened? How did you manage to escape and get me away from a mortuary? The three looked at each other for a moment and started to recollect something they had talked about before Quinn's waking up. It was whether or not they told him the truth or not. For one, the champions were unsure if Quinn was strong enough to defeat a mortuary. So one of the things they wanted to do was to train Quinn. With all of their strength and battles having faced him, they would put him through the harshest training they could think of to give him the best chance of beating a mortuary. The conversation had actually occurred while Syl and the others were still there as well, and they understood their sentiments well, especially after explaining what had happened in their battles. However, they had informed them that if it was the case, that Quinn would never agree to it if he knew what the others were doing. If he found out about the fact that the others were going up against the Demon Kings or Syl against a mortuary, then he would try to be there in a heartbeat. If they truly thought that training Quinn gave them the best chance of beating a mortuary, it was best they keep it from him that they had arrived in this world. At the moment, he had no clue the others were there. Not only that, but if he was to join the fight, there was no doubt that a mortuary would turn up like he had done at the last one. It was thanks to Shinto, Calva said. Immortality had trapped you in his base, and Shinto, another one of the champions, had been placed as the guard. When I found this out, I managed to convince him to change sides and bring him over to us. Honestly, Quinn, the task that you gave me was a hard one, which is why I went on searching for the other champions. And now that the three of us are here, we can help you. The story sounded plausible, so Quinn didn't think anything of it. If anything, if they had told him his friends were here, he would find it harder to believe. So, do you know where the Demon Kings are, so we can get their blood? Quinn asked. He was getting straight to the point, which the others were surprised about. After everything he had been through, he wanted to get up and get back to fighting. According to Pultra, she thought that they might even need to convince Quinn to try and fight against a mortuary again. Quinn, about that, Calva said. The truth is, we wish to train you. Each one of us has fought against a mortuary in the past. We believe with our help, you could learn a lot from us if you face him again. Not only that, but the training will allow you the time you need to still recover and the strength to even go against the Demon Kings to get their blood. We have been working hard, and there are those on our side that are helping. We even managed to get you the blood of a demon general. Looking at his system, Quinn could see that the quest had been updated. 3/5 General Demon's blood proved that what they had said was no lie, and while checking out his system, he noticed something else as well. Quinn's armor, it still was broken and had yet to heal. On top of that, his demon form hadn't come back yet either. Without my Godslayer armor and the demon form, will I even be strong enough to fight the Demon Kings, never mind a mortuary? Maybe training with those that have faced him isn't such a bad idea while I wait for these two things to recover. It felt a bit strange putting these strangers he had hardly met in a position like so, to help him out, but meeting the Scullies, Quinn understood their position well because it was quite similar to their own. And he didn't want to just sit around and do nothing. That would only make him restless. All right, Quinn said. I'll do it. I'll take on your training, but it better be worth my time. I won't be holding back, and if I see no point, I won't be wasting my time. The champion's plan had seemed to work, and the group was preparing to train Quinn. Meanwhile, he was none the wiser about his teammates who had arrived to help him, each one of them being in a tough battle with their lives on the line. After witnessing Quinn being snatched right in front of his eyes, Immortality was filled with rage. He screamed into the air, and his colorless ability activated far and wide, spreading out and draining the color from everything. It continued to stretch out further and further through the universe, spreading far and wide. Where it was going, what it was aiming for, not even Immortality knew. With the way his power worked, if the colorless ability had managed to touch those that had interfered, it would stop them in their tracks. However, Immortality wasn't receiving any signs of anything, and as his anger started to subside, so did his power. It reverted back into him, and he was left standing there for a moment, with his two snake-like dragon spirits hovering around the back of his shoulders. He placed his hand on his face, and his shoulders started to shake up and down, until he swung his head back and broke out into a fit of laughter. "Ha ha! I can't believe it. Right when I thought I had it all, something comes and sweeps me off once again. I see, universe. You are testing me. Right? If I can't get through this, then I don't deserve to have the chance to go out on top." Right there and then, Immortality decided to sit on the ground. He did so with his knee lifted and his arm relaxing on top of it. This was his thinking position. For them to be able to come in so fast and leave quickly, it has to be a teleportation power of some kind, Immortality thought. If it was them, they would have sent Mundus, and he would have dealt with the situation differently. Does that mean they are friends of Quinn? Yes, I saw him, didn't I, that damned Boneclaw. Did the familiars end up betraying me? Immortality couldn't help but laugh to himself again. It's no worry. They were only a small part of my plan. But I wonder what they saw that managed to give them so much hope that they would switch sides. Not worrying about that for now, Immortality needed to find Quinn. Due to the state he was in, he didn't think he would have the chance to escape anytime soon. This allowed him to have a calmer mind when thinking about what to do. And in a lot of ways, this was worse for his enemies. If Immortality wasn't calm, he would have gone chasing straight after Quinn, just trying to find him wherever he could, hopping from place to place. Instead, he chose a different method. As Immortality took in deep breaths, the red mist was entering his nose, and he breathed out a few times again. Eventually, after some passing of time, the red mist in the whole area had stopped. It no longer looked like mist, but around him it looked just like glitter that was in the air. Just like the demons, Immortality was able to have control of the power in the air, but his control was on a far higher level. That took longer than I thought, but I can now connect with all of the red energy that's in this space. Immortality then closed his eyes as he started to focus. The red energy, the energy that seeps into this universe from the land of the dead. With my powers, I am quite closely connected to that place as well, which is why I can sense this energy better than most. For every being that comes or is born into this world, they breathe in this energy into their bodies. It is inside them and has become a part of them, whether they realize it or not. It is what causes them to go mad, fighting each other for petty reasons because the red energy only wants one thing, to bring people closer to death. The inhabitants of this world have been affected by it. Little do they know that this red mist is actually my power to begin with. For all the local inhabitants that were alive, they had always known about the red mist that lingered in the air. They thought it had always been there, and to them, the threat of Immortality and his demons was something that had come along later. The truth was, in his first war against the Celestials, he had been greatly injured before being banished to this space. So he stayed put, doing next to nothing, apart from releasing his power all over the universe. As his power infected the natural inhabitants, it caused them to get irritated and fight for next to no reasons, believing it was due to them wishing to be the strongest. More deaths were occurring, boosting Immortality's powers. After thousands of years, with his powers somewhat regained, Immortality had come to strike back and fought against the champions. This was why the local inhabitants believed the red mist always existed, and Immortality's incident was something that had happened later. As time went on, Immortality's power had spread out everywhere, far too thick that even he didn't feel like he had control of it. Which was why he had to close his eyes and focus, trying to feel out every part of his energy. Those that have been here will have a large amount of red energy in their body. Those that are new will have a small amount. All I will do is find all of those with next to no red energy in their body and take them out one by one. Closing his eyes again, he started to focus. The universe was large. His power was large, so it would take some time. He had finally found what he was looking for. Standing up on his 2 feet, Immortality started to gather the energy around his body. The red energy condensed around him, turning into a red glow, just like with the other demons. If I use my powers around me and around this space, I can move faster in the direction I want to go in. Jumping off, it appeared as if Immortality almost vanished. Using his powers as a form of travel was a great way to get from A to B, but it wasn't something he could do in a fight since it took a lot of focus. Following it through, a few minutes later, on a barren planet that looked like a moon, as the ground was covered in gray, Immortality had found a person that didn't belong. "I found you," Immortality said, immediately activating his colorless power. He didn't want the person to escape. As the colorless power hit the person, they slowly started to fade, until they had turned into nothing. If it disappeared like that, it means it's not the real one. It has to be one of their powers. No matter, I will eventually find the one I'm looking for, Immortality thought, condensing the red energy around him again, and jumping, heading to the next destination. Immortality was coming after them, and if he needed to do it one at a time, then so be it. Using his fast travel technique with his red energy surrounding him, Immortality was able to move from area to area pretty fast. He needed to focus for a few moments to speed up as well as search for those with little energy in their body, but when he found them, he crashed on those planets and always saw the same person in front of him. "I see," Immortality said, as he lifted his hand and activated his colorless power, which touched the Sil clone, causing their body to disappear after a few moments. "This person is able to make copies of themselves and is distracting me, buying time, but I will soon find the real one, and there is a chance that I will find the real one." Immortality went from one planet to the next, and eventually crashed on a planet that looked to be made entirely of ice. However, it wasn't ice. The material was far harder, more like diamonds. Most of the surface was relatively flat, with platforms here and there. There weren't giant caverns or giant ice shards sticking out from the ground, just different levels of areas here and there. Standing on the ground looking up at Immortality, the clone did nothing, as if it was there just to accept its fate, unlike the last few he had met, who had attempted to teleport or run away. However, Immortality, before reaching the planet, would have already activated part of his colorless power, stopping that from happening the moment he appeared. This clone, as its body was disappearing, looked Immortality straight in the eye. "Are you no longer worried by your deaths? We will see how you feel when I meet the real one of you," Immortality said. The body completely disappeared, and the colorless power was retracted back into Immortality. His colorless power also affected the red energy in the air, so he was unable to use one power while using the other. Finishing his retraction, he was getting ready to move to the next area. He was trying to sense where the others were, but he soon opened his eyes. Wait a moment. Why are so many of them suddenly close? Right in front of him, after finishing that thought, around 90 different Sils had teleported right in front of him. Immediately, all of them gathered lightning and fire in their hands and fired it right at Immortality. Meanwhile, the real Sil had arrived as well, staying a little further back than the rest. Condensed lightning bolt was being held in his hands, while the rest of his arm was completely blue. With how quickly the Sils were getting destroyed, I knew you must have had some way to travel fast between them all and a way to locate them. Because of that, it was too dangerous to leave you be, in case you find the others. Swinging with his arm, Sil hurled the lightning bolt, which made a thunderous noise as it left his hands and smashed right toward the center where Immortality was. It was a strong, successful hit, and along with all of the other clones, there weren't going to be many that could withstand this. But if this was enough to defeat Immortality, then he wouldn't have been considered a grand threat. I have the foresight ability. I can see it. If I just let all the clones continue on like this, then all of them are going to be killed. The moment the attacks had started to surround all of his body, the strange clothing he wore that appeared to grow out of his skin and had a pair of eyes around his waist crawled up nearly the entirety of his body, covering him from head to toe. The eyes around his waist then looked to be glowing red around his chest instead. The fire and lightning all looked to be just bouncing off him. Throwing out his hand, the snake-like dragon had wrapped around it, and the explosive red power attack was launched. It had ignited nearly the entire space where the fist had been thrown, too fast for the sills to avoid, killing 10% of them. In its place, there was a large imprint on the planet's flowing surface covered in scales, and around 10% of the clones had been defeated. None of the clones currently have the foresight ability. I gave them teleportation, 2 elemental abilities, telepathy, and hardening so they could survive a little longer, but the hardening was unable to do anything with that attack. But I can still change my own powers. Syl grabbed the book. It glowed for a few moments and he pulled out a golden sword. When he landed on the floor, the rest of the Sils teleported to the side, still with their abilities in their hand. Next, he activated his super speed ability and swung the sword, hitting Immortality right across his chest. The armor seemed to split off from where the cut was made and swirled about in the air slightly. Seeing what Immortality was going to do next, Syl quickly moved out of the way. A large red portal was created from above where they were, and when Immortality punched down, a large fist came pounding from the top but hit the planet's floor, crushing it to pieces. Things are going well so far. It's a good thing the champions told me about Immortality's many powers, Syl thought, recalling the conversations he had with them. The strange substance that looked like armor on his legs could extend out to his whole body. This armor seemed able to block out energy-type attacks, including things like lightning, but if they were hit physically, attacks would get through. On top of that, Immortality had the red mist power that he could control. In a lot of ways, this worked like blood aura, which meant this power was the most versatile in the way it could be used. The way Immortality liked to use the power, though, was forming large portals, and when he struck in the same place the portal opened, a giant fist of power would strike as well. One of his most powerful forms of attack, though, was the 2 dragons that hovered above his shoulders. They could sometimes act on their own if one got too close to Immortality, but if combined with his fists, they would be able to deliver an earth-shattering blow. Finally, there was the colorless power. At that moment, Immortality raised his hand. But when he did, all of the clone Sils by the side started to fire away their powers, hitting Immortality. His hand had lowered, and the armor started to raise on his body again. The colorless ability, if he was hit, he was unable to activate it. With all of these powers, Immortality had the strength to beat nearly anyone in a fight, but he had never gone against someone like Syl before. Syl could very well be Immortality's natural enemy with all of his powers. The champions wasted no time moving from the cave, and they had brought along with them the 3 Scullies. 2 of them on one side of Calva's shoulder and another on the other side. Below the mountain they were in, there was the forest that led out and displayed the beautiful scenery that stretched far and wide, but they didn't head that way. Instead, they were running in the opposite direction. The planet itself was also gigantic, much like all the objects and plant life that lived on it, but with such a large planet there would also be pockets of area that had nothing but bare land on it as well. Only these pockets would be equivalent to an entire continent back on Earth. I can hear the sound of fighting, and energies colliding behind us. Is something going on here? Quinn asked. It's the norm of our world, Pultra replied. The inhabitants fight every day over the smallest of things, and there are times when they even have had enough of the demons that are in an attempt to control them. We have to ignore what is going on for the bigger goal. The group were so far away, yet Quinn could feel the vibrations through the ground. He could only imagine the scale of the fight that was happening right now. He knew Pultra was right though, they had more important things to worry about. The group had reached their destination. It had gray-colored ground, an area that looked like a giant wasteland, only with gray paved rocks that spread all over the place. As far as Quinn could see, there was no sign of life, be that insects or plants. This will be our training ground. This land spans like this for miles on end. We can fight to our heart's content without anything getting in the way, Pultra explained. Out here as well, there is nothing that the demons want, so there is nothing close by. Although Pultra said this, the vibrations could still be felt. They were subtle, but even though they had traveled so far, he could still feel something happening on the planet. Seeing that Quinn was reacting to something, Pultra cleared her throat, and the Scullies were placed on the ground as Shinto. Calva and Pultra lined up next to each other. The three of us were named the champions because we were considered the strongest in this entire universe. Pultra explained. Immortality knew that. He knew the titles we had, which was why he wanted to break the hope of the people down immediately by taking us out first. He had overwhelming strength, but we didn't just give up. Each one of us fought against him to the best of our abilities. I have perhaps experienced the same thing you went through. Did you go into the misty fog? The mention of the fog, Quinn knew exactly what Pultra was referring to. So he knew that her words weren't baseless lies now. At the time, each of us fought him one-on-one, and through speaking to each other we realized something. Each of our experiences when fighting Immortality were completely different, and it might be the same for you as well. Do you remember what happened? Quinn went on to explain to the others his fight with Immortality. Calva had seen some of it, but he had also been stored in the shadow space for the later half. Calva also made it an important point that he had just defeated one of the Demon Kings and had gone straight to facing Immortality, stating that Quinn was unable to use everything he had against his opponent. I see, he seemed to have used his colorless power close to from the get-go. That is not the same as our experience. We have found that Immortality has multiple different strengths and powers that he can use to fight. Which is why we think, if you were to face all three of us at the same time, it would be similar to going up against him. Quinn didn't know if the champions were really that strong or they were simply overestimating themselves. He had yet to truly see any of them fighting properly. Not while he was conscious anyway. He just had nonce words about how much power they wielded. Either way, there was something that might push Quinn out to allow him to grow from this, the fact that he didn't have his Godslayer armor set. Battling without it would improve him for when he battled with it. So while he was waiting for its repair, this was at least something he could do. All right, let's not waste any more time. Quinn's eyes started glowing red. From now on, I will treat it like I'm going up against Immortality. On the same planet, a large distance away, Bisha, the Yak Demon King, had lifted one of the giant ships right above his head. In his sights he had both Edvard and Chris in front of him. Immediately he started to swing it down through the air. The object was so heavy and large that it was causing the red mist to be pushed upwards. I don't think we can run away from this. It's too large, Edvard said. The giant object was coming down too fast for them to either run to the left or right and avoid getting hit, but Chris was already one step ahead of him. His body was fully transformed, his legs were bent slightly. As the giant ship came crashing down on him, he pushed up with both of his arms. Both of his feet sunk into the ground, and Edvard was doing his best to push it up as well. "Ha, you're fighting back," Bisha shouted, surprised to feel the amount of force being pushed by them. "This is useless. We can't push it back. He's too strong," Edvard said. "We have to do something or we're gonna get smothered. Do you think you can hold on by yourself for a while?" Chris was trying extremely hard to push the thing off. Veins were exploding from his forearms running up to his hands. Edvard decided to take that as a yes, as he bent down even further and left all of the weight and power to Chris. The giant ship descended a few inches for a moment, and then the entirety of Edvard's armor started to pulsate. The armor glowed, going from the top of his head down to the bottom of his feet. As he sprung up with power, Edvard unleashed a punch right on the bottom of the ship. It exploded with such strength and tore a hole right through the giant thing from one side to the other. "Crap," Chris thought. "I couldn't even put a scratch on this ship when my claws scratched against it, but Edvard was able to punch a hole through it. Just how strong is that armor?" "Come on, let's go," Edvard said, as the two slipped and went through the hole that was made. "Let's take down this Yak King, and maybe he'll be a nice meal for you." Edvard smiled. Having rushed down to the ground below to chase after the man in white, what the group assumed was another Demon King, they found themselves in a type of production area. There were several giant tools, large mallets, working areas, melting pots, and even giant crystals. It was the area where the Yaks used these tools to build the giant ships that were by their side. They were at the very edge of one side of the large giant ships, and were looking straight ahead at the strange man in white. "Remember, the only thing we actually need is his blood," Hickel commented. "And how do you expect us to get something like that without killing him?" Peter replied back, still in his full celestial form. I'm going to have to agree with Peter on that one. It looks like our original plan of changing their memories isn't going to do so well. Russ was thinking back to when he had tried to touch the Yak King. The red mist had condensed around the body, not allowing him to get close. Although a strong hit or a punch could get through and do damage, physically touching them just for a moment seemed quite impossible, unless they were dead of course. Luce, the Demon King, lifted his hands up and the several streaks of small white power came out from his hands. It looked the same as before, like a type of liquid rather than energy. It moved fast and it left behind a trail that lingered permanently in the air. It moved around all of the large objects, through the small cracks and was heading for the group again. Hickle went ahead, summoning his blood aura and fired it out toward Luce this time. He knew that his attacks were useless against this strange white power. However, the white dots moved to where the attacks were. It had moved in a diagonal line and the attack crashed into it, exploding on the spot. It did nothing, but it had blocked the attack and there was now a permanent diagonal white line in the air. It started to move in a zigzag shape and blocked the rest of the attacks in the same way, until what was left in the air was somewhat of a crudely drawn shield. This worked out before, so let's try it again. Russ used his powers to first transform into that of the Pensui. He then rushed forward, passing the main circular white light. Pulling out the sword from his side, his leg's transformation ended and he swung the sword down, touching the lingering white path that had been made. When the sword touched one section of it, the entire attack had disappeared just like before. Although using this sword isn't too much of a problem in itself for me, it cancels out all my powers when I do use it. Russ thought, if I summon anything, transform my body, or try to use any other powers, I can't with this sword. I see, you are the most troublesome one, and the one I need to get rid of first, Luce declared. Using his own power and the power of the special armor that Edvard currently wore, he was able to make a large hole through the ship, from the bottom all the way to the top. Chris quickly escaped through the hole along with Edvard, allowing the ship to crash to the ground, and the two of them quickly made their way to the top. It didn't take long for the Yak King, Bisha, to jump up from the ground and land on the ship again. I knew you two would still be alive, Bisha shouted. But now that some of you annoying little friends are being dealt with, I can deal with the two of you. Bisha slammed his foot onto the ground and a large chunk of it lifted into the air. The top of the ship seemed to be made of slightly different material compared to the hard substance that covered the outside. The Demon King then hurled the chunk that was the size of a car, right at them. Sparks of fire were seen surrounding the object as it had been thrown so fast. The first to react out of the two was Edvard, as the armor pulsated through his body and he threw out a punch, not just a punch but one where his blood aura was mixed in with it. When his fist hit the object, it was blasted with enormous power that ripped the object into several different sizes. The armor gave one great power, but it took time for someone to know how to use it properly, a way where they could combine it with their own powers in order to deal the most damage, and Edvard was extremely capable of that because he had practiced with the armor a long time ago. The vampire martial arts that the vampires were taught, a lot of it actually stemmed from the original Edvard. The use of a blood punch, exploding the blood aura on impact powerfully like a shotgun, all were developed by him. Using this, combined with the armor effects, Edvard's punches were probably some of the strongest the universe had to offer. However, it couldn't be used in a simple physical way, such as the situation they were in not too long ago. Chris had more strength, being able to stop the ship from crushing them. Holding it up on his own was something Edvard wouldn't have been able to do. Seeing the great power twice now, Chris was stunned. I thought, out of everyone here, that he was the weakest of the group, that I would have to look out and cover for him. But that might not be the case at all. Bisha continued to hurl objects one after the other at the two of them, and Edvard was hitting them one after the other, turning them into nothing. Hey! Are you really just going to make me do all the work? What was the point of letting you go out and eat all of these guys if you were going to do nothing? Edvard shouted behind him, but when he threw out his next punch he felt no impact. It had only hit the air. He had just been punching along to the rhythm of the tosses, relying on his ability for a while now. When turning his head, he could see that a giant mast had been broken off, and was in the hands of Bisha. It was already mid-swing, and the giant mast slammed into the two sides. Their bodies went flying off in the distance, and even the mast had been let go out of Bish's hands. The two were far in the air, until they crashed on the ground a few times, eventually getting up. "Crap, that kind of hurt a bit," Edvard said. Looking at his armor, he was worried about it since it technically wasn't his, but there seemed to be no major damage to the thing. Chris had gotten up as well, but now was looking at where they were. "We were hit quite far away." Chris was trying to see if he could recognize anything, but it almost felt like they were hit so far that they were in a different place altogether. Looking at the groundwork around him, he noticed the strange giant wave-hardened structures, and where he had seen them before. This was the place where the yaks were going, where they were harvesting their materials from, Chris said. It was a strange sight to see. The floor itself looked as if they were in a giant frozen sea, with large waves that would tower from side to side, but none of it was moving. Sure enough, as Edvard looked far off into the distance, he could see the giant ships as well. But that wasn't the only thing they could see. Just like before, there was something that was drawing closer to them in the sky. Before they knew it, it crashed and landed right in front of the two of them, shaking the whole ground. "Hey, is it just me? Or does he look different from before?" Edvard noticed. He was right. There was the strange red aura that was thick and covered the whole of Bish's skin. The tusks that grew from the bottom of his mouth were now growing further upward to the point where it touched the top of his forehead. On the yak skin itself, there were these strange swirling patterns that were on his chest as well. "I'll kill both of you for destroying my hard work," Bisha exclaimed, now in his demon form. The demon form of the Demon Kings, this was something that the champions didn't even know too much about, but it was actually one's true form that each Demon King had. As for the reason why they didn't just stay in that form all the time, it was due to the red energy in the air. This was an order and was forbidden by Immortality himself. The full demon form would attract the red mist energy from all over, and he needed that to do its work, to do its thing, so the demons staying in their demon form for long periods of time would cause great problems for him. Immediately after transforming, and now in front of the others, Bisha threw out his fist. He wasn't within range of the others, but the marking on his chest started to light up, and the red energy had gathered on top of his fist. Exploding out of the air, heading towards them, it looked like a giant meteorite. This was far bigger than the objects that had been thrown from before, and looked a lot more powerful. Not sure that, even with the armor, he would be able to take on the attack, Edvard moved out of the way, and Chris had done the same, transforming himself into his wolf form. The large fist in the center hit the ground and crushed everything in its path. The large giant waves that towered above them started to break and crumble, falling off bit by bit and falling into the area of the attack, turning into nothing. Eventually the attack started to grow smaller and smaller in size, turning into nothing, but had left a path of destruction. While avoiding the attack, Chris ran in his wolf form, and decided to head straight to the Demon King. "I'm faster than I was before, and I'm stronger, which means that I can hit harder." Moments before reaching Bisha, Chris' body started to transform, and he created a chi platform in the air. Even though his feet could touch the ground, he had noticed something. The ground was unable to contain his strength. When pushing off the ground, it would break in the process, making him lose some of his force, but when he used his chi to create a platform to push off form, it wouldn't break, giving him that extra boost. Pushing off, his body had transformed back into that of a full werewolf, covered in red fur, and he swiped right through Bish's skin. His claws cut up the ankle of the leg. However, Chris' hand was small compared to Bish's leg, so it looked like nothing but a flesh wound. "I know I'm still not strong enough to take him down with a punch, but if I put all the power into my claws, it can still rip into his skin." Chris didn't stop there, as he turned and continued to swipe, moving at an incredibly fast speed, slashing with his claws, cutting at just the single foot of Bisha. It was almost a repeat of what Chris had done with his fight against Anzoku, only it was targeted to a single area this time rather than one's whole body. Although they weren't large wounds, a tingling sensation could be felt in Bisha's foot, and he knew if he didn't do something that it could cause him problems. Immediately, his fist lit up, and he went to throw a punch downward, aiming for Chris. With the power surging around the fist, the attack itself had turned enormous, nearly as big as when the ship was being used to attack them. The red energy all around was pushing downward along with the hand. Regardless of this, Chris continued to attack at the leg, clawing it away, chucking off pieces of flesh to the side. He trusted me back then, so I will trust him now as well, Chris thought. The fist continued to come down, and from the side Edvard had leapt up. He had both of his hands by his side. As the armor pulsated up from the toes, he threw out both of his hands, pulsating with power. It pushed the large arm to the side heavily. Bish's punch was thrown off course and nearly his whole balance as well. The fist had crashed into the ground, but it had done so next to Chris instead. The energy from the fist had still hit him, crashing on top. Covering his body with chi, Chris gritted his teeth. "RGHH!" he exclaimed, as he forcefully pushed, breaking out of the red mist. Immediately Chris powered through and went straight for the same foot again. Bisha now was keeping an eye on the one that was able to produce such explosive power, and threw out his other hand, releasing another meteorite of power. This was too close for Edvard to avoid, so he had no choice but to attempt to blast it back with his fist as well. Throwing out an explosive punch, it hit the meteorite of energy, but it didn't get pushed back. Instead it was Edvard that was feeling the intense pain. Although the energy had entered inside him, on impact he felt a great pain on his whole body, causing blood to spew out of his mouth. "Fuck, this hurts," Edvard thought. With his other fist ready, he punched the meteorite power again. His feet were skidding across the ground now, but his arms and whole body was still being affected by the strange power. Leaving one hand on the attack, he punched with his other fist, and then he would alternate doing this. He continued to punch and punch until it completely disappeared from his sight, breaking it apart. "How is someone like you still alive?" Bisha shouted. His attack, which destroyed everything in its path, had not destroyed this small figure. The blood had poured out of Edvard's mouth and was now on his armor. He couldn't imagine taking a direct hit from the demon in this form, but it was something he needed to do. Running forward, Edvard leapt in the air with his fist ready, and matching it, Bisha had thrown out his fist as well. The two were ready to collide. That was until a large snap sound was heard, and suddenly Bisha's fist fell to the side and was going off target. He looked to the ground, and he hadn't even felt what had happened. The flesh on his foot, it had been torn off completely, to the point where only his bone could be seen. Seeing this, Chris still hadn't stopped there. He continued to attack, and eventually broke the bone as well. "Don't stop there. X marks the spot," Chris shouted, as he dug his claws into the giant and started to run up its body. Bisha was still in the middle of falling, but he was ready to stick his stump into the ground. Chris felt extremely alive, his claws pulsating with power and his chi raging in him. As he ran up Bisha's chest, he swung his arm. His claws ripped through the skin, but then a large claw strike appeared, cutting off the flesh on his chest. Chris then repeated the same with the other hand, tearing off another claw mark, making a large X shape, and it was right where Bisha's heart was. With the flesh torn off and the muscle, the heart could clearly be seen beating in Bisha. It was an open target. "That's a pretty clear target." Edvard smiled, his arms pulsating as he threw a punch directly in the chest. The power exploded, and just like with the outer of the ship, a large hole went right through, having burst Bisha's heart completely. The second Demon King had been defeated. Although it was quite far away in the distance, Luce could feel a massive amount of red mist energy disperse suddenly. It was condensing in one area, which could only mean that Bisha had decided it warranted the use of his demon form. Once Luce felt this, he thought the fight would be over for the intruders, but that wasn't the case at all. Did Bisha die? Luce thought. Had he gotten weak due to the situation he had been in? Unlike all the other demon kings that were constantly fighting for their own entertainment, Bisha had been placed in the production facility on his own, never using his powers at all. Even the other yaks didn't try to contest him for their position, since they were production workers rather than fighters. Naturally, over the course of thousands of years, there would be those of the same race that would rise in strength, challenging the top and trying to topple them, attempting to become the new demon king. This was also the case with the vampires, as strong ones came and went. This kept all of the current demon kings on their toes and always increasing their power. Perhaps it wasn't the same for Bisha due to his position. Still, even with a weak Bisha, I can't discredit the other's strength. One would still have to be at least as strong as the champions if they were able to do that, and it seems some of these have a few tricks up their sleeves. Luce thought as he looked straight ahead at the three coming towards them. Peter jumped in the air and, with a fist, he punched what looked like a giant hammer that was left on the ground. It went flying toward Luce. The palm of his hand lit up with strange white energy, and when the hammer reached him, he swung his arm out. It hit the hammer and flung it across, hitting the side of one of the ships, making a loud bang before falling to the ground. "This guy's powers are so strange and annoying," Peter shouted, as he threw out a couple of fists of energy, leaving from his hands. Hickle jumped up in the air and hurled blood aura swipes from above. With both of his hands, Luce started to make circles with them, creating what looked like white-colored shields that he held onto. Moving them, he blocked the attacks of Peter. When the attacks hit the white shield, it just dispersed the energy into nothing. The attacks hadn't even pushed Luce back. With his other hand, Luce had quickly moved it to each of the blood swipes. These attacks, when hit, exploded, creating a dust cloud. "Support me," Peter shouted. He rushed forward, kicking off from a giant rock, his head-tail wrapped around his fist as he gathered his energy. As the smoke started to settle, Russ could be seen right by Luce's side. He had teleported there and swung his sword. The white shield was lifted, but when the sword made contact, it disappeared. Throwing out his fist, Luce moved his head to the side, avoiding the blow. At the same time, the head-tail swung from above, but with just his hand, Luce knocked it to the side, hitting it into the ground. "Your sword has a strange power, but it's clear you are not a swordsman." A strike was made with the sword, rather than placing it back in its sheath, but the Demon King avoided it swiftly and with a glowing palm, he smashed it right into Russ's stomach, sending him flying in the same direction as the hammer. Before he had crashed into it, Hickle had managed to rush over and catch him just in time. However, damage had been done. Blood was coming out from Russ's mouth. "We can't get through that strange white power without Russ using the sword. But at the same time, if Russ uses the sword, he's practically just a human. Any transformation he had or powers just disappear." That wasn't all Hickle had to worry about because Luce had grabbed onto Peter's hand. And now the strange white liquid power was expanding, growing in size and had created an entire shell over Peter. Peter swung his other hand, but it hit the white substance, unable to move like it was stuck in some kind of glue. He then used his two head tails to try to cut at it, but it was doing nothing and eventually it covered his entire body. What looked like a giant white eggshell was now on the field, and there was no sign of Peter because he was in the egg itself. "Now that's one of you dealt with, I will have to deal with you too and go see what's happened on the other side," Luce said. The frightening power of one of the right-hand men of Immortality was being shown. At the area where the land looked like giant frozen waves, Chris and Edvard were looking at the fallen giant on the ground. Edvard was still recovering. His insides felt like they had been ripped apart, but he was just thankful that the armor was still in one piece. When inspecting the giant, Edvard started to look at its foot. It had been ripped apart, torn bit by bit in every way possible. It was a gruesome sight. For Chris, he was no longer in his red werewolf form, and he felt a little pain throughout his body. He had been in the form from the get-go, transforming to his strongest self from the start of the fight. He had already been pushing it by staying in the same form for an incredibly long time. "We just barely made it through this," Edvard said. "If we had to deal with two of the Demon Kings at the same time, we would have been done for." With the strength he had, Chris leapt up onto the large yak's body, and he was looking at its large size with his eyes. "I know what you're thinking. Do what you need to do," Edvard said. "I'm out for the count for a while. I won't be able to help the others, but if you eat a Demon King, your growth, you might be able to match up to them on your own." The amount of energy gained from the general on its own, it was what allowed Chris to keep attacking without even taking a breath. It was something he wouldn't have been able to do before, but with this, would he become something else? Would his power be able to match Unzoku? An item was flung from his side, and Chris managed to catch it with his hand on reflex. He noticed it well. It was one of the flasks that vampires would use. Don't go eating every part of him. Remember, we need to get that blood for Quinn as well, Edvard commented. That's 2 down and 3 more to go. Taking the flask, Chris went to the hole in the chest. Due to the large body, it was quite easy to find a part that was leaking with fresh blood. After leaving it there for a while, the flask filled back up, and it was thrown back to Edvard, who was now sitting on the floor. All right, it's time, Chris said, as he transformed just the top of his head. His snout grew larger, and his hands started to transform as well. These 2 things made it a bit easier for him to eat. Slashing a part of the flesh with his claw, he looked at it before proceeding to place it right into his stomach. As the first bite went down his throat and his body immediately started to digest it, he could feel it, the new power, the new energy surging through his body. Edvard was watching everything carefully. Based on what I saw, I don't think the other Demon King is going to be as easy as this one, and if more start to get involved, I can tell my body, it's out for the count. I can't use the power of the armor anymore. I'll be pretty much useless for this whole thing. So, Chris, you need to get stronger, so much stronger that you can take these guys without my help. Memories started to flash back in Edvard's head once again, and he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. I can't believe it, now of all times. I'm relying on the help of a werewolf. I guess we were the ones that were in the wrong in the end, huh, Gary? Quinn was running at full speed through the wasteland. It was an open area, and there was nowhere for him to hide. Several large bone-shaped spikes started to come from the sky and were aimed directly at him. Zigzagging his way through, Quinn avoided them all one by one, allowing them to pierce the ground. He avoided all of them as they came one after the other, but he wasn't planning on just running forever. Another large bone-like spike came toward him. Timing it right, he turned around and managed to grab one of them. His eyes scanned the area quickly, eventually finding his target off in the distance. There you are, Quinn saw Calva. The bones were being produced out of his back and were shooting up into the air. They then would somehow fall at great speed, all of them aiming perfectly where Quinn was. He had tried to originally stop it with his red aura, creating a blood shield, or attacking back with his blood swords. But the strange bones were incredibly sharp and infused with energy that would just tear right through the attack. The second time, he had tried to use his shadow. This had successfully blocked the attack, but just as he used his shadow, Pultra would seemingly appear out of nowhere, delivering a hefty kick to his side. With the bone spear in his hand, he was ready to hurl it right at Calva. But once again, Pultra had appeared with her leg glowing with power. There she is again. Does she have some type of invisibility? Or is it a teleportation power? Maybe she can just move that fast. Blood aura gathering in his hand. Along with Chi, Quinn blasted the leg away, but at the same time, a large axe came swinging down in front of him, bursting with black flames. My shadow, it can't stop the black flames for some reason. This is proving to be a lot more difficult than I thought. Using the shadow lock on himself, Quinn disappeared, avoiding all of the hits, and when he came back, he burst with blood aura all around him, flinging it in all different directions, pushing the others out of the way. The power was strong but not strong enough to injure them, and the spikes falling from above were enough to disrupt him once again. Quinn decided to retreat, running again as he thought of a way to deal with the situation. Pultra was watching everything very carefully, trying to evaluate the situation. He is faster and stronger than his friend and has a number of different powers. Of course, we are going all out here unlike I did before. I was only testing the one called Sill's strength. He still would have beaten me, but I would have put up a good fight. Right now, though, I can't see a difference in strength between you and him. You have to show me. Show me why you're the one that can beat Immortality. Pultra continued to fight with everything she had, including the rest, all in hopes of creating an even bigger monster. Meanwhile, Quinn himself was trying to figure out what was different. It's strange. I know I'm stronger and more skillful than all of them in every single way. If I was to do battle with Calva, I could use shadow portals to redirect his spears, and then overpower him with my physical or vampire aura. It's the same for the other two as well. But if I try to use the shadow that way on Calva, the others disrupt me before I can fully utilize my own physical strength, and Calva is strong enough to avoid his own attacks. If I try to use their own attacks against them, both Shinto and Pultra disappear. In my fights, when I'm battling them on my own, I'm able to corner them or overwhelm them with my strength, but they're extremely versatile in so many ways. With his armor's active effects, he might be able to do something, but if they turned out to be useless against Immortality like they had done, then he needed to figure out another way. The training was proving more useful than he thought. But as he fought against the three at the same time, he couldn't help but think that this was a bit like if he was to go up against Syl. At the same time, Syl was in a tough battle of his own. He had been switching, using the clones to fire elemental attacks, and himself using his large Grand Demon Tier Golden Sword to strike at Immortality directly. When he did this, though, he used his speed ability and would strike at the armor, repeating the process. This is going well. I don't think I'm doing any damage, but I am managing to stall him. But if things continue like this, I'll eventually run out of MC cells. The reason why Syl said this was that every once in a while the large wingless dragons or serpents that were on Immortality's back would wrap around his arm, and he would deliver an incredibly large blow, wiping out about 10% of the clones. If it was a battle of who had more energy, then Syl wasn't quite sure he could win. Once again, as the elemental attacks from the clones hit Immortality, his strange skin-like armor on his body started to cover the entirety of himself. Syl charged in at this point, swinging the sword, only this time it had clashed against something hard. Did you really think that if you did the same thing again and again, that it would work? Immortality said. The red energy had gathered, creating a layer over his armor and his hand, protecting it from the sword. Immortality had managed to block a strike that was to go right across his chest. That sword is interesting, but not strong enough. Immortality went to strike Syl, who used his super speed to block with the sword. It started to light up, but before it could complete, Immortality grabbed it with his fingers and tensed his hand, breaking it on the spot, crushing it to pieces. Syl, feeling the danger coming on, leapt back. As he did, Immortality swung his arm, and the red energy that had gathered around his hand dissipated into several small balls of energy. They went out faster than bullets and hit half of the clones, wiping them out on the spot. This guy, he has so many tricks and so many different powers. I feel like I'm fighting against Quinn, Syl thought to himself. In the moment he retreated and thought about what to do, Immortality had raised his hand, and the colorless ability had been activated. The area around them was turning into a world of black and white. Peter was trapped in a giant white hardened shell, while Russ had been hurt relatively badly, but he managed to use his powers to start to change his body slightly. He was also using a form of healing on himself. His hand pressed against his chest with a soft glow, and he soon stood up next to Hickle. So do you have any ideas on how to beat this guy? Russ asked. There was a new determined look on his face, and he was full of focus after being hit. I have to admit that my attacks don't seem to hurt him, Hickle replied. The best I can do is cause a distraction, so it will be up to you in the end. Very well, Russ said, as he looked down at his arm. The God Slayer bracelet that had been created for him was still present. He wanted to test out its effects in a situation that wasn't so important, but if they were going to die anyway, then he might as well gamble. Rising up from behind Russ was the dark purple shadow. Meanwhile his legs had transformed into that of a Pensui and his arms into that of a Dalki. A combination of strengths that would allow him to fight head-on. Hickle was the first to strike, throwing out his blood aura in all directions. Rather than going straight for the target, it went for the egg-shaped figure as well as the large items around. When the blood aura hit, his explosions set off. The large giant items were falling to the ground, being blown to pieces causing debris to go everywhere. But the egg was intact even with all the attacks that landed on it. Rushing through all of the smoke was Russ. His super-fast legs propelled him forward and he threw out with the large fist of the Dalki bashing right into loose. He had been somewhat distracted by the smoke, unable to make a shield in time. Impressive, you are quite fast. I knew you would be the most troublesome, Luce stated, and he used his white liquid power to form a pole of sorts. He spun it around and deflected the next hit that came from Russ, knocking both of his hands off to the side. Luce was extremely skillful with the weapon in his hands, and dashed forward aiming to thrust it in Russ' stomach, but he managed to move away quickly. "I have the legs of the fastest person in our universe," Russ stated as he jumped up. Luce swung the pole to the side ready to knock him out of the air, but before he could, Hickle was there, his hand right by his side glowing red. "Let's see how you fare taking a hit from this close up." Hickle hit Luce right on the side, and exploded him away. His power wasn't directed in the normal way his explosions would work, blowing up in every direction, but was short and straight, making it more powerful and compact, but still injured Hickle's own hand in the process using it in this way. While skidding across the ground, Hickle soon noticed something wrapped around his waist. It was the strange white material that Luce was able to produce. It wrapped around his arms and more, and lifted him in the air before slamming him onto the ground head first into the rocks. The pole had changed shape and form. With his other hand free, Luce shot out his ball of power, which homed its way towards Russ. When it was just about to reach him, though, the shadow moved in place, stopping it. The white ball looked to be pushing against the shadow, unable to push further forward, but eventually moved and started to zigzag, trying to come from another angle. As it did, Russ would move the shadow, blocking it in place. "Something that can actually block my attack. You are full of surprises, aren't you?" Luce claimed. Using his legs, Russ rushed out of the area while the white energy continued to follow him. Even though the shadow could block the attack, it would only be a matter of time until he was hit. "You don't know the half of it," Russ said with a smile on his face. "There's a reason why people hate fighting against me the most." Lifting up his hand, the bracelet started to glow. A strange multicolored energy, almost a rainbow, covered the entire of his palm. Quickly, Russ moved it right to where the white energy was coming towards him. The two made contact and the white attack was starting to disappear. It was fading away, and almost looked like it was being dragged in, or absorbed into Russ's hand. Seeing what was happening, Luce quickly stopped the attack. "It's because I'm one annoying bastard," Russ exclaimed, as he held out both of his hands and the same white substance was emitted out from them. Two paths that were leaving a lingering mark in the air were heading right for Luce. "It can't be. Is this some type of fake?" Luce thought, but he still made two shields out of his power and blocked both of the hits head-on. They looked to have bounced off and came attacking from above. As they were heading down, two large red blood swipes came right for Luce's legs. They exploded, distracting him further and destroying the ground beneath his feet. We got him," Hickle said. With the ground having been destroyed underneath, he had lost his footing slightly, and the attacks from Russ had landed. The strange substance started to hit him, and wrapped around him, tying him up, keeping him in place. "We just need a bit more," Hickle thought, and as if his prayers were answered, he could see the bone claw appearing right behind Luce, and Peter was there along with him. Peter grabbed his arm, pulling it out with all his strength, and then the two head tails wrapped around a single arm. Luce, using his strength, was able to move, and went to deliver a punch to hit Peter off. "Not so fast. This guy is with us." A large turtle shell appeared right in front of Luce, and there was a cat on top of his head producing a fury of flames. The flames went out and started to burn away the white cloth on Luce's arm, but the punch was still delivered forward, crashing right into Genbu's shell. It started to crack and would soon disappear. "It will be a while until you can use us again, but you still got the other two, so use them well and get these people," Genbu shouted, before he disappeared. There was no need to tell Peter. He already was swinging down with all of his might. The celestial energy that coated his power split right through the red mist energy barrier, and the head-tail sharpness dug right through the arm. Peter's fist was so powerful that the energy was sent crashing into the ground, shaking the whole place. Quickly, Hickle decided to throw out more of his blood, using it to explode in several directions, creating smoke. Appearing by Hickle's side was Russ, and after that, Peter had teleported with the bone claw before he started to disappear again. "You made it. Did you get him?" Hickle asked. "No, he's still alive," Peter replied. "But I got what we needed." In Peter's hand was Luce's arm, but more importantly, it was his blood. Peter had a job to do for Quinn, and he wasn't going to forget about what was needed. With Peter's personality, they couldn't believe what he had just done. He had managed to cut off Luce's arm, and what was amazing was his reason for doing it. Now, with the arm in their possession, it meant they had one of the Demon King's blood. They knew that Luce was strong, too strong, to the point that one surprise attack surely wasn't going to kill him. And with Peter's personality, nearly every hit he would do was aimed at killing the target. I forgot that he had the power of the familiars to help him. Hickle grabbed the arm and pulled out a flask from underneath his thick trousers. He then started to squeeze the arm, allowing the blood to drip into the flask. Was he waiting in that egg the whole time, waiting for the right time to strike so we could get this? That was precisely what Peter had done, although it wasn't his idea. Outcast, the black cat familiar, was the one who had suggested it to him, stating that he could escape with the help of the bone claw whenever he wanted. However, he should wait for the right opportunity. They would attack when they could. It was, though, Peter's aim to get the blood. In his mind, the blood was the most important thing to help Quinn. Then they could focus on taking down the others later. After the flask had been filled up, Hickle placed it back down in his trousers, which the others weren't sure was the safest place, but he hadn't lost it so far, so they let it be. "Pass me that arm," Russ said. He closed his eyes and started to use the fire ability. The arm was starting to light up and was turning into nothing but ashes fairly quickly. Detached from the original body, there was only a lingering energy protecting it, and the red mist had disappeared from it as well. "What should we do now?" Hickle asked. "We can teleport out of here with Russ power, we have the blood, but if we do that, then there is a good chance that the Demon King can inform Immortality and the others." "Syl is fighting Immortality at the moment," Peter replied. "I don't think Syl is an easy opponent for him. We don't have to worry, and if we've done this much damage to him already, I say we stay and fight, getting rid of another problem for Quinn." Russ nodded. "It seems like the two of us are agreeing more and more lately," Russ smiled, looking at the Godslayer item on his wrist. It was an amazing ability that had come from Pine, one of the high-spiked Dalki. His ability was one that allowed him to absorb all types of energy and attacks from abilities, and then he could repel that attack back as a pure form of energy. Now, as a Godslayer item, its ability was quite amazing, especially for Russ. It could do the same, but only on the hand the bracelet was worn on. That was how Russ was able to stop the attack from the Demon King from before. However, with the energy absorbed, it could be passed on to the user in the form of MC cells. This was the perfect solution for Russ's MC cell problem when using his ability. The reason he hadn't used the Demon King's ability against him from the start was because he didn't have enough MC cells. It was the same for why he hadn't attempted to summon the memories from the Black Sword like he had done before. If he used everything summoning the Black Swordsman, then what would he use to escape with if he didn't kill his enemy? Very good, Luce was heard saying. He stretched out his detached arm, and from the clean cut, his power started to form. It was molding into shape and had formed an entirely new arm. It looked like a mannequin's arm was on his body due to how white the color of it was. "I was listening in on your conversation just now, and I think you made the wrong decision. You guys should have just run away." Far off in the distance, Syl was battling against Immortality. He had tried his best to stop him using his colorless ability. From all of the battles that he had with the champions, he had heard that this was the ability that finished them off. Although Immortality could have dominated them with another power, at the end after weakening them, he would use this ability before even getting close to them, which went to show how much he relied on and trusted this power of his. Now, he had managed to allow Immortality to use it and it was starting to grow in size, but Syl had a smile on his face. "I recently came across someone with an incredibly strong power," Syl said to himself, "and since you are here in front of me, and have seen what I can do, I have a way to combine abilities, and I know something that works against this." A lightning bolt had gathered in Syl's hand, a condensed form of power. If he threw this, though, when it touched the colorless area it would just start to fade, but he had another idea, something that he had a feeling would work against this power. "I heard you fought against Quinn. So you must have experienced him using this power before. Shadow started to emit from Sill's hand, and it slowly started to move onto the lightning bolt coating it, making the outside of it glow slightly. Right then and there, he threw out the lightning bolt. It zapped across the area, and when it had entered the colorless zone, the shadow was protecting it from being affected. It was slowing down the effects of the colorless power at least. It zapped across and pierced right into Immortality's chest. The tip had entered through his skin and started to electrify his whole body. The colorless power was starting to fade slightly. I thought the only one I would have to worry about was Quinn. But there was someone from Earth who was this strong as well? Immortality grabbed the lightning bolt, pulled it out of his chest, and threw it to the ground. His power would eventually make it disappear anyway. That was just a flesh wound, and will only delay the inevitable, Immortality said. Yeah, that's what I wanted, Sill replied. Just to delay you a little, so I could access your mind and bring out something else. Someone else that gave you a lot of trouble. There were things that Sill managed to see in Immortality's mind that he wouldn't be able to summon with Russ's power, even with his own MC cells, but he did find one. A person that he knew could help him in this situation. Coming out of the ground in tattered black clothing, and holding a black sword by his side, was the Black Swordsman. The training continued, but only because Quinn wanted to find a way to enhance his fighting. It would have been very easy for him to just overpower all three of them with his blood aura, but that would make the whole training pointless. The idea was to get used to the three variations of attacks coming from all sides. Immortality had the same, if not greater power than him, so overpowering wasn't an option. Several kicks were being delivered by Pultra through the air, and Quinn had moved in closer, showing no fear. He struck back with kicks of his own, matching them. While doing so, he could see Shinto coming down with his axe full of black flames. A shadow portal had opened up behind him, and reaching out from the shadow portal was a shadow hand. It wasn't Quinn's own hand. It encased him from behind, wrapping around his body, having grabbed him midair. It was the few seconds that Quinn needed as he used his shadow travel to go underneath Pultra. And then when he was back on the ground, he had a blood spear in his hand that was hurled directly at Shinto. Crashed into the axe, sparking against the flames. With Pultra on him, Quinn reached out his hand and used the shadow lock, making her disappear. He then could see a bone spear being hurled toward him from Calva. Letting her back out, the spear had crashed into Pultra, and Quinn's fist had hit her right in the stomach. The spear from Calva was embedded into her back. Pulling it out, she threw it onto the floor. Her wound was healing quickly, which was another trait of one of her powers. It seems you've managed to find your answer, Pultra said, raising her hand. It was a signal to the others as a way to stop the fight, at least for now. I've grown stronger through multiple ways, with all my equipment and blood powers. At times, when I gain one new power that seems overwhelmingly stronger, I forget about the other things I can do because they seem useless. But the shadow is the answer. The shadow's power is extremely strong, but it's a power that becomes even stronger when utilized with everything I have. I learned that when I mixed the shadow with my blood powers. But doing so, I neglected my old ways of fighting. In a way, fighting like this, stripping everything back to the bare minimum that I had before. It showed me what I can do with everything I have. Thank you. After finishing that sentence, a notification came up from the system. All God Slayer armor has been repaired. Let's keep going. I want to try a few things. The group didn't know a lot about the Black Sword and where it originally came from, apart from the fact that it was a marked weapon, branded by Immortality. It felt like a powerful soul had been sealed away in the sword. Quinn was the one who had noticed the marking and eventually removed it. It lessened the burden one had when needing to use the sword, but it seemed that the soul's strong emotions would still go to the user who was using it. The soul inside the sword had next to no recollection of what happened. Based on the marking and what had occurred, they could imagine that Immortality and the Black Swordsman had gone through a battle, and the end result was what it was. Ha ha ha! Immortality laughed. I have no idea what your power is, but it certainly is the most interesting one I have come against. To think you were able to present this to me. Rushing forward with his sword in hand, the Black Swordsman thrust it forward. When the tip touched the colorless zone, The power almost instantly disappeared, breaking, and the color in the area had returned. I see, it's not some type of illusion after all, Immortality said. But did you really think this would pose a problem to me? I was the one who defeated him before, so I will just have to do the same thing again. Immortality rushed forward from his position, and the serpent over his shoulder started to swirl around his hand. Syl had been watching him carefully. It was clear this attack was something that he couldn't just repeat over and over again, otherwise he would have repeatedly used it, since during the fight every time he did, he had finished off around 10% of Syl's forces. When the distance between the two had closed to around the halfway mark, the clones teleported in closer, each of them having a condensed lightning whip in their hands. They swung them, and they wrapped around Immortality's legs. Several of the lightning whips were fully wrapped around the armored part of his body. The lightning effect of the whips didn't seem to be working, but they managed to still hold him back, enough time for Syl to draw out another demon tier sword, pulling the same one that had broke, directly from Immortality's memories. He dashed in using his super speed and slashed the sword against Immortality's chest. A large golden slash appeared in the air, hitting Immortality back, but the red aura that thickly covered his skin seemed to block the attack. I want to tell you something, Immortality, Syl shouted as he carried on speeding around him, striking him bit by bit. Do you know how I was able to catch you just now? How my clones were able to know where you were? It's because I could see your next move. I have the ability of foresight. It allows me to know what you are going to do before you're going to do it. My vision changes, and these spirit-like images play out the scene beforehand. With how annoying Syl was being to Immortality, he decided to just throw his fist to the ground. The immense amount of power exploded, and rocks flew up in the air as if a volcano had exploded. The lightning whips that had been attached to Immortality's legs had been destroyed, but the real Syl had retreated, standing next to the black swordsman that had blocked the lingering after-effect of the shockwave that had been sent out. You might have been able to take him out before, but that was when you were fighting him alone. I have to say, thank you for listening to me. Syl's eyes glinted a light gray for a moment before returning to normal. He now had his foresight ability as well. Although Syl was able to change his powers as much as he wished, he couldn't use two powers at the same time. There were instances where it could feel that way, such as using his super speed and then switching to super strength at the last moment to give a bigger effect. Or using one power after the other, such as raising a rock from the ground and then destroying it with his lightning, but he couldn't use both at the same time. So his foresight ability was something that he needed to constantly turn on and off during battle. Making full use of it was tricky. However, with Rust's power, Syl could use multiple powers, especially his own, because Immortality had seen what had been used against him. Syl could access Immortality's mind and use all of the powers he had in the fight so far. However, there was one thing he couldn't summon, and that was the foresight ability. This was because it was something Immortality had no knowledge of. He had never physically seen it, which was why Syl had informed him of exactly what his power was. Holding the golden sword out, lightning started to gather in his hand and was sparkling on the outside. The power of lightning, a demon tier sword, super speed, super strength, and foresight. Along with all of these and the black swordsman, I can do this. These were all of the things that Syl was using with Rust's power. He had to, because if he switched abilities, everything would disappear, which also meant Syl was burning through a large amount of MC cells at this moment. Syl gripped the handle of his weapon tightly before bringing his other hand over, holding the large sword with both of his hands. His feet shuffled on the ground, kicking up a small part of the dust, and then he charged in. Rushing in, he wasn't alone. The black swordsman was by his side, only a step or two behind him. He was fast as well, just Syl was faster, but it didn't matter because he saw what was going to take place. Immortality lifted his hand and struck down with the red mist aura from above. He wasn't close to them, but almost a giant hand had been made from the aura, planning to slam them down. Syl had already stepped to the side, avoiding the blow, while the black swordsman slashed above, touching the hand and getting rid of it completely. Syl boosted himself with speed, adding lightning in his steps. It was a technique used by the Greylash family to try and match up to those that were fast, and combining it with super speed, Syl could place himself right under Immortality, and he knew it was going to work. A large slash from the side hit across his chest. The sword slashed with large sparks of lightning hitting Immortui's body. He quickly swiveled around him before he could react and struck at his back. As Immortui swung his arm, another giant fist of red aura appeared but had hit nothing. Before he could turn around, the black swordsman was now the one that was in front of him. He slashed 4 times across his chest, and each one broke through the red mist that acted as protection. The sword cut his chest, and blood was being spilt by Immortui. With anger, he lifted up his feet and slammed them on the ground. The aura covering them made it look like the feet of the giants were being used. "Move!" Sil shouted. The 2 of them backed away, and the whole area around Immortui, like a waterfall, crashed down with the red power. The floor was cracking, and power seeping through it, but none of it had managed to touch the 2. Immediately after finishing his attack, lightning bolts came out from the side, and they were hitting Immortui's body constantly. He had no choice but to allow the armor skin to cover his whole body. As it did, Sil had come in again, jumping this time with a large strike from above. Lifting his own forearm, Immortui had blocked the strike from Sil, but at the same time, the black swordsman had swung his sword from below. The black swordsman might not have been as fast as Sil, but due to his great experience in swordsmanship, he was able to know when the right time to strike was. The sword was coming close to Immortui's body when the serpent on his shoulder opened its mouth and bit down on the sword, stopping it in its tracks. Immortui then swung his arm, overpowering Sil's sword strike and pushing him slightly to the edge. When he landed on the ground, he knew the outcome. The clones had already come in. They had teleported close and had struck at Immortui's side with a lightning fist. It was explosive power with a pulse of lightning shooting out in the air. The look on Immortui's face showed that the attack had done next to nothing to him, though. From his strange armor that covered his body, it started to move, and more serpents were appearing. They came out with their mouths open and bit on the clones, making them disappear on the spot. The serpents were smaller in size compared to the 2 large ones that dangled over his shoulder, but they were fast and had to have packed a relatively strong force if they got rid of the clones. One of the larger serpents was still holding onto the black swordsman's sword. Turning around, Immortui went to throw a fist to its stomach, until Sil had managed to get there just in time, swinging and blocking the strike with his large sword. The 2 were at it again, swinging the sword. Sil would swing with his strength and speed, some hits being blocked by Immortui, while a few got through to his body, hitting his side, his ribs, and legs. Then the black swordsman would come in as well, in between the strikes, but these ones had all been blocked by Immortui's forearm, no longer leaving a scratch on his body. "It's been a long time since I've had to fight so close with my body like this," Immortui exclaimed. This is good practice for when I go against them. I'm starting to warm up a little." Sil could tell that Immortui wasn't lying, as he saw more ahead. He could see that none of his strikes would get through to Immortui, his or the black swordsman. "Jump!" Sil shouted. He could see a strong power gathering in his hand, and Immortui had swung it out like a large slap. Both the black swordsman and Sil jumped. The 2 of them thought it was a direct attack aimed at them. Sil had seen it was a direct attack, but he had failed to see the outcome of the attack. Having swung his hand, a large red hand made from the mist had appeared as well and had hit a large portion of the clone Sils that would interrupt in the fight now and then. They disappeared as soon as the hand made contact with them. There were now only a few left, and Sil was trying to think about what to do next. "You are rushing things," Immortui said. "I can feel it in your strikes. You aren't thinking but just trying to attack. If you were thinking you would have seen the truth behind that attack, and not just the attack itself. But why are you rushing? Why are you trying so hard to get rid of me so fast?" Immortui smiled, knowing the answer. "You're running out of power, aren't you? To be able to do all of these things, there has to be a limit to your energy. After all, you are not like me, you are no god. Your energy is nowhere near close to mine. To beat you, all I need to do is wait." Hearing that was good news for Sil because in the first place all he wanted to do was buy time. "What they?" Sil's eyes for a moment gazed away from Immortui as he saw something strange happening in the space above them. It wasn't just him though. Immortality could also see strange things happening in the sky behind him as well. Both of them had lost all focus on each other in the fight, as they were witnessing white glowing portals appearing all over the place. Not just where they were, but they were appearing all over the universe on each and every single one of the planets. From one of the portals close, flying right through the portals were large beings, with wings on their back, holding spears in their hands. Some covered in a type of golden glowing armor, while the others covered in a strange dark black substance. "It's the Divine Brigade," Immortality said. Every muscle in his body tensed up. "Celestalin, the Ancient One, is attacking us." Throughout the entire red space, portals were opening up left, right, and center. Coming through them were the Divine Brigade, an army that was controlled by the Ancient Ones, and it was part of the power of Celestalin. It was clear it was his doing for multiple reasons. One of them, the Divine Brigade, was a creation of his power, but even more definitive than that was the fact that only the Ancient Ones had the power to freely move between the universe spaces. There were ways that one might be able to move from one to the other, gathering a large amount of energy, but to send a whole army to one side or the other could only be the work of the Ancient Ones. The size of the portals were gigantic, and groups of the gold and black warriors were seen coming through. Their numbers were in the hundreds and then quickly had escalated to the thousands, to the tens of thousands. It was a full-scale attack. The portals weren't just placed in one area, but over all of the space, hanging over each of the planets. In one section of the red space, there was a planet that had structures that were quite similar to that of the Romans from Earth. Large pillars held up the bigger structures with detailed carvings on the rooftops and concrete. Everything was quite grand and large in size, including the regular houses. As for the ones that lived here, they looked the most like a human. They had the body structure of a human, but had patches of fur that would be growing from their body. This was the planet that now belonged to the werewolves, the ones known as the glutton type. Each night their forms would drastically change, and when the demon king Unzoku howled, their forms would change to the point it would be hard for one to even call them werewolves. A group of werewolves would be selected for the pit project that Unzoku was running. He would rotate the werewolves, but there were also a select few positions that the werewolves needed to fight for as well. It was an honor to be part of the pit, because the werewolves knew that whoever entered the pit and managed to survive had come out a lot stronger, and Unzoku had ingrained in their mind that power was everything. Power was their status, and was the only meaning that the werewolves had in their life. The only thing that they could compete with or brag to each other about, because there was nothing else for them. Although Unzoku himself wasn't considered Immortality's right-hand man like the other two demon kings, it was because of all of this, without a doubt, the one with the most powerful and strongest demon army was the army of the werewolves. They were going about their lives as they walked through the town and the tiled streets. Some came out of large bathhouses, while others practiced as they got ready to go into the pit that night as they had done on any other night. That was until they could see the large portals looming over their heads. "What is that?" one of the werewolves asked. The Divine Brigade, entering in black and gold, had flown out and were descending. Immediately, they locked their eyes on what was down below. Those that were black in color held their spears out, pointing it directly at the ground beneath them, and beams of dark energy shot out. It exploded as they hit the pillars, the ground, and the large buildings. Some of the attacks had hit the werewolves, going right through their body. However, as they had been hit, they immediately started to transform. All of the city of werewolves were beginning to transform, and howling out loud through the night. The scene had changed in an instant as everyone was quick to act. The werewolves climbed and jumped on top of building structures. Then, with the strength in their legs, they leapt up with no fear, grabbing directly onto the Divine Brigade, clawing at them directly. The Divine Brigade members swooped down, and were fighting on the ground floor as well. The Golden Ones healing the members that needed it while teleporting, moving out of the way of the werewolves. The fight was intense on both sides, with both having great power. However, the tide of the battle was soon to be turned. Bursting out of the large Colosseum building, a werewolf far bigger than the rest had appeared and landed directly in the center. It was the Demon King. Immediately, he swiped his hand, hitting a group of 5 of the Divine Brigade and eliminated them quickly. Then he turned to those that were in the sky, and started to swing his arms rapidly. Several claw strikes were seen in the air. The Divine Brigade used their attacks to try and stop the attack, but Onzoku's power was just far greater. Even with him helping though, the fight was still intensely going on all over the place, and he could see it. More of the Divine Brigade were coming through the portals. Ha-hoo! Onzoku howled, and the glutton-type werewolves reacted in response. Their eyes were glowing with power and their bodies started to change. Everyone, this is an attack from the enemy, Onzoku shouted. The ones we have been planning to go against for a long time now. It appears the time is upon us. Deal with what's in front of you, and then make your way to the planet of the giants. In the same space, it wasn't just the werewolves that were having trouble. The portals had been open all over. Other demon races were putting up a fight, but without help it was harder for them to fight back. The Divine Brigade was just too powerful. Still, having expected this, they did their best and were ready for battle. The ones who were not, however, were the local inhabitants. In a village full of scullies, they had seen the portal up in the air. Their fingers pointed, wondering what was going on. When the beings had come out of the portal, immediately they locked eyes on the scullies, and it was a slaughter. The spear's energy went through their bodies. Their heads and limbs were ripped apart, and there was nothing they could do. Some tried to fight back, but they were able to only do a little damage, and what little damage they did would be healed by the golden ones. Seeing this, they had lost all hope. This was the elimination of every life form that belonged in the red space. Peter, Hickle, and Russ had decided that they would continue their fight. They would try their best to get rid of another one of the Demon Kings. If they didn't get rid of him now, then they would just have to fight him later, and in turn it felt like they were just leaving him for Quinn. Luce was prepared, having grown his arm back, and so were the other three, until all of them noticed the portals that had been opening up all over the place. No, now of all times, Luce mumbled to himself. Why would they do such a thing? Did they know what we were planning to do? Or is it because of these invaders? Groups of the Divine Brigade started to come out, and they could be seen flying over the land of giants. Chris and Edvard could see them, Quinn, where he was, along with the champions, could see them coming out as well, but they were all left confused as to what was happening apart from Luce. Judging from the look on that Demon King's face, I don't think they're his allies, Hickle commented. When the Divine Brigade located those that were below, they pointed their spears, and dark energy started to gather at the tip. Immediately it was fired out, and Luce lifted his hand, creating the white shield, blocking the attack. Meanwhile, the others all decided to dive out of the way, jumping and moving from the attack. Are they on our side or not? Hickle thought, seeing that the dark and golden-colored beings had landed on the ground and went to strike their spear through Luce. It was clear that they were trying to fight him, and shoving his own spear right through one of their heads, it was clear that he wasn't on their side as well. That was when three of the Divine Brigade pointed their spears at Hickle, Russ, and Peter as well, charging up an attack. These bastards aren't on our side either, Peter shouted. The portals were truly appearing all over the universe, and this included where Quinn and the champions had been currently practicing. As the portals opened up, the forces of the Divine Brigade came pouring in. They were high in number, and just in the sky alone, there looked to be around 50 of these things. What are those things? Is it one of the demon races? Have they come and found us? But then why wouldn't Immortality come himself? Quinn said. The champions tried to get a closer look. They looked like nothing they had seen before in their travels, and the energy that was radiating off their bodies, it didn't feel like Immortality. It was too different. Even Quinn's energy was quite similar to Immortality's, which was why those like Calva were able to tell that he was a demon and not a natural inhabitant. Although the three champions might not know what every demon race looked like, they knew about all the intelligent inhabitants of the red space, and this wasn't one of them. The Divine Brigade flew at them like a flock of birds, those dark in color at the front with their spears pointed toward them, charging up some type of energy, and the golden ones were at the back. I don't think they're our friends, Calva said. Immediately, like rainfall, the attacks came falling down, and all of them were heading towards the group. As they hit the ground, large explosions of dark power exploded, creating all sorts of small domes over the field. Each of the champions and Quinn were able to avoid the attacks as they moved out of the way quickly with their speed, and now following up those attacks were the brigade themselves with their spears held in their hands. Shinto had lifted up his axe and jumped up, swinging it down through one of the dark beings. It ripped right through its head, splitting it in half and covering it in black flames. The being had quickly died from Shinto's attack, but he soon found himself blasted with a strange shot of energy from one of the golden beings, sending him skidding across the floor. More attacks came towards him, and he was using his axe to hit them away but was finding it difficult to find another opening. For Calva, he had 2 spears held in his hands. He was batting away the spears of the golden beings, hitting them and redirecting their attacks so the bolts would hit each other. There were a lot more of them than him after all. His attacks would pierce through their chest, some through their head, but even then, as they fell to the floor, the golden beings who were teleporting all over the place would fire at their own allies, and when the attacks hit, their bodies started to heal and they would get up from the floor again. "We need to target the golden ones," Pultra shouted. She swung her legs a few times, and large lines of aura slashed right through a dark being. But her attack continued right through and managed to hit one of the golden beings behind, making it fall to its death. "If we don't kill the golden ones, they will just keep on healing their little friends." The champions were strong and they were showing it as they continued to strike and use their powers to damage those around them. But the golden beings were the ones giving them trouble. With their fast teleportation, they could only get rid of 1 or 2 once in a while, and with the portals still open behind, it looked like even more were flooding in. "What is going on right now?" Shinto slammed his axe on the ground, and a line of black flames went across the floor, catching a few of the beings. Out of all of the powers, Shinto's black flames were the most effective. Even if they were hit by the golden being's energy, it was unable to stop the black flames or heal its allies. "I'll be honest, I have no idea," Calva said. "Come on, Pultra, you're the smart one. If we figure this out, maybe we can get out of this situation." Pultra continued to fight while observing the situation, and eventually, she had come up with a guess. "We know Immortality was preparing for something, some type of war against a certain group. That's why he wanted our help," Pultra answered. "If I was to take a guess, based on how these guys are entering the space and aren't an inhabitant or demons themselves, this might be the enemy that he was trying to fight against." "Hey, I have another question. Where's Quinn?" Calva asked. As soon as the others appeared, Quinn had been avoiding all of the attacks. He had great speed and reflexes to do so, and none of them were able to keep up with him. He could avoid the golden shots and the spear blasts as well as the spears themselves with ease, even though there were so many of them. He was observing the situation just like Pultra, seeing how portals hadn't just opened up where they were, and even the beings that were attacking them had come at them from several different portals as well. "If these are the Celestials and they see me here, then what will happen? Will they consider the deal we had as void? Will they interfere with what is going on with Earth again?" Quinn thought. He was hesitant to attack. In a way, if the Celestials were now attacking the red space and Immortality and his demons, then maybe he should just let the 2 of them hash it out together, and he should try his best to find a way back. As he focused, though, Quinn was starting to hear things. The cries of pain, the blood that was being split from all over each of the planets. It was something he hadn't felt for a while, not since his fight with Graham when he was evolving into the celestial vampire. What is going on? Are these things killing everyone and everything that they can see? Are they not just after us? The 3 Scullys had quickly been put into his shadow, and although Quinn didn't want to get involved, when he could feel everything that was happening, everything that was going on, was he the type to just stand back? "No. If I can do something about it, then why don't I?" The shadow started to cover Quinn's body, and when it went away, the Godslayer armor was now covering his body, having fully recovered. Stretching out his arms and gripping both of his fists, Quinn activated the power of his gauntlets, and more arms had sprouted out from his back, giving him 6 in total. "Let's do this." Quinn swung all 6 of his fists as fast as he could in the air, each time releasing a strong, powerful blood aura out of them. It hit the divine beings right in the face, the legs, and parts of their bodies were disappearing right in front of them. The golden beings tried to heal them, but they were soon hit again. A fierce storm of red fists was going through the air, from one side to the other, and the entire field was being cleared as the divine beings were being killed. "Arg!" Quinn shouted as he didn't stop. The armor had the limitless ability, allowing him to not tire, and he kept going at full force. The blooded fists soon surrounded all of the champions that were fighting, and they could see those that they were having a hard time against disappear in front of their eyes as they got hit. At the same time, not a single one of the champions had been hit by the attacks. When they turned to look at what was happening, they could see that it was Quinn, in some type of armor they hadn't seen before. "What is this power? Was he holding back when he was fighting against us?" Shinto asked, shocked. It wasn't just him. So were the others. Calva had witnessed some of Quinn's strength, but what was ingrained in his mind was the demon form, not what he could do out of it. Eventually, all of those that were attacking them on the ground had been defeated, but a new fleet of them were in the air, flying toward them. Swinging this, Quinn placed his hand by his side, and bent his knees while sweeping his leg back. Blood aura was gathering around his leg, overflowing as it surrounded his body. Swinging it out with full force, the entire floor shook beneath them, and out in the air, a giant sword made of blood aura had appeared. It sliced the entire air, looking as if it had cut space itself, and in turn, it had killed all of the divine brigade in an instant. "Yep, he was definitely holding back," Shinto said. With the divine brigade appearing everywhere, the entire universe felt like it was at war. The demon races were fighting back, clashing all over the place, and it had even interrupted the fight between the Demon King Luce and Hickel and his group. Stretching out his hands, several waves of blood aura were shot out one after the other, causing an explosion as they hit all of the divine beings in the area. "Russ now!" Hickel turned his head and shouted through the smoke. Russ stretched out his hand, absorbing one of the golden shots of energy with his God Slayer bracelet. Soon after, he teleported next to Peter, grabbed him, and teleported next to Hickel. Before they left the area, they took one last look at Luce, who was fighting against the rest of the divine beings. That was until he did something unexpected. The Demon King Luce placed both of his hands on the ground, and his white power began to spread out. "Tree of Death, spread!" Luce shouted, and from the ground, several of the same white balls of aura that had followed them when fighting him appeared. They hit nearly all of the divine beings in the area and started to wrap around their bodies. Some of them had been pierced by the attacks, but all of them were now frozen, unable to move. "Let's get out of here. I don't think continuing to fight him would have been the right thing to do after all," Hickel suggested. Russ agreed, and they teleported away, returning to the ship they were at earlier. They tried to see if they could locate the other two, but they couldn't find them. Instead, a large dark spear came toward them. Peter deflected it, hitting it with his tail, and then sent an energy blast of chi toward it, hitting it in the head. "These guys are everywhere. I truly think they're all over the planet," Hickel said. "With things the way they are, it's going to be really hard to find them," Russ added. He attempted to strike one of the divine beings with a lightning strike, but it teleported and fired a golden shot back at him. Using his other hand, he absorbed the golden attack, replenishing the MC points he had spent. "I agree. The two of them are strong. They will survive this," Hickel shouted. "Besides, we need to make sure Quinn is safe and give him the blood." Peter nodded, and with that, Russ teleported away, heading back into the cave. However, when they arrived, they were surprised to find that Quinn wasn't there, and neither were the champions. Now they were truly at a loss for what to do. "He's not here. Did the champions fail to protect him?" Peter said, ready to go back out there, but Hickel stood in his way. "If they moved him, they most likely had a good reason to, especially with all of this going on," Hickel said. All three of them looked outside the cave exit and saw the entire chaos unfolding, the battle taking place. The yaks from the city were visibly fighting against the same beings as they had done. Large explosions were going off, and part of the Golden Palace had already crumbled and was falling. "It's quite possible that this could be what we needed," Hickel said. "These things, they aren't on Immortality's side, whatever they are," It would have been impossible to take on all the demon kings without Immortality finding out. But now they have to deal with all of this. We just have to wait for the perfect time. They continued to watch the battle, wanting to rest for a short while before deciding what was the best course of action. Should they search for Chris, for Quinn, or attempt to get the blood of another demon king? Hickle was going to suggest to Russ to use some type of power to hide their presence when they saw something else approaching from the sky. It appeared to be a flock of flying demons, intercepting the Divine Brigade while also fighting those that had followed them from behind. One of the flying demons stood out among the others, with its skin glowing with more power compared to the rest. It looked familiar to some in the group, but it was still too far away for them to completely tell. It held out its hand, and a large blue vortex rushed out, smashing into the divine beings. When the vortex disappeared, a large chunk of them were gone. Now it had come to them, they had seen this great power that had been used before, and it could have only been one. "That's that demon that came to us before," Hickle said. "The one that was there in the pit with the other werewolves." The demon they were talking about was Tenbris, Immortality's second right-hand man. Now both of them were on the same planet. "What are they doing here? Why would they be here? Do they know about Quinn?" Peter asked, getting a little tense. He was ready to fight them all, to take on all the demon kings, but at the same time, if the divine beings hadn't gotten involved, and all of these demon kings had started to appear, it truly would have been their loss. "What is that?" Russ asked as he noticed something else coming from the other side. It was small at first due to the distance, but as it got closer, they could tell its sheer size. Russ tried to look out as far as possible. "It's one of those ships, the same ships that the Yaks were building. It looks like they were capable of flight after all." "Are there people on it?" Hickle asked. "People might not be the right word. I can see an old friend of ours. They're quite hairy." When Hickle could finally see them as well, he understood. On board the large ship at the top, he could see countless werewolves battling against the divine beings that were coming toward them. At the same time, Unzoku was on board, coming to the land of the giants. Another demon king had arrived on the planet. The final three were on the planet of the giants. With blood gathered from the Yak King and Luce, they only needed 2 more blood samples for Quinn. Chris and Edvard had decided to run out of the area they were in and head to where the rest of the Yaks were. At the moment, they had hundreds of divine beings on their back and needed to find another target. That was until a certain smell entered Chris' nose. Turning around, Chris caught sight of the large ship heading their way, and he could see who was on it. "Unzoku, you're mine." On the planet where the battle between Syl and Immortality was taking place, the portals that were opening up were clearly visible because there was nothing on the planet to block their view. The ground was a hard crystal-like material, but there were no large structures or plants to obstruct their vision. So both of them could see the Divine Brigade coming out of the portals and heading straight for them. With their dark-colored spears, they started to blast away at the planet. For Syl, the black swordsman stayed by his side and swung his sword fast and with smooth motions, deflecting all of the attacks coming their way. For Immortality, he turned his back away from Syl and stood there with his strange armor covering the rest of his body. All of the attacks hit him, but appeared to have no effect as they smashed into his body. Lifting his hand up, he used it to cover his eyes to see a little clearer due to all of the attacks. "So instead of waiting for me to come to you, you have decided to come to me then?" Immortality analyzed the situation. He soon saw a group of them come towards him with spears in their hands. As they went to thrust them forward, the serpent on his shoulder stretched out, becoming longer and larger in size. It avoided one of the spears and took a big bite right into the dark being. It then swung its body, crashing it into another. At the same time, the other serpent over his shoulder did the same. Both of the serpents were moving on their own will at a fast speed as they picked and threw out all of the divine beings that were coming close to Immortality, and not a single one was able to reach him. "It looks like I will need to act myself now. The rest, they know what to do," Immortality said, as he lifted his hand up towards the portals where the beings were constantly pouring in. Gathering in the palm of his hand was all of the red mist, growing large and condensing into a ball. A dark red orb was shaking with power in both of his hands. Aiming it into space, he shoved both of them out, and large beams of power colored the entire sky red. The ground shook as the sky was dyed with Immortality's power. The divine beings couldn't even be seen anymore as they were completely overwhelmed, and as the attack hit the portals, they looked to be disrupted, flashing in and out and eventually disappearing completely. "That's one area down," Immortality said. Slightly to his left in the sky and to his right, he could see the beings continuing to pour through other portals. Now that he had breathing space from those next to him, both of the serpents wrapped around his arms. Twisting his body, he threw his fist out, unleashing a massive amount of power to one side. It was the same blow that he had done before. The attack was just as large and impressive as the last, only this one had far more raw power to it. When the attack hit the space, it looked almost as if the space was moving inward, towards his attack, distorting the sky slightly. Still, he had gotten rid of the portals and the divine beings in one area. Then, with his other fist, he did the same, coloring the sky in dark red and mixes of yellow, getting rid of the divine beings there as well. On his own, somehow Immortality was able to get rid of what looked like an entire army, at least in this place. "That should do for now," Immortality stated. The serpents around Immortality unwrapped themselves and hovered above his shoulders again. "Now, it looks like it's time for me to head to the planet of the giants. Let's make a move." Turning around, Immortality could see, though, that Syl was right next to him, along with the Black Swordsman. The two of them hadn't given up, even though all of the clones had been defeated in the initial attack by the Divine Brigade. He just unleashed both of those powerful punches with the serpents, Syl thought, which means he had to have run out of energy. The glow in Syl's eyes was fading in and out. He couldn't use the foresight ability properly as his MC cells were running low. Distracted by this, the serpents on Immortality's back both opened their mouths wide, and out from them, a powerful red aura exploded in a straight line. It hit the ground and was melting right through it. It went straight across from both of their mouths, aiming to hit Syl. He could no longer move straight ahead and had to move back to avoid the attack. The Black Swordsman, though, had been ignored and continued to head forward. It swung its sword at Immortality, who with his arm knocked it away and, with his other hand, delivered a blow right to its gut, lifting it in the air and piercing right through it. The Black Swordsman had disappeared from the single hit. "If it's just one of you, things are a bit easier," Immortality said, shifting his feet. He almost turned into the red mist himself. It looked like Immortality's body had turned into nothing but particles. Syl was looking around. He could no longer see Immortality, but why did he feel that he was still there? Reappearing right next to him, somewhat like teleporting, the two serpents bit down, one holding onto his sword, while the other managed to bite down hard on his shoulder, holding him in place. "Did you think I had shown you everything I had?" Immortality asked. "These serpents can produce just as much power as I can with my own hands. That's why, when I combine our power together, we can create quite the devastating blow," Immortality explained. Russ Power was using too many MC cells, and Syl had to cancel the skill, concentrating on his own powers, but how would he get out of this situation? He couldn't teleport away. While Immortality was touching him, the two of them would teleport to the same place together. In the palm of Immortality's hand, the colorless ability was activating, but he only allowed it to cover just the entire hand, and it didn't expand out more than that. "You know, someone as strong as you, I would usually keep alive so you could help me in my fight, but it looks like we have run out of time, and you are far too dangerous to keep alive." Immortality moved his hand and placed it right into Syl's stomach. The colorless ball of aura that showed a world of just black and white moved from his palm and went right into Syl's body. Instantly, Syl could feel something happening. He didn't know quite what, but almost all feeling in that area had gone away. "Arg!" Syl screamed, and the two of them teleported, moving to another location. This was going to be Syl's last stand against Immortality, and he would do everything in his power to help Quinn out as best as he could. The strange colorless power had been placed inside of Syl, and he had been caught by one of the serpents that was latched onto his body. Pain was stinging inside him, and his MC cells were running low. If he continued to use Russ' ability the same way he had been doing, then he would have already run out of MC cells. Still, for Sil, a small amount of MC cells would be larger than most. I can't beat him, Sil thought, his face twisting and turning from the pain. When I first came to meet Immortality, I had come only with the intention of delaying him as long as possible, but as the fight went on, I saw a chance. I thought I saw a way I could win. If I took down Immortality in Quinn's place, then we wouldn't have to keep relying on him to do it all for us. But I know now that I can't complete the task, so I have to do what I originally set out to do. I have to buy as much time as possible. With the two bodies touching each other, they suddenly teleported. They moved to another location and now were in the air over another planet. All around them, a fight was continuing on. A race of demons that looked like human bulls were clashing against the Divine Brigade. Some of the brigade were in the air while others were on the ground. Explosions were going off left and right, below and above. Looking around, Immortality was wondering why he would be teleported to a place like this. Before he could even fully see his surroundings, they moved again to another location. The whole area was covered in a thick smog, but just like the last, there were countless different energies being fired away and exploding past them. The scenery changed again, and it continued to flash one after the other, again and again and again. "What are you doing?" Immortality shouted. Before he knew it, Sil had teleported them right to the front of one of the portals, where a large number of the Divine Brigade were coming out. As soon as they came out of the portal, they started to attack the two of them. Out of instinct, Immortality and his serpents had let go to defend himself, batting and throwing away all of the divine beings that were near him, and in turn, he had dropped Sil. They were high up in the sky, with a purple-colored planet below, but before even Sil could do anything, he had been stabbed right through the shoulder with one of the spears. He grabbed onto it, only allowing it to push a few inches deep using his super strength to push it away. That hurt. Sil then continued to fall to the ground and looked at Immortality on the way down. "I did everything I could. I teleported you as far away from Quinn as I could. I know he must have some way to travel in this space. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get rid of my clones so fast. But with everything going on at the moment, I hope it's a bit harder for him." Falling down, Sil was going past the intense battle that was going on in the sky. It was giving him confidence in this whole situation, and with a smile, he teleported away from Immortality once again. Where he had gone, how far he had no idea, but when he looked at where he was, his feet were planted in sand. There was a sea of water in front of him. It looked almost like an island from Earth, but the red mist in the air made it quite obvious that it wasn't. "I teleported to the location with the least amount of noise, and I ended up on an island of all places," Sil thought. He couldn't help but smile because some of his worst memories of his life were on an island, and while he was going through one of the toughest times of his life again, he had ended up in a place like this. Sil's hand started to glow green, and he placed it on his stomach. He could feel something inside him. It was growing in size, and hopefully he could slow it down using a healing ability. "I don't know what this is that Immortality put in me, but I have a feeling it's dangerous. I need to get to Quinn as soon as possible. If I can tell him everything about Immortality, he'll have a better chance at beating him." For now, though, Sil just needed to recover a bit before he teleported away again. With Quinn's extreme display of power, getting rid of the divine beings that were in front of him, the area was cleared for the moment, but they could all feel that the planet was rumbling. They knew that fights were going off everywhere. "Let's head back," Paltra said. "Right now, we have no clue what is going on. We need to assess the situation, and if we stay out here, I think more and more will just come after us." Her words were true as more of the Divine Brigade were coming their way from the portals. It was useless to keep fighting these things. Running off, they headed back the way they came, running through the forests, trying to avoid fights as much as possible. But when they saw divine beings, Quinn would deal with them relatively quickly, as he used his Azura gauntlets along with his blood aura to take them out in a hit or two. Even if Quinn hadn't defeated the gold beings, it still delayed them as they needed time to heal. It didn't take long for them to find the cave that they had left from. When they scaled up to it and headed inside, Quinn's footsteps slowed down until they had come to a complete halt. What are you guys doing here? How are you even here?" Quinn asked. Immediately, Peter ran up to Quinn, and he gave him a strong punch on the shoulder. I knew it. I knew you would be alive. These champions didn't kill you after all. Hickle, Peter, and Russ, all three of them were in the cave, but this was another world, another universe, so how were they here and why were they here? Wait. Why are you guys here? Did you follow me? Why would you do that? Quinn asked, a little angry at their decision. Quinn, Hickle interrupted. Is that really important right now? We came to help you. What is happening is a matter that will involve us as well. We are not to be babysat by you, and we can make our own decisions. We have all lived long lives, so we can do as we wish. The initial shock had made Quinn react strongly, but he knew Hickle was right. I'm just happy you're safe after making it here. But I have to ask, is it just you guys that are here? Or are there others here as well? Hickle had informed Quinn of everything that had gone on so far, including as to who had decided to come to this different world after Quinn, and how it was possible for them. The familiars even came out from Peter's side for a moment to show Quinn their welcome, all apart from the Bone Claw. For what reason, unsure, maybe it was due to the past connection they had, and what had occurred the last time the two had met. An explanation was given for their actions. Outcast gave a quick rundown as to what was going on in the familiar world as well. After learning from everyone, he was truly at a loss for words. These guys, more of them came over than I expected. Quinn wanted to get angry at them. He wanted to tell them they were idiots, but then what would that make him? How could he do such a thing to people who were willingly sacrificing their lives just to help him? If anything, he felt guilty, that he couldn't solve this problem before it got to this stage, and that he wasn't strong enough. There were those that he did want to give an earful to, and that was the champions who had kept the whole thing secret from him. They could have at least informed him that his friends were there and allowed him to be the one to make the decision. He could tell, though, to them, the training he had gone through was very important, and having learned something from it, he wasn't going to be quick to judge them. Then where are they all now? Quinn asked. With everything that is going on right now, aren't they all in danger? It feels like there is a war going on outside, and I have a feeling that this is the Celestials doing. The Celestials? Hickle replied. Yeah, for a while now, they have been worried about a war starting between the two, but they were confident in the fact that Immortality could never escape this place. So what if he builds up an army and becomes ruler of this world? It was a world that they had long abandoned. These words struck the champions more so than they could believe. Many of them had given up on believing in things like gods due to the cruelty they saw the inhabitants had suffered. That was why a while ago I was sealed away, because I was a key, a power that they could use to link between the two worlds. I don't know if they knew about Jessica at the time, or what, but I think they were more afraid of me. I can only imagine that they have started this attack, because they have learned that I'm in this space. They are worried that Immortality will go to the other side. Using whatever these things are, they can get rid of him before he builds a bigger army, or at least weaken him before his attack. A loud bang was heard and Shinto's hand could be seen on the side of the cave wall. He was so frustrated by the whole situation he had to let out his anger in some way. But those things, they attacked us as well. I could feel it. Couldn't you guys feel it as well? Shinto asked. They had no mind of their own. They only had one goal, one target, and that was to kill whatever is in front of it. Which means that right now, probably all of the inhabitants on all of the planets are being killed and slaughtered. The others didn't say anything because they knew he was right, and it was the same for Quinn. He could actually feel the constant death and the blood being spilt all over going on. As I said, this could become a very dangerous situation very quickly. So where are the others? We need to help them, or get them out of whatever situation they are in. Quinn asked. Again there was a moment of silence, and the one to speak up was Russ. You guys just tell the guy already, Russ said. Chris and Edvard, they were out there fighting along with us. They met up with one of the Demon Kings while we did as well, and we split up. But do you really think that werewolf guy is going to die from that? Not a chance. I saw how desperate he was in that pit, Russ claimed. As for Syl, he's the one that you should be worrying about. It was then that Peter decided to speak up, as he walked in front. Syl, he decided to face Immortality, Peter explained. While you were asleep, Immortality was tracking us down after rescuing you from him. He had created clones as a diversion, but then Immortality was tracking them down, taking them out quickly, so he decided to buy time for us to get the Demon King blood, and for you to wake up. Grinding his teeth, Quinn nearly immediately left the cave until Hickle stood in his way. This is why we were cautious of telling you, Quinn. We still don't have all of the Demon King's blood that you need, Hickle said, as he pulled out the flask from his trousers and handed it over. If you head out there, do you think you can find where Syl is? It's impossible. With his powers, they could be anywhere. But he's fighting Immortality because of me, Quinn shouted back. If I hadn't been in that state, then Syl wouldn't be risking his life. Do you think he's that weak? Peter asked. You and I both have known Syl for a very long time. We have known him since the start. He has gotten through a lot, and even though 1,000 years passed, he was still able to survive. There were the others to think about as well. Chris and Edvard could be out there going up against a Demon King. What if they weren't capable of taking it out, or had done it and were running from the divine beings that were littered throughout the planet? Peter, I know what you're saying, Quinn said. And you're right, but I can't lose any more of you. I've lost too much on this entire journey. Like you said, we have been there with each other from the beginning. Ever since the academy, even when things were hard, Syl would take over Vorden's body and help us. He even helped us escape from Blade Island, and has saved us more times than I can count. I can't just do nothing. I have to try help him somehow. Then drink the blood, Hickle said. We managed to get the blood of one of the Demon Kings in that flask. You do what you need to do, and we will go support Chris and Edvard out there. We will go as well, Paltra said. I think this is a chance. This war that's going on has distracted them. This might be our only chance to get rid of all of the Demon Kings and Immortality. Opening up the flask, Quinn gulped it down, and he could immediately feel something changing in his body. A tingling sensation that was going on throughout. The blood that was being split on the other planets, he could feel it as well. His senses were growing. Quest update. Blood of the Demon King loose has been consumed. 2 of 5 Demon King's blood has now been consumed. A higher level blood has been detected. An update to a quest has been secured. 4/5 Demon General's blood has been consumed. This had come to a surprise to Quinn, but it had made sense to him as well. If he consumed the Demon King's blood, then why would he need to consume a lesser blood such as that of the General? Now it had confirmed his suspicions that he could just go for the Demon Kings, but if he just got one more blood type, then his blood aura should get an upgrade. The last blood type that Quinn needed to get was that of the werewolf demons, either from Anzoku or his generals, since he was in need for the blood of the Demon King as well anyway. I'll be at the place where we were training at, Quinn said, looking at Paltra. If you manage to get more of the Demon King's blood, especially of the werewolf race you talked about, then come to me. It will help in our situation. Everyone, I've said this before, but stay alive. I don't plan on saying goodbye to any of you, Quinn said as he left the cave. If I can't find Immortality and Syl, then I will just have to find a way to bring him to me. After seeing Quinn head off to do whatever it was he was about to do, the group realized that the task for them hadn't changed much. The main goal was to get the Demon King's blood. At the moment, there are only 3 more of the Demon King's blood that we need, right? Hickle asked. Yes, Paltra answered. The Yak Demon King's blood, Tenbris, the Demon King of the Skies, and finally Anzoku, the Demon King of the Werewolves. Not just get their blood, but we also need to get rid of the Demon Kings, Calva said. We know Quinn is strong, and he has the strength to get rid of Immortality, but if their fight is a close one, then just one of the Demon Kings could turn the tide. We need to get rid of them if we can as well. Then you're saying there's a good chance that there are 4 Demon Kings out there, and Chris and Edvard are fighting against them themselves? Russ stated. They had seen Anzoku arriving on one of the large battleships. They had seen Tenbris flying through the sky with his flock of demons even now battling against the Divine Brigade. They had, for certain, seen Luce and Bisha. The task was a tall one, and in some ways they thought if Quinn was by their side he would help them take them out. But the situation wasn't as clear as it was meant to be. Well, we can't just sit here and talk about it, Peter exclaimed. "We have to go and bring them back. Focus on the blood, and kill them if we have the chance. It's that simple." Peter stood at the edge of the cave and then leapt out, descending down the mountain. In turn, the rest had decided to follow. The group were running fast through the forest, and almost instantly had managed to catch the attention of the divine beings that were flying above. Instantly they started to defend, as the divine beings fired away, destroying the aging trees from above. Hickle swung his arm and blood aura swipe exploded in the sky, covering them as much as possible. Several of the golden beings started to fire towards the front, aiming to block their path. For Russ, with transforming his legs into that of the Pensui race, he rushed in front of the shots and held out his hand with his Godslayer item. He absorbed the blow of each of them, blocking all of the hits, which allowed Peter, Calva, and Shinto to do the rest. They had leapt forward and, using their powers, cut, punched and stabbed right through the divine beings, not slowing down and continuing on ahead. "I was surprised that you would block those attacks for us. Have you started to take a liking to us?" Hickle asked. "In your dreams," Russ retorted. "If we run into those demon kings again, I don't want to die, and this is the perfect opportunity to get my MC cells up as high as possible. Just leave stopping their attacks to me." "I have a feeling that Chris will be going after Unzoku," Hickle claimed, based on the way he acted before. "At the same time, it's one of the Demon King's blood that we haven't obtained. Let's head in that direction first." The others were in agreement, but as they continued forward, several white lines shooting through the air was seen. Immediately upon seeing this, Russ pulled out the black sword and swung, hitting one and stopping the rest of the attack. He placed the sword away and switched to gathering the power of the shadow around his arms, but he soon realized that it was a distraction, because right in front of them, there was suddenly a large white wall that had risen, blocking their path. It was even taller than the top of the trees and had ascended in a second. The group stopped, and an image could be seen forming out of the wall. Like a man walking out of water, Luce had appeared, breaking through. "Did you think that I would let you, who took my arm away, get away just like that? Even with everything going on, I can tell that you guys are the danger, and I need to get rid of you," Luce said. "And it looks like I've managed to catch a few extras. Who would have thought, in a situation like this, the champions would have turned against us?" "Go!" Hickle shouted, his fingers behind his back, moving his hand and gesturing to the champions to go away. "We have business with this one, and we can handle him ourselves. You need to help the others." Using the shadow travel, Quinn realized that he could move through the area with relatively little trouble. He wouldn't attract the attention of the divine beings doing this, which allowed him to reach the area he had trained in before, the barren wasteland with darkened, almost black, ground beneath him. The good thing was, the Divine Brigade looked to have stopped coming through the portals, and they were starting to close up. They had moved from the area and were fighting against the Demon Kings and the demons that had recently arrived on the planet. The area where Quinn was, it was void of people, which was perfect for him. Exiting out of the shadow space, he stood there. He then closed his eyes. "I have to think back to the sensation that I felt when I became a celestial. At the time of the evolution I could feel it, all of the blood on the other planets, all of the fighting that was going on. With the demon blood, I can feel the blood a lot more accurately, but if I can ultimately do that again." First, Quinn was trying to focus on the sounds that he could hear, and then all of the energy of the blood. He was the ruler of blood. This was where his power strived from, and right now he was planning to use it, gathering it in one place to give a beacon for Immortality. "I know, Syl, you did everything you could to protect me. You probably tried to buy as much time as possible, tried to keep him away from me, and now me calling him back might just feel like a kick in the mouth. But, just like you care about me, I care about you as well. I can't have another person die. I'm going to do whatever it is I can." Rather than reaching out for the blood that was being shed on the current planet Quinn was on, he was reaching out beyond, to all the blood being spilt, and the energy from it was starting to move all throughout the universe. It was heading towards Quinn. Having already obtained the Demon King Luce's blood, out of all of those that they needed to run into, he wasn't one of them. But they needed to get the Demon King's blood, and fast, so they didn't have time to waste here. You would think, With the whole universe on fire and all this crap going on, that you wouldn't care about us so much? Russ stated. What's wrong? Did we hurt your feelings when we cut off your arm? Hickle placed both hands on the ground, and red blood traveled in all of the cracks that were formed on the floor. When it had spread far enough, the blood exploded, creating a large formation of dust and dirt that was thrown all over the place. This was the chance for the champions to run. Since the large white wall was blocking their direct path toward where the others most likely were, they had to take a longer route around but listened well to the others. You guys are the most annoying things I have ever had to deal with before, Luce shouted. The red mist aura moved, pushing all of the dust out of the way, and a spear, having been created from Luce's power, was in his hands, pointed right at Hickle. Before it was thrust through him, Peter's headtail knocked it up and threw out a fist that was caught by Luce's hand. Didn't you learn your lesson last time? Luce asked. What do you mean? A black cat said, sitting on Peter's shoulder. Last time, you were the one who lost an arm. Opening his mouth, the special flames that Outcast produced exploded and hit Luce right in the face. At first, Luce didn't react until he could feel the heat getting through to him somehow. As the Demon King averted his eyes, Peter went to throw another fist. That was until from the large white wall behind him, something had extended out that was long in size and sharp at the end. Peter lifted up his forearm. He was covered in chi, so the attack didn't pierce him, but it blasted him away with strong force, causing him to skid away. The moment Peter had recovered from the large white wall, another attack shot out right toward him. He pushed through, trying to punch it back, but when the two collided, it did nothing. Peter was seemingly having a battle with the large white wall. He was hitting back, punching as much as the attacks would come out to hit him, and the two were at a standstill. This allowed Luce to focus on Hickle. With his hand, he went to hit Hickle directly, who had deflected the hit back. Punches were sent from both sides, but Luce had stronger hits. In order to help him pack a little more punch in his hits, Hickle was using his explosive power right at the point of impact, yet Luce was coming out of the smoke unharmed. You vampires are quite the strong creation of Immortality, Luce claimed. But like many things that come from Immortality's power, they tend to have a downside. A punch from Hickle missed, and when it hit the air, a large explosion went off, hitting nothing but the air. Luce pulled on the arm and shoved his white-colored fist right into Hickle's stomach. A shockwave of power was sent through his body as he was lifted up in the air for a moment, and right after, several spikes grew from Luce's knuckles, stabbing right through Hickle's body. The reason why me and Tenbris are known as Immortality's right-hand men is because we were created without a downside. All-powerful beings that don't need to rely on the moon, or need to rely on any blood, we are just strong. Hickle had grabbed the hand that was in his stomach, and the markings on the entirety of his arms started to light up. I am not just a vampire, Hickle claimed. I am one of the original vampires, who has lived for thousands and thousands of years. Do you know what that means? It's your time to die? Luce replied. No, we're hard to kill. With the markings lit up, a large swirl of red aura had arrived, and a powerful explosion, bigger than any other, had gone off in the area. The power had burned the giant trees by the side, and a shockwave was sent out like an atomic bomb. If the trees hadn't been burnt, their branches had fallen, and they themselves had been uprooted from the ground. A large cloud of smoke could be seen from a great distance. With his own chi and power, Peter had been somewhat hit by the attack. The skin on his face was peeling, but he had firmly planted his feet where he was. His body would heal, especially if he got something to eat, but that wasn't his main concern. Hickle! Peter shouted. Moments before, he was fighting against the white wall that was sending attacks toward him, but it could no longer be seen, which was just worrying him even more. Don't tell me. Did that stupid vampire just go and sacrifice himself? Peter thought. When the smoke finally started to settle, Peter could see Hickle was down on his knees. Both of his arms had been removed from his body. Removed was the wrong word, but they had exploded in the large explosion. Part of his skin had been burnt off in areas, allowing for the flesh to be seen underneath, but it was slowly healing up as well. As for Luce, the Demon King he was facing, he stood right in front of him, but looked like a different being altogether. Just like when Luce had lost his arm, he had replaced it with his power, forming a new one. Now the strange power the Demon King had was coated over his entire body, or his entire body was made up of the substance now. It was hard to tell. There were no clothes on his body, and he just looked like a mannequin at a shopping mall, but one of the most horrifying, fear-inspiring mannequins out there, since the power emitting from him was making them all shake. "You managed to surprise me with how much power you had there," Luce exclaimed. "I never thought that I would have to use my demon form in a situation like this. Yet here I am. I thought only one of you was irritating, but it seems like the whole lot of you are." Appearing by Hickle's side was the bone claw. It quickly grabbed his body with its large claws and then went straight by Peter's side. Right now Hickle was still alive, but without both of his arms, he had pretty much done everything he could do. Yet his opponent now looked completely fine. "Hey, you look different. I guess that means we're managing to push you a bit now." "Huh? Are you getting a little worried?" a voice said from behind. When turning around, Luce could see Russ. He was standing right where the wall once was. While Luce was dealing with the other two, Russ could have easily stopped the wall. With his penswy legs, he could have sprinted past Luce and then taken his black sword and hit the wall, freeing up a chance for Peter to fight and help Hickle. But how could he pass this opportunity? Using the black sword would get rid of this power, turning it into as if it was nothing, but if he placed his hand that had the Godslayer item onto the wall, then he could go ahead and absorb all of the energy. Doing so, the wall had disappeared, and it wasn't because of Hickle's explosion but because of Russ' power. "I already told you before that I'm the most annoying one out of all of these, yet you still chose to ignore me," Russ claimed. "I hope that explosion was nice for you. Will you be able to deal with a few more?" Two figures were starting to rise from the ground. They were muscular, strong, and had several markings all over their body, and they were identical to Hickle, and it wasn't just in looks either. Their body was in full display, similar to the current Hickle with all the markings and aura surrounding him. "Hickle, it seems like you held back using your power because you were a little afraid of dying," Russ smiled. "Don't worry, these two aren't scared of dying. They'll do a better job." The feast on the Demon King had been complicated, and power like never before could be felt coursing through every inch of Chris' body. It was an entirely new sensation he had never felt before. The touch of the wind on his skin, the feeling of being connected with his body reacting and moving as he wished. It was similar to when he had first learned Chi, and it was unlike when he had consumed the others. This was something new, almost like a new type of evolution. This sensation, though, was short-lived as the attack had started with the Divine Being's portals opening up. After having a scuffle or two, they had gotten out of the situation rather quickly. Edvard pulled the two of them out of the area and had dealt with those following them before Chris was able to use his newfound self, and the two of them had quickly headed into the forest. Even then, Chris, while there, was continuing to look at his hand. He was swiping it through the air slowly, and the wind currents, thick in size, were visibly moving around his hand. "What is this? I don't quite know what is going on myself," Chris said. "Me neither. I mean, what is all this mess everywhere?" Edvard said. "The good news is that we managed to get a flask full of blood. I'm not sure about the others, not that I'm in a good state to help them. The armor acted in a strange way. One almost needed to feed it with its own power, whether that be chi or blood aura, and in turn it would allow the person to explode with a bigger hit. The dragon armor was essentially a natural amplifier for one's power. However, with the single hit from the Demon King from the yak, even now, even though he was an original, Edvard was feeling a lot of pain in his chest. "Crap! What did that damn giant do to me? This isn't just like a normal physical blow. Like this, I don't think I'll be able to help anyone," Edvard thought. "We have to go," Chris said, his nose twitching in the air slightly. "They're coming." Edvard had no clue what Chris was talking about. He couldn't hear anything, nor see anything. A few moments later, though, he could see what looked like around 100 of the divine beings coming their way like a swarm of wasps. The two quickly ran back, heading toward the ship site. "It seems like these things are attacking us and the demons. Let's head for the Golden Palace where the rest of the demons are. Let's not waste our energy fighting these guys." Chris agreed, and the two continued to head towards the city of the Yaks, avoiding all of the beams of energy sent towards them. Chris jumped from one side to the next as he only touched the ground for a moment. I wonder if I could get rid of all these in one go, Chris thought, looking at his claw. That was when a new scent entered his nose. Quickly turning around due to the momentum and power in his legs, Chris had continued to skid across the floor. That's when he could see it. One of the same giant ships that they had seen the Yaks creating was flying through the air, and based on its course it was heading for the same location that they were going towards. More importantly, on the ship itself was the one Chris was aiming for. Make sure that blood gets to Quinn. I trust you, and I'll get the one we need from him. Before Edvard could even shout anything, Chris had dug his feet further into the ground and shot through the air, leaving a large trail of what looked like visible smoke behind him. But it was just the wind. Was he holding back in his speed for me? A vampire? I knew werewolves were more physically capable than us, and I'm not using the power of the armor at this moment, but I can't even see him off in the distance anymore. A large blast of dark energy had exploded by Edvard's side, causing him to jump a little. If he broke his concentration, then he might very well just end up dying to these strange angel-looking creatures. Chris had already reached the city of the Yaks, where the local houses looked like giant temples themselves with their large red-pointed sloping roofs. The houses were large to suit the living of the giant Yaks in them. While running through the area, he was running through a large battlefield. One of the Yaks had been pierced with a dark spear in his stomach and had been pushed into the air, crashing right into a building. The Yak was kicking its legs while trying to push off the divine beings. But soon, many others had come, piercing their spears right into the Yak's body. The next moment, another Yak had landed, jumping from above, and with a heavy fist, had punched right through 3 of the divine beings, splatting their bodies like bugs. For Chris, though, he kept his eyes on the prize above. He continued to run forward and could see the large ship near the Golden Palace. That's when 2 of the divine beings had gotten in his way. One of them was dark in color, the other gold. It was a simple jump from Chris, and he stretched out his hands. He didn't swing them. He didn't even feel as if he had put any force through them. When his claws and fingers had touched both of their faces, though, it had gone right through them. There had been no resistance at all, and yet the 2 divine beings had been killed like that. A simple run and the stretch of the arms. Chris was right. He knew something had changed within him. Getting close, Chris had scaled one of the houses, and then ran across on all 4s for a short while, digging his claws. He used the power in his hands to push off and head into the air toward the Golden Palace. Using one of the houses as a base to push off from, it had crumbled in the process. Stretching out his hand, he reached the Golden Palace and climbed right to the very top. Looking out, he was now on the same level as the ship. I need to get higher. Chris leapt off from the very top pillar, and then creating his chi platforms, he ran across until he had reached the ship. Using his chi platforms, he ascended higher into the sky, and then he was ready. Running back down, Chris created the chi platforms again, and when he was the right distance away. What's that smell? Unzoka thought, looking up, but it was too late. Chris exploded off with power from the chi platform he had made, and rather than doing nothing with his claws this time, he gathered power and swung them down, crashing right in the center of the giant ship. The whole top floor was bent in half as the 2 sides lifted up. Chris had managed to cut right through the entire ship, and now the werewolves were falling out of the sky. Supercharging himself, Chris had used the power of his chi, the power in his werewolf body, and the power in his hands to strike down on the giant ship. The ship which he was unable to make a scratch on the outside before, the ship that was built to go against the powerful celestials that ruled. With a swing of both of his arms, a large power was unleashed and a thunderous roar exploded with the swing of his arms as he sliced right through the ship. The claw marks had gone right through the top deck, breaking right through until it slashed the center. The 2 halves had broken, and the weight of each side was being lifted in the air, as everyone was now falling to the ground below. The werewolves were desperately clawing at the air as they fell to the ground, while some had been struck in the air by the divine beings before they even fell to the ground. In the midst of all the chaos, Anzoku was trying to find the culprit that had started this all, and then he could see it. It's that red one from before. Anzoku smiled, revealing the back of his large razor-sharp teeth. Although Chris wasn't currently red and using his stage 4 chi form, the Demon King did make note of the werewolf's appearance. This was because he had made quite the impression on him. The large ship had crashed onto the city below, crushing the buildings, and the werewolves, although they had taken quite a big tumble, would be able to survive something like this. The many werewolves started to emerge from the wreckage, and they wasted no time as they leapt up, attacking the divine beings in front of them. Some stretched out their hand, pulling the spears away from their hands, then leaping up and biting down on their necks. When doing this, though, no blood would be drawn. It was hard to tell what the divine beings were because they almost didn't seem alive. Edvard had finally reached the Yak City, and just as he had predicted, many of the divine beings that had been following him up till this point had split off to fight the demons close by. While Edvard had jumped into one of the giant houses, he quickly went up the stairs and leapt up on top of one of the giant beds and was now lying on the giant mattress. This is nice to just take a breather for a moment. The fighting was still furiously going off outside, with explosions going off one after another. At any moment, a demon or a divine being could come crashing through the building, but Edvard just wanted to rest. Hopefully, with my ability, nothing will end up coming this way. While lying down, there was something else that Edvard wanted to do, and that was to check the state of his body. Why was he still in so much pain after receiving the hit from before? Looking down, he was taking a peek under his armor. It was hard to see, so he proceeded to take off part of the gauntlet around his arms, and as he did, a horrifying sight occurred. Blood was already seeping out from the armor, falling onto the mattress, and his arm looked like a tangled mess. All of the bones in the arm itself looked to have been shattered in a way, piercing his skin. How is this possible? Edvard thought to himself, and quickly locked the armor in again. There was a searing pain he could feel the moment he took off the armor. Wait, could it be because of the armor? Is it holding everything in my body in place right now? If I take this off, would my whole body just fall apart? Am I only alive because I still have this armor on? It was a crazy theory to have, but looking at the state of just his arm, he was willing to believe it. The attack from the Demon King, the Yak Bisha. Although the armor was still intact, his body wasn't, and ever since the attack he didn't quite feel the same. This might go beyond something my vampire body can heal. Chris, it looks like you might be on your own on this one. I know you can beat that ugly werewolf. Edvard smiled. With the situation the way it was, Edvard eventually lifted his upper body and stared out of the large window. It showed just what was happening outside. Moving closer, he wanted to get a better view, and he could see that far off into the distance several more objects were heading their way, heading toward the land of the giants. Those are the same type of ships that were being built on this planet, and there are so many of them. On each of the giant ships there were different demon races that were approaching. As they made their way to the planet, they had brought along with them a horde of divine beings. A full-scale battle was going on as the demons were fighting back. It wasn't just the demons that they had seen so far, but many different types as well, and there were even a few ships that just had a concentrated amount of werewolves on them as well. The planet of the giants was becoming the centerpiece for a large-scale war. After the giant ship had fallen out of the sky, falling to the ground below, Chris allowed himself to drop down, landing in the middle of the chaos. As he did, he was looking straight ahead at the large-sized Anzoku. It seems you've managed to gain some power. I guess you decided to listen to my advice after all, Anzoku said. One of the werewolves had caught onto Chris, and immediately dashed towards him. When he got close, a blur appeared from Chris' arm and then went back in place. It was hard to see, but the results were clear. The werewolf's body had been sliced, split from the top of the head down to every part of its body. Several pieces had been made and they fell to the ground. The tough glutton werewolves, who were at the pinnacle of a werewolf, had been killed with a strike that hadn't been seen. You have gotten very strong. How were you able to amass such power in such a short time? Anzoku wondered. Chris looked at his hand again, and it started to transform into its werewolf form. The fur on his body was growing. I was already strong. having grown my chi strength as high as possible, using the skill of the chi drain. Chris said to himself. My own body had grown incredibly strong before I had even become a werewolf, and now the werewolf part of me has grown in strength as well. Having consumed another one of you demon kings, I have obtained a new strength. This is my power. Quite a bit of time had passed since Syl had reached the island, and a flood of memories had come back to him while he was there. Thankfully, it looked like none of the divine beings that had appeared before had arrived where he was. Still, even with all the time passing, he was worried about something. His MC cells were restoring while he was resting, but there was an odd sensation still felt in his stomach. It was clear Immortality had done something. The question was just what had he done? Using a healing ability and trying out a few other abilities, Syl tried to rid the feeling that was in his stomach, but none of it was making it go away. The healing ability was the only thing that had been keeping it slightly at bay. However, it was clear that it was growing in size. This thing is spreading inside me. If I remember correctly, he had used the colorless ability, Syl thought. But the champions, they weren't aware that he can use it out of his body as well, and he might be able to use it in more ways than one. I don't know what's going to happen to me. It might spread across my entire body, but I have to tell Quinn no matter what he can do. With his MC cells recovered and time running short, it was time for him to teleport out of the situation he was in. I hope I never have to return to an island like this again. Teleporting away, Syl had no real direction as to where he needed to go. When he had teleported Immortality as far away as he could, he was just doing so frantically, not sure about where to end up. So he just started as he headed off to the closest part where there was noise, and immediately he had fallen into a war zone taking place on a plain. There were the Chrono inhabitants having grabbed weapons that they had made, mainly axes and swords. They were strong and powerful as they fought against the divine beings, but it seemed useless. A pattern was emerging that was tiring out the inhabitants, the fact that the godly beings were able to heal their allies. I can't help them. That isn't something I can do right now, Syl said to himself. Just as he was ready to teleport away again, after confirming there being no presence of Quinn or the others, he saw a spear stab a Chrono right through the chest. Blood splattered out and flew through the air. When looking at the blood itself, Syl noticed something strange. It wasn't falling quickly toward the ground. It was floating slightly and eventually hit the floor. It was perhaps unnoticeable, especially to those that were fighting for their lives. But because it had happened right in front of him, he noticed the bizarre action. When taking a closer look at the blood, that's when he noticed that it was also moving on the ground as well. It wasn't moving very fast, but it looked as if it was crawling in a specific direction. For a moment, Syl thought he was going mad, but he could see it happening all around him with all the other fallen blood as well. It couldn't be, could it? Teleporting away, Syl had arrived on another planet. It was pretty much in the same state as the last, with blood being spilled all over the place. Only this time, the blood that was on the ground was lifting slightly upward, moving to a certain location. Teleporting, Syl hoped to another planet. Now the blood wouldn't drop to the floor. Instead, it was in the air heading in one direction. It was clear there was a pattern going on here. Continuing to go from planet to planet, following the blood, Syl had eventually found himself landing on the planet of the giants. He was able to return. Instead of heading to the cave or looking through the fight that was going on, he continued to follow the blood. The planet was large, so instead of running, Syl had teleported one more time, and he had landed right where he wanted. He could see Quinn standing on his own, his eyes were closed. Blood was flowing all around him, from out of the space in the sky. As it came close to him, it was turning into small red particles, somewhat similar to the blood aura he would use. It then swirled around his body, entering through the pores of his skin, giving him a thick glowing layer over his body. Having sensed something coming in front of him, he opened his eyes. Syl, Quinn said. Stop, Syl shouted. I can see you're doing something important, so carry on and focus. Don't break your attention, and I will be the one that does the talking. Little did Syl know that Quinn was doing this all in the first place to help Syl, but now that he was in this strange state, this absorption method, he didn't want to let go of it. The power he was gaining was similar to that when he had evolved into the Blood Celestial. He had never felt so in tune with his blood powers before. Not too long ago I had a battle with Immortality. As you can see, I am very much alive, Sil explained. Through my battle, I did everything I could to hold him back while waiting for you to wake up, and it looks like I succeeded. But, Quinn, Immortality is extremely strong, which is why I want to inform you of his powers. The champions already told me what Immortality is capable of, Quinn said, still focusing on the power around him and closing his eyes. That's good to hear. It means I can keep this short then, Sil replied. His colorless power, he is able to use it outside of his body, or he is at least able to detach it from himself. Think of it as another energy he can control, and the two snakes over his shoulder, they contain power just as strong as the red mist he can control. I wish I could help you more. I wish I could have fought by your side. But it looks like you will have to do this on your own. I will stay safe. Before Quinn could say anything else, Sil had teleported away. He didn't want him to worry, especially when he himself didn't know what was wrong with him. Sil, it's good to see you're alive. But the fact that you were unable to beat him just goes to show how strong he is as well, Quinn thought. As if to interrupt him in the middle of his thoughts, falling right from the sky and touching the ground ever so softly, not even harming a single dust mark on the floor, Immortality had floated down, covered in a red mist aura that surrounded the area. It swirled around him just like the blood was swirling around Quinn. I thought all of this might be your doing. I'm surprised to see you like this, Immortality said. Demon form. Still unavailable. The Demon King Luce stood there in his full white form. He had been unharmed by Hickle's attempt, and in the process, Hickle had lost his arms. It was a wasted effort in trying to finish the demon off. Without his arms, he would now be far weaker than before. Still, Russ, having seen the power of what Hickle was capable of, knew that his explosive power or his suicide attack had to be strong. Otherwise, why would Luce transform into his demon form? Having absorbed the large white wall of power, this gave Russ an idea. Thanks to his God-Slayer tier item, he now had more MC cells than he had ever before. With his hands placed on the ground, 2 Hickles were summoned. If just 2 simple arms managed to cause that big of an explosion, then let's see what 2 complete Hickles blowing up will do. Both of the Hickles that had been made rushed forward and leapt right towards Luce. Their whole bodies started to light up, and seeing this, both Hickle and Peter thought they might be in trouble. Out from the ground next to Peter, one of the 4 familiar kings appeared. Giving off its mystic blue smoke was none other than Dunluck. Pete grabbed Hickle and threw him on board while getting on himself, and the 2 scattered away in a hurry. With each step Dunluck took, he was gliding in the air, getting far away. Don't you think we should help Russ? Hickle said. You've been around him long enough. Do you think he did this attack with the idea of protecting ourselves in mind? Peter replied back. It was true. Right now, Russ had also summoned the shadow power and was ready to protect himself from the backfire of the explosion. And sure enough, both of them exploded, this time using their whole bodies with such force. A giant mushroom cloud, 2 right next to each other, had almost combined into one far larger than before. The whole surface of the planet felt like it was shaking. A giant deep crater had been made that pushed so far down that lava was now spewing out from the ground, and nearly the whole forest had been eliminated. Peter and Hickle had managed to travel out of the area, almost heading right back to the mountain where they were before, and when they turned around, nearly the entire forest had been destroyed. It looked nothing like it once had. This is the power that I'm now able to achieve with the blood control and my ability, Hickle thought. However, it wasn't quite right. There were 2 of him, for one, and there was something else that Hickle wasn't accounting for. Although the explosion was large in size, it wasn't more powerful. There was a limit to how powerful his explosions would be, which was why, in the center of all the mess, was what looked like a giant egg. It looked like the same thing that Peter was trapped in not too long ago. The outside started to descend down, and Luce was seen coming out of the large crater created by the explosion, completely unharmed. Your power is really interesting, but you failed to notice the real power that had come from the last attack, Luce claimed. I did not change into this demon form because I thought I would get hurt. Due to the large explosion, it had caught the attention of many of the divine beings in the area. A large flock of them were flying in the air and heading toward the group just like before. They were appearing behind Luce, but he did not turn around. When they got close, out from his own body from his back, several lines were extending out. It was similar to the giant wall, only they were coming out of his back. They were going through the air fast, moving in a straight line. When the divine beings tried to avoid it, it followed them in the quickest route possible until each one of them was pierced in the body, almost at the same time. The attack spread out after killing one and continued to branch out, going into the others. Almost growing out from his back was what looked like a tree of death, since every single one of the divine beings in the air had been pierced, and their bodies were starting to disappear. I transformed because I wanted to finish the task quickly. Luce stretched out his hand, and from his power, it stretched out, aiming toward Russ. Seeing this, he did what he usually did and moved his Godslayer hand in the way, hoping to absorb the energy. When it touched, though, the white substance went straight through his hand, piercing through his skin, and it was continuing forward toward his head. What? My Godslayer item, it didn't absorb the power. Russ was stunned, and just before the attack reached him, shadows appeared, blocking its path. Your little thing is quite amazing, the items and tools you have, but they're easy to figure out, Luce stated. You can draw enemies from attacks and projectiles out of the body. With the sword, you can even stop abilities, but this is not the same as the power before. In my demon form, my power is me, and you can't just vanish my body or absorb my body away. Pulling out the sword with his other hand, Russ swung, attempting to cut the white line of power. As it hit, it made a cut. It sliced through it, breaking it off and allowing Russ to back away. But just as Luce said, it didn't make the rest of him or the attack disappear. It didn't disappear. It just cut part of him like any other sword would have done. That sword is very interesting, Luce exclaimed, seeing this. His power wouldn't have been able to be cut by a regular sword, which made him wonder just what that was. With his hand full of blood, and Russ backed away, he was wondering what to do next. Did he try to use his own power against him? Did he summon an army to try to take him on? It just felt like if he attempted any of that, then he would just kill all of them. Russ gripped his hand on the sword tighter and lifted it, pointing it at Luce. It's a shame. I really didn't want to use him again. I got quite the headache last time, and it just doesn't sit too well with me because it doesn't feel like I'm the one that's going to kill you. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to be happy with your defeat. Looking into the mind of the sword, a dark ring appeared around Russ's feet, and glowing power started to rise from below. It was pure, covering him completely until it faded away, and now stood there in Russ's place, holding the black sword in his hand, was a larger man, muscular with long black hair. The top half of his body on display while his bottom just covered and wrapped by a tattered black cloth. It was the Black Swordsman. The power of the Black Swordsman, his own body drawn from his own memories of how powerful he was, now stood on the battlefield. It firmly held its sword by its side as it took steps in the crater, encircling Luce. Unlike before, Russ had been careful not to use a large amount of MC cells, and thanks to his Godslayer item, he was able to absorb a substantial number of MC cells as well, allowing him to use this power a bit longer than before. Haha, what is this? You think just because you've changed, things will be different now? That's very unlikely, Luce exclaimed. He went to move forward, but when he did, a large slash cut through the air, and a dark aura emanated from the sword, cutting up the ground. Seeing this, Luce transformed his arm into a shield and was pushed back by the force until it eventually stopped. Usually, this attack produced by the Black Swordsman would have the same effect as the sword itself. Anything it touched that had an energy force, and not a life force, would disappear. But just as Luce claimed, his powers were now a part of him as well, so they wouldn't just disappear. You are quick to react, but I am far better than you. Luce charged forward, and the Black Swordsman swung his sword twice. The attacks went through the ground and the air, leaving large lines of aura that almost pierced the sky and continued forward. The attacks didn't go straight at Luce but instead passed right by his side, while the swordsman himself dashed forward and swung a large blow from below. Seeing this, forming out of Luce's hand, was a spear, and he swung it down, both of them clashing against each other and going toe-to-toe. With his other hand, Luce had formed another spear and shoved it forward, aiming to stab the swordsman in the head. He was able to avoid the blow and deflect the other spear. Two spears were thrusting back and forth, constantly, while the swordsman was deflecting them all, taking a step back, one at a time, blocking all the blows. "Come on!" Russ shouted in his head. "When I gave you the go-ahead to take this fight, I thought you were going to deal with this straight away, just like you did with that Dalkey. If you have fought this person, then you should know as well that it's not that easy." The sword replied, "Their speed, strength, and their power. Even with my powers, it seems as if the negative energy attacks aren't getting through. It looks like only the sword itself is going to be able to hurt him. If your powers aren't working against them, then aren't you just a useless swordsman?" The black swordsman quickly shifted his feet to the side and held his sword with both hands. A swing from above his head, and black aura was unleashed, hitting the two spears dead on. They swung his whole body off balance, and with the sword by his side, he struck again, landing a large strike right across the side of Luce's body. Luce's white-colored skin had a slight marking left on it, like a chalk mark on the wall. Although it might have been insignificant to most, it was the first mark on his body that they had achieved since he had turned into this form, even if it didn't draw blood. When close, though, Luce stretched out parts of his body, extending out like the wall, and several spikes emerged. With a sweeping motion, the swordsman blocked half of the strikes, but the other half pierced through his leg. Quickly, the swordsman jumped back, blood falling from him. "I have to admit you are skillful. Perhaps if you were fighting any of the other demon kings, you would be strong enough to have bested them. Unfortunately, you are going up against me," Luce claimed. There was worry on Russ' mind, and it was about how much longer this fight would last. Russ did have more MC cells, so he could summon the Black Swordsman for longer, but he was hoping to go against an opponent where he could use his Godslayer item consistently. In a way, with the Godslayer item, it would allow him to use his power and go on, but in this situation he was going against the one opponent that made things difficult for him. However, there was one thing going for Russ. The Black Swordsman summoned here was stronger than the one Syl had summoned, and there was a simple reason for that. Russ had used the imagination of the sword, which believed itself to be incredibly strong. While the swordsman that Immortality had faced was one that he had bested before. It was long ago, and there was next to no worry in his fight against him. If only there was a distraction, an opportunity to strike, this would be a lot easier. Luce came forward with both spears again, and when he thrust one forward, two spikes grew out from the pole part of the spear. Even though the Black Swordsman had deflected the spear, now from the side, he was being attacked by the weapon itself. He tilted his head in time to avoid a lethal blow, but the other spear came towards him. Arg! Charging the sword, it was covered in the same black aura it would release, and swirling it around, he forced one spear to hit another. "I just need a moment. A perfect moment to strike," the swordsman thought. If he got that perfect moment, he would put his all into a strike to the neck and finish this demon with everything he had. Nay! A loud sound of a horse rippled through the air. It was piercing to all those who heard it, affecting their insides. The horse had appeared, and it was going through the air covered in a blue mist. Peter was riding on the back of it, both his head tails covering his hand, and at just the right moment, using the momentum and speed of Dunluck, he jumped in the air. "Eat shit!" Peter screamed, as he swung his mighty fist right into Luce's face. It was a direct hit. The power was explosive with chi and the added speed. Not only that, but there was something else. Peter's fist had celestial energy in it. As the hit touched Luce's face, part of the white substance, it looked as if it was splitting apart, and it was splitting his skin as well. This is it. The Black Swordsman had quickly gone to the side. This was the opening he needed. His sword glowing with black aura, he swung it right for the neck. "Let's end this." This was it. This was the opportunity that the swordsman was waiting for. The brute force of the hit provided enough power for the swordsman to charge up his own attack. Gathering his power, the black sword emitted what looked like a ripple of flames. It moved up and down like a chainsaw around the blade. Perfectly positioned, he swung the blade, aiming it right through Luce's neck. As the sword hit, the aura started to do its work. It rapidly moved around in a circle like a saw, breaking away the strange skin that covered Luce's body. A squirt of blood sprayed out as the sword landed and fell to the floor. Luce's body went flying to the side and crashed into the ground. Due to the crater created from the explosion, they were fighting in what looked like a large upside-down dome. After crashing, it didn't take long for Luce to stand on his feet, holding the side of his neck with the palm of his hand. Blood was dripping down his body. "All of you are incredibly annoying, aren't you?" Luce lifted his hand off his neck, and there was a smudge of blood dripping down, but the wound that had been made had disappeared. "For fuck's sake," Russ screamed internally. "We did all of that for a small scratch on his neck, and he just goes and heals it in a second." The swordsman didn't know how to reply either. He had so confidently stated that as long as he got an opportunity, he would have been able to finish this fight in one hit. "We managed to hurt him, though, which means it's possible to kill him as well." Russ felt the swordsman's confidence, but he wasn't very hopeful in this situation until, for a brief moment, something happened. Luce went to take a step forward, and as he did, he stumbled for a second, and his hand was pressed on his head. Was it that punch? Luce retraced it. He could feel its power. Something had gotten through to him. A type of power had breached his defenses. "You!" Footsteps were heard, and Peter was already upon Luce. Some people might have waited to see the condition of the terrifying Demon King that had shown great power, but for Peter, what was the point anyway? Because he had already decided that he wasn't going to run away, so he might as well continue to keep hitting the other. The headtails were now wrapped around each of Peter's hands. He threw out a chi-infused celestial punch, but it was grabbed by Luce, and in turn, he threw a punch back, hitting Peter on the head while continuing to hold onto his fist. Peter gritted his teeth. Even with his hand being held, he continued to try and throw out a punch. It landed cleanly on Luce's body, but it looked as if there was no reaction at all. Still, Peter continued to punch the same spot over and over. It hit the same spot, targeting his stomach, and eventually power began seeping through, and Luce felt some pain. All of you are so annoying." Luce raised his hand, creating the spear again. This one wasn't dying, no matter what he did, but he was sure that if he stabbed it through the head, it would be the end, or at least the end of the annoying headtails on top. When the spear was thrust forward, a strange pulse emitted in the area, a wave of power that went through all of those in the vicinity. When it hit Luce, it delayed him for a moment and also froze Peter, but there was one person unaffected. The swordsman clashed his sword against Luce's spear and swung it to the side, landing 2 hits on his side and thrusting the tip in the center, hitting him in the same spot as Peter had been targeting. Luce was sent back once again, his feet skidding across the floor. When he looked up, he noticed what the disruption from before was caused by. The horse was standing in the center of the field. It was dragging its hooves across the ground, drawing out some type of strange power, and when it lifted its front end and slammed it on the ground, the pulse of power was emitted. When the power coursed through one's body, it caused an instinctive shudder. It didn't freeze a person, but it made them a bit hesitant as the feeling passed through their bodies, except for the swordsman. "You are all so annoying." Luce charged forward, and he was on the offensive, thrusting the spear and clashing with the sword. He thrust both, and it was hard for the swordsman to keep up. When Peter dived to his side, Luce didn't even turn to look. From his shoulder, a large spike extended out, stabbing him right in the stomach, keeping him suspended in the air. Arg! Luce, beyond annoyed, slammed his spear hard, hitting the fingers of the black swordsman, causing them to bleed. If he made him drop that sword, then what would be the result? He continued forward, taking the spike out of Peter, allowing him to drop to the floor, but he didn't realize how resilient Peter was, or the fact that a wound like this wouldn't slow him down. Or so they thought. Out from his back, several spikes extended out, like when he had killed those from the Divine Brigade. They went all over, piercing Peter in several different parts of his body. Using the headtails, Peter was protecting his head at all costs. "Hey! If you don't do anything, that annoying guy is going to die," Russ exclaimed. "I'm trying." But his power, it almost feels like it's rising. The black swordsman dove out of the way, with the aim of trying to help Peter. He leapt up and with his sword, sliced through the spikes and carried Peter away. When looking at where Luce was, he was right next to Dunluck, with a spear through his head. "That's one annoying thing finally out of the way," Luce claimed, with a smile. Peter was able to stand, but he had wounds all over, and Russ was left thinking how much longer he could keep up the black swordsman's form. Luce charged forward again, not wanting to give them any time to rest. Peter looked to be the next easiest target in this situation until, from above, dropping down, a sword clashed with Luce's spear, sending it to the ground. With a kick to the stomach and a blast of white energy, Luce was sent back, crashing into the side of the dome flooring. And another annoying one joins the party. Person had joined and interrupted their fight. But why, and who was the person? Russ found the whole situation strange. There was something off. When he looked at Peter, he noticed he was no longer moving, not even blinking, and it felt like even the air had stopped. Who is that? The vampire settlement was recovering from the recent attack from the Divine Brigade. There had been next to no issues since the event, but it was causing ripple effects throughout the vampire society, not just at the vampire settlement. The vampires feared that the attack might be targeted towards them, rather than the general population, since it had occurred during the time all of the vampires had gathered. In a way, the fact that all of the leaders were preparing for the worst just made tensions for everyone else rise that much higher. In the vampire settlement, a meeting was taking place. Layla, Xander, and Mukka were the main ones that were present. They were sitting at the normal round table in the garden stationed out the back of the main castle. "This is proving to be a bigger headache than I first thought," Mukka declared, as she pressed on a small square device on the table in front of her. A projection of files opened up and everyone was able to see what she was talking about. The Greylash vampires and the vampire core units have reported nearly every little thing they find suspicious, but it's almost impossible to tell if any of them are related to Immortality, or if it's a completely separate matter. Even out of the reports we have investigated, we still haven't been able to find anything that is related to the matter either, Xander stated. "We can't just disregard what is happening either," Layla said, as she remembered what had occurred at the event. "If a large-scale attack was to occur with whatever attacked us today, and we don't have measures to help the people, then the worst will occur." All of them agreed with the severity of the situation, and it felt like all they could do was to just continue on doing what they had been doing this whole time. It just meant that there were more tiring days ahead of them. "Galen, stop it," a short voice said. Turning around, they could see that a few more guests were arriving. They could see a man that had the same appearance as Quinn, and by his side was Galen and Minnie. Galen was walking in with his hands behind his back, looking elsewhere, while Minnie seemed to be filled with anger at him for some reason. Directly behind her a portal of shadow appeared, and out of it, a large hand was made from the shadow. After creating the hand, a long dangling finger would poke Minnie on her back. Immediately Minnie turned around. She could only see the lingering finger of the shadow. For a while now Galen had been using the shadow more often. People were becoming aware of what he could do, especially those in higher positions, but not only had he been using the shadow more, but his control and power over it were extremely impressive, and he was improving at a rapid rate. His shadow powers, are they growing even quicker than Quinn's? Vincent thought as he was observing everything for a while now. He hasn't even used techniques like Shadow Eater or anything like that. I wonder how his powers are able to grow. Vincent had been keeping a closer eye on the two children. Since Layla was now taking up more of a role in the settlement, she didn't have a lot of time to directly look after her children. But considering how they were a main target, they needed someone to look after them. "Mommy," Minnie said, running over and leaping up. She jumped straight into Layla's arms, who had caught her. "When is Daddy going to come back? It's hard staying with Grandpa all the time because he looks so much like Daddy that I miss him," And Galen, he never speaks to me. Everything is so boring. Things were tough, and it only made Layla's heart ache more every time Minnie would ask this question. As more time went on, she had to prepare that there was the chance that perhaps he wouldn't come back. She looked at Vincent, who just reluctantly shook his head. "I have some good news perhaps," Vincent said. "But it might not be the best news. The passing of time is different in the space where the others had gone to. An hour passed here is a different amount of time in the other space. However, I do not know what that time is. With this news it could explain why Quinn is taking so long." The idea was for Quinn to enter the space and deal with Immortality. That didn't happen, and then a group of their strongest had entered and had gone to deal with Immortality, and still there was no news or anything different. They couldn't help but worry, as they never imagined things would take this long. "Very well. Then all we can do is for all of us to keep on trying our best," Layla declared. With the meeting over, all of them stood up from their position and started to walk back to the settlement. It was quite often the group would make their rounds, and just make a public appearance to the general vampires to settle their worries. As they entered the settlement and started to walk into the main living areas, they had quickly discovered that something was amiss. The air felt steady, almost not moving. There was no sound of the wind, and when they walked forward, they finally could see the vampires of the settlement. All of them were frozen in place, not physically frozen but unmoving, and not even breathing. "What is going on?" Xander asked. Layla's heart sank. "I've experienced this before, I remember, when this happened last time." "Galen, Minnie, hide and take cover." The two listened quickly, using the shadow space and getting rid of themselves, but Layla started to wonder. Why could their group still move? It must mean that whoever was coming to see them had the intention of talking to them. Almost seeming to appear out of nowhere, the one who Layla had envisioned in her mind was standing in front of her. "It's been a while since we have seen each other, hasn't it?" Mundus said with a smile. "Now, I have a very, very important question to ask you, and it's important that you answer it honestly. This isn't just for your sake, but for his as well. Where is Quinn?" All of the vampires were startled, not saying a word, so Mundus decided to take a further step forward. "No one attack him," Layla said to the others. Xander was already twitching, reaching for his weapon, and Muka was taken aback as well. Vincent was the only one that remained somewhat calm. "This one is incredibly strong," Layla said. Is all of what is happening now his doing? How is that possible? What type of power is this?" Xander asked. She knew it was Mundus' doing, and last time none were able to stop him, and without the black sword on her, it would be even more difficult to go against him again. Minnie had managed to put up a good fight, but in the end she had lost, and Layla would rather Minnie stay safe in the space than come out. "All right, let me rephrase the question since you seem to be struggling with giving me an answer. Is Quinn in the red space? Has he gone to take care of Immortality?" Mundus asked, his voice causing a shiver to run down each and every one of their bodies. If they told him, Layla had to wonder, would Mundus be a friend in this situation, or a foe? Things were moving all over the place, and one of the Celestials was keeping an eye on everything that was happening, unsure of what the overall outcome would be. "Did your powers show an unfavorable future?" Sam asked. "My powers so far have shown me what is happening right now. The Ancient Ones have gotten involved, and the others are learning of what is happening. I fear for what is to happen because, right now, this future is what I foresaw." "And what are you hoping that it will change?" Sam asked. "Is that possible? I have told you before, the only times my predictions have proven to be wrong are when there are talons involved." Bliss answered. "And this time in history at this point there are 3. Let's hope the 3 of them can make a drastic change. Otherwise there is much worse to come." Quinn had managed to connect with his inner self. He was feeling the energy flowing through him, and in turn he was feeling the energy of all the blood that was being spilt not just on this planet, but throughout the universe. With the demon blood, and the battle going on between the Divine Brigade, the demons, and the inhabitants, a lot of blood was being spilt all over. Quinn was gathering all of that power, and there was now a large orb of power that had gathered and condensed around him. I can feel it, I know I'm close to controlling blood just like when I had evolved into my celestial form. If I'm like this, then maybe I won't have to consume the other demon king's blood. Opening his eyes. They were all a solid color of red. Blood was dripping down his face, but it wasn't rolling off. Ha ha ha. Immortality laughed, looking at the situation. Instead of attacking Quinn, he too had gathered the power in the air, the red mist from when he first came here, and the ever-increasing power of death that was occurring. With all the battles going on, the people, the inhabitants, were constantly dying and adding to his power as well. Seeing this, I knew I was right. Immortality smiled. I knew you would have the power to take me back to that space. Finally, you have reached the stage where you will be useful to me. Lifting his hand up, from the large orb of blood power, a tornado of blood aura shot out heading straight for Immortality. Standing there, he swung his arm and a portal of red mist opened up. A giant hand came out, and with its palm open, took the blood vortex head-on. As the giant red mist hand closed its fist, the vortex disappeared into particles. But that wasn't the only thing that Quinn was preparing. Several more vortexes of blood from the giant orb of blood went out and were heading straight for Immortality, and in turn he opened up portals of red mist and giant limbs came out to defend against them. They swung, clashing with the vortexes of blood, and each time the two powers collided, a giant shockwave of aura would be sent out in both directions. Which is stronger, your power of blood, or mine of death? You certainly are a strong one that I managed to raise. Immortality soon noticed the giant blood sword that had been made in the sky. It pierced through the clouds, as if a giant from above had dropped its large sword. It fell with great force. Both of Immortality's hands started to wrap around with the serpents on his back. Then a little above his head, two incredibly large red mist portals had opened. Ones far larger than the last ones he had created. Forming out from the mist portals were two gigantic arms rather than just part of the hands. They had appeared above Immortality. On a closer inspection, it looked like the pattern of a black serpent was on the hands as well. As the giant sword fell, Immortality grabbed it with his two giant arms of power, stopping it in its place. It continued to head down and the giant arms looked as if they were struggling slightly. Out from the giant sword, several vortexes, looking somewhat like solar flares from the sun, came off and started to attack the fingers and the giant arms. It was hitting them and getting rid of the aura of power bit by bit. The black serpent's aura on the giant arms started to move and had somewhat detached themselves from the arms, with part of their upper body having come off. Opening up its mouth, a pure power of aura, a laser, shot out from their mouths. It would hit the vortex, breaking apart its power bit by bit. Seeing this, Quinn then stretched out his arms, and the blood sword had exploded into several parts of just energy and particles. Sweeping his hands down, the aura moved as well, smothering the two arms, and soon both of the giant objects had disappeared. Unbeknownst to the two of them, as they were sending out large shock waves of power, they had attracted some unwanted attention from the Divine Brigade. There were flocks of the divine beings coming for Immortality from his end, and coming for Quinn from his as well. For a split second, two of them turned around. Immortality swung his arm back, and a large red line that looked to tear space had appeared from his power of the mist. It had eliminated all of the divine beings, cutting their bodies in half. Meanwhile, Quinn had gathered power in his leg just like before, and as he spun his body, he unleashed a large kick in the air. Blood aura swipes larger and more powerful than before had also caused a large cut in space, eliminating the divine beings as well. Look at you. Look at how powerful you have become. Thanks to me, Immortality stated. Don't you see for yourself? These celestial beings don't care about you. They don't care about anyone. They unleashed their army on us, and they are killing everything on sight. You should be able to tell with your blood powers. It's not just the demons these celestials are killing, but every life form. Think about it. If we weren't here in the red space, and were in the golden space, think about all the disaster that would befall all of us. The condensed orb of power had shriveled down. Rather than out of his body, it was entering his body. The veins on Quinn were glowing with power. They were lighting up and could be seen through his pale skin. Spreading out from his back were pure wings made from blood aura, shining just as brightly. "I don't agree with the celestial being's doings," Quinn said. As he walked forward, taking a single step, ripples of blood aura spread out across the floor. All of the power was unable to be contained within his body. "However, I don't agree with your doings either. I will get rid of you, I will keep my promise, and if the Celestials chose to mess with me as well, I will get rid of them. I will do whatever it takes to protect those important to me." Running from his position, with each step, blood ripples appeared, sending waves throughout the area. Gathering around Quinn's arm with his aura was the image of the dragon, and the red blood shadow was starting to gather as well. "You fool. I gave you a chance. You should know I haven't used my other powers so far," Immortality stated. "I thought you would have known that even your blood power is not greater than mine. It seems like you need to be taught another lesson." An important battle was set to take place between Chris and Anzoku, more important than either of them realized. The blood was needed of one of the last two demon kings, and a large-scale battle was already taking place between two titans. "This fight, it won't be the same as last time," Chris declared. He swung his two claws, creating large cuts across the ground. It ripped apart and destroyed anything in its path. Some of the werewolves had dived out of the way, while others hadn't gotten away in time with their legs cut, slashed by the visible energy. A clean cut would be made, and their wounds were removing the limbs almost completely from their body. As the attacks came, Anzoku swung both of his hands, hitting and dispersing the energy, turning them into nothing but particles. But his hand had hovered in the air for a few moments as the strength he felt had stopped. Immediately reacting, Anzoku aimed his hand at Chris, and out from his hand, several large nails shot out like bullets. Using his speed, Chris had managed to transform into his wolf form, and zigzagged. The nails crashed into the ground, erupting a large part of the ground underneath it. The nail attacks were fast, but not as fast as Chris. When he was close, he leapt up in his werewolf form, but as if he had predicted his attack, Anzoku hit him directly with his large claw and sent him right back into the ground, crashing. With next to no time, Chris was on the move out from the small crater that had been made and was circling around Anzoku. "He managed to recover that fast from a direct hit from me?" Anzoku thought. "Is this the power gained, the power from eating another demon king?" Dribble was pouring out of Anzoku's mouth onto the ground. He was getting tempted from his deep thoughts, and the thoughts of what it would be like to consume Chris as well. Leaping toward Anzoku again, Chris pushed off and had transformed from his wolf to his werewolf form, while the color of his fur was changing to that of a dark red. He had gotten used to the new power and strength of his body. It was time to level it up a notch further. However, his current red werewolf form looked different compared to before. This was the first case where this would happen, as usually it would only change the color and not affect the appearance. The fur towards the back of his head at the top had overgrown and was running thick on his back, right down to the bottom of his body, where a large tail had appeared as well. Anzoku was already mid-swing with both of his arms. He wasn't holding back with his strikes. He wanted to get rid of Chris. He couldn't wait to consume him, but he was underestimating his newfound power. A large chi platform had been created in the air, and with both of Chris' legs and his new form he pushed off. When he did, he spun his body with both of his claws held out. He was spinning like a rocket. His body had clashed right into Anzoku's claws and had pushed them back. His arms swung backward from the large scale of the power. The Demon King's feet had even been pushed and sunken into the ground for a moment, and a physical look of concern could be seen on his face. Yet Chris didn't stop there. Creating another chi platform, he aimed for one of the arms. Chris had to focus. He had to pay attention to a smaller part of Anzoku's body, just like he had done with the yak. "I can't be in a rush to take out these Demon Kings. They are extremely powerful, but I can chip away at everything they have, and continue to fight until I completely take them down." Chris was creating small chi platforms and was hopping with his feet from side to side, while he would swipe away with his claws, attacking at whatever part of Anzoku's body he could see. It was the same pattern as before as Chris flew from side to side, only it was all focused on Anzoku's arm. When he was done, he pushed away with another chi platform going right past Anzoku, and turning into his wolf form to get away as quickly as he could. My switching between forms to utilize nearly all of my powers has come in handy. Chris turned his head to look at the situation behind him. To see what had occurred, he could see a bloody forearm of Anzoku, his blood dripping onto the floor. Several large cuts had been made, and his arm was throbbing. The Demon King's arm, due to being a werewolf, would often heal everything straight away, but just like with the vampires, this was a different attack that was quite difficult for these beings to handle. It was an attack that had been embedded with chi energy. Although the wounds would eventually heal, this was the start. Chris could see it, it was the start of taking down those that were impossible. A large confidence was brewing in him. "You're fast. You are really fast. I almost couldn't keep up with you," Anzoku said. "Your speed gives you great power, but you need to build it up. You might actually be faster than me, but I am still greatly stronger than you." A battle of speed versus strength, and which one was more superior. Werewolves were always beings that had a great amount of physical power as well. With his sharp ears, Chris was able to sense that something was coming up from behind him. He had no clue what it was. His body was just telling him to move away. As he rushed to the side, he could see a large whirlwind of blue power hitting the ground. It destroyed everything on the floor, creating a large black patch in its place. After moving away from the area for quite a bit, swooping down to join Anzoku's side, was a winged demon, and was none other than Tenbris. It was one of the other right-hand men of Immortality, and another one of the two demon kings. "Crap! When I just thought I saw a chance of getting through this." Another demon king had to join in the fight. "I'm not too sure if this one will be as easy to take out as the other demon king either," Chris thought. At a time like this, he was actually hoping that just maybe Edvard would be here to help him, but he was all on his own. "It looks like you're having a little trouble taking on these invaders," Tenbris claimed. "Anyway, we need to deal with this situation quickly, and deal with the rest of the divine beings. Can't you feel it? Immortality, he's fighting. It's only a matter of time before we go to the other side." Two demon kings were now in front of Chris. He had just been using his newfound strength, testing the waters with his powers against Anzoku, and things seemed to be working. But now, having to deal with two of them and being on his own, even he knew that it was quite an impossible task. "How do I get out of this situation? And who do I take out first? Who should I focus my attacks on?" Chris thought. In the middle of his thoughts, he could see that Tenbris had stretched out his arms, and in doing so, two vortexes of blue energy whirled and went toward him. Jumping and flipping backward in the air, Chris managed to avoid the attack again. The moment he landed, another vortex hit him from behind. He had turned at the last moment, blocking the attack and pushing against it. The muscles in his legs and arms were straining as he continued to push against the attack. The blue energy was swirling, and something strange was occurring as he made contact with the attack itself. "My arms. They feel incredibly heavy? Is my energy going away? Is this attack draining my energy?" Chris thought, until his feet started to sink into the ground itself. He wasn't losing energy, but the attack was making him several times heavier as it touched him, including his arms. "Arg!" Chris screamed as he unleashed energy out of his claws, giving a large push against the attack. It dispersed into the air, and the heavy feeling in his arms disappeared, but the fatigue remained. The energy used and the stamina in taking on the attack were still felt in his body. "I have to avoid getting touched by his attack. If I keep blocking them like that, then I'll tire out in no time." In the middle of these thoughts, several blue vortexes had come straight at Chris. Swirls of energy not just from Tenbris' hands but also from his wings as he flapped them. With how many attacks were coming his way, he had no choice but to change back to his wolf form. In this form, he could run in a circle around the area they were fighting in. If there was one thing he was confident about, it was the fact that he could outrun the attack that was being used. What was concerning him, though, was the lack of urgency on Tenbris' face. "You should have used that opportunity to get rid of him, you mutt," Tenbris said to his partner. "Why didn't you attack when you had the chance? Now this whole thing is going to take a lot longer because of you. I thought you were meant to be fast." "And I thought you were meant to be strong," Unzoku replied. The wound that had been made on his arm was starting to heal up. "Why didn't you finish him off yourself?" Unzoku pointed his hand, and he had it held out a little ahead of where Chris was. With him avoiding the blue swirls, he could see what Tenbris was doing. Although his attacks might have seemed random, he was attacking in a certain way so Chris would have to avoid them by only moving in certain directions. It was clever because now Unzoku knew exactly where to attack and at what time to successfully land a hit, and the opponent had no clue whatsoever. "This is extremely frustrating," Chris thought to himself. All of his focus and energy after taking the first attack was now going on avoiding Tenbris' attack. If he wasn't exerting energy from blocking the attack, he now was running away from it. He also had to be careful of what Unzoku was doing at any point in time, yet Unzoku continued to do nothing. Unlike the other demons, Unzoku didn't really have a demon form. He would just fully transform into his werewolf self, grow larger and bigger, changing his shape slightly, but it wasn't a drastic change like the others had. For him, when the fight had started, he hadn't been holding back against Chris. The two were going head to head with everything they had, which just went to show how much the other had improved. "He got that strong from eating another demon king?" Unzoku thought. "You stupid mutt. If you really aren't going to do anything, then I guess I will have to deal with it myself." Tenbris flapped his wings again, and this time out from them were dark-colored feathers. They flew through the air at high speed, covered by the dark blue aura, looking the same as the attacks that had come before. Chris had moved, avoiding the tornado of power, but now he was heading right for the feathers. 2-on-1 is a little unfair, don't you think? From right in front of Chris, 3 figures landed. One swung his axe down, blasting the feathers away with dark flames. Another with their foot had slashed the feathers away, and lastly, another had pierced them away with a bone-colored spear. Seeing their backs, Chris had figured out who they were fairly quickly. "I hope you don't mind us giving you a little helping hand," Pultra stated. It had taken the 3 of them a while to get here, having to go the long way around, but from the shockwaves of the fighting from before alone, they knew where to come and find where the action was taking place. "The good news is that we need these 2 anyway," Calva said. "The bad news is that the 2 of them are together." Although Chris did originally want to face Unzoku on his own, now that there were 2, he didn't mind the help. There was something about the fight between Chris and Unzoku from before, something raw that he wanted to keep. It was as if the 2 of them were competing for who was the best and strongest, who was the strongest werewolf. And now, with all these interruptions getting in the way, the spark was lost. The champions were thinking about something else as well. They were strong and believed they could take out the demon kings, at least the ones that had already been taken out. The most difficult to deal with were Unzoku and the 2 right-hand men. They were hoping to help Chris out with 1, not 2. Still, they were in the situation they were in now, and there was nothing they could do about it. "Look at these fools," Tenbris said. "The champions betrayed us because they thought they stood a chance with these people behind them. They are truly pathetic." Tenbris raised his hands, and when he did, he felt a slight heat before complete darkness. His body had dropped to the ground, falling with no head, blood pouring out. Picking up the lifeless Tenbris body, Unzoku opened his mouth wide as he took another bite. Battles were continuing to take place all over the red space. Massive amounts of energy were being used, while large amounts of blood were being spilled, but the inhabitants were fighting back. Even before Immortality and the group had taken over, the red space, known as it was due to Immortality, had constant battles. The people, the inhabitants in the red space, had fights amongst each other even more so than those in the golden space, and because of it, many of them were incredibly strong. The main issue was just how large was this Divine Brigade army. Or was it something that wouldn't stop until the Ancient One, Celestalin, was defeated? If that was the case, how would one defeat something that they were unable to get to? Among the many battles that were taking place, there were large-scale ones as well. Russ, Hickel, and Peter were battling it out against Luce, one of the right-hand men of Immortality. Against Luce, after having transformed into his demon form, they were struggling to put a mark on him. They had eventually given him a few cuts here and there, but for them the damage was far worse. Peter had been pierced in several places on his body. The black swordsman had been hit. In turn, Russ was suffering from internal injuries, and his Godslayer tier item wasn't working well against Luce's powers. When they all felt like there was nothing more they could do, dropping down from the sky, with a strange green-colored sword wrapped around by their arm, someone had interrupted the battle, getting in the way of the two of them. "Who are you?" Luce stated. He didn't understand what was happening. His spear had been struck, and as he tried to move it, his movements felt slower than they did before. They didn't feel heavy, but when an attempt was made to stab the person in front of him with his spear, it flowed along against the edge of the sword and pushed back. Then, with his other hand free, a white beam of energy left the interrupter's hand and struck Luce right in the chest. The attack lifted him off his feet and crashed him into the edge of the side wall. "I am just a simple messenger," Mundus declared, swinging the sword in the air a few times. He thought it felt quite nice. Mundus wasn't usually a swordsman, although his skills weren't bad with the sword. He wasn't an expert by any means, but the sword that was in his hands wasn't an ordinary sword. It was one obtained from a special vault, one that Mundus looked after on behalf of the Ancient Ones. This weapon, in particular, was great for his use because it allowed a person to use its abilities through the weapon. Depending on what ability was used, the weapon would interpret it in a certain way. Mundus' power didn't work through the red mist very well. If his power was focused, it could still stop time within a certain area, but those like the Demon Kings who could control the condensed red energy could form a barrier that protected them. However, with the sword, when it touched the skin of Luce, it was passing on the effect of Mundus' power, and that was why he felt slow when the sword touched him. "Now I remember you," Luce shouted back. "You were here last time. You are one of the Celestials that stopped Immortality from breaking free." "Oh, it's nice to know that I'm famous around here," Mundus replied. The last time Mundus had visited the red space, he had bought time by stopping Immortality. He knew he didn't have the strength to beat him. He also knew that there was a chance that he had been raising a powerful enemy. If that was the case, if Mundus was to come back, he needed just a little help, which was why he had borrowed one of the many items from the vault. "So, are you one of the big ones?" Luce asked. "The big ones? Are you referring to the Ancient Ones?" Mundus replied. "I am not, although if you are talking in terms of strength, I am pretty strong. It appears that some crazy events are going on." Mundus glanced back at those that were behind him. "You guys, are you here with Quinn?" Hickle and the others had no idea who this person was, but he had mentioned a name that was very familiar to them. It was still hard for them to determine. Was this a friend, or was it a foe? Luce placed his hand on the ground, and immediately his power started to extend across the floor. Right where Mundus was standing, a large white spike launched up from the floor. Mundus moved out of the way as the spikes continued to follow him, and with one of them, he touched it with his sword. It slowed down significantly, allowing him to break away. "So, are you guys going to help me, or what? This one is quite difficult to deal with, as I'm sure you guys know," Mundus asked. Seeing the two of them fight, it was also an opportunity for them to leave. After all, they had already obtained Luce's blood. They didn't need it anymore. But if they left Luce alive, would he get involved in all of this? There was one person who didn't need an answer. Peter had gotten up off the floor. From his back, a strange mist was appearing, and the Bone Claw was now by his side. "That bastard is going to have what's coming to him no matter what," Peter yelled. A beam of celestial energy had Luce pinned to the ground. It was a constant stream that was going against him, and in that moment, the Bone Claw had appeared and alongside it was Peter. The two of them struck, hitting Luce right in his stomach, claw marks slicing against his skin, and Peter giving a devastating punch to his midriff. Peter's fists didn't stop as he continued to punch and hit, and this time he didn't have the head tails wrapped around his arms. He was using them as well to strike at any visible spot Luce had on his body. The Demon King was standing firm, still holding on and blocking the celestial energy from above. With a stomp of his foot, the white energy went underground and appeared right where Peter stood. He stepped back, avoiding it, but it moved, heading toward him again. Before it struck, the green sword went flying through the air and hit the white energy, slowing it down just enough for it to stop the attack and allowing Peter to move. Now, with both hands free, Mundus blasted Luce with double the amount of celestial energy, trying to smother Luce completely. But he was a powerful demon king, and it looked like the energy, even from Mundus the messenger, wasn't going to be enough. Leaning down, a hand picked up the sword from the ground. "This seems like a pretty good sword," Russ said, as he leaned back up with two swords in his hands and still in the black swordsman's body. "Let's finish this thing." Usually, in the case of the black swordsman's power, whenever he used it would negate their ability. In terms of energy, it stopped things as well, but there were some instances where things could still work. The black swordsman's own body was quite unique, after all. In fact, he could still draw out his own powers even when using the sword. His body was unaffected by his own powers, which was how Russ was able to use his powers, to summon himself as the black swordsman and continue to use his powers. With a special sword that drew out one's power, would it be the same? Rushing forward, Russ, with the two swords, thrust them. Both of the swords started to cover themselves in the black aura, and it seemed like his power was staying. Now it was almost like he had two of the same weapons in his hands. As it stabbed into the center of Luce's stomach, he felt it twist and turn inwards until the swords had pierced the inside of his body. Luce couldn't believe it. He had one of his arms above, stopping the celestial energy. He had been hit multiple times as well by Peter, and now an attack had finally gotten through and had managed to pierce his skin. The swords hadn't just pierced his skin like last time, but had gone completely through his body. What is this? Was I weakened by all this celestial energy? It was from that strange person's punches and from above. Not even my own power knows what to do. Fighting all three of them at once is too hard. This was a thought Luce had never had before. He was a demon king, one of the strongest in the red space, and one that was raised by Immortality to take out all of the celestials. Now that he had just come across one of them, he was already losing this fight. And these strangers, who were they? Who were they to push him as far back as this? They weren't even celestials. "Hey, I think you're a bit messed up now. It looks like you've lost this fight," Russ said, as he twisted the sword further. The attack and celestial energy from the top had stopped as Mundus went back on the ground again. Seeing this, Luce went and held onto the swords, and he tried pushing back. "What do you mean? Just because you injured me once you think this fight is over?" Luce stated. "That's exactly what I mean." The aura and black-colored power from the swordsman started to erupt into the two swords, and slowly Luce's body was starting to change. His strong white power, which gave him a coating on top of his skin, started to fade away. It was slowly revealing his natural skin from before. All of his power, it was disappearing. "The power is part of your body, right? So I just needed to insert my power inside you, and it looks like it's done the trick," Russ stated. Perhaps if he didn't have both swords, it wouldn't have been enough power, nor would the strike have been strong enough to pierce through Luce's body. So he was thankful for this. With the intervention of Mundus and his weapon, the fight had drastically changed, and if it wasn't for that, then all three of them would have been killed. "Peter, I'll let you do the honors," Russ said, as he held onto the swords firmly, not taking them out of the body. If he did, then his powers would come back. Immediately, teleporting slightly above with the bone claw was Peter, who had been dropped. His two head tails had combined into one, forming a type of giant axe behind him. "All of the power I've gained, all of the strength from the changes in my body, all of my chi, and all of the celestial energy that Quinn gave me. I'll finish it off right here with you," Peter screamed inside of his head as his head tail went down. It sliced down the center of Luce, going through and in between the two swords in Luce's body. When it hit the ground, the whole area was shaking along with the rubble, and Peter had also fallen to the ground, collapsing. He had put all of his strength into the attack, so much so that he had even forgotten about standing back up. He was just using the whole momentum of his body with everything he had. He had face-planted the ground. When he looked up, though, he could see the two swords had been taken out, and Luce's body had split apart and fallen flat on the ground. "It's over," Hickle's mouth was left wide open as he rushed over to the others, his arms still no longer there. He had tripped, more exhausted than he had realized, but came right over to see the two of them there. Russ's body was already reverting back to normal. Perhaps he could have only kept up the Black Swordsman's form for a few seconds more, if that. For the group, rarely did they fight together. They had always fought tough battles on their own and overcame whatever they faced. But it took everything all of them had, radical changes to their body, every ounce of power in their bones, and they had finally done it. They had defeated the Demon King. It was now one less problem for them to deal with. The sound of footsteps was heard coming from their side, though, and when they looked at the creature in front of them, one that didn't quite look human, they realized that their problems perhaps weren't over. "I think you have something in your hands that belongs to me," Mundus said while his hand was held out. "While I'm at it, you can hand me the black sword as well. It's a bit too dangerous to be in the hands of others." Russ looked up at the man. He didn't want to hand over any of the weapons, but his condition and Mundus were in two different states. A fight against him would be impossible and would just bring them all to his death. A weapon wasn't worth fighting over. "You don't need to hand me over the black sword now," Mundus said. "It will disrupt my powers. But I am just informing you that I will be back for it." A large surge of energy was felt shifting through them all. The red mist was vibrating, and it was all moving away from where they were. The red space, it was clearing up as all of the energy was moving away. They looked in the direction of where the power was coming from. "It's Quinn and Immortality. The two of them, they must be fighting." Peter immediately got up and went to run forward, but Mundus pushed him back down with his hand on his chest, sending him back to the floor. "What are you doing?" "I thought you were here to help Quinn," Peter shouted. "Did I say that?" Mundus asked. A simple, effortless push from Mundus' hand had caused Peter to fall back onto the ground. It showed the group one of two things. Either they had truly exerted that much energy in their fight against Luce, or Mundus was just that much stronger than them. However, either of those things led to the same result, so it didn't matter much anyway. "You asked about Quinn earlier," Hickle said. "Which means you must know he's here, and someone as strong as you has to be able to feel what's going on right now. You should know exactly where he is. So why are you stopping us from getting to him?" The red mist, the blood that was flowing through the air. Every single life form would have been able to feel the large amount of power that was gathering on the planet. "Firstly, you should be thanking me," Mundus explained. "I've saved your life not once but twice now by stopping you guys from doing something stupid in thinking that you can help Quinn. Look at your state. If you went there, you would only serve as a distraction for him and a tool Immortality could use to get to him. I don't know how many times you people have dealt with him, but he is one who is happy to use anyone to get his way." Hickle stopped to look at himself for a moment and noticed that Mundus was right. Hickle didn't even have his arms anymore. The only thing he could do was attempt to run in and cause a large explosion, and they had seen how well that had worked out against Luce. It was likely to produce even less of a result this time. On top of that, let me make this clear. I am not on your side. I decided to help you because I saw an opportunity to get rid of a rather large headache. As a thank you, I decided to help you, but I will not let you get in my way of what I have come here to do," Mundus claimed. "And what is it? Because if it's to get rid of Quinn, then me and you are going to have to go at it," Peter shouted from the ground, his legs still too little weak for him to stand up. "I have come here for one reason only, and that is to stop Immortality from escaping the red space and heading out to the golden space," Mundus explained. "I made a deal with Quinn that the Celestials wouldn't get involved in the matter of Earth. Unfortunately, it looks like one of the Ancient Ones has taken it into his own hands. But as long as the matter is resolved, everything should turn out okay. Only the main issue is Quinn himself. He has the power to break through and create a link into the golden space. Depending on the amount of time life forms spend in a certain space, there is a part of them that still lingers there and is connected. With the massive amount of power Quinn has, and the link he has, Immortality can use him to open a portal to the other side. This was the rejection that Quinn had experienced when he came into the red space that shot him all over the place. The others had a strange feeling in their bodies ever since coming here, but thought it might have been due to the red mist that was around them. Then shouldn't you help him? Hickle asked. If you helped Quinn to defeat Immortality, then that would solve the problem, right? A small smile appeared on Mundus' face hearing this. If Quinn did manage to defeat Immortality, it would mean he would have power as great as the Ancient Ones. Truthfully, even Mundus was here secretly away from the other Ancient Ones. He wanted to keep his word, keep his position with the Ancient Ones, and also stop them from learning about the Godslayer armor, but maybe this was all too much for Mundus to ask for. The easiest thing to do and the best thing to do are sometimes two completely different answers. If I just wanted to stop Immortality, then I would have attempted to get rid of Quinn. With him gone, there would be less of a chance of him coming over. Although Mundus said this, he thought it was next to impossible. Quinn had defeated the most troublesome Godslayers there were out there. With their armor, he was even stronger. Mundus couldn't defeat Quinn if he wanted to, he knew that, and it was the same as Immortality. So then what are you going to do? Peter slammed the ground. It was painful for him, knowing that with each passing moment Quinn was fighting against Immortality on his own again. He had already lost once, and they still needed the blood of 2 more Demon Kings. What do you think? Isn't it the most obvious answer? I need to just wait to see the outcome of this fight, Mundus replied. If Quinn is able to best Immortality, then all will be well, but if there is a chance and it looks like he's going to lose, then I will finish him myself. In order to protect the golden space. Quinn would understand. In a way, it felt like Mundus was supporting Quinn. He was doing it in a way where he would remain neutral and was hoping that he could finish this. Although he wanted to hide the result and hide Quinn's power from the Ancient Ones in order to keep his promise, it looked like after the events of today it was impossible, and out of Quinn or Immortality being kept alive, at least Mundus knew who he preferred. All right, we won't go help Quinn. But there is something we need to do then, Hickle said. From one side of the planet, large waves of aura were bursting through their bodies. They could feel an intense reaction that was telling them to get away as far as possible. Equally, on another side, large shockwaves of wind were blowing out with several large bangs and explosions. It was clear that another giant-scale battle was happening, and Hickle feared that it was Edvard, Chris, and the champions. I already protected you from death once. My debt has already been paid, Mundus claimed. If you wish to go ahead and go elsewhere away from Quinn, then that is down to you. As quickly as he came, Mundus had left, leaving them the choice of what to do. However, Mundus was heading to another particular location, not where Quinn was, nor where Chris and Anzoku were fighting. Instead, he had entered a cave, where a faint breath could be heard. A blonde-haired man was holding his stomach with his back up against the wall. You're dying, Mundus said. Each time Quinn's blood aura struck against Immortality's red mist energy, the entire sky would be painted in a thick veil of red. The ground would shake, and a shockwave of power would end up spreading through all of the land in sight. Continuous clashes of their powers were hitting each other, and the attacks weren't slowing down. They were just getting faster and faster, destroying more of the energy around them. That was until Immortality decided to change up his strategy with his attacks. He raised his hand, and a colorless ball started to form around it. Almost immediately, a shadow portal had opened behind him, and coming straight out of it was Quinn with 6 arms by his side, having activated the Azura Gauntlet's active skill, although it looked slightly different compared to before. 2 of the arms were completely covered in condensed shadow, giving them a dark purple color. Landing in front of Immortality, 2 of Quinn's regular hands grabbed his wrists. Meanwhile, his normal hands gathered with the vampire aura and covered in the blood shadow, proceeded to punch Immortality in the stomach one after the other. The blows lifted Immortality off the ground, but the other hands held him down, making sure he wouldn't fly away. Punch after punch was delivered with aura seeping out through his body behind. I have to strike him before he can use his colorless ability, Quinn thought. I have to utilize the shadow with the rest of the skills I learned. The training and information from the champions and what Syl told me. The 2 serpents above Immortality's shoulders started to open their mouths, gathering the red energy. Both of them were pointed at Quinn. As the beam attack left their jaws, Quinn immediately used the shadow-covered Azura hands to block the attack. The beam was shifting the arms, but the power wasn't getting through. You can thank Syl for letting me know about them. Did you really think after our last fight I would have learned nothing? Lifting up his leg, Immortality struck Quinn right on his side, crashing into him. Grunting through the pain and with the armor taking most of the hits, Quinn continued to throw out his punches. Thanks to the blood shadow, they were having double the effect as well. You are quite naive, Immortality said, as he went for another kick, but this time on the edge of his foot, he had a ball of colorless energy. Immediately, Quinn used the shadow travel, sinking into the ground and letting go. The foot missed, going right over where Quinn was, and the colorless ball of energy had left his foot. It continued to travel through the air until it exploded, making a large area colorless for a few moments before disappearing. With the shadow travel, Quinn had distanced himself from Immortality. Syl was right. He can use the colorless ability out of his body. But it looks like if he wants to spread out its power, he can still only do so from his hands. The balls of energy, although having the same effect, disappear after a while. A red mist portal appeared above Quinn's head, and immediately, a giant fist of power came down attempting to crush Quinn. He moved out of the way, running to the side, but several giant fists continued to follow him, crushing the ground beneath where he once was. While running, Quinn didn't stop his attacks. He continued to throw out the Azura hands, throwing out all types of different blood fists to hit him. They were crashing into Immortality's body, distracting him from using his power but didn't appear to do any significant damage. This is okay. I can just injure him a bit at a time. I don't need to rush things. With the limitless effect of the armor, I can keep on going. It doesn't matter if it takes 1 hour or 100 days. I will continue to chip at him until he's completely defeated. Tapping his boots, 2 clones of Quinn were made with a cloud of smoke. They went to 2 different sides and continued to throw out the blood fists. They didn't have 6 arms like that of Quinn, but still, with more attacks all heading the same way, Immortality was getting bombarded with attacks left, right, and center. Seeing this, Immortality was getting fed up. He placed both of his arms close to his chest. They were shaking with power as the mist condensed. Then opening it up, he threw his arms out, and a ring of energy went out from his body, filling the entire area, just like the shockwaves from before. Shadow lock. Each of the Quinns had disappeared in that moment, though, and when the aura passed, all 3 had popped out of the shadow. The timing, the strength, I will use everything I have to get rid of him. I can't lose again. I can't this time. I have to focus. I can't make a mistake. Quinn ran across at great speed ahead. He could see the serpent was wrapping around Immortality's hand. Leaping up in the air, all of the clones leaped up in the air. Their legs were condensed with the blood energy that was still swirling around the entire area. Then spinning their bodies and using the air steps, they pushed forward, and a large kick landed on different sections of Immortality's body. One landing on the head, the stomach, and the bottom of his legs. The attack was as powerful as the one that Quinn had used to get rid of the divine beings, but Immortality just stood there in place, with his strange armor having covered his entire body from his legs. You are a real fool. I had more trouble dealing with your friend from before. The only thing you are useful for is your power, Immortality stated. Immortality threw out his fist, and Quinn was expecting the serpent strike that Immortality could produce, one of the most powerful attacks he had. This was the most important thing Quinn had to look out for. Rushing to the side, he believed he had avoided it, but it wasn't the same attack. Out from Immortality's hand, a large red fist, like it was his own, had come out, and it extended, stretching as if it had a physical form. It latched onto Quinn's entire body and lifted him in the air, slamming him on the ground. Then the red mist portals opened up above Quinn. Not just 1, but 4 of them. Out from above him, several large red fists continued to pound the area where Quinn was on the ground one after the other. It hit him again and again, pounding him in one place. The armor was taking the brunt of the attacks, but it was hurting Quinn as he was being suffocated from the punches, until the shadow condensed above him, and it started to push up against the fists. It wasn't just the shadow, but the blood energy started to form a barrier and was pushing up against the fists. The fists continued to hit, but they were being blocked by the shadow, as Quinn got to his feet. Pressing the side of his mask, It opened up a little at the front, and he spat out his blood on the ground. "Come on, is that all you got? Were you going to take out the Celestials with that?" Quinn shouted. With all of the massive amounts of blood that was being spilt in the red space, Quinn was feeling stronger than he ever had before. The massive amount of blood aura he could control and condense down was at a level he had never experienced before. His shadow was at the strongest it had been, but he was unable to make his shadow stronger like he could do his blood aura. Quinn's shadow shouldn't have been able to block Immortality's attacks, yet he was able to. This was all because of the blood shadow. Using more blood and mixing it with the shadow in turn was making a stronger blood shadow. Blood aura with properties of the shadow, allowing him to stop Immortality's strikes, and with that in mind, Quinn had come up with an idea. Throwing both of his arms up, a force of blood shadow was unleashed, pushing all of the giant red fists of mist away. 4 of the Azura arms were being used to constantly throw out blood fists, striking Immortality non-stop. The clones had stepped in, but with a swing of his fists, Immortality struck one on the head, killing it on the spot, and with the other, a serpent over his shoulder snapped out faster than the clone could react, getting rid of it. "At first, I thought this was a bit of fun," Immortality said. "But now, this is seriously getting annoying." Placing both of his palms together, Quinn spread them out and had formed something. It grew in size and was the same color as the shadow blood, with a dark red coating around it. Now in Quinn's hands was a large scythe. Pressing the side of his God-Slayer mask, the lightning attribute was activated and the entire thing was sparking with red lightning blood aura coming off the scythe. It shocked the ground, destroying it as it hit the floor, and was constantly hitting the ground around the area, destroying everything, even striking the air, getting rid of large pockets of the red mist that were swirling around. Quinn dashed forward and swung the scythe by his side. He was still several meters away from Immortality, and it didn't look like the scythe would hit him. When it swung out, it started to extend. Lifting his arm, Immortality blocked the strike and his whole body slid across the ground. As the scythe was touching his skin, it continued to shock him bit by bit, and from the look on his face, the attack was actually somewhat hurting him. The serpents bit down on the scythe from his shoulder, and then with his other hand free Immortality held onto the edge of the scythe. His colorless ability activated in his hand, and started to grow. The blood fists continued to crash into his body, making the colorless power fade in each time, but he had already done what needed to be done, taking part of the energy out from the strike. He swung the scythe to the side, pushing it away. Immortality then leapt up in the air, and as he did, a mist platform landed under his feet. "You annoying little rat!" Immortality screamed, lifting the blood shadow scythe behind his head. It started to grow in size behind Quinn. It was extended, growing large, and power was swirling around it from all over. Immortality, on the other hand, was moving his hands at a rapid speed, and several of the mist portals started to open around Quinn. They had surrounded him in a circle. "You have made a big mistake. I truly wanted you to join my side, but now you leave me no choice. There is no second chance," Immortality stated. Out from the portals, several large giant red mist fists went out. All of them at the same time had crashed into Quinn, hitting him at once with an attempt to crush him. With what power Quinn had, he attempted to block it with shadow, but the power still seeped through and bashed into him. His insides felt like they were twisting and turning, but he still had gathered power into the giant blood shadow scythe. He swung it with all of his might, forcing the chi in his body to move his muscles and do the work. The large scythe was swung down, and from above Immortality could see it approaching him. Turning his body into the strange red mist, Immortality soon appeared directly above the scythe, and the 2 serpents started to wrap around his arms. "You never stood a chance against me, Quinn. I was trying to show you every step of the way. No matter what power you have, no matter what you did, I could best you. I thought you would see the way in the middle of this fight, but you just kept on going." Immortality threw both of his hands out, aiming right for Quinn. The several fists had him pinned. Shadow Lock. Quinn attempted to use his Shadow Lock skill, but it wasn't working as quickly as it did before. The shadow crossed his back, and he was wondering why that was. When he looked around him, he could see that the color had faded. When did he The large strike from above, unleashed by Immortality, covered all of Quinn's body. It had hit him, destroying every part of him. Mundus, who was far off in the distance, had been paying attention and was looking out at the scene. "No! I have to do something," Mundus thought. He tried to get up from where he was and push himself forward, but the erupting power from Immortality had pushed him back. Even with his body covered with celestial energy, Mundus, or anyone else or any creature, was unable to approach. The large-scale attack continued to hit Quinn, and the power was seeping out sideways, covering the entire area. From a distance, no one could even see what was going on. But Quinn knew. His armor was being ripped to pieces once more, and the system screen had come up once again. "Your armor has been destroyed. Armor is currently being repaired." When the attack faded, Quinn was left on the ground, lying on the scorched land. There was nothing but black around him. His skin looked to have been melted off his body, parts of his armor melted into his skin as well. He tried to move the muscles in his body, but it felt impossible to do anything. The swirling blood power that was constantly heading toward the planet had stopped as well. Landing by his side, Immortality walked over to where Quinn was. He could see that the life, it was already fading from his eyes. "You are certainly a strong one. Even the Celestials would have struggled with taking a double serpent strike head-on, and be in as good of a state as you are. You have been through a lot." Immortality then lifted Quinn up by his neck. His limbs fell to his side, and there was no struggle at all. The life had gone from his eyes already. "A body that hasn't disappeared into ashes. You certainly are a strange one. You who were born from me, we could have ruled everything together." Immortality shoved his fist right through Quinn's chest, reaching the other side. A large hole had appeared, and in Immortality's hand, there was what vampires left behind after their death. It was proof that Quinn had already died. Even though his body was still present, it was his blood crystal. In the first battle against Immortality, Quinn had been placed in a difficult situation. For one, he had just gone against one of the other demon kings. During his fight, he had been affected by the red mist energy when the other demon king had transformed into its demon form. Because of this, the armor that Quinn had worn had broken. It left him in an extremely difficult situation as he faced Immortality. As for the second battle, he was a lot more prepared. The armor had recovered itself, giving him more power and versatility in his skills. He had been learning from the champions who had faced Immortality before, and even Syl had given him what advice he could from the battle he had with Immortality. Despite all of this, the battle in the end was still lost. He even had the strength of all of the blood that was currently being spilled in the red space. It just went to show how formidable a foe Immortality was. Unaware of what was happening to Quinn, there were those that were still fighting, with the hope that if they just got him the demon blood he needed, he had a chance at winning. It was all useless now. For the ones that were fighting, Chris had been in a predicament, where he was faced with a situation where he would have to go up against two demon kings on his own. Thankfully, he had a little support, and that came with the champions. With their help, Chris had thought he could do it. He could complete the task and take out Anzoku. But that thought had almost dashed out of his head when he saw what had happened next. With his large jaw, Anzoku had bitten Tenbrus' head off. The demon king had died in an instant, but Anzoku didn't stop there. He was several times larger than Tenbrus, the other demon king, and he continued to eat his body, taking him out in a few bites, crushing his body and swallowing him whole. "Crap! This is not good," Shinto shouted. "This is really not good." Shinto knew a lot about the werewolves since he had worked with Anzoku in the pits for some time now, so he knew exactly what the result of this would be. Essentially, Anzoku had just eaten a demon king who was at the same level, if not higher, than him. The changes that would be going through his body were immense. Woohoo! Anzoku lifted his head, and a deafening scream left his mouth. The whole floor was shaking. The divine brigade that were off in the distance, over the rest of the Yak City, were affected by the howl. They were struggling to fly and disoriented, crashing into buildings and falling onto the ground. It gave a chance for the remaining Yak demons and the werewolves to quickly take out the enemy in front of them. "What do we do?" Calva asked. "With Tenbrus eaten, there's no chance for us to take his blood?" Maybe since he consumed Tenbris and his power has been added to his own. Wouldn't it be fine if we just got Unzoku's blood? Shinto replied. We don't know how it works, but it's the only thing we can do. But rather than being concerned about whether or not we can get his blood, I think we should be more concerned about whether or not we can survive this, Paltra shouted. Chris had the same thought, which was why he was concentrating his power. He was already using the 4th stage of Chi and had backed off further away. He then sprinted forward, using all of the Chi in his body to give himself a run-up. His claws were low, dragging by his side and cutting the floor up. When in range, Chris lifted both of his claws, unleashing his energy. Through the air, 2 giant energy claws could be seen crossing each other in an X shape. Unzoku's eyes were glowing so brightly red it was emitting energy from his eyes even onto the floor. He looked at the claw marks in the air and swung his own large arm. Instantly, the attack from Unzoku had crushed Chris' attack into nothing. The whole floor was torn to pieces behind them, and all of them were flying through the air, having next to nothing to stand on. The Yak City had giant markings through it where entire buildings had disappeared. From above, the city looked like it had been scratched with the hand of the giant. Getting up from one of the building's rubble, quite a distance away from where Unzoku was, the champions were wondering what had happened. They hadn't been hit directly by the attack, so was it just the force alone that had sent them so far? One by one, they got up from the rubble and looked at each other. I'm not sure it's going to be entirely possible to even get his blood, Shinto said. With the power he just displayed, are we sure that he's any weaker than Immortality right now? Even Unzoku was thinking the same thing. He looked at his hand and the destruction he had caused. His face was uncontrollably smiling. This is the power I gained from eating the Demon Kings. It was something I should have done a long time ago. If I had eaten the others, I would have long surpassed Immortality. Maybe, if I eat that other werewolf, I will grow even further to the next stage. Back at the destroyed rubble buildings, the champions were trying to look for Chris, and eventually, they found him a bit further along compared to the others. But that was because he had suffered a direct hit from one of the claws. Chris had physically pushed back, and as the attack was ripping his body apart, it was trying its best to heal. But as they looked down at him, they could see a large wound right across his chest in a diagonal shape. He was in a rough shape as the flesh of his muscle could be seen as well, and it looked almost as if Chris was struggling to breathe as well. Can you heal him? Calva asked, looking toward Paltra with her unique ability. I can speed up his own healing process, but I don't think it will be fast enough. I'm afraid we are useless in this situation. Perhaps the best thing we can do is take him out of here and attempt to run away. If Unzoku was that fast, they hated to think how quick he would be as well. Although Paltra suggested running away, it almost sounded like giving up. No, Shinto said. There is one more option. Shinto walked over to Chris and knelt down by his side. Eat me and get strong enough to defeat him. The 2 champions that were standing by Shinto's side, they couldn't quite believe his proposal. It wasn't like them to be selfless in the first place. They were champions because even they had fought their own kind rising to the top. Although they didn't cause any trouble at the same time, they had cared enough about their own lives to work with him in one way or another. At least, that's what they thought of Shinto. Paltra and Calva had refused to join Immortality, while Shinto had agreed to join, so they always thought that he was the one that cared more about his life than others, and yet here he was sacrificing himself. How could you ask me to do that? Chris asked in a weak voice. I can't, I promised myself. Chris thought back to when he had been using the Chi Drain skill, when he had been taking the lives of others. After what happened then, he didn't want to do anything like that again. Even as a werewolf, even when he knew the key to getting stronger was by consuming those that were already powerful, Chris was reluctant to do it. But he had managed to convince himself that he was eating demons, he was eating the enemy, and it was for a greater cause, but the champions weren't his enemy, it would be going against his beliefs. Are you really going to be stubborn now? Shinto asked. If you don't eat me, then we all will die. Chris, you have to understand, it has been hard for me to continue on in the first place. This whole time, I've been feeling guilty. While I was a guard working at the pit, I had killed so many innocent chrono, so many of my own kind, that I just wanted to escape. The reason I agreed to help was because I thought I could relieve some of that guilt. If we managed to get rid of them now, then it would mean I would have done something, but how could I carry on living while all of those that I killed are dead? The only thing that kept me going was the fact that my brother was out there somewhere alive. But now I know that's not true as well. Hearing Shinto speak, the other two understood how he must have felt. In a way, him deciding to help Immortality had made him do the most cruel things. While the two of them knew what was going on in the red space, they hadn't taken action with their own hands. Calva could have perhaps made a deal to save the Scullies by helping out the others, and Pultra knew that her powers were making something that Immortality would use to just kill more. Being involved, though, and directly killing with your own two hands, were two completely different things. He's right, Calva said as he turned his head. For some reason Unzoku seemed to be in some type of trance. He was looking at his own hand, just smiling at it in and out. It was unsettling to say the least. But if you eat Shinto, it won't be enough for you to take on Unzoku. You will need to eat all of us to stand a chance. Excuse me, Pultra said. Hearing that Calva was just offering her up like that. Come on, Pultra. You must also see that this is the only way, Calva explained. Even with our strength, if we were to attempt to fight by his side, we would be no help. The only way we can help is this way. Pultra didn't like it. She could see that this was the only way for them to get out of the situation they were in, but that would mean ending her own life. She had already spent a good section of her life trapped away and not experiencing everything she wanted to experience. The reason she had decided to fight back was for freedom, but if she lost her life, then freedom wouldn't even matter. She did care for her life, which was why it was hard for her to do as Calva suggested. You don't have to give that look, Chris said, pushing himself off the floor. The wound was finally closing. It had taken some time, but his werewolf body was recovering. Some of the blood had yet to dry up, and as he stood it was dripping down his chest. I don't plan to eat any of you. The goal is the goal. Before I was still thinking about beating him. I know after taking that hit it's impossible, so I won't have to eat anyone. Before Chris could move forward, Shinto stood in front of him and drew out both of his axes. I'm sorry, I just don't see it that way. I will at least make this easier for you. Shinto lifted up his axe. He didn't activate the black flames, but he pressed it against his neck deeply and sliced it, making a large cut. His body fell to the floor, and it was now laying there, lifeless on the ground. The two champions stared at the body. They were waiting for it to move, waiting for the image that they saw in front of them to change. They had seen a lot of unbelievable things in their lifetime, but they had never seen anything like what had just occurred. He really killed himself. He actually went through with it, Calva said. Calva was serious when he had offered up his body as well, but he wasn't so sure if he could do what Shinto did, doing the deed like so, and so easily. Chris, you have to eat his body, Pultra said. I know it might not be right of me because I didn't want to give up mine, but he took his life to pass it on to you so you could defeat Immortality. You can't waste that. Chris knew Pultra was right. He quickly went down to the body of Shinto. I will never forget your sacrifice, and I will carry your body inside of me. So you stay alive inside, and I'll make sure to complete the task. Knowing that they were in a rush for time, Chris picked up the body and started to chomp down as he transformed his mouth. His powerful jaws crushed through it. He swelled bit by bit and had eaten the body in seconds. It was an amazing sight to see, as one wouldn't know where the body went, but it was something the champions never thought they would see. A champion being eaten right in front of their very eyes. After finishing consuming the champion, just like when Chris had eaten the Demon King, he felt a surge of energy go through his whole body. The cells in his body were on fire. They were supercharged with strength, and something else seemed to be happening. When Chris went to look down at the palm of his red-furred hand, he could see black flames covering it. Chris looked down at his hands. He was still in his stage for chi form, giving his fur a red appearance. It wasn't the only thing that was present. Black flames surrounded the outside of his hands. They were flowing as if active, yet he felt no pain in his hands at all. These flames, I've seen them before. They look exactly like the ones Shinto and Hinto both used, but why can I use them? After consuming Shinto's body, Chris felt re-energized as he normally did. A surge of power coursed through his entire body. On top of that, the large wound that was across his chest had healed up as well. In order to test out his newfound strength, he would usually clench his fist. It was a good indication of how much power he had gained because he could feel his own grip strength. Doing so, he had activated the black flames unconsciously. It was the first time such a thing had happened. Chris had gained new strength and new powers related to that of a werewolf, but it was the first time since consuming someone he had gained their powers, the special trait of the chrono, the black flames that only those at the pinnacle could reach. Shinto, I guess you really did pass on everything you had over to me, Chris thought. The other two champions, seeing this, were gaining new hope once again. They saw the new strength, and if they could pile their power onto Chris, it might just work. They readied themselves as they tried to come up with at least half the resolve that Shinto had. That was until they could hear rumbling. Turning around, they could see the floor being ripped apart and a large tsunami wave of rocks heading their way. Anzoku was no longer mesmerized by his powers and had decided to strike again. The attack was fast and powerful, and it looked like this time it would hit the champions. Before the attack swept them, they felt both of their bodies being grabbed and lifted. When they could see again, they were looking at the side view of the attack, and Chris was by their side. Did he just pull us out of that attack in time? Just how fast is he? Calva thought. The trail of destruction was just as large as before as it tore through the city. It had surely taken out a chunk of allies and enemies that were still fighting behind them. You two stay alive, Chris said. We fight to save people, and originally, although I wanted to kill Anzoku, I know the goal is to only get his blood. With the strength I have now, I can do it. Before the others could say anything, Chris had already rushed forward. Anzoku could see this coming his way, and swung his once again. The ground was getting torn up, but Chris continued forward. Since the attack was large and it emanated from the user's claw, it meant that there were large gaps as well. As the energy claw came towards Chris, he jumped up and created a chi platform by his feet at the side of it. Kicking himself off it, he boosted himself forward and swung a flurry of swipes at Anzoku. Unfazed by the small energy attacks, Anzoku used his own hands to block them all. They were clashing against his claws one after the other. As they did, small black flames appeared around him, and not only that, some were stuck to the outside fur on his hands. Looking at his own hands, it seemed like the flames weren't coming off them. What is this strange power? Anzoku thought. Through his claws, he could see a small werewolf coming his way. Immediately, Anzoku went to strike with his hand, but with Chris' speed he was able to avoid it, and as he did, he swung his claws again several times. The strikes hit his legs. They hadn't done much damage, but part of the black flames appeared on his legs as well. I need the blood. I need to get a direct hit. I can't just wear him down. Chris pushed himself off a chi platform and spun his body. He was going in an attempt to rip off Anzoku's flesh, but in annoyance of not being able to hit Chris from before, he lifted his head and let out a large howl, "Ahoo!" Following the howl, swirling red energy pulsed out of Anzoku's body. As it hit Chris, it caused him to be pushed back, and his whole body skidded across the ground, tearing it up. All of this is just from the external energy from his body. Even after consuming Shinto, I'm still no match at all for him, in terms of power. The moment the energy blast was no longer affecting Chris, he got up from the ground and tried again. After Anzoku expended all of his energy out, he looked at the black flames that were spreading. Since his energy wasn't doing anything to get rid of them, there was only one thing he could do. With the sharp claws of his hand, he cut off parts of his flesh along with the fur and threw it onto the ground. The black flames stayed on the pieces of flesh, but in the place of the wounds that were on Anzoku's body, they had started to heal. Immediately after seeing this, Chris started to swing his claws rapidly, trying to hit Anzoku, and change direction from one side to the other. Anzoku was avoiding the annoying hits and moved to the side, back and away. That's when the Demon King realized something, though. Chris hadn't gone after him. He wasn't rushing toward him. Instead, he was moving into the area where Anzoku had been not too long ago. As he rushed past the area Anzoku was before, He picked up the flesh and clenched it with his hand, getting rid of the flames. Then he looked for where Calva was along with Pultra. With his arm, he threw the piece of flesh in the air. It was going at an incredibly fast speed, but Calva, creating a bone out of his hand, stabbed it as it was in the air. This is Unzoku's flesh, Pultra said with disbelief. The flesh was stuck on the bone spear that Calva had made, and blood was dripping down it. Almost immediately, Pultra pulled out one of the flasks she had been given by the others, and the two started to strain the blood. Did Chris plan all of this after getting the power of the black flames? Pultra thought. In no way or form would anyone say that Chris would be able to defeat Unzoku. Even with the power of Shinto, it could be seen. Unzoku's body had healed so quickly after cutting off his own flesh, and his power was overwhelming. Even though Chris was able to annoy Unzoku like a little fly, eventually he would be squatted and overwhelmed, but the Demon Kings and even Immortality had no idea that their goal was just the blood, and they had now achieved that. With Timbers being a part of Unzoku, the group had managed to get all 5 of the Demon King's blood. The question was, now how would they get out of this situation? You were starting to look even more delicious. Unzoku licked his lips. The Demon King Unzoku was at his strongest he had ever been. Over the time he had spent in the red space, he was one of the Demon Kings who was obsessed with growing his power. The creation of the pit, making stronger inhabitants so he could feast on them, never ceased because his hunger never stopped either. Now, after eating one of the other Demon Kings, he had grown in strength by another leap. He was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. And yet, if he consumed the werewolf in front of him, he was sure he would grow even more. The red mist around him was unsettled as he thought about all of these things. Crap! Chris tightened his fist and didn't dare look away from Unzoku. The moment he did, he felt like the Demon King would pounce on him. We've managed to achieve the goal, but it's useless if we can't get the blood to Quinn. How are we going to survive this whole thing? Chris had only had a few interactions with Unzoku, which made it even more frightening. His strength was still far below Unzoku's. It was only thanks to his superior speed that he was able to survive so far. And it was only thanks to Shinto that they had gotten the blood they needed as well. Chris had decided the best thing for him to do right now was to react, so he was waiting for Unzoku to make the next move. The red space was swirling around him, but it was doing so in a strange way. It was creating a type of whirlpool in the air right next to his ear. Then out of the red whirlpool a mouth appeared. It was red in color, made out of the mist's energy. It stretched out, reaching Unzoku, and started to whisper away. The smile that revealed Unzoku's teeth almost instantly went away along with the glow in his eyes. Instead of being in a leaning forward position like he was ready to strike at any moment, he then stood up with his back straight. The red mist disappeared along with the lips as well as the heavy tension that filled the air. It looks like my calling has come, and I have bigger things to deal with. Whether you guys survive what is about to happen is down to you, Anazuka said, as if the words were directed toward the champions and Chris. The Demon King soon bent his legs, and he leapt up in the air, disappearing out of sight. Moments later, the whole area shook forcefully. They couldn't see him land, but they could feel his power even now. What just happened? Did Unzoku just leave like that? Calva said, somewhat relieved. He had already counted his last moments at least 10 times during the fight, and now he felt great relief. I don't understand it myself, Chris said to the others. But it looks like we managed to survive. Chris transformed back into his human self. His body was exhausted in more ways than one. Although he gained newfound strength and stamina through eating Shinto, everything that happened was exhausting on his mind, and his chi didn't get replenished either. He had used next to everything he had. He still had the strength of his body to rely on, though, if they were needed. What they needed to do was take this chance and get out of here. It looks like you had quite the fight here, a voice shouted out. The champions turned, along with Chris, and they were surprised to see that a reunion was occurring. Russ, Peter, Hickel, and Edvard were making their way over. However, Edvard was coming from a different direction compared to the others. He had come from the Yak City. He had been watching the fight so far, but he fully knew he was unable to do anything with the state his body was in. So Edvard just stayed back, getting close as he could, waiting for the result, the outcome of it all. "It seems that you ran into quite a bit of trouble," Edvard said, looking at Hickel's arms. "It also looks like you can barely stand yourself," Hickel replied. "I guess this was a bit too much for us, but we managed to do our best. We helped where we could, old friend. That's what we always try to do." Edvard smiled and pulled out the flask. He had the blood of the Yak King in his possession. "What happened to Luce?" Pultra asked. "We had some unexpected help," Hickel replied. "But Luce is no longer alive, so we don't have to worry about him anymore. We had already given Quinn the blood, though. What about you? What about the other champions?" Their heads sunk into their chests for a moment when the question was asked, but Chris decided to speak up. "Shinto gave his life, and in turn we managed to get the blood of Onzoku. He's still alive, but he left this area for some reason. There is one thing that I'm not so sure about, though, whether or not this will count as 2 of the Demon King's blood." "2," Peter replied. The situation was explained as to what had occurred. They understood Chris' reasoning and his worry, but there was nothing they could do about it now. "We can't worry about that werewolf," Peter said. "If we have all of the demon blood, then we need to get it over to Quinn now. The energy I could feel on the planet before, I can't feel it now, and it's worrying me a little." The entire group knew what Peter was talking about. It would be impossible not to, because every single living thing on the planet could feel it. There was even a tingling sensation in their bodies, as the blood was trying to pull them to where Quinn was currently, but it had all stopped. "Agreed. Let's get this blood to Quinn and finish off Immortality," Hickel exclaimed. There was a confident nod on all of their faces, unaware of what had actually happened. Just before they set off, all of them could feel a rumbling beneath the ground as well. It wasn't short. It was a consistent sense of rumbling. When looking up in the sky, they could see the large ships covered in a strange black hardened material, crafted by the demon yaks, rising in the air. Not only were they rising in the air from the production facility but also from the Yak City, where the other demons had joined and landed. Fights were still taking place as the ships moved, but as if determined or forced by some sort of will, they were all moving in the air, and they were heading in a certain direction. "That's the same area where we were training Quinn as well. What is happening right now?" Pultra wondered. The fist of Immortality had gone right through Quinn's chest, and the blood crystal was now in his hand. Just from touching the outside, Immortality could feel the energy from within. His hands were slightly shaking. This power, it's power that has been cultivated for an incredibly long time. You must have been through a lot to have gotten so strong in such a short amount of time. It is a shame that your journey ended here. When Immortality's arm was pulled out, the lifeless body of Quinn fell to the floor. Blood was dripping from the hole in his chest, soaking the ground beneath it, and his eyes showed no sign of life. As a god closely connected between life and death, he knew for sure that Quinn had perished, and he was no longer something to worry about. However, having followed the race of vampires, a creation that he had made, he did know one thing. Original vampires, the first creations of Immortality, when they were to perish, their bodies usually turned into ash. Yet, even though a few moments had passed, Quinn's body still hadn't done so. The armor that was on Quinn's body, Immortality could sense that it was powerful, and even though it was mostly destroyed with shards and more practically embedded into Quinn's body, it still had a sense of power. But what could armor do if the person who was wearing it was dead? It was useless, and Immortality was far more focused on the goal he had been waiting for a long time. The connection of the crystal is strong with the golden space, and the power of the crystal is something that is similar to my own. A bloodstone is a complicated object. It's not just a simple stone that stores the vampire's powers. It has more than just that. Immortality thought as he started to gather the red mist around the crystal. He slowly started to pull his hands, and the red mist connected with the crystal. It was vibrating in place as Immortality pulled his hands further and further. More of the red mist started to gather, and the crystal was beginning to light up. Just a little ahead of where the crystal was, the red mist was forming a relatively large circle, and inside that circle, patterns, shapes, along with strange writing, were forming. It looked similar to the magic circles that Agent 4 was able to draw up. In your last moments before death, you would have had a strong emotion, a thought in your mind of a particular place. Those strong emotions would have spread through your body and even kept in the bloodstone. Wherever this bloodstone opens will be the place that you thought of in that moment. I guess the one saving grace is that you won't see the ones you care about the most die in front of your eyes. Immortality moved his hands away, and the crystal was being held up by his strange red power as it started to glow further. A beam came out from the crystal and hit the magic circle mist formation. The moment it connected, the mist started to glow bright red as well, and all merged into one large image. Finally, the energy from the bloodstone was being used, and it was breaking through, creating a portal from one world into the next. Moments later, from above, a small object was seen getting larger by the second. It then crash-landed by Immortality's side and shook the ground beneath them. "Oh, so it looks like you finally achieved it. We are finally moving forward," Anzoku said. "I got your message, but I thought it might have been a trap." The Demon King Anzoku had stopped his fight, as a message had been delivered to him, and not just him but the rest of the demons as well. "The portal, it isn't strong enough for us to go through just yet. If we try now, our bodies will just get rejected, but as for the other demons, they will be able to make it," Immortality explained. "Don't worry. The fleets are already on their way. I will let my army of werewolves head in first," Anzoku replied and started to look around the place. He could see the dead body that was on the ground, but he was wondering about something else. "Where are the other demon kings? Where is Luce and Bisha?" Anzoku asked. "You're not going to ask about Tenbris?" Immortality said, giving Anzoku the side-eye. It was as if he already knew what had happened. "All of them are dead. You and I are the only two left, but it's all we need to take charge and get rid of the Celestials. We accomplished this, and you can have and do whatever you wish." Anzoku seemed unfazed by it all, and in the distance, they could see the large fleet of ships moving their way. The Divine Brigade were still annoyingly fighting with their forces, but Immortality didn't care. In his mind, the war had just started sooner than he thought. When they went to the golden space, it would be a free-for-all, as he knew the divine beings targeted anything on sight. "That body, it still has power left in it," Anzoku said. "Do you mind if I eat it?" Although the bloodstone was no longer with Quinn, there was still a strong energy left in the cells of his body. Anzoku was already imagining just what stage he would get at. Would eating this body on the ground be the same as if he was to eat that werewolf from before? "Sure, go ahead," Immortality stated. As he waited patiently for the other demons to arrive and the portal to open. He had been waiting so long for this moment, and now it was just a little longer. Anzoku came close to Quinn's body, and when he went to snatch it with his hand, a blonde-haired figure appeared right in front of them. Immediately, it was covered in large blue lightning all over his body. "Don't touch him," Syl shouted at the top of his lungs. Lightning struck from his body constantly, rapidly firing out and hitting Anzoku. It sent a weird, tingling sensation through his body. It didn't do much damage but had frozen him in place. "You again. How are you still alive?" Immortality shouted as he saw who it was. Syl immediately grabbed Quinn's body, and as quickly as he had arrived, he had disappeared. "Damn it! Damn it!" Anzoku screamed, and the ground beneath his feet started to crack. He had recently gained a large increase in strength, and he was still feeling a high of that power gain. He wanted more, and desperately. "Don't worry about them. He was already dead, and the others should be close to it anyway." Immortality calmed Anzoku. "We have to focus on bigger enemies." After the last attack on the vampire settlement and getting no further information on Quinn, Mukka, Xander, and Layla had decided to put some defensive measures in place. Although the previous attack had happened from within somehow, there was no harm in increasing their defenses. The wandering guards that patrolled the settlement had their numbers increased, and each of them was given a communication crystal. It would amplify their voices, and the message would then be relayed to certain towers that had been built in the settlement. These towers served two purposes. One was as a repeater. If a message was received from the transmitting crystal, it would play it out loud for everyone to hear and spread it until it reached another tower. At the same time, vampires were stationed on the towers, keeping watch over the settlement and its surroundings. Then there were the settlement walls. They had been upgraded with new materials, making them stronger and more reinforced compared to before. The materials had been donated by the Greylash planets, and with Logan's help, automated defenses had been placed in the wall. The walls had several cannons and ballistae that worked using crystals. They were cleverly designed because once a target type had been designated, they would use facial recognition to distinguish between friend and foe. Additionally, the face of every vampire in the settlement had been scanned. The cannons would never fire at someone who was in the system. They could also be manually operated, but that would defeat the purpose of the automated system. Both Mukka and Layla were walking around the settlement, reviewing all the changes that were being made. It still isn't as strong or good as when Quinn was able to control the place with his system, Layla commented. Those were some crazy times, Mukka replied. But the vampires are stronger than they were back then. They weren't able to put up a fight before, but we can now, and besides, perhaps we are worrying too much. Nothing has even happened. When Quinn had the system, he was able to upgrade the entire settlement when he became king. He changed the walls, created towers, and even introduced golems. It was quite an impressive feat. He had lost all those abilities when he turned into a celestial vampire, and when the settlement itself was moved. Layla had the idea to improve the settlement based on what had been used back then. I mean, you are right. We've decided to start up the school again, and still no incident has occurred. It was just so random. Right after that strange being appeared along with the others, I just thought that something big might be happening. And without that sword, I can't help but feel nervous. The two were walking toward the front gate, where they could see several vampires stationed there. The wall looked completely different compared to before, made out of metal sheets and curved inwards. Around the back, there were platforms for vampires to stand on. A vampire ran up to them, bowing down. When he lifted his head, he was suddenly taken aback. I welcome. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened as he looked at something appearing next to the settlement. It wasn't directly above the settlement, but off to the side. As Mukka and Layla turned to look, they could see it as well. In the sky there was a giant red portal. It was swirling, and a strange mist was escaping from it, turning the entire dark sky red. All the vampires in the settlement were drawn to what was happening, pointing their fingers. Prepare for combat, Layla shouted immediately. The vampires quickly picked up their transmitting crystals and shouted the words into them. Soon, throughout the settlement, the words prepare for combat were being spread to every corner. They hadn't seen anything come out of the portal, and it could well have been Quinn and the others, but Layla wasn't going to be hopeful. After the portal opened up, a large black vessel could be seen coming through from its tip. It was enormous, casting a shadow over part of the settlement. On board the vessel, there were countless divine beings that Layla and the others had seen before, but it wasn't just them either. It was clear that they were fighting against something. Soon, from the vessel, a number of creatures started to drop down into the settlement. The turrets immediately opened fire. Most of the creatures had fallen outside of the wall, but they had immediately gotten up and started running straight for the settlement walls. They were running on all fours, and when they got close to the wall, they leaped right up in the air. A blood swipe was swung toward one of them, hitting the creature's chest but doing next to nothing. The creature landed on top of the vampire and began to bite down on its neck. Several more of the creatures were scaling the walls, and a grand battle began. Soon, Mukka could see exactly what creatures were coming toward them. It's werewolves. Ow! I thought they were extinct, Mukka shouted. What is happening? The vampire guards continued to draw their weapons and use their abilities as they battled with the werewolves. For many of the vampires, it was their first time facing enemies as fast and strong as these creatures. Instead, they had to focus on using their blood aura to attack from a distance. Without their strength, it was difficult to severely injure the werewolves, especially these ones. Having been raised by Unzoku, they were far stronger than the werewolves of the past. When the blood aura would hit their bodies, it did next to nothing. At least a group of 10 vampires or even more would have to be used to deal with one werewolf. And yet, the vampires didn't outnumber them, there were many. The only saving grace was the divine beings that were attacking them still. Layla pulled out her bow from her back, gathered her chi, and started firing arrows. They hit some of the werewolves right in their mouths and claws before they could bite down on some of the other vampires. Does that really matter right now? What matters is that we need to do everything we can to defend ourselves. Layla shouted. She was, of course, worried about Minnie, but she knew that Minnie was strong. If anything, she would be the one protecting the school because it was quite clear that each one of these werewolves was deadly strong as well. Muka, having snapped out of her daze, shook her head. You're right. This is an old enemy of the past, one that nearly drove us to extinction. We won't be able to win this battle if we don't act appropriately. Muka stood up and pulled out her transmitter device. Wake up all of the vampires in eternal slumber. Everyone must fight for the survival of the vampires. The fight from above the vampire settlement was intense. Buildings were being destroyed as a werewolf grabbed onto the body of a vampire and hurled him those several buildings. Almost immediately, several vampires from above attacked with blood swipes hitting the werewolf, while another came with a sword and stabbed it right through its stomach. However, the werewolf was still standing and strong. Opening its large mouth, it bit down on the vampire. The general public, those that weren't guards, knew they had to get involved. There was no running to safety. Every single person would need to do their part if they were to get rid of the enemies. When the werewolf was done eating what was in front of it, it was ready to charge in next to another vampire, until it was blasted by a black energy. It was badly hurt. A hole had appeared through its stomach, but shortly after a black spear had gone right through the werewolf's head, killing it on the spot. Did that thing just kill the werewolf? Does that mean it's on our side? The vampires wondered. The being was large in size, around 3 humans standing on top of each other. It had dark wings on its back and dark spear in its hand. No. That thing, it was what appeared at the event. The vampires had realized a little too late. When it turned around, it pointed its spear towards them and fired out a large beam of black energy. As it hit their bodies, it left nothing behind, killing them on the spot. A 3-way battle was taking place, the divine beings attacking everything they could see, the vampires defending themselves as best as they could, and the werewolves taking out the vampires and the divine beings that were on their tail. The order had been received to wake up those in eternal slumber. The vampire knights of each of the current families were on the move. They were heading down below to the castles underground. It was where all of the tombs were placed. In the search for the old vampire tombs, Muka had managed to return most of them, but not all. She placed them back under the castles of those they had found. But still, vampires were growing older in the settlement over time, and even the vampires that lived in the Greylash planets or part of the vampire core would choose eternal slumber in the vampire settlement. Vampires who had grown tired of the world, and even the past leaders who people feared were working with Immortality who had decided to go to sleep, were in slumber. As the knights entered the underground tombs, BYT the side, they placed their hands on the strange combination to the side. Soon part of the wall started to slide down and smoke appeared from the bottom. Now in front of them were rows of tubes that contained different samples of blood. This was a system and creation that had been set up by Vincent. It took far too much time for them to find out which vampires belonged to which families, and whether or not their blood was able to be used to wake up those in a slumber. So a blood sample of every single person who went into slumber was made for this very occasion. When the settlement was in dire trouble, and it certainly looked like that. After getting the samples of blood, the vampires stood by the chambers pouring the blood down. The tombs started to swirl up out of the ground, opening up one by one. The vampires' eyes opened, wondering what was taking place, but could see many others in the same situation. There isn't much time to explain what is going on, the vampire knights shouted. Right now, the settlement is under attack, and it's by werewolves. There were confused looks on the vampires' faces. Some of them even chuckled, thinking that it might be some sort of prank. But when they listened closely, they could hear the panicked heartbeats of all the vampires inside, and the screams that were coming from above. "We must protect the settlement at all costs," a vampire shouted, stepping out of the chamber. On the surface, Layla was going toe-to-toe with one of the werewolves. She had pulled out her sword and redirected 2 of their slashes. She hit them away with her sword, flinging them to the side. With her other hand free, she had made a chi arrow and threw it forward, hitting the werewolf right in the arm. Another werewolf had appeared from the right, leaping in the air. Quickly, she opened her mouth wide and flames erupted, covering the werewolf. It didn't slow it down, but made it hard for it to see. She quickly rolled out of the way and switched to her bow, firing out several arrows at the werewolves. Right above them, she could see a pair of divine beings, having chosen them as their target. Instead of continuing her attack, she had decided to continue going through the settlement, helping those she could. Her and Mukka had long split up. They couldn't focus their strength in one area, because there wasn't a single enemy that they needed to defeat. They were all absurdly strong. Xander has gone to try and communicate with the Greylash family and the Vampire Corps to see if they are dealing with the same issue. If it's only us, though, they will send in support, but I don't know how long we can last. Even if it was just the werewolves or the gold and dark beings, I don't think we will be able to make it out of this. Just what is going on? Quinn, where are you? The school had only just restarted in the vampire settlement, and once again trouble had taken over all of the place. The children were told all to evacuate to the large sports hall. Although everyone was expected to take up arms, this wasn't true of the children, who were, for the most part, significantly weaker than the vampires. "Why is this happening?" Abby shouted as she was crying. "It's okay. This stuff always seems to happen. But we don't have to worry," Toby declared. All of the children, crying their eyes out, would disagree, especially since the teachers were already battling it out. They were fighting, and broken walls, along with explosions, were constantly going off one after the other. The children flinched each time they heard this. "It's okay, children. I will protect us," Miss Bedford declared. Right in front of her eyes, an explosion had occurred. Rubble and dust were chucked in front of her, and on the ground a dead vampire laid there. Then, walking through the rubble, there was a beast covered in fur, with razor-sharp teeth. It was a werewolf. All of the children screamed in response to seeing the werewolf. Miss Bedford acted quickly as she threw out a blood swipe, but when the werewolf swung its arm, it broke through the blood swipe like it was nothing. "It's okay," Toby said again. "We don't have to worry, because we have her." Jumping through like a red blur, transforming into a small little red vampire form, Minnie came out and struck the werewolf at full strength right in the head, sending it right back down the hallway. "We don't have to worry, because we have one of the strongest vampires in the whole settlement protecting us," Toby said proudly. A small flash inside a cave had appeared, and a blonde-haired figure held a curly dark-haired man in his arms. He softly placed him on the floor, and as he looked upon his face, tears couldn't stop from rolling down. Quinn, you can't be. It's impossible. You've never done this before, answer me," Syl shouted as he shook the shoulder of his friend. But his eyes kept lingering down. As they did, he looked upon the large hole in his chest. Even now, touching him, Syl could tell he felt very cold, and he couldn't even sense a flicker of a heartbeat. "You can't die before us. You can't," Syl shouted. "You can't die when you were the one that saved all of our lives. We came here to help you, not to bury you. So get the fuck up. Get up. Get up. Get up." Syl continued to shout at the top of his lungs. After getting Quinn from in the middle of Onzoku and Immortality, he had returned to the cave. At the time, he wasn't able to get a proper look at Quinn, but seeing him on the ground, he feared the worst, and now seeing him like this, it appeared as if the worst had occurred. "You attacked Onzoku when there was no need to," another voice said, bouncing off the cave walls. Syl wasn't alone in the cave, for Mundus had discovered him and had remained inside, watching the events. In truth, he had a plan. He just didn't realize how ridiculous his plan was. He was to snatch away the red crystal from Immortality if Quinn was to fail. He was a little slow in acting. He didn't know why himself. On reflection, perhaps he had put too much hope in Quinn winning the match. When he tried to intervene, The power that was emitting from the fight was too much for Mundus to handle. Then when the fight was over, Immortality hardly looked damaged at all, and he felt like Unzoku was even stronger than before. It was impossible to stop them, so he stayed here, but Syl had decided to act. He was going after Quinn. I had to stop him, Syl shouted back. But Quinn is dead, and you are alive, Mundus replied. I already explained to you. I restored your MC cells back to what they were. But that was a one-time thing. The colorless ability is still inside you. I can't remove it. Soon my power will weaken, and the colorless ability will continue to spread. It won't kill you, but whatever powers or energy you use from now on will never be restored again. You just attacked Unzoku, and wasted your power for no reason. In the condition that Syl was in when Mundus found him, he wouldn't have been surprised if he ended up dead in a couple of hours, but Mundus was able to pause the ability to keep it on hold. On top of that, he had placed his celestial powers over Syl's heart. This was to shield it from the colorless ability, keeping him alive. Then, using his powers to speed up time while using his powers to stop time, he stopped the effect of the colorless ability while allowing Syl's body to recover. He had regained his MC cells. However, when Mundus' ability had stopped, the colorless ability continued to spread through Syl. He could use the MC cells that he had restored, but after that, he would never be able to use his powers again. At that moment, Syl wasn't thinking of the explanation Mundus had given. He just wanted to stop Unzoku at all costs. The sound of sobbing continued, and they were left there in silence, while he looked out at the scene that was taking place. The portal was opening, and the large fleet ships were breaking through. I have failed my task. While looking out the opening of the cave, blocking his view, he could see several human-shaped figures start to enter the cave. They had done so quite rapidly, one after the other. You, Russ said, immediately noticing Mundus, but the sound of heavy footsteps soon stopped all of that. With each step, the ground shook, as it was violently filled with chi. He walked past everyone, and they all took a step away as they looked at Peter. Quinn, Peter said, walking forward. He could see Syl sobbing as he held him and shuffled to the side, allowing Peter to have a better look. It's a lie, right? Peter asked, taking another step, stronger than the last, his power erupting, causing a few pieces of rubble to fall from above. Quinn, Peter shouted with such strength. Get up! Get up! Peter shouted and went down to the floor, falling to his knees. Please? Please. Peter repeated these words and moved his hands slowly. He went and grabbed Quinn's hand, lifting it and started to rub it back and forth. Come on, man. Don't do this to me, please. You're like the only thing I have left, please, Peter said. It was a heartbreaking thing for them all. The white that was known for showing no emotion was, for some reason, showing an extreme amount of emotion. Peter's head sunk into his chest, and he closed his eyes tight. Fuck! 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 He squealed out. How? Am I meant to go back to Layla without you? Eventually, Peter's shoulders started to move up and down, and red tears were streaming down his face. His body was in a state of uncontrollable motions that his celestial energy had transformed him, and he was crying out tears of energy. Everyone, at that moment, even Russ, had stood up. They then walked to the side of the caves and in silence looked at the body of Quinn. A well of emotions was filling them all up. They were remembering everything that had happened, everything that took place that made it so they were here, why they had decided to come and join and help Quinn out on his journey. As they thought about all of this, emotions were changing by the second. Could they have done more? Angry at themselves for relying too much on Quinn, for putting too much on his shoulders. Edvard lifted the flask with the Demon King's blood in it and moved forward. The champions had done the same with their flasks as well. We completed the mission, but it looks like we were too late in doing so, Edvard said as he poured it into Quinn's mouth. Soon after, Pultra had done the same with her flask. There was a bit of hope in all of them that maybe the demon blood might have done something, but there was no reaction at all. If we had gotten here in time, and gave him the blood, would he have beaten Immortality? Calva said out loud what the others were thinking. They all knew a large-scale battle had to have been taking place. They could feel the energy, so they guessed that this was all his doing. Quinn has asked us to do so for a reason, Chris said as he looked at his hand. I believe, just like how werewolves get stronger from those they consume, Quinn would have gotten stronger by the blood he absorbed. He realized this and asked us to get the blood of all 5 to help him. Quinn has never failed in protecting us before. He has always won the fights even when no one thought he could. It was us that failed him. We didn't bring him the blood in time. The room was somber, with both Syl and Peter still by Quinn's side knelt down. That's when Mundus walked across the room past everyone who was grieving and looked out at the portal. Immortality can't go through the portal just yet. Which means that there is still time, Mundus said out loud. He then turned to face the others. Do you all truly believe that if you had the blood, if Quinn had gotten it in time, he would have beaten Immortality? Mundus asked. The others didn't say much at first. They just looked at each other, with most of them nodding. But Peter had his back facing away from Mundus. What are you asking such a stupid question? Peter said. Of course he would, he'd kick his fucking arse. Hearing the strong words from Peter, Mundus smiled. Very well then, I shall give him his final chance. The last chance. These words had perked everyone's ears up, and even Peter had turned around to look at Mundus. Just what was he playing at? Why would he say such a thing to a room full of desperate people? These words carried a lot of weight because it meant that the messenger must have some way to save Quinn. What are you saying? You can bring back the dead? Hickel asked. Are you going to use some type of power like Immortality has? Or is it something different altogether? Mundus didn't answer and instead walked back over to where the others were. He then looked at Quinn, whose body was on the ground, and he stared intensely at every part of him. Peter blocked his way. He didn't trust Mundus and didn't want him to get any closer. Do you know how me and Quinn got to know each other so well? Mundus asked, not expecting an answer. It's because Quinn works for us. He works as an agent for the Celestials, for the gods. There was an uneasy look on Calva's and Pultra's faces. They had heard the mention of Celestials many times. It was the enemy that Immortality was going after, but the details of what an agent was weren't entirely clear either. One of his jobs and part of a deal we had made was for him to travel around the universe and defeat godslayers, powerful beings with immense power, those that were too strong for the gods to handle. Honestly, he surprised me. Each powerful enemy he came across, he had managed to defeat them. I think it was at that time that I felt the same as all of you. I too felt like Quinn perhaps could be the person that could defeat anyone he faced, and that included Immortality. I think that's where my faith in him started. The way Mundus talked about Quinn, he had done so in a manner that didn't make it sound like they were enemies, and it also felt like he knew some things that they didn't. It was causing the group's heart to feel heavier than before. How much was he carrying with him? Despite my belief he lost, though, and I thought it was quite clear that I was wrong, Mundus said, as he walked closer to Peter to the point where his face nearly touched his. But it turns out all of you feel the same way as I did, so maybe I'm not wrong. If you want him to come back, then I suggest you move, Mundus ordered. Now they were sure of it. Mundus had to have a way to make him come back. At that moment, Syl was the one that stood up from the ground and grabbed Peter's hand, pulling him away. I think he means it when he says he can help Quinn. He helped me as well. Right now, we have to be honest with ourselves. We can't do anything, Syl said. Unwillingly, with clenched fists, Peter allowed his body to be dragged to the side. His legs were moving, but the killer stare he gave Mundus remained on him. Now, with Quinn's body in sight, Mundus lifted both of his hands, and energy left them, directly hitting Quinn. An orb of white energy surrounded his body. It looked untouched, even with the energy surrounding it, and nothing appeared different. Back then, when Quinn was facing the powerful Godslayers, there was one that caused us more problems compared to any other. One that no matter how many times we killed it, it would keep coming back again and again. It was a true phoenix. A phoenix, Edvard said. Most knew of the legendary creature apart from the natural inhabitants. What is a phoenix? Calva asked. It's a legendary creature, Hickel replied. It's been talked about in legends for thousands of years through all our civilizations, the vampires, the humans, maybe even before then. A bird that is made of flames, that when it perishes it is reborn. Correct, Mundus said as he continued to use his powers. With a careful eye, they were watching what was happening. Quinn's condition was getting no better. The wound was still in his chest, but the armor that was on his body that was broken, it was slowly coming back. It was restoring itself. Even the pieces that were melted or merged into his body. It had soon even covered the entire of Quinn's chest, going over the whole. One of the legendary beasts in existence with extreme power that goes beyond even the Celestials' understanding, along with a red dragon, Mundus mentioned. This Quinn in front of you had defeated it, and in doing so, he had obtained a Godslayer crystal. Usually, I would keep such crystals for myself, as the power they hold could disrupt the great balance the universe has, but due to a tricky situation with a dark mage, I had made a deal. This armor has the power of the phoenix inside it, and I can feel that the power inside is still very much alive. Mundus didn't go on to explain, but he could feel another power as well. Something else that was lingering inside Quinn's body as if attached to it. When things died, the energy would move to different spaces. Immortality had a close link to this space with his powers and was able to even pull people out of it. He could, in a way, increase the power of this energy and place it back in the body, saving those that were on the verge of death. It wasn't just Mundus, but at the time Immortality could tell as well. He wondered if it was due to him still having a link to the golden space, or if it was something else altogether, but it didn't matter to Immortality because he just wanted the crystal. The final pieces of the armor were coming together. Mundus was using his ability to speed up time in a certain area, to speed up the repair process, one of the active skills the armor had. I've been watching you, Quinn. I know the effects of your armor, I know the power it holds, which is why others will fear you, but from watching you, I know what type of person you are. You aren't one to start trouble to gain more. You are just a person who wishes to protect what you have. Eventually, all of the pieces had come together. They had joined up and melded into place. The engraving on the chest started to light up red, looking as if flames were coming off from it. As an agent of the gods, I will give you one more assignment. Go and take out Immortality, Mundus ordered. The entire of Quinn's body lit up at that moment, and at the same time the system had activated. All requirements of the active skill have been met. A new flame has been activated. Unlike before, when they were all watching Quinn, it was very clear that something was happening now. The flame that lit up on his chest started to extract small flames, and they began to swirl around his body. Before they knew it, he was slightly lifted into the air as the flames continued to surround him. The armor was lit up brightly, and along with the flames, the group wasn't so sure if it was color returning to Quinn's face or just a reflection of everything going on. Soon, the flames had covered Quinn's body entirely, forming a pod around him, and the others weren't able to see anything, but big changes were occurring on the inside. Over his chest, his skin was reverting back. The hole was healing up as the small flames were turning into energy particles. The particles then would be changed into muscle and flesh. This continued until the large hole that had been made was no longer there. The healing didn't just stop there because the damage that was done on the surface level wasn't the main culprit. Soon, something else started to form in his body. It was condensing, and all the energy of the flames that had entered was turning into a brand new bloodstone. The old one that was being used to open the portal stayed intact. This wasn't a power of reversing time or putting things back in place. It was a power of creation. It was creating an entirely new Quinn. The powers of a legendary beast, so strong that even the ones that named themselves gods didn't understand, were at work. Finally, the bloodstone had been completed. At this point, it looked as if there was nothing else to repair. Yet Quinn was still asleep. His heart didn't pump, nor was his mind working. The flames from the pods surrounding him grew slightly larger and became more intense. Inside the small cave, everyone could feel the intense heat and was breaking out in a sweat. Some of them wanted to leave, wanted to fall down onto the ground due to the heat, but none of them did because they wanted to see the outcome, to see if he really would come back. The first out of the group to hear it was Chris. His heart "It's beating," Chris said. His sensitive werewolf ears were able to hear it. It was a single strong beat that allowed the blood to flow right through Quinn's veins. All of his power was coming back to him as it swirled around his body. Soon after, a second beat had started, and the blood flowed more to all of his cells. The energy of the flames continued to do its work, and the sensation of touch and feeling was coming back to Quinn. Eventually, he had opened his eyes wide. The flames went right back into his armor at that moment, all of it disappearing as his body fell to the ground with a thud. Quinn blinked slowly as he looked at the hard stone ceiling. "Quinn, you're alive," Syl shouted. "A new flame active skill has been used. The skill can no longer be used." The new flame skill, that was the skill that was locked, and I couldn't see what it did. It was used. What happened? Quinn started to wiggle his fingers about. They felt fine, there were no issues at all, and he could move the rest of his body as well. His mind didn't feel foggy either, but he soon went to reach toward his chest, and that's when the final moments hit him. The final moments of his battle with Immortality. "I lost that fight, and I was killed," Quinn said, lifting his lower body up off the floor. When looking up, he could see Peter by his side, his eyes teary, and he also could witness all the others that were in the room as well. He could see and feel the uneasy tension that they had in their bodies, how they had suddenly relaxed when seeing him, their hearts beating with joy. "Yes, you did die," Mundus said, "and now you are alive again, but unfortunately, we haven't brought you back to life due to good news. Because remember, you died to Immortality, you didn't finish the job, which is why I helped bring you back to finish it." In a way, Mundus didn't feel like he had done much. The armor was something that Quinn had earned from defeating the Phoenix. It was one of the toughest battles he had faced due to the length of time it took him. He persisted and managed to receive the crystal. "I'm sure this means that the Phoenix might be reborn as well though, since its power was used." "Well, that will be another problem to solve," Mundus thought. Looking around the room, hearing the news of what happened, Quinn could see that one of the champions was missing. Hickle had his arms missing, and something was just a bit off about Syl. Not only that, but the blood being spilt was less than before. Standing up, the system screen had popped up in front of Quinn again. "Quest complete. You have obtained advanced demon blood. Your blood powers have evolved. The power of your blood aura has increased, and your sense of blood has as well." The quest that had just popped up was related to completing the general demon blood. It looked like while he was asleep, the others had managed to achieve the task. But the real shocker was what had appeared next. "You guys, you managed to get the Demon King's blood as well. You fought against all of those guys?" Quinn asked in disbelief. He had already been beyond surprised that they had all come here, but not only that, they had helped him out greatly, beyond what he ever expected of them. Quinn had fought against one of the Demon Kings. It was a tough battle for even him, so he could only imagine what the others had been through. By using all their strength, they were able to complete the impossible. "Does that mean the blood we got, did it work?" Hickle asked. They were worried because, technically, they had only been able to obtain 4 of the Demon King's blood. But Tenbrus was dead, so what else could they do? Due to the unique situation as well, they hadn't actually defeated all of the Demon Kings. While looking at the others, through the gap and opening of the cave, Quinn could see it, the large portal that had opened up. He walked forward, stood on the edge, and looked at his system screen. Quest complete. 5 of the great demon race's Demon King blood has been absorbed. Transformation unlocked. Demon form. You are now able to control the demon form at will. You guys did the impossible. It's now my turn to do the same. The chaos in the golden space had caught the attention of the ancient celestials. What the Ancient One was trying to stop by sending in the Divine Brigade had spread to the golden space. "Is it too late? Do I now need to get involved myself? For now, all of the trouble is concentrated in one area. Then I shall deal with this matter before it becomes something big." The vampire settlement was in chaos, and the fighting was intense from all sides. Everything was coming from one direction though, the large red portal. The vampires had managed to form groups using their abilities to their advantage. They were dealing with the werewolves and the Divine Brigade. They had figured out that it was better to just survive and let the two try and take out each other. It was more important to just avoid their attacks. This was the strategy implemented. That was until they could see it. Up above, several more portals were opening. These weren't red in color like the others. Instead, they were white. The portals were smaller in size, but they were all above the settlement. Coming out of them like a flock of birds were the gold and dark beings, set on finishing the job and killing everything on sight, including the vampires. They swarmed down. As they did, the dark beings pointed their spears and fired away at the ground. They didn't care even if they were to hit their own allies. Several large black explosions went off, one after the other, ruining nearly all of the buildings and the structures. Layla, looking at it all, drew her bow and was firing in the sky, trying to do as much damage as she could, trying to hurt them, but there were too many, and what little damage she would do would be healed by the gold beings. This is impossible, we're doomed. The group went to the edge of the cave, and as they were looking out, they could see that not just one of the large ships had gotten through the red portal, but now another one was trying to get in. There was practically a line of ships waiting to exit out of the red space. When the portal was opened properly using the power of Quinn's crystal, then they would all be able to enter rather quickly. So, what's the plan? What do we do now? Calva asked. The portal has already opened to the golden space, Mundus said, pointing at the portal itself in question. The red crystal is in sight. I have a special container that I can use to gather the bloodstone. If any of you attempted to touch it, you might get obliterated by its power. They could fully understand that this was Quinn's raw energy after all. Getting the bloodstone will close the portal. It won't stop those that have already gone to the other side. At that point, though, the portals will remain open for a small time. Mundus explained. The reason why Immortality hasn't gone to the other side yet is because the portal isn't fully open. He will be rejected by the golden space, but all of you are originally from the golden space. You will be able to return with no problems. At that time, you must all leave. Except for you, Quinn. I know, Quinn replied. I already decided. I will finish it with Immortality no matter what. It's my fault that the portal is now open. We have no clue what's happening on the other side, but they might be in complete chaos. If that's the case, you guys will need to help them. As soon as the red blood crystal is collected, leave this area. I will make sure Immortality doesn't go after you and deal with him. The others didn't like the sound of that, but they knew Quinn had already made his decision in this. He had come here with a goal, and the current situation somewhat solved their situation on how to get back. Quinn, don't stay here, Peter said. If you stay here too long, I promise I'll come back to get you, all right? Quinn couldn't help but smile at the comment. There is another issue. I doubt they will just let me go ahead and take the crystal, Mundus said. Quinn will deal with Immortality, but we need to deal with Unzoku, who seems to have gained a tremendous amount of power. When I arrive at the scene, I will use all of my abilities to stop time for a fraction of a moment, so much that it will even be able to affect him. Doing this, I won't be able to attack myself. All of you will need to deliver the strongest attack you can muster, one with all of your might, in an attempt to get rid of Unzoku. I will get the blood crystal at that time. That is the only way this will all work. Are you sure? Russ asked. Are you sure you're not going to betray us? I need this to work, just as much as you guys, Mundus said. You could go ahead and use your black sword if you want, but destroying the crystal will ruin our chance to get out of here. I am doing this just to give you guys a chance, so it's up to you. Believe him, Quinn said. He isn't one to go back on his deal. I'm guessing that's the reason why he's even here in the first place. The group nodded, and they had a plan in place. All the strength they could muster, that included Chris as well. With this, it was time for them to act. Standing on the edge, with everyone ready, it was time to begin. Vampire Demon God transformation has begun. Quinn's body started to change in front of all of their eyes. Shadow covered his limbs as he placed the armor away. His limbs were starting to change. Blood aura poured out from his mouth, and along with it shadow that covered his entire body. At this moment, everyone stepped back fearing the worst. When it consumed and went back in Quinn's body, they could see a drastic change. His wings, red in color, solidly formed. A strange blazing like coating appeared on him, but it flickered as part of the shadow. His skin was a pearl white, with a strange shadow appearing around both of his arms and around his eyes. This was Quinn's demon form in the flesh, and for a moment everyone was a little afraid of what was going to happen next. "Let's go," Quinn spoke, his voice sounding high-pitched and low-pitched at the same time. It sent a shiver down all of their spines, and blood energy swirled around them as he said the words. "He can control it now, he's in complete control." Calva thought, unable to contain his smile. "And I'm sure of it. He's stronger than before as well." The group wasted no time as they moved closer to where Immortality and Unzoku were. They intended to use Sill's power but wanted to get closer to minimize Sill's energy consumption. This way, when Sill did use his powers, he could position himself perfectly next to the Red Heart and Unzoku rather than somewhere in the general vicinity. This gave Quinn a little time to check out what was unlocked in his system now that he was in his demon form. The first thing he noticed while running around was a new flow of energy in the air. It was an energy he couldn't see with his eyes before, but now he could discern it. It was where all the blood was being split, and he could feel its source. It resembled strands leading him to the right place. Not only that, but just like before, the strands were flowing into him. The blood energy naturally moved toward him effortlessly, requiring no concentration on his part. It was drawn to him. Absolute shadow control. Absolute blood control. His absolute blood control and shadow control worked in the same way. He could control both powers freely, creating whatever he wanted from them, condensing them into different attacks, and more. This was a positive development. When Quinn transformed into the bloodsucker, he couldn't use his blood powers. However, in his demon form, he could still use his powers as he was accustomed to. One more line of text appeared. Shadow blood will be infused in all blood and shadow skills. Shadow blood. That's the ability I created by fusing the two together. Does it mean when using my blood aura and shadow abilities, it will have the same double hit effect? But what use is it on the shadow, which is mainly for blocking? He was wondering if they were now the same thing or different, or perhaps it was more to do with the way he used each power, since they did work in slightly different ways. With blood control, Quinn knew that he could use his powers as usual, but they would be stronger compared to before. He wanted to know if there was something special, and it seemed like there were a few things. Shadow blood rain. An attack that comes from the wings. Small bullets of blood will shoot out from the wings as if it were raining. Each hit on the enemy will gradually slow the enemy bit by bit. This attack is a bit like the shadow blood bullet, but instead of one bullet at a time, it will rain them down like a machine gun. The question is, will this have an effect against Immortality? The blood fists were unable to do anything, and with his colorless ability, will this type of attack even get through? Shadow blood screech. From the mouth, a wave will expand out. The attack will start out narrow and grow in size. Depending on how close the move is used, the effectiveness of the attack will increase. The attack will dull all senses of your opponent. This is also similar to the other shadow power I used before. With opponents I have gone against so far, they seem to be able to block the shadow with their power. Even the demon aura and red mist power seem to some degree. Now that my blood has evolved, this attack might be my main ace in the hole. At least, that was what Quinn thought until he saw the final skill, and to be honest, he didn't know what to make of it or what its power would be. Shadow blood weapons creation. The user will use its own blood mixed with its shadow powers to create weapons of his imagination. The weapons created are a condensed form of both shadow and blood. They are infused with great power and almost indestructible. Quinn wasn't much of a user of weapons. He mostly used his gauntlets. But since the power came from his blood, maybe he could create some on his hands. There had been times in fights where he had used other weapons such as spears and shields. He had used swords but did so in a creative way. So from this, I can assume that the creations from my actual blood are far stronger than what I can do with blood control and shadow control. I have to remember that it will have the same effect as well as the shadow blood. To be honest, Quinn didn't really know what to make of all these abilities, and it was hard for him to think since he hadn't had time to test them. Either way, he was sure, just like he had done with his fights so far, he could create his own moves as well. At the end of the day, the system was there just to help and guide him. Vincent, Richard, I thank both of you for creating the system and allowing it to take me this far. Originally, when I first got it, I thought it was a curse. I would have done anything to get rid of such a thing. At times, I always thought that maybe I could have done more if I did this and that differently, but I realize that's not the case. The truth is, sometimes I think, what would have happened if I had never opened that book? What would have happened if I never had cut my thumb on my glasses back then and had gotten these powers? How much different would the world be now? Who would have thought all of this would have come from just an old book? Quinn smiled. The red portal that was being opened to the golden space wasn't growing larger, but it was becoming clearer. Originally, it was just red swirls going around in circles, but the larger ships were still able to get through. Now, it was becoming clearer. The space could be seen through a red veil, and slowly more of the portal was opening up. It won't be much longer now. I wonder how the Celestials will react to all of this, Immortality said. A second large vessel was going through the portal just like the last one. It was full of werewolves, but this time not just werewolves but with yaks as well. The divine beings were still fighting strongly, mostly due to the golden ones being able to heal the dark ones. That, and their large numbers, however, the numbers did start to dwindle down in the red space. Maybe he's already noticed, Immortality thought. Anzoku was getting ready. He was inching closer to the portal. He couldn't wait to get out on the other side. Just like Immortality, he had been trapped here for a long time, and now it was finally his time to shine again. As he kept his eye dead straight on the portal and saw the second ship fully enter onto the other side, he noticed something. The swirls that were rotating again and again were starting to slow down. It was only ever so slightly, but they had done so, which caused Anzoku to raise his eyebrow. As he turned his head again, to a normal person they would have thought his movements were fine, but he was extremely sensitive to everything in his body. He could feel every muscle fiber, and he could feel his head was moving ever so slightly. Is it an attack? Just as Anzoku opened his mouth, that's when he saw it. Appearing right in front of him was a group of people that seemingly had come out of thin air. Now the portal that was in Anzoku's backdrop had completely stopped. He tried to move his hand, but it felt like it had frozen. His mind allowed him to process what was in front of him, and that's when he could see the red werewolf as well. What is going on? What is happening? Russ' arms were filled with lightning in one, and fire in the other. Peter had gathered all of the chi he could in one fist and had both of his held tails surrounding it. Calva had formed a deadly large spiked spear, while Pultra's leg was glowing ever so brightly. Edvard couldn't do much, but he hoped his ability of luck might just come through at this moment. While Hickel had formed and controlled as much blood as he could out of his body, he had condensed it into an orb above his head ready to fire out. Then there was Chris, gathering the chi in his body, breathing, trying to draw every bit of power in him. Out of everyone in the group, he perhaps had the most amount of power. He channeled it through his claws, which emitted the black flames, but this time he had more time to gather his power. When the group had gotten close, all of them activated their strength. They condensed their power down as much as they could, ready to use it. It didn't matter if they weren't able to fight or get up after this. This was their last stand and their final attack. Even Mundus had prepared his celestial energy in both hands while using all of his powers to stop Anzoku's reaction. Half a second, maybe even less, was the only time Mundus could hold a being with such power. However, the moment of surprise and teleporting in that small fraction of a second was all they needed. "This is our fuck you," Peter shouted. All of them let off their beams of energy, condensing into one, all heading to one place. It hit Anzoku right in the chest. It lifted him off his feet and into the air, and the next moment he was blasted away. The power was immensely strong, and he had gone off shooting into the distance. It was so far that they didn't even know where he was anymore. After completing the attack, the others felt like they were going to collapse, and Syl had quickly teleported them onto the ground. Meanwhile, Mundus was still in the air, and he had brought out a strange-looking container device. The outside was hardened and had an appearance almost of a clear, rounded crystal. It looked like a nest crystal, only it was smooth like a pearl and it was split in two halves. "Do you think Unzoku's dealt with?" Edvard asked. "I doubt it. We probably only bought us some time. If he's injured, he will heal as well," Chris said. "But we put our all into that attack. It might take him a while to heal." The group was looking up above as they could see Mundus encasing the bloodstone. Once it was encased, the portal would stop opening, and it meant they only had a limited amount of time to escape from the place. If Unzoku does heal, doesn't that mean that Quinn will have to face them both on his own? Doesn't he? Peter asked. They knew what Peter was getting at. He wanted to stay and help Quinn out, but it wasn't really an option. "We already talked this over," Syl said. We leave now." Mundus was inches away from placing the casing on the blood crystal. It was hard to do as the forceful energy was pushing his hands away like two magnets, but he was pushing against it. I knew that you Celestials would come," Immortality shouted as he recognized Mundus immediately. Gathering his red energy in the air, he had formed a solid ball of pure power and threw it out. Mundus focused on the task ahead, and that's when, flying right in front of the ball of energy, Quinn grabbed it with his dark-covered shadow hand. He held onto the condensed energy, and with his fingers, crushed it down until the energy had completely disappeared. "Who are you?" Immortality asked. He didn't quite recognize the thing he was seeing in front of him. Yet the energy felt like it was similar to his own. "I guess you would be surprised, after all. I've come back from the dead, and to finish you off," Quinn answered. A thought flashed through Immortality's mind, and although it shouldn't have been possible, there was always the chance that it just might be. "I thought it was strange, the power that I could feel that was left behind. The fact that they had decided to risk going after his body, and his body not disappearing in the first place. I thought the task was done. I thought the job was done after I had gotten the blood crystal. Are you really trying to get in my way again? After what happened last time?" Immortality shouted, and the energy around was pushed all in one direction, swirling in their area. The power was frightening, and the others feeling it felt sick, as if they could hardly stand. "Just because you look different, you think you can stop me now? I killed you before, and I'll just have to kill you again," Immortality shouted. At that moment, Mundus had found success. He had pressed the two halves of his special device or material and had closed the blood crystal. The energy was no longer used on the portal. Now the swirls of energy had stopped, and the energy from the portal itself was breaking away, becoming nothing but particles and part of the energy around it. "No!" Immortality screamed. All over the area, mist portals were opening up. They had blocked where Mundus was. They had appeared right where Quinn was and had surrounded the two of them. Out from them, large fists were coming out. But at the same time, Quinn moved his hands, and in the exact same spots of all the areas of blood mist portals that had opened up, shadow portals had appeared. Straight out of them, large fists had appeared as well, and the shadow fists had collided straight ahead with the red mist fists all over. They clashed and pulses of power vibrated in the air, but neither had lost out, Quinn's shadow fists or the blood fists, as they stayed in place. "It won't be the same as last time," Quinn said, making a scratch across his arm, and out of his own blood, he had formed a dark purple, mixed with swirling inner red, colored spear in his hands. Unzoku had been blasted a large distance away, somewhere into the land of hardened seas. The terrain looked like a giant sea had been frozen over, but rather than ice, it was hardened rock material. The Demon King had crashed through several objects and landed on his way over, and he was now lying on the floor. A large wound was in the middle of his stomach, an entire hole that one could see through. It was bleeding, but the muscles were still moving about on the inside, small parts of the black flame burning and making it hard for him to heal. "Ha ha!" Unzoku laughed to himself as he looked at the sky. Did they really think I was that much of a threat that they had decided they all needed to attack me at once? What a bunch of pathetic people. It was strange again. The wound on his body was taking a lot longer to heal, but Unzoku was nowhere near at the stage of death. nor was he in a rush to get back. As he lifted the top half of his body, he looked in the distance, and he could tell the red bloodstone was no longer being used to open up the other portal. This is getting to be rather troublesome, a lot more than Immortality suspected. There is a chance that he might not make it through this. While having these thoughts, portals started to open up above his head. 3 in total. They were white in color, and swarming out from them were large groups of divine beings. Is someone watching this whole thing? Are they trying to get rid of me, thinking that this is their chance? What foolish people! Onzoku thought as he swung his arm, taking out one entire swarm of divine beings. Quinn had appeared right in front of Immortality in his new form. To Immortality, he had already won a fight against the vampire and he had used everything he had. So what difference would it make to him if he was to face him again? Surely he couldn't have gotten stronger again in the short amount of time. It had been less than an hour since their last battle. Yet, Immortality had used the same move that had trapped and worked against him before, but this time it had failed. My shadow powers, since they're mixed in with the blood aura, it's a lot stronger than before. An attack like that would have ripped through my shadow unless condensed, but now it's almost as if all of my shadow is condensed. This battle is going to be completely different from the last time. Quinn could see that Immortality had raised his hand. He was ready to activate the colorless ability. He wouldn't have used it before, for fear it would disturb the crystal opening the portal, but now he needed to stop the others. Quinn threw the spear made from his own blood. As it traveled in the air, it seemed to gain more power from the currents of blood that Quinn could see around it. Rather than dealing with the spear directly, from Immortality's shoulder, one of the serpents opened its mouth, ready to fire at the spear. Before it did, though, a shadow portal opened in front of the spear. It completely disappeared and reappeared, hitting Immortality right in his back. It had pierced right through, and he could see a blood-pointed end. This weapon has pierced my skin? Immortality was in disbelief, especially at seeing so much of his own blood. Not only that, but the particles of blood on the spear itself started to rise, and before he knew it, it went straight at him, trying to attack him. The blood splatters being destroyed by his thick veil of red mist aura. Grabbing the weapon, Immortality was ready to pull it out. However, the effect of the blood shadow was in effect, and he felt a great force pushing him from behind again. He was lifted off his feet as the force in the throw from the initial spear and the power of the attack had appeared right again, and he was heading straight toward Quinn. With the blood that Quinn had used before to create the spear, he had shifted it around his arms to create gauntlets that were the same dark purple with an inner glowing red color around them. He swung his fist right toward Immortality's face. Before it reached through, Immortality had gathered his colorless ability in his hand and grabbed Quinn's fist. The shockwave of blood power rippled out, destroying the ground beneath his feet for miles, showing just how much power had been placed in the hit. With his other hand, Immortality had grabbed the spear and pulled it out of himself. You seem to have gotten stronger, but you have no idea how much power I have. Immortality slammed the spear at the side of Quinn, hitting him with strength that erupted one half of the planet's sky. Quinn took the hit and broke the spear down with his powers. He could see the serpents on Immortality's back were moving. They were opening their mouths, ready to attack. Condensed red mist energy shot out of them both. Pulling his arm away with force, Quinn managed to break free in time and quickly moved his wings in to block the attacks. The red condensed energy hit him hard, making him fall to the ground, but the attack eventually stopped. When Quinn opened up his wings, blood blotches started to form on them. Shadow blood rain. Out from his wings, countless drops of blood shadow shot out at once, hitting Immortality's body non-stop. The armor around his legs had reacted after the first bullet touched his skin and covered his whole body. What is this strange power? I can feel it doing something to me. Immortality jumped in the air, but the raining attack from Quinn's wings continued. The serpent opened its mouth again, firing off a condensed beam hitting Quinn and sending him crashing into the ground. The barrage from his wings had stopped for a moment. Seeing an opportunity, several red portals opened up around Quinn, and the giant red mist fists came out, all towards him. They continued to punch the ground, but there was no Quinn. A portal in the air. Quinn had appeared out of right behind Immortality. Lifting his arm, an image of a giant blood sword had appeared, and throwing it down, it had crashed on top of Immortality, sending him crashing right down into the ground. Soon after, a large mist fist appeared at Quinn's side and had knocked him to the side, hitting him away as well. The fight was intense, with both sides fighting at full power with all they had from the get-go. "What are you waiting for?" Hickle shouted, as they were all standing by the portal. "We have to go now." Syl and both Peter were hesitant to go through the portal as they watched Quinn's battle raging on. Syl could feel it. Although Immortality was using the full extent of his powers, it felt like he still wasn't in a desperate enough situation to summon it all yet. It was worrying him. The fact that Immortality had already received a few big hits and wasn't slowing down either was a major concern as well. "We have to go now," Chris said. "You said it yourself, Syl. This is the best thing we can do for him." Russ had already jumped through the portal with no concern for the others. He wasn't wasting any time, and Edvard had as well. With his injuries, even the shockwaves from the fight were hurting him. "I have to leave him. Just one more thing. One more thing that might help him out in this fight," Syl thought as he placed his hands on the ground. "I don't have enough MC cells to summon someone like Immortality or the other Demon Kings. They are just far too powerful. But there is someone who I think can be a great help to you. Someone who you think very highly of and is incredibly strong. Do what you can to help him." Out from the ground, a portal of shadows appeared, rising up from those shadows with long black hair and a large sword on his back. It was none other than the leader of the Punishers. "Help him, Arthur," Syl shouted. Arthur was ready for battle, and he knew the stakes were high as he joined the fray. Syl had made the decision to give one last gift to Quinn, even if it was to take up all of the MC cells in his body. Of all the images in his head, he was trying to think of someone that he could summon that might be of some use while still being powerful. That's when Syl had discovered someone who would take up more MC cells than it should have done. That was Arthur. Ever since his passing, not for a single moment had the word of Arthur and Week been in Quinn's mind. In fact, the beating that he had received from Arthur at the time, all of the pain he had suffered, was a mental scarring on him that would stick with him forever. Which was why the Arthur that had been summoned was far stronger than that of the original Arthur. Of course it had its limits, otherwise Syl would have never have been able to summon him. "Arthur!" Syl shouted out as the others went through the portal. The last one left with Syl yet to go through the portal was Peter. "Do whatever you can to make sure he comes back, all right?" Turning around, Syl knew he needed to leave there, and then, if he didn't, he would have stayed with Quinn, even though there was nothing left for him to do. Walking off, Peter placed his arm around Syl's back and they both walked off into the portal. Its power was disappearing, and although some remnants of the portal being there was still present, nothing from the red space would now be able to enter a golden space. "Haha, you think I care?" Immortality shouted as he saw the portal shut before him. "They would have been far better off never bringing you back alive and taking the bloodstone with them. The fact that you are here just means I can do the same thing again. I'll take you out and do what needs to be done to make sure the world is how it's meant to be." With Immortality's shout, the entire air started to shake violently. All of the red space was vibrating, causing an image of disturbance. But Quinn still stood there looking at Immortality. He had received a direct hit by his large red mist arm, but was still fine. His current demon form was powerful and strong, the strongest he's ever been. The wound that Quinn had made early on had healed up. With his fingertips he made 2 more cuts, and the blood started to form around his arms, turning into gauntlets. Immortality made a move, creating a small ball of colorless power, and went to hurl it from his hand toward Quinn. If he could get this power of his to go away, then it would allow him to win the fight. The colorless ability was Immortality's ace. It was what allowed him to win any battle along with his immense strength, but even he had to admit it felt like both of their strengths were at a similar level. Immortality threw the colorless ball out from his hand, at almost the same time before it was released. Quinn threw out a punch and shot out a dark red-colored ball of blood aura. It looked the same as the blood fists he would create. From the distance they were at, it wouldn't reach in time, But the moment Quinn had finished his punch in the air, a shadow portal opened up directly in front of him, while one opened up right at the side of Immortality as well. The large attack had hit his hand, and Immortality's throw was off. The colorless ball of energy went up in the air past Quinn and exploded, making a particular area of colorlessness. "This is a trick that I learned from you," Quinn stated, as he continued to punch just the area around him. For every punch, a shadow portal would open up at the end of his fist. In doing so, portals would open up right by Immortality's side and hit him constantly from side to side. The first few hits had managed to hit Immortality, but he soon started to fight back. He was punching the fists out of his way and started to jump in the air. He then threw a colorless ball which exploded on the ground below him, but it did nothing because the portals were following where he was at the moment. "He's doing everything he can to stop me from using my colorless ability. I guess the only choice then is a close combat fight," Immortality shouted. He started to charge forward instead of attacking all of the portals. Then the serpents wrapped around both of his arms. The armor from his legs covered the rest of his body taking the hits, and he only had one target in sight, Quinn. "Arg!" Immortality shouted as he threw out his fist, exploding with power. The power was large and extended out, making it hard for Quinn to escape from it, but there was a way, and an easy one at that. Stepping through the shadow portal, he appeared right at the side of Immortality. Both of his new gauntlet's fists had been drawing power, and punching full force. Quinn hit Immortality again and again countless times on his side. He hit the same place on the armor again, and the double blood effect was taking place as well, hitting Immortality's side. One of the serpents unraveled from the arm and opened its mouth trying to fire at Quinn. But with his wing he had knocked the head to the side, allowing the blast to hit nothing but the ground. It tore up the ground deeply, and the ground was breaking apart at that point. After a surge of punches, Immortality was recovering from the surprise attack, so Quinn finished it off with a large kick right into his stomach, and sent him right back down in the ground beneath him. "Ice armor, it's tough. I don't think I'll be able to do any real damage unless I can break through somehow." As Quinn was chasing after the Immortality that was in the ground, a portal had opened up in front of him. It was white in color. It wasn't just in front of him, but it was all over the area, and immediately, whole groups of divine beings were flying into the area. A spear went straight towards Quinn, which he had managed to grab onto. "Don't get in my way," Quinn shouted as he threw out a fist. It hit the dark being, and an eruption of blood aura followed like a spear. It hit several of the divine beings, eliminating them one by one and destroying the portal that had just opened up as well. But even more portals were opening up. Immortality, who was stuck in the ground, had just gotten up as well, and he was surrounded by the divine brigade. "You little ants are annoying," Immortality exclaimed, as mist portals opened up, and out from it a large hand that held onto a sword appeared. It took a single swipe, eliminating nearly all of those that were around him. Still, more and more divine portals were opening up, even though Immortality had gotten rid of around 3 of them in that one swipe. More and more were appearing around Quinn, and he was using his blood aura more. With a swipe of his hand forward, a tornado of blood came out, wrapping around the divine beings, getting rid of them one after the other. Then on the other side of him, Quinn was ready to do the same, until he saw a string of explosions going off one after the other. It was a sword that was rapidly flying through the air. As it hit the divine beings, it would explode on impact one by one. And at the end of that sword, there was a person with a pair of shadow wings on his back right by Quinn's side. "I have been told to help you, to the best of my abilities, Quinn," Arthur said. The vampires from underneath the settlement had awakened, and they wasted no time in fighting against their enemy. Even those that had once fought against each other in the civil war of vampires against vampires didn't hesitate as they went ahead attacking the werewolves in front of them. Some of those that had awoken were stronger than the current vampires. They were able to go head-to-head in strength against some of the werewolves, one blocking a strike from above and then swiping their hand across the werewolf's stomach. A large red slash appeared after with a spurt of blood. What was another issue, though, was not just the werewolves, but the divine beings that were all over the place. While the werewolves' numbers were lowering, It seemed like the divine being's numbers continued to grow all over. Everyone was doing the best they could, and everyone was struggling for their lives. That included those that were currently at the school. Rather than Miss Bedford, Minnie was now leading the way. She was ahead of everyone as they tried to make their way to the hall. The same as they had done last time, there was a large-scale beast attack. However, in nearly every hallway they turned to, more objects were crashing down in front of them. Minnie quickly rushed through the rubble and dust. The students could just see and feel shockwaves of power sent out for a few moments, and Minnie coming out a bit later. Miss Bedford, I don't think the hallway is safe anymore, Minnie explained. I can hear there is fighting going on all over the school. It's the same in the settlement. The children looked scared as they heard Minnie speak, and Miss Bedford gulped down as she was waiting for the next set of words that were to come out of her mouth. The best chance of surviving right now is just to fight back. Is to do what we can, Minnie shouted as she turned. Through the glass window to her right, showing part of the school, she could see a black spear thrust into the inside. She quickly jumped up and grabbed the spear with her clawed hand. Powering it with her blood aura and celestial energy, she pushed it back. The dark divine being fell back down to the ground, but didn't look hurt. It was ready to get back up, and the students were staring out of the window looking down. At that moment, something large had fallen out of the sky, giant in size, as it crashed right on top of the dark being. It lifted both of its giant hands and threw them down, pounding the dark being into the ground. With each hit, it broke the windows, cracking and breaking them to pieces. What is that? It's a giant, Toby said, his hand shaking. What all of the kids were looking at now was a yak demon. The second large ship had come out from the portal. Not only were there groups of werewolves on board, but yaks this time as well. It wasn't just the school, but they were falling across the whole settlement. Just when they were getting some pushback with the help of the awakened vampires, the situation was getting worse. Minnie looked at the giant, and she leapt up onto the ledge, breaking the broken shards of glass underneath. She was looking for the right time to strike, when right from above she could see something else dropping down. They had a large sword on their back, and swinging it, their arms started to grow in size. With a full force swing, it hit the yak demon right in the head. The sword continued to go down the center of the yak, splitting it apart until it reached the very bottom and hit the ground, making a loud clang. It was clear the person was one with great strength. When the yak's body fell apart, crashing into the side of the buildings, many of the students, not even just those with Minnie, but along the hallways, went to have a look at who it was. Uncle Andy, Minnie called out. She had recognized the man below. Minnie, Andy shouted above with a smile. We're going to do our best to help, as much as we can. The support calls had been reached to the Greylash and the Vampire Core unit. Unlike the vampire settlement, they were all doing fine, but they were prepared for an attack at a moment's notice thanks to Layla's and Mukka's warning. Andy had made it his duty to try and arrive as quickly as possible, and now he could help out the others. From all over, the vampires were dropping down from large ships, supporting the vampire settlement the best they could. However, even with the support, things still looked dire. White portals were opening up, and more divine beings seemed to be coming through them, again and again. If they took out a large number of them, more would come out. It was to the point where the vampires would have to team up with the demons to get rid of them, but there wasn't a chance of that happening. Layla and Mukka were getting exhausted, and the two of them were looking up at the large red portal. Do you notice something? Layla asked. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's my imagination or not, but the portal, it looks as if it's fading away, Mukka replied. Since the two of them were able to see the same thing, it was clear that it wasn't a fragment of their imagination. As they continued to stare at the portal, that's when they were able to see a few small dots coming out from the portal and falling to the ground. Ah! Why isn't the portal on the ground? Edvard shouted. A fall from the middle of the sky wouldn't kill either of them, but it would hurt. Sil, teleport us, Hickel shouted. I can't. I already used up all of my MC cells, Sil shouted back. Seeing the panic, Chris used chi platforms to quickly kick off in the air and grab each of them one by one. He rushed down, placing them on top of the line of the buildings, where they could see Russ was already safely on the ground since he had come through a bit earlier. When they all regrouped, they could see Hickel and Edvard, mainly speechless at the sight in front of them. "It's the vampire settlement," Peter said. "It's in chaos, we have to help. We have to do whatever we can. Everyone's dying." They all agreed, with the portal having disappeared behind them. They only need to get rid of the demons present. However, Chris had his eyes on something larger. On top of the roof, a werewolf was seen coming their way. It leapt up in the air, but before it reached them, Chris moved from his position right to where the werewolf was. He grabbed it by its throat and twisted it, killing it on the spot. "I just need a bit of your energy," Chris said as he opened his mouth wide and started to bite down, eating the werewolf right in front of the others. He hardly chewed as he swallowed pieces of it, bit by bit. Before, it was about gaining strength, but he would no longer gain strength from a werewolf of this caliber. Instead this time it was just to get his energy back up. After finishing most of the werewolf off, Chris chucked half of its body off the roof edge where they stood. Then he started to jump on the chi platforms heading straight for one of the large ships in sight. When he was close, his skin started to turn red again. Creating a large chi platform, Chris pushed with his strength and spun his body. "Get out of this settlement!" Chris screamed. With all his force he punched the side of the large ship. A large dent was made in its side, nearly bending it in half, and the entire ship was thrown to the side in the air, out of the settlement and crashing into the forest grounds that were close by. Layla and Mukka had to blink a few times to see what had just happened. Who just did that right now? Chris wasted no time getting into action, and he was careful with what he had done. He could have easily just slashed the giant ship in half, but if he did, then all of the debris from the ship would have fallen on the settlement below. It would have destroyed a lot of the houses and perhaps hurt a lot of the people, which was why Chris had decided to bash the large ship to the side instead. Crash landing in the forest by the side. Many of those that were on board were still alive. They were climbing over the large ship and jumping out from the sides. Now it looked almost as if an army was heading toward the settlement. They were running ahead at full force, but before they even reached the outside of the settlement, explosions went off one after the other. Red slashes of aura were swinging down in front of their path and exploding, throwing up dirt and the trees in the air, as well as sending many of the attackers back. Standing on the wall was Hickel with his aura around him. Without my arms, it was a little more difficult to control the path of my aura. But if I just have to hit a giant object like that in front of me, at least I can do something, Hickel exclaimed. "I'm glad you can," Edvard said. "I'll just stay by your side, old friend. Who knows, with my luck you might even grow your arms back." The two of them chuckled at the severe situation, but sometimes light humor in the dire times was what they needed, and besides they had the rest of the group that could help them out. Peter had witnessed Russ almost running away, and before he did, Peter grabbed the black sword and ripped it off his side, holding it in place. "Teleport me. Teleport me to that other ship," Peter demanded. "Do it now." It was quite painful for Peter to watch the settlement that Quinn cared for getting destroyed like so. Russ didn't think he was any weaker than Peter, he just thought fighting against him, rather than doing as he asked, would be a bigger hassle. So listening to his demand, he teleported the two of them on board. They were on the deck of the giant ship among all of the werewolves and others as well. Immediately, several dark-shaped mists started to appear from the back of Peter's body. He threw the sword back over to Russ, and now all four of the familiars were back by his side, having reformed. "Kill everything you see," Peter shouted as he threw the sword back to Russ. Peter threw a large fist at a werewolf, knocking it with pure power right off the ship, falling to the ground. Two came to attack him, but with his head tails it knocked the claws away. Then with another head tail it wrapped around another demon he hadn't seen before. It was smaller in size and had horns on its head. It pulled it forward, and with a fist it slammed into the demon, splattering its body into parts, as chunks of it went off everywhere. The bone claw was teleporting, using its large claws to do what damage it could. Genbu jumped in the air and grew in size, crushing some of the demons. Dunluck, the horse familiar, was running around the area with Ovinik on its head, firing fireballs at everything it could see. They were doing as Peter asked and were fighting with everything they had. Russ was ready to escape when he felt something hit the top of his head, wetting it completely. Looking up, Russ could see it was from the drool of a yak. "I guess I can split some heads of a few giants," Russ said, as fire started to burn in the palm of his hand. Elsewhere, even the champions were getting involved. A large bone spear came out, piercing several of the divine beings in the air. Calva's strength was great enough, to the point where if he managed to get a perfect hit right in the head of the dark beings, that it would kill them in one go. Pultra was also helping out, more so on the ground, as she dashed area to area, kicking everything she could see in sight, apart from the ones that looked like Quinn and the others. The vampires quickly came to the realization, as they saw them attacking only the demons and the divine beings, that they were on their side. Running towards them, Layla fired large chi arrows at a golden being, hitting them in the head, the belly, and the arm. It had pinned them down for a moment, and Pultra wasted no time, as she leapt up and slashed it off with her foot. The two of them smiled at each other, but they could waste no time as they had to continue to fight. "Thank you for helping us," Layla said, as she pulled out her sword, clashing against a werewolf. She stopped several swipes, and then thrust the sword forward. When it pierced the werewolf in the center using chi, she powered her weapon and pulled it up, going right through the head. "It is fine. We must help those that have come to help us. Quinn has done a lot for us, so we should at least protect his world as well," Pultra said, attacking one of the large yak demons. "Quinn? Did you just say Quinn?" Layla shouted. It had been so long since she had heard his name, and she was wondering what he had been doing. She had soon recognized the ones who had come through the portal as Chris and the others, so she was hoping that he had come back as well. But there was no answer. The fighting continued, and with the help of Chris and the others, it didn't take long until the second large ship had been destroyed. Nearly all had already been defeated by Peter and Russ on board. They had jumped off the ship, heading to the settlement, leaving Chris to do the same trick as he had done before, as he knocked it out of the air, away from the settlement. The fighting was continuing everywhere, but there were next to no demons that were left. This was mainly due to Chris, who was taking them out one by one, going from area to area, dealing with them all in a single swipe. As they all dealt with the troubles around them, they were all heading to the open area, the large center market where stalls would be set up. They were searching for Layla and Mukka, and it didn't take long for them to find her. Soon, one by one, everyone had entered the center. As they did, they had divine beings on their tail, and they were in the middle of battle with them all. They continued to fight, and soon they took out nearly everything around them. "Chris, Peter, Hickel, Edvard, and Sil, all of you made it back," Layla said. "But what about Quinn? Where is he?" The others didn't answer immediately. It was as if no one wanted to deliver the bad news. "He's still there. He's still fighting for all of us right now," Sil answered. "The portal closed, but he's still trying to get rid of Immortality." It was what she had feared. That idiot. I knew he would do something like this. There was no time for celebrations though, because although the red portal had been closed and most of the demons had been eliminated from the settlement, they could see several portals opening up, white in color, all over the place. "Why are they still after us? This is from the Celestials, right?" Chris asked. "I assume that they moved to this world because of the demons entering, but even though we've gotten rid of the demons, the Celestials are still attacking," Hickel said. "Wait. If you think about it," Edvard said, but stopped himself. They were wondering what he was going to say. "Aren't we all byproducts of Immortality anyway? What if the Celestials, these gods that Immortality was trying to wage war against, what if they have decided to get rid of all demons? Because in a way, we're demons as well." The settlement was in a tough place just moments ago, but thanks to the help of the vampires from the Vampire Corps and Chris, along with the others, they had gotten rid of the majority of demons. The few that were still alive were getting killed off by the divine beings, since nearly all of the vampires had changed their strategy to survival, allowing the two to take care of each other. Now, with no demons for them to go after, the divine beings only had the targets that were still alive, and those were the vampires. Unlike the werewolves and yaks who had raw power, vampires were diverse when it came to their areas of strength, but that didn't work out so well against the divine beings. To kill the dark beings, they needed attacks strong enough to finish them off before the golden beings could heal them. At the same time, they were too busy trying to avoid attacks from the divine beings, so they couldn't deal with the gold ones either. The situation wasn't getting any better, especially with the multiple portals that were opening up above the settlement. Even more divine beings were coming in, and it was starting to fill up the sky. It looked like there were now more of them than there were vampires. Ragh, Chris grunted. A giant claw mark went through the air and hit a large group of the divine beings, killing them on the spot. For a moment, the sky above could be seen, but it was quickly filled up with even more of the divine beings. Even if we get rid of the portals, they just keep coming back one after the other? Is there no way to stop them? Layla asked. The skin from her fingertips had peeled off, and she was bleeding with each arrow that she fired. Even though she was just using chi arrows, force was still needed when pulling. She had long gone past her limit but was still pushing herself. Because if she didn't, then it would mean another death in the settlement. Chris was trying to think of what he could do. Although immensely and physically strong, and with an unlimited amount of stamina as long as he kept eating people, he couldn't figure a way out of this. Because his attacks didn't cover enough range, and the moment he would take out a large amount of them, they would quickly come back. We're just outnumbered in this situation. The whole settlement is outnumbered, Mukka said. Most of the divine beings were flying up in the sky, pointing their dark spears and firing down. When continuing to look at the sky, they noticed large beams of energy firing out towards the masses of the divine beings. Several lasers of energy hit them one by one. Quickly, the group turned their heads, and through the sky, they could see a fleet of ships coming their way. They were flying fast, firing away energy blasts. A group of them was diving toward the group, and Peter was getting ready to act. But before he did, a large wave erupted from the ground. It had grown as if it was made from dirt but had a grayish tint to it. As the spears hit the wave, it started to spark slightly, and lightning emitted out from the large wave. Right after, several spikes started to grow, piercing all of the divine beings one by one. It looks like we managed to make it just in time, a voice said, walking over. Jake! Layla called out, recognizing the young man. He was the son of Logan Green and Vicky Blade. He was once deemed one of the strongest humans in existence, but that title would have to go to Syl. In reality, it was only due to Syl not being present. Nonetheless, he was an incredibly strong individual who could mix abilities together and use them at the same time. It seemed like you needed some help. My father answered your call, and he brought some help along with him. There was a large ship behind him, floating toward the planet, and dropping out were small pods. These were similar to the ones the Dalki used for invasions. They shot straight down to the ground in the forest, and opening up, there were humans inside them. Humans with strong abilities, those from Earth and the Greylash faction, had come out and were willing to fight. They ran through the forest and headed toward the settlement, knowing full well who their enemy was. The humans, they're helping us? Mukka said, surprised. Sure, individual humans had helped them on occasion, but not like this. Fighting side by side in the settlement, it was something that Mukka had never dreamed of happening. It took a bit of convincing, which is why we were a little late, Jake stated. But humans haven't forgotten what you did for us. We haven't forgotten what Quinn did for us. So we will be the ones to help you this time. On an unknown planet, somewhere in the universe, standing on a cliffside was one of the ancient ones. Underneath his feet, a stream of water fell to the ground. It was a waterfall that spilled down onto the land below. For the land Celestalin was standing on was moving. It was floating around the planet, moving like a ship. But it appeared as if there was no form of power moving the island. It just flowed like a cloud, continuing to drop water down below, as it continued to go through the clouds. Celestalin stood there in a large white robe, with his beard touching the floor beneath him. His eyes were glowing white with celestial energy as he had his palms out. Are you still intending to get rid of them all? Mundus asked. He was standing around 20 meters away from where Celestalin currently was, facing toward his back. I understood when you said you wished to get rid of all the vampires, but the humans have now gotten involved. You have to stop. "This is a small cost," Celestalin replied. "Are all of the humans in the settlement?" "No. The humans can reproduce again, and they are not the only life form to care about in the golden space. You should know by now, after everything we have gone through, that Immortality is someone who we have to get rid of no matter what the cost. We will weaken every resolve or chance he has to come over. After that, we will defeat him. Even if he is reborn, we shall beat him again and again. When he reincarnates, he won't have the same power as before. We will just continue to squash him so he may never rise again. And if he gets reincarnated with his memories lost, all for the better." The whole situation left a bad taste in Mundus' mouth. Everything that was happening. Celestalin was doing nothing but causing more trouble in a situation the humans and vampires were trying to solve themselves. "You underestimate the human strength, Celestalin," Mundus said. At that moment, Celestalin turned around. "What did you say?" Coming down right from above, something had crashed right in the middle of the two. A shock wave of energy was sent rumbling through their feet, and a powerful one at that. The island had even dropped down in the air for a few moments before it regained and balanced itself. "What's going on?" Celestin asked. The place he was on, it was a place that only the Ancient Ones and the Messenger should have known about. His instant thought was Mundus. "Mundus, did you betray me?" "But how, why?" Celestalin asked. "Do you really think there is anyone strong enough to take me on, even if you were to betray me?" The only beings Celestalin could think of were the other Ancient Ones, but they should have no problem with what he was doing. Unfortunately, Mundus had no clue what was happening right now, and when the dust started to settle, they could see a red-scaled human figure. "Stop this shit attack right now. Otherwise, you'll have to deal with me," Ray Talon, the legendary one and king of the dragons, said. In the red space, the area in which Immortality and Quinn were facing each other, the landscape had vastly changed. From their fight and the destruction of the ground, they had already removed several layers of the ground. It was hard to see anything but broken land as far as the eyes could see. However, the area, just like in the settlement, was being covered with white-colored energy portals that were opening up. From these energy portals, the Divine Brigade was coming through. They had nothing in the area to attack, other than Immortality and Quinn, and that's exactly what they did. They were harmless to the two like a swarm of flies, but even a swarm of flies could be annoying at times. Fighting against the swarm that had come at them, Quinn had stopped as he looked to his side. He could see dark-colored wings made from the shadow's power. Along with the long hair, it was bringing back memories. Memories that had only returned recently. "Arthur," Quinn called out. Turning slightly, there was a smile on his face. Quinn had to blink a few times wondering if it was real or not. As two more divine beings came toward him, Arthur swung his sword, slicing one in half. Then with his other hand he blasted out a blood cannon, hitting it directly in the face. If this was his imagination, then it shouldn't have been able to deal with the divine beings in the area close to him. "I will deal with these annoying disturbances," Arthur said. "Quinn, you do your job." Thinking about it more, Quinn started to think how it was possible and soon remembered Russ' ability. Could have been Russ, or quite possibly it was Syl as well. Either way, he was thankful that he wasn't on his own in this. It gave Quinn a bit more confidence. Looking at Immortality, he could see he was busy taking down the divine beings using large-scale red mist attacks. With each swing, he would take out a few hundred. Diving in, Quinn wasted no time, and placing his hand out, a shadow portal was created in front of him. Going through the shadow, Quinn appeared right out of another one, and it was right by Immortality's side. He twisted his fist, and the blood shadow energy started to spin rapidly like a drill, pounded right into Immortality's chest. Immortality's leg gave out for a moment, as it cracked the ground beneath him from the sheer power. When he tried to get back up, the second wave of the attack had hit as well, and on top of that, several of the dark divine beings thrust their spears right at Immortality. There were those that had done the same to Quinn, aiming for him, but a wall of shadow had appeared blocking the attack, and soon after, a large sword was swung, slicing off their heads, exploding them on impact. Arthur was doing as he stated he would and was protecting Quinn to the best of his abilities. gathering the red mist power in his body. Immortality shoved both his hands out and a ball of aura was sent outward. It blasted and looked as if it was forcing all of the divine beings away. It hadn't affected Quinn though, who was still pushing forward. From the serpent on his back a laser fired out, but Quinn had blocked it with his wing. With his other wing open, he used the skill again. Blood rain. Like bullets, small droplets of blood started to hit Immortality over and over on his body. My chest. It hurts from where he hit me from before. His power in this form is no joke. He is far stronger compared to before. How could a being that was created from me be able to reach such power? I know exactly what you're thinking, Quinn stated, as he used the shadow travel to travel into the ground. The serpents opened up their mouths firing energy blasts trying to hit Quinn, but the shadow had spread out like an entire pool, filling the entire ground. When it hit the shadow, it seemingly did nothing. Rising up from the shadow, Quinn was now right behind Immortality and grabbed onto both of the serpents' necks behind him. My power, it might have originally come from you, but the strength I have now is not just from you. Quinn screamed and opened up his mouth. This close it was time for him to use another skill. Shadow Blood Screech has been activated. Quinn's mouth stretched wide, and the sides of his mouth ripped open. A large visible sound wave was emitted out, creating ripples in the air. They constantly hit Immortality's head over and over again. He could feel the armor on his body reacting. It was shaking as the screech hit him again and again, and his vision, it was fading with each hit. His sense of hearing, his sense of touch, slowly he was losing it all. What is this power? Immortality thought. Eventually Immortality could see absolutely nothing. He couldn't even feel the touch on his body. Seeing the state Immortality was in, Quinn quickly lifted his leg and slammed it on the top of his head, slamming his whole body into the ground. Right after he raised his hand, the gauntlets started to form into something else. His blood was being used to create a different weapon entirely. It started to curve out, making a large edge, and now it was held firmly in both of his hands. He had made a giant scythe out from his blood. It was fully condensed. I know killing you won't be the end. You'll just come back again and again, but even then, at least there will be a moment of peace for the world. Whether it's 10 years or a 1,000 years until your return, you will remember this moment. Quinn swung the scythe down, and it hit Immortality's neck. It was pushing into his skin, and blood was being drawn from it, but he had grabbed onto the blade and was pushing away with his hand. Immortality, with his other hand, had used the colorless power on his own body. He had placed an orb inside of him, getting rid of the defect of Quinn's screeching power. He had to pull the orb out quickly, and he managed to see the scythe just in time to stop it. You are nothing to me. I'll show you. I'll show you exactly why the Ancient Ones feared me, Immortality said. Gripping tightly, the scythe's end broke, and the whole ground started to shake. The red mist energy was swirling into Immortality, and his armor was shaking. It covered his body, and the serpents started to turn into a strange dark goo. The goo was combined with his body, as well as the armor on him. In the first place it always seemed strange. The armor didn't look like armor but was more a part of his body. Continued to blend. Immortality's mouth started to grow large fangs on the side. Fur started to cover over his arms and his hands were large and clawed. Out from the back, a spiked tail grew out. The spikes were glowing and beaming with red energy. Red crystals were emerging from his back, constantly glowing with power, and his hair now was made of several serpents, just like those that wrapped around his arm. It now looked like there were hundreds of small ones behind him. This was Immortality's final form. The creature that stood in front of Quinn right now no longer looked to have a human body. It looked like a mishmash of all the demons Quinn had seen before. Yet somehow all of the pieces blended in together, as if it was meant to be. Not like a chimera that had a mismatch of colors and shapes. It all flowed together, and Immortality looked like a devastating creature right in front of him. Is this his demon form? Quinn thought. I guess that would be the wrong term. Immortality is the celestial that created all of the demons to begin with. This is just his strength. Acting fast, Quinn's wings spread out tall and wide, and the skill blood rain had been used. A rain of bullets went right toward Immortality, and in an instant he vanished. The attacks continued forward, completely missing. The energy from Quinn's right side changed in the air, and turning his head, he saw the large claws coming right at him. With his armored gauntlets, he blocked attack after attack. Quinn would hit the force of the claw away, but his arms were swinging, and he could feel them getting numb, even though he was in his demon form. After blocking several hits, the snake ends of Immortality's hair lit up, and so did the red crystals on his back. Several beams of red energy shot out, hitting Quinn right in the chest. The markings on his chest tried to move in certain places, taking up the attack, but it was still hitting parts of his skin, and the sheer power was getting through to his body. Quinn skidded across the ground, digging up the ground behind him, continuing to pile up, creating somewhat of a mountain behind him. As he continued to skid, a shadow portal had opened up from behind. Quinn had gone through and appeared on the other side. I didn't create that shadow portal. It must have been Arthur, Quinn thought as he looked above and could see Arthur was still rounding up all of the divine beings to stop them from interfering with the fight. Now behind Immortality, Quinn raised both of his hands, and two large whirling tornadoes formed next to him. Throwing them out, they went toward Immortality. The tail ends ripped up the ground underneath as it went right for Immortality. They crashed into him, ripping him apart as best as they could. Quinn then dashed forward, the dark purple-red aura spinning around his gauntlets as he charged in. When he got close, he could see the body of Immortality jumping out. He had pounced, and then threw his fist out, colliding right with Quinn's blood drill. When it hit, though, the claw of Immortality grew incredibly large in size, just like the giant mist that he would produce. Quinn was knocked back again, and before he could recover, the head serpents fired out several lasers. It wasn't constant this time, but they were firing at him one at a time like bullets. They were hitting Quinn's body all over, and blood had spurted from his mouth. The blood didn't drop to the floor, though, because Quinn swung his arm, throwing the blood out. It crashed into Immortality, and the small droplets were more powerful than they looked as they caused him to skid on the ground a couple of inches. Suddenly, though, Immortality had turned his body into a red mist. He disappeared from right in front of Quinn and appeared right by his side, grabbing his head, slamming him onto the ground, creating a large crater underneath. His hair continued to fire at Quinn one after the other, but he was able to use his wings to block most of the attacks from Immortality. Seeing this, Immortality leapt up in the air and started to spin his body. He traveled fast in the air, and with his spiked tail, he slammed it right onto Quinn. It was stuck in his blood wings that were now bleeding, having fallen down on them. "You should know that my blood is dangerous by now," Quinn shouted. He controlled the blood from his wings and moved it, hitting Immortality again. He then opened his mouth and used the shadow blood screech for a second time. The attack was emitted from his mouth, but it hit nothing but the air. Once again, a large claw came slashing across Quinn's chest. The power of the red mist followed, making a giant mark. Blood spattered out of Quinn's body, and he quickly formed this into a sword. Grabbing onto it, he swung and deflected the second hit of the claw. He was ready for a third, but as he looked around, he was unable to see anything. Turning his head again, he saw several red beams of energy coming at him. With the sword in his hand, he swung them in place using his speed, stopping every single one of them. "You put up a good fight, but you've lost," Immortality spoke. Quinn didn't quite know what he meant, but when the beams of energy stopped, he could see no one at the end of it, but he could sense something strange behind him, the fact that he could sense nothing at all. Turning his head, he could see Immortality. Even in this form, he was producing his colorless ability. It had spread out, and at that moment in time it had completely hit Quinn. With it, there was only one thing he could do. Shadow Lock. Just like before, the skill had given Quinn some time to think. He didn't know how much time he had, but he had actually used the skill on another before himself. He had used it on Arthur. Having placed Arthur in the Shadow Lock, the swarm of divine beings that had been going after him had rushed in on the two down below. He knew the divine beings wouldn't be enough to deal with Immortality, but at this point, He needed anything that would just help him out in some way. Using the shadow lock on himself, Quinn had disappeared. It would keep him busy for a short while, before he found some way to get into the shadow lock. Entering the shadow space, Quinn went on his knees for a moment and touched his chest. His body was healing the wounds that had been made, but it still hurt. Damage was done. Every time I get this guy in the corner, and I think he's done, he just ends up getting stronger. Am I going to lose again? A third time? This is my final chance, Quinn said to himself. Feeling hopeless in the fight once more, he looked up at Arthur, who was standing in front of him. Please, how am I meant to win this fight? Fighting with all of his shadow powers didn't work. Fighting with the help of the blood being split around the red space didn't work. Nor did fighting with his armor. The demon form, the form that everyone had worked so hard for him to get. Now this wasn't working either. Quinn had been putting up a good fight, and it was proven by the fact that Immortality had been pushed to the edge, to the point where he had transformed into a monstrosity. Those eyes of his, I can see, they hold no love for anyone, Quinn said distraught. If he gets out, he will kill everyone with no second thought. It wasn't just Immortality. Quinn also saw it with the other Celestials, but with them being so focused on their conditions, everything worked out, just as they stated the universe had balanced itself. Yet where was the balance for Immortality? If he got out and did as intended, would the universe really do a great reset like Bliss claimed? Trying to start again? When using the armor, Quinn had used all the different blood fists. Even absorbing his blood gave Quinn no power-up or options added to his system. The current Quinn, he had reached his peak. Quinn! A voice said from in front of him. Looking up, Quinn stared at Arthur, who was standing above him, his sword in his hand, and his large shadow wings still present. Even now, Quinn was in his demon form in the shadow space. Ah, right, this is Syl's creation, but could they speak? I saved him on instinct, and as a way to get the divine beings to attack Immortality. Unfortunately, due to the power that Immortality has, once I leave this shadow space, I will disappear. Remember, I am not real. Which means it will be down to you to face him. Quinn already knew that. He didn't need to be reminded. As he looked at Arthur, he looked towards his sword. He remembered how powerful it was. In the end, the sword had been given to Fex. From what Quinn had heard, he spent some time with his son Andy helping with the vampire core and had requested to be put into a deep slumber once again. This was before everyone's memories had been changed. Knowing Fex, the sword was most likely buried with him. He was perhaps too worried it would fall into the hands of others, or didn't feel like it was his right to give it away. The powerful sword that had been created from bloodstones of the 13 families. All of those that Arthur had to punish during his time. Even with Syl's powers, the sword still had those effects, but it would be gone within the colorless ability. Quinn, I can see you are looking at the sword, Arthur stated. The sword which was created using the blood of the vampire families, and in turn, the sword has the ability of the vampire families. But you know, there is something else which has the blood of all the vampire families, Arthur stated. The absolute blood control powers. The powers that you received and became a part of your body. Standing up, Quinn looked Arthur in the face. What are you getting at? Absolute blood control may have the power of all 13 families, but that just gives one the power to control blood well. It doesn't give the abilities that the family holds. I am just stating the facts, Arthur claimed. You have to remember you are thinking of vampires and humans as the same thing. Do you not remember? There was a time where I did a lot of research into our origins. You see, the humans of today learn abilities from mutant cells in their body. But it wasn't like that in the past. Humans were able to learn all sorts of powers. Of course, it was different from how they are used today, and the mutant cells had its advantages. Blood is everything to vampires, so much that our powers mix in creating a blood crystal. If the sword can have the abilities of the families placed into it, then why can't the same be done for a vampire? Quinn knew what Arthur was trying to get at, but it seemed impossible to him. Even if the blood of the families runs through my body, no vampire has had more than one ability before. Arthur smiled and started to shake his head. The world is not as limited as you think. Immortality was able to create several beings through his power that are strong on their own. Even you yourself are thinking of yourself as a normal vampire. You are not a vampire, Quinn, and you are not less than Immortality. You were once the god of vampires, the ruler of blood. You are not below him but are at the same level as him. You have overcome everything in your path, Arthur said as he lifted up the sword. You have the power of the system, the power of equivalent exchange which has continued to make you grow. The human side of you controls the Godslayer power of the shadow, using your MC cells. However, your vampire side, you are not merely a vampire but a god, and what god is restricted by such things? Arthur then suddenly thrust the sword forward, and it had pierced Quinn in the chest. Its energy was turning into red blood particles, fading into the air. However, the sword had truly pierced his chest, and Quinn's blood started to pour out from him. It was dark in color. With it, Quinn started to cover his whole body with the red shadowy blood. Just like when he was a celestial, Quinn was doing the same now, creating a set of armor on himself out of his powers. Controlling the blood and controlling himself, his attacks, his movements, everything about him would be stronger, and due to his blood being mixed with the shadow, he would be somewhat protected from the colorless ability. When Arthur stabbed him, it hit him as he knew what to do, and the words had opened his mind. Quinn saw a dark red system screen pop up in front of him. It was the system screen. It opened wide, and the words on them were clear as day. You have realized the true value of the system. You have realized what it means to be a vampire. You have realized what it means to be a celestial. You have realized what it means to be a god slayer. A new quest has been received. Defeat the celestial of death, Immortality. The blood within you activates. You have temporarily unlocked all abilities of the 13 families. Quinn, the powers of the shadow, the powers of the vampires, the strength of the humans, the strength of the system. Use it all and defeat Immortality. At that moment, Arthur's body too started to fade into nothing but particles, and the whole world, the shadow space itself, was starting to fade. Quinn found himself in a crumbling shadow space. The entire world around him felt like it was collapsing, and parts of the shadow were disappearing, revealing a colorless sky and world beyond. At that moment, Arthur was vanishing right before Quinn's eyes. Quinn had no place left to hide as the shadow space crumbled. But it didn't matter because it was his time to fight. Shadow space, cancel, Quinn commanded, twisting his hand, and the shadow completely disappeared, returning him to the battlefield. The entire area had turned black and white with shades of gray. Lifelessness hung in the air, and Quinn could see Immortality still in his dreaded form in front of him. When Quinn lifted his hand to examine his armor, he could still see the deep dark purple and red colors. This is just like the last time. The shadow body allowed me to be protected by the colorless ability. The shadow has the ability to slow down attacks. If the colorless power is treated like an attack, it's slowing that down as well. But this time, the shadow's power is a lot stronger compared to before. It's been mixed in with not only my blood aura but my blood itself. It's condensed and created an armor over my whole body. Tensing up and making a fist, Quinn knew that with his current state, he could still fight and much better than before. Quinn rushed forward from his position, running straight toward Immortality. He threw a fist, not using blood aura, but pouring all his strength and power into the punch. Immortality moved to the side, avoiding the attack, but Quinn's blow left a small scratch on his face. I completely dodged the blow. How is this possible? Immortality wondered. Quinn continued to throw punches one after the other, and Immortality was dodging them bit by bit. However, each time, small scratches were appearing on his body. I'm clearly avoiding all of his hits, so how am I still getting hurt? Immortality thought, finding it inexplicable. Immortality decided to strike back, but as he did, Quinn gathered his blood aura into a condensed ball and threw it, hitting Immortality right in the chest. The blood aura is protected by the shadow as well, and there's one more trick, Quinn thought. As the blood aura hit Immortality, a giant explosion erupted, shaking the entire area and creating a cloud of dust and smoke. At that moment, Quinn placed both hands on the ground. The explosion had knocked Immortality back, and he had stepped onto the ground, which started to glow. For just a moment, the trap effect had frozen Immortality. The colorless effect had dissipated fairly quickly, including the trap, but it was enough time for Quinn to arrive. He thrust both of his fists forward, resembling tiger claws, and hit Immortality. A pulse of power vibrated in the air. The pulsating blast was about to send Immortality flying, but before he did, he stretched out his hand, and purple-colored strings, made with Quinn's blood, attached to Immortality's body. These strings were incredibly strong. Quinn pulled Immortality forward and smashed his fist right into Immortality's head, driving him into the ground. Immortality gritted his teeth as he felt the punch. It was somehow stronger than before. Quinn created another ball of aura and slammed it into Immortality's face, causing another large explosion. The ground underneath was further destroyed. Immortality tried to claw back, but Quinn kept moving out of the way and hitting him. With each hit, they were growing more powerful. Each punch sent shockwaves through Immortality's body, breaking the ground and the area behind him. Not only that, Quinn was getting faster, much faster. He avoided every single hit and continued to pummel Immortality, with each punch becoming more powerful. A punch to the stomach lifted Immortality off his feet, and blood spilled out of his mouth. Immortality's blood sprayed into the air, but Quinn grabbed him with the strings once more, swinging him back. Quinn braced his feet and slammed his fist right into Immortality's stomach, pushing hard, and although he didn't pierce through, blood spilled all over the floor. "The colorless ability of yours is your downfall," Quinn said as he threw Immortality to the ground. Immortality was in pain, struggling to get up. It was hard to imagine that just moments ago, he had been overpowering Quinn. "I bet this has been your trump card in many fights before. But I realized you can't use your powers in this colorless space. Your red mist, your strength, all of it. You relied on this strong, powerful form of yours, thinking that it could best anything in the colorless space. But my power shields me from yours, and my strength, the strength of all the vampires, the humans' chi, and everything I have obtained, is much more powerful than yours." Immortality realized that Quinn was right. Quinn wasn't affected by Immortality's strange power, and his attacks were somehow growing faster and stronger. Noticing this, Immortality dispelled the colorless power, but the moment he did, he saw 1,000 dark purple and red-colored swords in the sky, all pointed toward him. Quinn charged in, and Immortality attempted to blast him away with a mist attack using the serpents on his hair. However, the attack completely missed as Quinn disappeared. He reappeared right by Immortality's side, grabbing Immortality's arm and kicking him in the leg. At the same time, Quinn hit him on the top of his shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. Immortality tried to strike back, but Quinn moved out of the way, and one of the 1,000 swords crashed into Immortality's arm, exploding on the spot. Through the cloud of smoke, Quinn moved through the shadow and appeared right behind Immortality, grabbing the back of his head and throwing him back to the ground. Letting go, several hundred of the swords homed in on Immortality and exploded one after the other. Quinn leapt up into the air and flew down through the sky, breaking several sound barriers. With so many successful hits, the momentum ability had grown incredibly fast. He crashed into Immortality, sending a pulse of power far and wide. As Quinn's powerful strike resonated, it had a ripple effect across the surrounding planets, causing them to shift ever so slightly in space. The celestial bodies themselves were displaced by the force of Quinn's attack. When Quinn directed his gaze towards the ground, he saw that Immortality's body had undergone a dramatic transformation. It was no longer in the same state as before. Instead, it appeared completely crushed, with blood splattered all over his battered form. "You're still alive?" Quinn questioned, his eyes narrowing, as the 1,000 swords reappeared behind his back, poised to unleash the same devastating onslaught, only faster and stronger this time. "You!" Immortality responded, blood dripping from his mouth as he lay on the ground. "You have the power to take on the whole universe. You have the power to not listen to anyone, and you're listening to them, the Celestials, the Ancient Ones." Quinn shook his head, his determination unwavering. "I was never listening to them. I don't care about their business and I don't care about yours. The only thing I've ever decided to do is to protect the ones I care about. But you, Immortality, you decided to touch them, to hurt them. The only thing I've decided to do is to protect the ones I care about, and you are in my way. Raising his hand, Quinn began to gather the blood from all around him, including the remnants of the shadow. It started to spin, forming into a colossal drill that grew larger and more menacing by the second. The swords that had been hovering in the air disintegrated, their fragments adding to the monstrous blood drill in the sky. From all that had transpired, it had become clear that the only way to eliminate Immortality was to obliterate his entire body. Regular punches weren't going to be sufficient. Quinn resolved to channel all of his power and his own blood into this devastating final strike. The blood that had been spilled from Immortality's wounds began to rise up, becoming an integral part of the blood drill. As it did, the drill started to glow and pulsate with an overwhelming and formidable power. Ha 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 ha! Immortality laughed maniacally, as though possessed by a sinister force. You have no clue, do you? You have no idea what will happen. What will happen if you kill me? If you do, you will lose everything. The vampire settlement was facing problem after problem, but with the backup of Logan, with the humans, his androids, and the help of the vampire core unit, they were pushing back. A full-scale battle was taking place. Vampires were running across the building tops, striking and releasing their blood aura across the sky. Abilities were being used to fire at the divine beings, and helping out the most was Chris himself. He had dived headfirst and took Peter along with him. He used chi platforms to kick himself in the air, and with a single swipe, he continually was taking down divine being after divine being. Peter couldn't hold back either, not if he wanted to defeat the divine beings because they were anything but weak. A powerful hit would have to be directed at their heads or at the bulk of their bodies if he didn't want the godlike beings healing each other. There are so many of them, Layla shouted. Is it ever going to stop? Logan had come down from his ship and was on the ground next to Layla. He used his blaster hand to fire away at the divine beings, knocking some of their spears, but his blaster was doing little to help the situation. You are right. By the looks of things, they are able to constantly reproduce. Rather than trying to get rid of them all, what we need to focus on is what is causing this and stopping it, because we can't fight on forever when it seems like they can. Jumping up, Mukka bashed both hands right on top of a divine being that had come straight to attack them. It crashed into the ground at that point, and immediately the vampires and ability users around them piled their attacks on top of it. The issue is, how are we meant to find that out when we're fighting with everything we have just to survive? Mukka stated. It felt like the only choice they had was to continue fighting. The spears were going toward their enemy, and a group of the dark divine beings had gathered power at the tip of their spears, the power growing larger until it stopped. They had frozen in place. The attacks from the vampires and the humans continued to hit the divine beings for a short while, and suddenly they started to move away. All of them were flying back toward the portals. They were retreating for some reason. Wait! Mukka shouted. Don't chase. Conserve your energy and try to help the injured. The divine beings didn't look like beings that were alive anyway. It was useless to go after them, and the way they were retreating, it was almost as if an order had been given. Layla, Logan, and Mukka continued to look up, and when all of the divine beings had gone back through the white portals, they had closed up, all of them. The entire settlement fell silent. The people who had just been in a tough battle moments ago, all of it had ended like that, but they were still on edge. It didn't quite feel real, as if they would come back at any moment. What happened? Layla asked. I think someone must have solved the root cause of our problem, Logan replied. Despite all of that, were they safe? And even if they were, Layla was still worried about just what was happening to Quinn. Where exactly was he? Quinn had gathered a massive amount of his blood shadow into a form of a giant drill, using the blood around him, including that of Immortality himself. A blow that would be delivered and rip Immortality's body to shreds, so that he couldn't harm another person he cared about again. But either out of desperation or part of his final plan, Immortality had some words to say. You have no clue, do you? You have no idea what will happen. What will happen if you kill me? If you do, you will lose everything. Immortality said. For a moment, Quinn hesitated as the blood shadow continued to spin rapidly, making a screech and pulsating with power in the sky, pushing apart all of the clouds in the area. I've caught your attention, Immortality claimed. If you kill me, then my power will disappear from this world with it, and I mean all of my power. All of the demons that have been created, they will disappear. The power that you have right now, along with the rest of them, they will end up becoming nothing but humans. If that happens, do you think they would stand a fighting chance? Quinn grunted slightly. He wanted to believe it was a trick, but he remembered the words of Richard Eno and Vincent, some of the smartest that he knew. They had come up with a theory that perhaps if they got rid of Immortality, then with him they would also get rid of their vampire selves, so he had reason to believe Immortality's word. But I can still get rid of you? Quinn said. You are the root of the problem to begin with. Haha. And so what? Immortality said. You know that a celestial doesn't die unless his condition is taken over by another. Did you think my condition will be passed on to you? Unlikely. I will be born again, and I don't care how long it takes. I will make sure to come back. And you, and all of your friends you care about, have become a prime target for me. Without your powers that you have from me, you won't be able to beat me again. But if I get rid of you, Quinn replied. If I get rid of you, at least we can have some sort of peace. Peace. Immortality laughed. Peace, knowing full well that I will come back and get rid of you all someday. If you call that peace, then kill me now. The words of Immortality, they were getting to Quinn. The speed of the drill started to slow down. What was he to do? How could he solve this situation? We won't let that happen, a voice said to his side. When Quinn looked to see who it was, he could see 3 figures in front of him, and all of them he knew well. Mundus, Bliss, and Sam, Quinn said. Although they were in the red space, it looked as if there was an orb of white energy surrounding them that was protecting them. I'm sorry, Quinn. I tried my best to keep the Celestials out of this whole event, and I had somewhat failed. But things are okay now thanks to a certain someone, Mundus explained. Immortality was able to gather his strength over the course of thousands of years, Bliss explained. Even if he reincarnates, his power will be close to back to normal. Even if he tries to raise his power again, we will be able to stop him this time before it grows. The only reason why he was so much trouble is because Immortality used to work with the gods. His sudden turn was unexpected, and he had grown too strong for the Ancient Ones to even kill him. But be sure that none of the Celestials will ever let someone rise to that power again. Hearing these words, Immortality's whole expression changed. He was no longer laughing because he knew that their words were true. And what about you, Quinn? Immortality shouted. When the Ancient Ones get rid of me, they will come after you, worried that you will do the same. Your fate will be the same as mine. Don't you see this is what I was trying to stop happening? If you get rid of me, then you will just have them as your enemy. They are not your allies. Quinn didn't need to hear what Bliss and Mundus had to say. He knew they would state that this wouldn't happen, but he knew there was a very real chance of this happening. Quinn, Sam called out, standing straight and walking a little ahead of the other 2 by his side. Forget what everyone said, this is your choice to make. You choose what you want to do and I will support your decision whatever you make. I always have done so. Since the start of the cursed faction you have been my leader and will always be my leader. So Quinn, choose what you want to do. Quinn's emotions were all over the place. Seeing Sam at a time like this next to Bliss who he really didn't have much of a liking for, and she was by Mundus, someone who had trapped him before, but also someone he had worked with. There were words being thrown out by everyone, and although it felt like they were all somewhat telling the truth, it also felt like there were lies hidden behind each of their points. I've decided already. I'm ending it right here, Quinn shouted, as he jumped up in the air and swung the giant drill right down toward Immortality's body. Those that were close by, Mundus along with Bliss and the others, the orb surrounding them flickered and they quickly disappeared out of the area. The large dark blood shadow drill hit Immortality's body and was spinning constantly. The power of the attack, it was ripping his skin away bit by bit and disintegrating into nothing but energy as it was added into the drill. Arg! Quinn screamed and his demon form was breaking. It was falling off of him as the attack and energy waves hit his body. He needed to make sure that this was it, that this would be the end of Immortality once and for all. The large drill pushed down, and it continued to push further and further. The ground was breaking off the giant planet, and the cracks were going out further and further out. They continued to spread, and the energy was causing everything to crumble. The drill, it had hit the very core of the planet, and the energy at that point had exploded out. Everything in sight was crumbling to pieces. Only a few areas of land had broken off and were floating in space. The large explosions as well as the shockwave from the attack had moved nearly everything close to it far out and wide. When the energy had finally come to an end, the planet that was once there was no more, and instead Quinn was just floating in space. He looked at the air around him, and that's when he started to notice something. The red mist that was covering the entire space, it was fading away. It was disappearing right in front of his eyes. Was this energy? Was it all of Immortality's power? Quinn thought. Clenching his fist, he had done so weakly, his fingers moving slowly. I've made my decision now. I have to live with my choice. Quinn thought, and in that moment the system had given him a ping, reading him another message. Across the red space a big change was happening. Although many of the demons had gathered onto their large ships and had headed for the planet of the giants, there were those that had stayed behind, and they felt a strange tingling sensation in their body. Their forms were starting to change. The surging power they felt in their body, nearly all of it was disappearing from them. They started to shrink down in size, and began to lose many of their demonic features. As this was taken away from them, they started to look a lot more human. Their skin was normal, their flesh was the same as any human, but they didn't have the power that they had before, and unlike humans they had no abilities. Look at them! One of the Chronos shouted. The demons! Something's happened. Immediately, one of the Chrono had picked up a weapon, an axe, and ran, slicing the former demon's head right off. The body fell to the floor and it was dead in an instant. Although the red mist had disappeared, no longer influencing this innate anger to fight each other, there was real anger behind their actions. All of the years they had suffered, they could now unleash it back on the demons. The demons themselves had no clue what was happening or what had happened to them, but they stood no chance as the inhabitants took back the red space. Due to the blast of Quinn's attack, there was one being that had been knocked so far away. He found himself on another planet, and he too had changed into a human-like form. What is this? Anzoku said, looking at his pale hand. Does this mean Immortality actually lost, his plan had failed? Then what does that mean for me? I need to survive for now. In the vampire settlement, the fighting had been over for a short while. Everyone was quick to act as they had gathered those that were injured and among the rubble. They pulled them out and started to heal them as quickly as possible. For the vampires, they gave them blood, allowing their bodies to do the natural healing. It was a tough time for them all, as they tried their best to cope with the losses around them. Loud screams were heard throughout from the attack. Using his machinery, Logan had cleared a lot of the rubble away after confirming there were no more vampires among the rubble. It had been pushed over to the side, and the injured were being treated. As for the dead, they were placed in another location for now. A short while later, and being escorted by some of the vampire core and Andy, Minnie along with the rest of the children had arrived. Mom! Minnie shouted as she started to sprint across the ground, but as she did she noticed something. Her steps were becoming slower, the energy inside her, it was disappearing from her body. She started to feel incredibly slow, and her heartbeat was starting to grow stronger as well. Her breath, she could feel it more vividly, and also the pain in her legs as she went across the area. It wasn't just her though, every single vampire in the area could feel it as well. There was a big change that was happening in them all. A change that they couldn't stop and had no control of. Inside the floating space around Quinn, he was looking at the system screen that had popped up in front of him. Quest complete. You have defeated the Celestial of Death. You have gained the following rewards. Your powers have become your own. You will not be affected by the Celestial of Death's clawback ability. Clawback ability, what is this? I don't even know what it means, but the Celestial of Death, it's clear that it's talking about Immortality. Right now, Quinn could still feel the blood aura in his body. He could still feel the flow of blood in the air, including the blood that was being split now on the other planets. Because of this, he knew he hadn't lost his powers. An item has been placed in your system. Immortui's soul. You can do the following with Immortui's soul crystal. Place it into another that is compatible with the soul. Break the soul crystal, sending it into the path of reincarnation. This is a crystal and it's in my system. Just like the God Slayer crystals? Can this happen? Has this ever happened before? Or is it because of the system itself? It has always been able to do strange things due to the equivalent exchangeability. So what happens if I just keep the crystal in the system? Will it mean Immortui will never enter the reincarnation cycle? He will never cause trouble again. Judging by the fact that the system didn't require him to do anything, he thought that very well was a possibility. It looked like Immortui's claim of always being a worry in Quinn's mind wouldn't exist. On top of that, it was a handy thing to keep, because now he also had a bargaining chip that he could use with the other Celestials as well. Or a deep secret to keep with him. Thinking of them, a glowing orb started to appear, and once again the three from before had appeared in front of him. You did it, Quinn, Bliss said with a smile on her face. It looks like once again, with the help of 2 talons, you have managed to change the future and for the better. 2 talons. Quinn replied back, wondering what she meant by that. But he was so exhausted that he didn't really have the energy to care either. As a thank you, Quinn, for doing all this, I will take you back to the golden space, Mundus said. You will finally be able to spend time with your family and friends without having to worry. The Celestials will not bother you, and Immortui will no longer bother you until he needs to reincarnate again. But that will be our trouble to deal with, not yours. Those words finally brought Quinn peace. He had felt like he had achieved that so many times before, but there was always problem after problem. Was it true? Could he finally enjoy himself? Shifting in, Bliss used some of her magic and pulled Quinn into the glowing white orb that the 3 of them were in. He didn't fight it, but now he was right by the side of the others. And it was at that moment that he noticed something. The smell that had entered his nose, and the energy coming off from Sam's body. You don't smell like a vampire. What happened to you? Quinn asked, his heart pounding. Quinn, Sam replied with a straight face. What Immortui said wasn't a lie. His power is no longer a part of this universe. Apart from what is inside you. You are the last vampire. A strange energy had faded from the vampires. Their hearts were beating strangely. The air on their skin felt better, and things like their eyesight along with their sense of smell had all worsened. For many, they were starting to panic. They had no clue what was happening, and for a lot of them, they had never even been human before. It was the first time they were experiencing such things, and it was scary, almost like a disease that was coming over them. It wasn't just the vampires. The subclasses, the creations of the vampires were all returning to normal. The undead whites. Their hearts started to beat as they experienced life in a new form. For some, rather than a power leaving them, it felt more like a power was changing them. Peter was among this group of people. He stretched out his arms, clenched his hands several times, and ran his fingers down his skin. Then, lifting his hands, he touched water that was coming down from his face. My sense of feeling, my heartbeat, it's all come back. Peter wanted to jump for joy. How long had it been since he had felt like this? He was grateful for having become a white and being able to help Quinn along the way. Eventually, it had even become a thing that he didn't realize he had missed. Perhaps it was due to the dulling of his emotions, and now that he had obtained it all back, he felt great joy. Is this really happening? I can finally live my life the way I was meant to, Peter said. So I guess I'm just going to be armless forever then, Hickel commented. His body had healed up, but he had no arms on his body. Hey, you can always get a bionic arm, Edvard commented, much more worried about his own condition. The moment he took the armor off, it would be the end of him. He could feel his vampire self having disappeared, but the power of the armor was strong enough to keep him still the way he was. For the older vampires who had lived thousands of years, including the originals, they had turned into a human whose body was at the age their appearance currently took on. For the originals, it was the same appearance they had from the day they had turned. On that day, their life had taken a drastic turn, and with it, they felt like their old life was on pause until this very moment it had come back. Even Chris, as he looked at his own body, he could feel his own blood didn't pump in the same way as it did around his body. The alterations that had been made, they were gone. I guess that means Quinn did it, he really did it, but doesn't it also mean he's stuck there? One of the biggest changes that the vampires had immediately noticed, with the humans being around them left and right, was their taste for blood. Layla was trying her best to get those who were less erratic to calm all the others down. She was trying to make sense of it all, as even her power was now completely gone as well. From her right side, she had seen someone that made her heart skip. When she corrected her mind, her heart settled down for a moment. "All of it is gone," Vincent said as he walked over. "It's the same for me, all of my powers to control blood. The thirst for blood, and even our pain in the sunlight. It's not just us, but all of the subclasses." What Layla was happy to see more was the fact that Galen was also with Vincent. She was worried about where he had gone or what he was doing, but was a little less worried due to his powers with the shadow and ability to hide himself. That was another thing that had changed though. When Layla had attempted to use her telekinesis powers, they had completely disappeared. Just like when a human turned into a vampire, all of their MC cells changed, the same thing had happened again. They could still learn abilities, but it just meant that they would have to start over. As for the shadow ability, Minnie had lost that turning into a human as well. With everything going on, they didn't know whether to laugh and cry, and of all things, the humans with their abilities were rushing around helping out people the most. Wait a moment. All of the vampires have lost their powers? Russ thought as he looked around. He still had his powers. Does this mean that Quinn has lost his? With Syl in a bad state as well, and that wolf having lost his powers, does that make me the strongest in this world? Russ was already imagining what he might potentially be able to do, and was smirking to himself. While Layla was checking out Galen, she soon saw him pointing a finger behind her, and he opened up his mouth to say a few words. "Dad!" Galen shouted out. Layla turned around, along with the rest of them that were in the area, and they saw a flicker of white energy disappear, and in its place, there was one person left standing there, Quinn Talon. "Damn it! They left immediately as well, before I could talk to them more," Quinn said, scratching his head. He started to sniff the air, and as he did, he looked at everyone that was staring back at him. More importantly, more than anything, he was with his family. He could see the tears of Layla, his daughter Minnie, and the smile on Galen's face. "Did you think I died or something? I told you I would be back," Quinn said as he went in, knelt down, and hugged all three of his family members. It was a bittersweet moment that no one wanted to end. As Quinn hugged them all, he realized something, though. He could smell it. He could sense it with the blood rushing through their veins. They were now different from him. Russ stared at him, and for a second, Quinn opened his eyes glowing red, looking right at him. Letting go, Quinn stood up. "Don't worry about those that are underground," Quinn stated, talking about those that were still in the chambers underneath. "They are already dead." Quinn could sense it from where he was. The vampires that hadn't gotten out of their chambers due to rubble. Those that had gone into an eternal slumber. There was now no way to bring them back. They were human, and their hearts were never to beat again. The only thing was, the vampires had gone into eternal slumber thinking they would never have to wake up, and this would have to satisfy him now. "This is going to be a new start for us all," Quinn smiled. 1 year later. 1 year had passed since the world-changing event. The disappearance of an entire separate race was done in a day, and the human race had to figure out what it was that they needed to do. Vampires were already living among them on many different planets, and suddenly for them to change just like that was not just a shock for them, but for everyone around them. However, with the help of those in charge, those that were already trying to bridge the gap between the two things had moved along quickly. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly, the humans were much more willing to work with the new humans who were just like them. Those that were afraid had almost no reason to be. The excuses they made about living side by side with those that feasted on them couldn't be used anymore. As for why this had occurred, that had been kept under wraps. Many of the now ex-vampires were actually displeased with what had happened to them, feeling as if something had been taken away from them. It also meant many didn't learn about the decision and the sacrifice Quinn had made for them all. As with all things though, as time went by, people adjusted to the change, they adjusted to their new life, and the ex-vampires were able to integrate into human society, and rather than being apart, they had practically become one. Most of the political issues had been dealt with. It was an ongoing issue, but not as much as it was at the start. It allowed the humans to focus on more things, one of them being the reconstruction of Earth. Through their technological advancements, they were able to take land mass from asteroids and other planets and bring it to Earth. Large continents were being created in the seas, replacing the ones that had originally been destroyed by the Dalki in the First War. For everyone it felt like there was no incoming threat looming over their heads like before. There were still beasts on other planets and travelers. This was because crystals were still a valuable resource for society's use. Although vampires no longer existed, abilities still did. So humans as well as the vampire-turned humans would learn abilities to do as they wished. At the same time, the human forces kept their relationships with the Amra, Pensui, and Mermerials, keeping up their close relationship as a whole. They would be a force to be reckoned with in the universe if anyone attacked them. In this new world and new life on Earth, a new land had been developed, and on that land an evolved society had been built. With large houses, high-speed networks allowing one to travel from one area to the next, and the teleporters to travel even further distances had been implemented. On the outskirts of the city, there were the suburbs where large houses had been developed with green around it. In one of these areas there was a large gated house. Lasers shot out from the bottom, formed by crystals to make up the gate. A stone pathway led up to a water fountain feature, and eventually to the large manor-like house. A dark small colored spaceship making next to no noise had landed on a stone pathway not too far away, and there were many other spaceships that were already there. The door opened up from the bottom to the top, and immediately a small black curly-haired boy jumped down, bending his knees. "Ah, finally we're here," Galen shouted, standing up strongly. Minnie also jumped down, her feet landing on the ground. She was dressed up in a nice little polka-dot red dress and had her hair tied up with a red bow as well, while Galen was in a shirt tucked into his little trousers. Soon following the two of them was none other than Layla, with her brown hair. She was in a nice light blue dress that sparkled, while wearing several items of jewelry on her. It was clear that all of them had made the effort to dress up nicely, and that included Quinn, who had come out last, looking the same as he ever had. Only his usual curly hair wasn't in so much of a mess as it was parted to the sides cleanly. He was wearing a nice black suit with a white shirt. He didn't wear a tie though because he felt like it restricted his breathing a bit. It was uncomfortable to say the least. "Beast armor is more comfortable than this," Quinn commented. "Come on. Everyone is going to be dressed up nicely. It's only for one day. It's been a while since we've done something like this," Layla said, as she grabbed onto Minnie and Galen's hand and walked forward. Minnie had moved in a certain way so she could hold onto Quinn's hand as well, and they all walked forward, heading to the large door. As soon as they arrived, there was a scan of their face, and a voice sound played. "I'll be at the door in a second," a female voice said. It wasn't long after that before the door opened up and a female in an elegant dress was there to greet them all. "Oh, Lucia. It's so nice to see you, and congratulations on the news," Layla said as she moved forward and went in for a big hug. But she was careful not to touch her stomach so much. "Ah yes, you heard, didn't you? It looks like in less than a year, we will have a little child of our own," Lucia commented with a big smile. "Congratulations," Quinn said. "I bet Peter is really pleased about this. It seems we are all growing up, since all of us are having a family of our own now. Well, why don't you head inside? He and the others are all waiting for you." Heading inside with his family, they entered the large hallway with a grand dangling chandelier. The house was nicely decorated, but it felt a bit empty in places. It was clear that they hadn't lived in it for very long. The event that they had been invited to was a housewarming in the first place, and the house they were in belonged to none other than Lucia and Peter. The two of them had gotten together not long after he had turned back into a human. It seemed after his turn he had realized his feelings. He rushed over to Lucia and decided to tell her everything that he felt. Walking down the hallway, they took a right turn and they pushed through a pair of double doors, and heading in, Quinn had entered a room full of people. "It looks like everyone is here." Quinn smiled to himself. This was the start for Quinn, a memory he remembered clearly. At that time, meeting everyone, he had made a final decision for himself. This was perhaps the start when he realized he was different from everybody else. Inside the large manor, there was a large entertainment area filled with bars, a pool table, and a huge wide-open window that let the light into the room. It opened up and allowed them to go out onto the patio that led to the garden. Here there were plenty of seats as well. As soon as Quinn entered, nearly everyone at the party wanted to talk to him and went up to him. He mingled with them all, as there were people from all over that he had formed relationships with. After eventually talking to everyone, or at least offering his greetings, he decided to head outside in the sun. He placed his hand over his eyes slightly. "It's been a long time since that first system message, just before I got on that bus." "Huh?" Quinn thought to himself. He saw a few empty seats and sat down. There was no one else next to him. That was until quite a few people decided to come over. "Hey, you don't mind if we join you, right?" A blonde-haired middle-aged man asked, who looked close to being in his 30s. He held a drink in his hand, and he wasn't the only one there. Sitting in the seats around him were Syl, Shiro, Logan, Chris, and eventually Peter had managed to get away from a bunch of people as well and joined them. As for Shiro, he soon switched who was in control of his body, and now it was none other than Vorden. "It's been an entire year, and there have been no problems," Vorden said, lifting up his drink. "I think we should offer cheers to Quinn." The others agreed, and Quinn went along with them, lifting up his glass. "Has it really been a year already?" Peter asked. "Time is moving too quickly. Back when I was a white, sometimes it felt like time wasn't moving at all." "Of course, time is moving quickly for us all now," Logan stated. "We have lived for thousands of years more than we originally should have. But it's the first time that we can enjoy it like this together," Chris said. "Before, we would have to worry about the incidents with the vampires, Pure trying to take control, and the old military being abusive with their power." "Ah yes, thanks to True Dream," Quinn said. "Although you also forgot the Dalki were a major problem as well." What they were all saying was true. Earth had been peaceful, more peaceful than it ever had been. Humans were focusing on rebuilding. The abuse of powers wasn't widely used as before. Of course, there were the odd crimes here and there, but they were small and stopped fairly quickly. The Celestials seem to have kept their word as well. "They haven't bothered us at all, and from the looks of it, they have no reason to. I can finally start relaxing," Quinn said. Everyone was happy for him. He had been through a lot, and not just him but all of them, and during that time they had lost a lot as well. They had lost many of those close to them that they should never forget about. Arthur, Helen, Richard, and even more. In some ways, Quinn was happy that Immortality had done what he had done at that time, because it had given him a chance to say goodbye to them and see them. "Although I didn't really get to see Helen, I was sure she was there as well," Quinn thought. The group continued to discuss what they had done and plans for what to do next. Nearly all of them lived together and would meet up regularly. When they did meet up, they would mostly talk about the old days. However, as time went on, they knew it would be harder as they started to focus on their families. Still, they could then get together and have their children play. Eventually, as the party was coming to an end, Logan started to change the topic somewhat. "I have a special announcement that I would like to make," Logan replied. "I have been creating a special AI tool that will be able to run Green City and also predict the best improvements for the city. It should be able to fully function in the near future as it continues to learn. Essentially, it will be able to do everything that I do as the mayor." "You should be careful," Vorden commented. "If you make a robot that good, then you'll be out of the job." "And that is the plan," Logan replied back. "Me and Vicky have lived a long time, and we have enjoyed it, But eventually, we will decide that it is time for us to leave this place. Having experienced everything we have done and doing everything that we need to do. The mood had turned slightly somber after Logan had made the announcement, and it made sense to them all. Logan had been living a life for 1,000 years while Quinn and Peter were trapped. It wasn't just him, but it was the same for Sil as well. When losing his powers that day after the fight with Immortality, he didn't even attempt to get them back. Instead, Sil wished to age. He wished for his life to have an end. It was strange, but after realizing that there was an end, Sil wanted to experience it, rather than living on forever and trying to protect the world from their troubles. There was always going to be others in their place to do such a thing. It was the same for Peter as well. No longer a white, he was making the most of his time with his family, trying to enjoy it to the fullest. Thinking about all of this, Quinn turned his head to look at his family. Layla, Minnie, and Galen. All three of them, in just a year, he had noticed the changes that they were going through, but looking at himself, nothing had changed about him, not a single thing. I'm completely different compared to the rest. 5 more years had passed since the meeting Quinn had with his friends. They regularly met up, and he enjoyed every bit he could with them. During those years, humans had been exploring planets but didn't venture too far from their area. This was a warning from Quinn. As long as they kept to themselves, the Celestials shouldn't get angry either. There was one incident where a demon beast had occurred, but before Quinn had even arrived, it had already been dealt with. There were those who were strong enough to deal with the problem, allowing him to continue enjoying all of the time he could with his family and friends. As things continued on, he noticed something, and he had decided to call on a certain individual. In a high-rise building at the very top, there was a bar that would usually be packed with people enjoying a drink. But instead, there was just a single person, Quinn. He looked out at the city, examining everything from above. There were no problems and no threats to worry about. Soon, a person walked over, straightened his shirt, and sat down in the seat not too far from him. "So, what's got you so worried that you decided to call me?" Vincent asked. "How did you know that it was something worrying?" Quinn replied, "Maybe I just wanted to meet you. You did quite a lot to find me. I was waiting for this, Quinn, waiting for you to call me. It's the only reason why I stayed around," Vincent said. Quinn was a little shaken, his hand vibrating as he turned. "What do you mean?" "I mean that I would have gone to sleep, decided to put an end to my life if you still weren't around. I was waiting for you to call me, and after this conversation, I too will no longer be here," Vincent stated. Hearing these words, Quinn gulped. Vincent was in a clone body of him that was running off a special crystal that could supply him with energy forever. He could live forever if he wanted to. "Quinn, I know what you want to talk about because I'm probably the only person who has been through the same thing you're going through right now," Vincent explained. "You can see it, can't you? All of the friends that you made, your family, all of them are getting older apart from you, and you're worried you're going to lose it all." It was amazing. Vincent was truly a genius because he had managed to guess exactly right. "But if I wanted to, I could turn them, and then they could live with me," Quinn said. "But you won't," Vincent replied. "There's risk in what you are trying to do, and you can see how much the world has changed now that the vampires are gone. You are the most selfless person in the world, Quinn, and even if it was for the sake of your own family, you wouldn't even attempt to put the world in chaos." "Then can't you teach me?" Quinn asked. "Can't you teach someone the equivalent exchange ability? Can't I do the same as you? Place all of my powers into a book. That way I can live with them and pass on naturally." "Can you?" Vincent asked. "Although I understand what you are going through, our positions are completely different, Quinn. Right now, the world isn't in danger, but for how long will that be? Not only that, but you are beyond that of a vampire. I'm not even sure there is anything in this world that can store your power. You are stronger than the strongest god in existence. Even if there was something that could store that power, then in the wrong hands it could be the end of everything." Vincent was repeating everything that had gone through Quinn's head, and to him it was just confirming all of the problems he had with everything. "Vincent, it's too painful. It's too painful watching them, and knowing each day that they might go away. Everything feels like it's moving too fast. But for me, it's staying the same, Quinn said, his tears bursting out, and the entire building shook for a moment. Quinn wasn't unstable, but his emotions let out a small amount of his power, shaking the whole place. And now you're telling me even you're going to disappear. Then what am I meant to do? Quinn asked. Quinn, Vincent said in a soft voice. The reason why I stayed was because I am to blame for all of this as well. I placed my power in that book long ago. It's because of me that you're in this situation. Which is why I wanted to stay to help you figure this all out. Vincent would have gone into slumber. He had already lived his life and gone through this pain. There was no reason for him to stay on this planet anymore, and the only thing that was holding him back was Quinn himself. There is one thing that you can do. One suggestion that I can make that will somewhat solve all of the issues and will be the least painful for you, but perhaps the most painful for others. Quinn wiped away his tears. He was ready to hear it. After everything he had been through, he didn't want to suffer anymore. Hadn't he suffered enough? Just this once, couldn't he be a little selfish? After hearing the answer Vincent had given him, it was a lot harder than he thought, but it was the only solution he could come up with. 15 years had passed since the day Quinn had said his farewells to his family. The sun was shining brightly on the large university campus, where students bustled from one area to the next. At the very top of the campus, there was a black-haired young boy with curly hair, lying back and staring up at the sky while tapping his feet to the rhythm of his music. Galen! A voice shouted. Galen, where are you? Come on. Hurry up, or we're going to be late. The voice continued to shout, and a dark-skinned, curly-haired woman eventually found him. When she approached him, she ripped the headphones right out from his ears. Hey! What are you doing here, Minnie? Galen asked. What am I doing here? She replied, fists by her side. I'm here to come get you. What are you even wearing a white shirt for? You need to wear black, you know that, right? We don't even have time. We have to get out of here now or we're going to be late. Galen took the headphones back and placed them in his trouser pocket. His face didn't look as joyous as it did before as he looked down. I don't want to wear black. It's not like we're going to a funeral or anything, Galen replied. Minnie didn't know what to say to that. It hurt her heart as well, and before she knew it, a tear was running down her face. She quickly wiped it away. It's too late to get changed anyway. Let's just get out of here and go, Minnie said as she grabbed Galen's hand and started to lead him. As she did, Galen twirled his finger, and a dark shadow appeared. Right in front of them, a shadow portal opened up, and the two of them were suddenly on the ground. You know it annoys me every time you use that power? Minnie said. Well, you said we were going to be late. Galen had never lost his powers that day for some reason, unlike Minnie. It was unclear why, although Quinn had a theory, one that he told Galen to keep a secret. The fact that he was special compared to others. Although all of the power that Immortality had given to others disappeared, this wasn't the case for celestial energy. Peter and Minnie both still had celestial energy within them. However, Quinn had made it clear that he was different, and it might have been the reason why he had kept his powers as well. But he should never let others know the difference in him. That, unlike Minnie who just had celestial powers, he was a celestial. Using his powers, they got in a small spaceship and were on their way. They flew far from home and eventually picked up their mother, Layla. Just like Minnie, she too was wearing a completely black dress and a veil that covered her face. Her hands and face were covered in wrinkles. She had grown a lot older, and she was close to that of a 70-year-old woman. The chi in her body wasn't doing much to help her. It seemed that her time as Hanya had an effect on her. It wasn't just her, but this was the same for other vampires. Those that had young appearances but had already lived a long time were close to their end as a vampire, and the same thing was happening to Layla. The three of them got on the spaceship and they were off. They flew through space, and on the way, they said next to nothing to each other. Finally, they landed, and when they did, they had entered what was now considered a historic site. The vampire settlement. It had been rebuilt, but no one lived here anymore, and it was a site that was restricted from normal visitors. Only a few could come and go. Walking, they headed to the main castle, but rather than entering the main hall, they descended down the steps, deep and dark, to the underground vampire tombs. When they finally reached the bottom, they could see him. They could see Quinn standing there, looking the same as he had done, the same as he always did. Instantly, Layla started to sob and break down in tears. Minnie quickly went to grab her, giving her a hug. "It's okay, Mom. It's okay. We will still be with you." Immediately going from one side of the room to the other, Quinn was there. He placed his hand, lifting up her veil and looking right into her eyes and face. "You look just as beautiful as the first day I met you," Quinn said with a large smile. "Why, Quinn? Why do you have to do this?" Layla sobbed. I'm sorry for my selfish request, but I wanted to see my family one last time," Quinn replied. "It was the only option I could think of. If I lived on and saw you get sick or hurt, I wouldn't be able to help myself. I would turn you in a heartbeat when I know it's wrong. So the only choice I have now is to go into eternal slumber before that even happens. I'm sorry for being selfish, and I'm sorry for going before all of you. The time I spent with you all, the last moments of my life, were the best that I ever experienced." Quinn then leaned in, pressing his lips against Layla's. For a moment he thought about biting her, but he knew it was for the best that he didn't. As he pulled away and walked away, he had already informed his friends. He had already said goodbyes to them. If he had them all here, it would have been too much for him. He would have never wanted to leave. He would have never wanted his story to end. But all good things had to come to an end. "Minnie, look after your idiot brother," Quinn said. "And Galen, stop being a playboy and settle down with someone nice. It would be good to keep the Talon bloodline going." Cutting his finger, a drop of blood landed on the contraption below. It started to twist and turn as it rose up from the ground. Then he took a step inside, turning toward his family. "I love you all," Quinn said as he closed his eyes. There was one more thing Vincent had taught him that day: how a vampire was to go into eternal slumber. The technique used to completely stop one's heart. Pulling all of the aura out from the heart, from the bloodstone, eventually one's life would come to an end. While doing this, Quinn started to think. There were a few things that always bugged him, some things he had never been able to figure out. One was the fact that he was never able to find Ray. No one had seen him. No one had known where he had gone or what he had done. There were also no visits. There was a reason why Quinn wanted to visit him, and that was because of the second reason. In his system, there was still one quest: find out about the Talon family. "No matter what I did, that quest was never completed," Quinn said. "But it doesn't matter. I can finally rest. Good luck to my future family. I hope your life is at least a little less complex than mine." Outside the tomb, Layla, Galen, and Minnie had stayed there for almost an entire day. In the end, the children were too worried about their mother's health that they had to force her to leave. With that, the tomb was finally clear, empty, and a couple of days later, the sound of footsteps were heard as they walked down toward the tomb. Eventually, the pair of footsteps stopped just short. "Do you think this will be the end for him?" a male's voice asked. "You know it's not. You were the one that placed that quest on him in the first place," Bliss replied. "The quest of the Talon family is still not complete. For now he can rest, but he will be needed. The quest of the Talon family needs to be completed. Isn't that right, Richard?" The end of the My Vampire System series.